Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 1425 to Chapter 1497. However, he did not have the time to comprehend all of that. The most important thing was to help Bai Xiaoxiao overcome the tribulation. The sky turned gloomy in an instant as a strong sense of oppression descended from the heavens. Of course, Lan Xuanyu did not feel much of this oppression. One had to know that he had already experienced the baptism of the nine-colored universal tribulation. What could be more terrifying than that? However, Bai Xiaoxiao felt it immediately. She opened her eyes subconsciously as her long dark blue hair fluttered behind her head. Lan Xuanyu nodded at her with an encouraging look on his face. Bai Xiaoxiao saw her at first glance and her heart calmed down immediately. Although she was equally excited and even a little fearful, this was the moment that all cultivators had been waiting for. "You can do it," Lan Xuanyu said seriously. "Yes, I can definitely do it," Bai Xiaoxiao said without hesitation. Then, she raised her head and looked into the sky. Rumble. In the sky, thunder rumbled. However, compared to Lan Xuanyu's tribulation the other day, the thunder at this moment was still much weaker. Faint colorful lights began to form in the dark clouds. Four-colored lights lingered around. This was the four-colored elemental thunder tribulation that most people who had become gods had to face. Soon, the dark clouds were dyed into four colors and began to expand outwards. The area that it covered was also getting bigger and bigger. Stimulated by the elemental thunder tribulation, the light on Bai Xiaoxiao's body became brighter and brighter. A blue-black halo naturally rippled out from her body, turning into black halos that expanded outwards. That was her heavenly demon dance. Lan Xuanyu's figure flashed and disappeared silently. He could not continue to stay here. Otherwise, the heavens and earth would sense his presence and the thunder tribulation that descended would immediately change. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao was the only one left on the vast rising dragon platform. At this moment, the four-colored thunderclouds in the sky suddenly changed. It was as if something had broken through the four-colored thunderclouds. In the next moment, a blinding rainbow light burst out. A sense of oppression that was even stronger than before suddenly bloomed. At this moment, within the rising dragon city, countless races were already prostrating themselves on the ground. They only had one thought in their minds: why is it here again? It had only been a few days. Another one came, and it was a seven-colored one. Back then, when Lan Xuanyu was going through his calamity, it was practically like the end of the world. Even though it was under the protection of the Dragon Knights and did not cause much damage to the rising dragon city, the mental pressure was something that they had yet to recover from even till now. It had only been a few days. Another one had come, and the pressure was still not low. At this time, Lan Xuanyu was already below the rising dragon arena, looking up at the sky. Looking at the flickering seven-colored lightning tribulation, he couldn't help but frown. Rainbow heaven and earth tribulation. That's the first thing? Not even a four-colored lightning tribulation? This should be because Xiaoxiao had been cultivating with him all this time and was influenced by his bloodline of the dragon gods, which caused his bloodline to evolve. However, this was also a good thing. The stronger the lightning tribulation was, the better her talent was, and the greater the benefits she could obtain after transcending the tribulation. Xiaoxiao would definitely be able to do it. The seven-colored thunderclouds became brighter and brighter, but compared to the situation when Lan Xuanyu was going through his tribulation, it was still much better. Only the seven-colored thunderclouds within a radius of 100 miles were surrounded by light, with streaks of lightning contained within. Boom, the first seven-colored lightning bolt fell from the sky, instantly bombarding the rising dragon arena. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously raised his hand to press on the rising dragon arena. In the face of a calamity of heaven and earth, even his consciousness did not dare to easily explore it. If one's consciousness was destroyed by the lightning tribulation, it would cause irreparable damage. However, it was different with the rising dragon arena. His consciousness directly penetrated the rising dragon arena and explored upwards along the rising dragon arena to check the situation on the rising dragon arena, including being able to contact Bai Xiaoxiao at any time. This was something that even the Dragon Knights could not do. The rising dragon arena would automatically reject almost all consciousness, except for those with the bloodline of the dragon gods. When Lan Xuanyu's consciousness entered the rising dragon arena, he was immediately shocked. It was not because of Bai Xiuxiu's tribulation, but because when his consciousness entered the rising dragon arena, the first thing he saw was a world shining with nine-colored light. Yes, it was an extremely sticky nine-colored world, and the incomparably huge energy of the dragon gods almost instantly blended with his consciousness. How could there be so much? Lan Xuanyu was a little confused. He had always known that the rising dragon arena contained a huge amount of energy of the dragon gods. Previously, he had also felt the colorful world inside. However, now that he had become a god and truly possessed the bloodline of the dragon gods, the rising dragon arena no longer rejected him in the slightest, and this was why he could see it clearly. When Lan Xuanyu's consciousness continued to soar, rising 10,000 meters along the rising dragon arena and feeling Bai Xiuxiu's tribulation, he completely understood what was hidden in the rising dragon arena. This was called the rising dragon arena by the dragon race, and the dragon pillar by the treasure-seeking beasts. What was hidden in it all this time was the dragon marrow. Yes, it was the dragon marrow that belonged to the dragon gods. No wonder there was such a huge amount of energy of the dragon gods that appeared to help him when he absorbed and broke through to the god level. Compared to the dragon marrow contained in the rising dragon pillar, it was just a drop in the ocean. Complete dragon marrow. What did the complete dragon marrow of the dragon gods mean? Before coming to the Tenryu star, Lan Xuanyu did not know about the dragon marrow at all, but now he knew very well that it was something that existed in all bones of the dragon race, and was the true core of the dragon race's power. Dragon marrow, dragon crystal, these two were the source of the dragon race's power. Dragon crystals mostly stored consciousness and the power of will. Dragon marrow, on the other hand, was all of the power. He could not imagine that the rising dragon pillar, which was 10,000 meters tall, was actually filled with dragon marrow. What kind of vast power was this? No wonder even the head of Tenryu could not move the rising dragon arena. The energy contained within the rising dragon platform was the energy of a true god king. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled slightly. He knew that even the Long Tianyang was not aware of all this. A god king level existence, perhaps only a god king level existence could truly sense it. After all, the dragon gods were so powerful in the past. It turned out that the true benefit of the union between the dragon world and the Tenryu star was not in the dragon world, but in the rising dragon arena. However, this benefit was not something that anyone could obtain. He finally understood why he had always subconsciously felt that the rising dragon arena was the most suitable place for him to break through before he broke through. It was because there was too much power of the dragon gods here. When he broke through to godhood, even if he was bombarded by the nine-colored apocalypse, when he finally became a god, what he absorbed was only an extremely small part of it. This was not because the rising dragon pillar was stingy, but because with his cultivation at the time, he could not absorb much at all. It was only when he truly felt it that he realized how terrifying the power contained in the dragon marrow of the dragon gods was. He could not calculate it, but he knew that if he really wanted to become a god king in the future, the dragon marrow of the dragon gods would be of great help to him. Most importantly, he was now qualified to mobilize the dragon marrow energy in the rising dragon pillar. With the dragon marrow energy aiding his cultivation, the benefits were simply unimaginable. Becoming a transcendent in 10 years was no longer a dream. At the top of the rising dragon arena, Bai Xiuxiu's long hair fluttered in the wind, and her body was surrounded by rainbow light. A huge vortex had already appeared behind her, but the vortex was surrounded by rainbow light. This was a very smart way to transcend the tribulation. She was using her heavenly demon devouring to forcefully devour the rainbow heaven and earth tribulation that was bombarding her. After being devoured and transformed by the heavenly demon devouring, she would absorb the power into her body and cleanse her body before transcending the tribulation. Boom, another huge bolt of rainbow lightning descended from the sky. A powerful suction force flashed within the heavenly demon devouring vortex and sucked the lightning in before it could land on Bai Xiuxiu's body. Immediately, countless rainbow lightning appeared within the vortex and on Bai Xiuxiu's body. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Bai Xiuxiu had a pained expression on her face, but her eyes were filled with determination. Dark blue scales appeared on her body, and a deep dragon's roar reverberated within her body. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but nod. Perhaps only in front of him would Xiuxiu reveal her weak side. In the face of this heavenly tribulation, she seemed to have returned to the Don Xianxia when he first met her. She didn't use her divine dragon armor or battle armor. She was relying on her own strength to resist the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. This was something that Lan Xuanyu had told her a long time ago. When transcending the tribulation, try not to rely on external forces as much as possible. Only then would she be able to receive the most profound baptism and lay a foundation for herself. The rainbow lightning tribulation had appeared from the beginning. This meant that if Bai Xiuxiu could withstand it, she would definitely be able to reach the transcendent God stage in the future. Looking at Bai Xiuxiu's lightning tribulation, Lan Xuanyu felt a little strange. Compared to him, this was completely different. This was the real lightning tribulation, right? What he had transcended before was a fake lightning tribulation, right? Every time the rainbow lightning tribulation struck, Bai Xiuxiu's aura would change slightly. This was the process of transcendence. She was transforming from a mortal to a god. With Bai Xiuxiu's accumulation of talent and the help of Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline, her entire tribulation transcendence process should be experiencing the rainbow heaven and earth tribulation. Every bolt of tribulation lightning was more ferocious than the previous one, but the law fluctuations on Bai Xiuxiu's body also began to become more and more intense. Her current tribulation transcendence state could be said to be blessed by nature. Her body had been baptized by Lan Xuanyu's heaven and earth tribulation, which was equivalent to a gentle version of 7 elements. It was much easier for her to withstand the lightning tribulation. And Lan Xuanyu's. Was this life energy fused with the energy of the dragon god? Turned into a crystal bead in Bai Xiu's body. This wasn't to help her to transcend the tribulation, but to Bai Xiu. Every bolt of tribulation lightning would cause damage to her cultivation and body, at this time. Light as the energy stored within helped Bai Xiuxiu recover quickly. She could withstand the following lightning tribulation. Therefore, Bai Xiuxiu felt that the tribulation transcendence didn't seem that difficult. Although it was quite painful to be struck by the rainbow lightning tribulation, she could endure it and get over it. What if other tribulation transcendences found out about this? She didn't know what to think. When transcending the rainbow heaven and earth tribulation, which one of them wasn't in so much pain that they wished they were dead? Was it extremely common to have a near-death experience? The dragon race was relatively better. This was because the dragon race had a strong body. However, it was not a problem to be struck half-dead. Like Bai Xiuxiu, she could calmly transcend the tribulation. She could even feel the benefits of the lightning tribulation's baptism on her body during the tribulation transcendence process. It was simply unique. Compared to Lan Xuanyu's tribulation transcendence, it was many times easier. Sensing the current situation of her tribulation transcendence, Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. This state was very good. If she continued to maintain it, Xiuxiu's tribulation would be stable. He felt that Bai Xiuxiu's problem was not great. Lan Xuanyu sank his divine consciousness into the dragon pillar again. He wanted to feel the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. The interior of the dragon pillar was 9-colored. Simply put, it was more like a long rod or a spear. It was straight, slender, and the dragon platform at the top was more like a piece of rare metal that was connected to it. It contained very rich metal elements. He didn't know where it was absorbed from. Such a huge amount of dragon marrow. Should he take some back to cultivate? Lan Xuanyu controlled his divine consciousness and tried to communicate with the dragon pillar. Gradually, a 9-colored gelatinous substance silently drilled into his palm and into his body. The moment this 9-colored gelatinous substance entered his body, Lan Xuanyu's body shook and he almost lost control of his divine consciousness. He hurriedly stopped absorbing the dragon marrow. It was a very small lump, but when this dragon marrow of the dragon gods entered his body, Lan Xuanyu instantly felt as if his body was about to ignite and his blood vessels were boiling. The blazing blood vessels caused a 9-colored halo to ripple around his body. He hurriedly used his divine consciousness to cover up the halo and quickly used the power of the dragon gods to seal the dragon marrow in his body. He was shocked. He felt that this small lump of dragon marrow was more powerful than the energy of the dragon gods stored in his 3 9-colored dragon cores. His blood vessels were stimulated, especially his spinal cord, and they began to churn violently. It was too nourishing. This thing was too nourishing. It was so nourishing that his body, which had already broken through to the god level, could not take it anymore. Now he understood why the dragon pillar did not give him much feedback. The energy of the dragon god's dragon marrow in the dragon pillar was not something he could withstand in the past. If he had been given it, he would have probably died from overeating. Good heavens, this was really good stuff. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu only felt that his understanding of this world had become different from before. The dragon knights that were once unreachable in his eyes did not seem to be unreachable anymore. With a flash of light, a figure appeared beside Lan Xuanyu. Before this person came, Lan Xuanyu's gaze had already turned in his direction. The person who came was the dark demon dragon knight, Luo Yayuan, who was ranked above the ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan. The first time he saw Lan Xuanyu, it was during the Dragon Rising tournament, and it was also on the Rising Dragon Arena. That day, when Lan Xuanyu was undergoing his tribulation, he was also present. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, Luo Yayuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then he nodded. It's really extraordinary. Even I feel a little suppressed by your blood vessels. Greetings, Dark Demon Dragon Knight. Lan Xuanyu bowed slightly, saluting him. Luo Yayuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. From the day you underwent your tribulation, you were already different from the other clansmen. I've already heard of your agreement with the head monk. You have 10 years, so you have to make the most of it. We all hope to see an opportunity appear in you." Yes. Lan Xuanyu replied respectfully. Although his status in the dragon race had definitely risen a lot, compared to these powerful dragon knights, he was still nothing. Luo Yayuan looked in the direction of the Rising Dragon Arena, 7-colored tribulation? Is that your dragon? Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Although this description was not wrong, if Xiaoxiu heard it, she would probably throw a tantrum again. Yes, yes. He could only nod. Luo Yayuan said with satisfaction, "Not bad, your dragon is also quite talented. Although the 7-colored tribulation often appears during our dragon race tribulations, it is still extremely rare for it to reach such a level. Her attributes are similar to mine. If she is willing, after the tribulation, she can come find me, and I will teach her some dark techniques." Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. "That's great, thank you." Luo Yayuan looked at him deeply, and said, "We are all looking forward to the 10-year agreement. But in reality, even if you can't fulfill your promise in 10 years, as long as you can show us the light of hope, it will be fine. The head monk is not forcing you, but giving you more motivation. For our clan, the most important thing is not who stands at the top, but the evolution of our entire clan. Do you understand what I mean?" Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he said seriously, "I know the chief's painstaking efforts, and I will definitely work hard. Everything I have is given to me by the dragon race. No matter what happens in the end, I will listen to the chief's arrangements." If the ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan and the dawn dragon knight Zhong Zicheng were on the same side, then the person in front of him should be closer to the head of Tenryu. He must be an older dragon knight. His words were definitely not just for himself, but also for the head of Tenryu. The head of Tenryu was clearly asking Luo Yayuan to tell him that breaking through to the transcendent grade was not an absolute condition. The most important thing was to see the hope of building a divine realm. As long as there was hope, the dragon race would also support him. Of course, this was just for show. If he really could not break through to the transcendent grade but found hope, then, if the head of Tenryu thought that he could control this hope, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? To Lan Xuanyu, the most important thing about the 10-year agreement was to give himself a buffer. 10 years was nothing to the dragon race, but to humans, 10 years was very long. After transforming into a god, he was confident that he could find a higher breakthrough within 10 years. He had many advantages that the dragon race did not have. After becoming a god, he could gradually develop them. Rumble. The lightning tribulation continued. Lan Xuanyu no longer pressed his hand on the dragon pillar to feel the situation above because of Luo Yayuan's presence. However, after absorbing that small lump of dragon god's dragon marrow, his relationship with the dragon pillar was obviously much closer. Although he did not touch it, he could vaguely feel the situation above through the dragon pillar because he was very close. The tribulation went smoothly. The life energy mixed with the energy of the dragon gods left in Bai Xiaoxiu's body played a great role. especially the creation aura, which could greatly increase by Xiaoxiao's recovery speed. The destruction brought about by each thunder tribulation was restored by creation. As Bai Xiaoxiao endured more and more thunder tribulations, her transformation also became faster and faster. Now that it had revealed its martial soul true body, the abyssal ice demon dragon began to undergo a complete transformation as it absorbed the lightning. Luo Yayuan did not speak again. He silently sensed the situation on the rising dragon arena. His consciousness could not go up. However, his cultivation was not something that Lan Xuanyu could compare to. Through the feedback and strength of the lightning tribulation, he could determine the situation above. The seven-colored tribulation lightning was endless, and each bolt of lightning was stronger than the last. Luo Yayuan's face gradually revealed a look of surprise. This seven-colored tribulation was much stronger than he had imagined. Back then, when he was going through the tribulation, the lightning tribulation he endured was just like this. Moreover, he was seriously injured and had to recuperate for a long time to recover. When Lan Xuanyu was going through the tribulation that day, almost all the dragon knights were shocked. Otherwise, there would not have been a conflict between the head of Tenryu and the Dawn Dragon Knights. If it were not for the shock of Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough that day, Bai Xiaoxiao's breakthrough today would definitely be the most shocking in hundreds of years. A seven-colored halo had begun to appear on the rising dragon arena. The huge abyssal ice demon dragon true body had now expanded to more than 150 meters long. The surface of the dark blue scales was surrounded by seven-colored lightning. Bai Xiaoxiao's body was constantly emitting a large amount of dark blue aura. The heavenly demon devourer was now more than 100 times larger than before. Right behind the abyssal ice demon dragon, it was constantly absorbing the power of lightning. A huge amount of life energy surrounded the abyssal ice demon dragon and entered her body together with the power of lightning. It was digested and absorbed by her. Every time she absorbed a bolt of lightning, her body would expand a little. More dark blue aura would gush out of her body. The dark blue aura that gushed out not only strengthened the heavenly demon devourer, but it also took away the impurities in her body and refined them in the lightning tribulation. Bai Xiaoxiao's abyssal ice demon dragon true body looked purer and purer. The dark blue color began to change into a sky blue color. Under the crystal clear scales, traces of bones, meridians, and muscles could be vaguely seen. It was as if there were countless sky blue energy flowing within and forming small vortexes in her body. A huge suction force was born in the process of rotation. It swept, sucked, tore, and absorbed the lightning energy brought by the tribulation. Thunder rumbled, but the sky blue color began to become more and more dazzling and abnormally gorgeous. It was so dazzling that if one looked from below, one could vaguely see a sky blue halo shining in the middle of the seven-colored lightning. The abyssal ice demon dragon's body was still expanding, and her sky blue body became more and more dazzling. Gradually, she seemed to have adapted to the seven-colored lightning tribulation. The heavenly demon devourer behind her also began to transform into a sky blue color. It lost its original darkness and gained a strange fluctuation of law. It was no longer the dark devourer, but a pure devouring and transformation. It was the profound meaning of rotation. The sky blue dragon's body continued to expand. 150 meters, 200 meters, all the way until it reached 220 meters before it gradually stopped growing. The seven-colored lightning in the sky also gradually subsided at this time. Success, Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that the dark demon dragon knight Luo Yayuan's expression changed. This powerful dragon knight looked up at the sky, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, along with a trace of fear. Lan Xuanyu also felt that something was wrong in the next moment, and his face was also filled with shock. When he looked up, he saw that the lightning tribulation in the sky that seemed to be about to disperse suddenly changed. The thunderclouds within 100 miles suddenly collapsed toward the center, and the original seven-colored lightning tribulation rapidly condensed in the process of collapse, and its color suddenly became deeper. Not good, Lan Xuanyu felt it immediately, but at this time, he could do nothing. No one dared to go against the heavens at this time. Rumble. Buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound that Lan Xuanyu was incomparably familiar with, and that was once branded in the depths of his soul, Lan Xuanyu's body emitted a seven-colored halo, and the 3 9-colored dragon cores in his body shone brightly. A dazzling 9-colored lightning bolt descended from the sky. It fell straight to the top of the rising dragon arena. Lan Xuanyu stood up without hesitation. Although he knew that he shouldn't go now, what should he or shouldn't he do at this time? There was nothing more important than doing his best to rescue Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu had been cultivating with him all this time, and the two of them were together day and night, so he was the most familiar with Bai Xiuxiu's situation. According to his judgment, Bai Xiuxiu had experienced so many 7-colored heaven and earth tribulations. This was the limit that she could endure, and it was also the limit that she would endure. A 9-colored heaven and earth annihilation universe tribulation shouldn't appear at all. However, he never expected that a 9-colored heaven and earth annihilation universe tribulation would appear at the last moment. This was something that Bai Xiuxiu could not withstand no matter what. If such a lightning tribulation struck her body, she would undoubtedly die, and only the end result would be the destruction of her body and soul. No matter how rational Lan Xuanyu was usually, at this time, he could no longer care about anything else. The dark demon dragon knight beside him, Luo Yayuan, reacted quickly and reached out to grab his body. However, at this time, Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly emitted a 9-colored light, and an unparalleled dragon's power burst out from his body. Luo Yayuan only felt the blood in his body suddenly freeze, and the hand that reached out to grab Lan Xuanyu actually slowed down by half a beat. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu had already soared high into the sky. Boom, the 9-colored universal tribulation of destruction had already descended, and Lan Xuanyu rushed to the top of the rising dragon platform without hesitation. At the same time, he communicated with the rising dragon platform. Only the super divine tool had a slight chance of helping him save Bai Xiuxiu at this time. However, when he flew rapidly to the top of the rising dragon platform, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure. This was the majestic power of the heavens and earth, and it was full of a destructive aura. The 3 9-colored dragon cores in his body spun rapidly, madly absorbing the energy, but Lan Xuanyu was suppressed to the point that he could not do anything at all. When he flew to the top of the rising dragon platform, his whole body was frozen in place. He could only watch as the 9-colored lightning struck Bai Xiuxiu. The entire rising dragon arena shook violently. The surface of the rising dragon arena suddenly emitted a dazzling rainbow light as if it had been dyed by the lightning. No, Lan Xuanyu screamed madly in his heart. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to be in Bai Yunfei's place. It's impossible, it's impossible. He screamed madly in his heart. As he broke through to the god level and helped Bai Xiuxiu complete the final process of body tempering, he completely grasped the condition of Bai Xiuxiu's body. This 9-colored world-destroying cosmic calamity should not have descended, however, no matter how he screamed, he could not change the terrifying lightning that descended from the sky. Bai Xiuxiu's huge dragon body was instantly hit by the 9-colored lightning. It vaporized rapidly in a process that was visible to the naked eye. A feeling of despair instantly filled Lan Xuanyu's heart. He knew all too well how terrifying this 9-colored world-destroying cosmic calamity was. If the beast god Tian had not sacrificed himself for him back then, his body's defensive strength and the bloodline of the dragon gods would not have been able to withstand it. Not to mention the current Bai Xiuxiu. Its sky-blue body vaporized rapidly, turning into a sky-blue wave of air that swept outwards. Lan Xuanyu's heart instantly sank to the freezing point. It's over, it's all over. Xiuxiu, just as his heart was trembling violently, a strange scene suddenly occurred. The sky-blue airflow that was rippling outwards suddenly paused. Then, the airflow did not continue to dissipate. Instead, it rapidly spiraled and turned into a huge sky-blue vortex. The 9-colored light fluctuated violently in the whirlpool, turning into bolts of lightning that spread throughout the whirlpool. However, the whirlpool did not disappear. A strange suction force within the whirlpool grew frantically, gradually absorbing the 9-colored light into it. After this 9-colored world-destroying cosmic calamity descended, the thunderclouds in the sky quickly dispersed. Finally, the sky became clear again, and the sky-blue color became more and more intense. Lan Xuanyu's body became light. The feeling of being oppressed by the great force of heaven and earth disappeared. He landed on the rising dragon arena in a flash. However, he immediately discovered that his body was also being sucked forward. That enormous suction force was so strong that even he was almost unable to resist it. As the sky-blue vortex spun violently, it shrank towards the center, and a mysterious fluctuation of laws spread out from it. Xiao, a faint light flickered, and the sky-blue vortex finally condensed into a single entity before silently dissipating. And at the center of its dissipation, a silhouette appeared. It was the naked Bai Xiao. At this moment, her entire body was covered in a layer of sky-blue scales. She lay prone on the rising dragon platform, without any signs of life at all. However, her life signs were exceptionally obvious. Lan Xuanyu rushed forward and came to her side. The remnant 9-colored heaven and earth destruction universe calamity caused his body to feel numb. But at this very moment, tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. He didn't die. Xiao didn't die. She succeeded. She succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Although Lan Xuanyu still didn't understand why the 9-colored heaven and earth destruction universe calamity would descend, nor did he understand how Bai Xiao managed to survive it, it was fine as long as she didn't die. How could the process matter in the slightest? Lan Xuanyu circulated the dragon power in his body. He placed his right hand on Bai Xiao's back and immediately felt that her body was weak. Her life force was obviously very weak, and she had obviously been seriously injured. However, her life force was very tenacious, and a faint fluctuation of divine sense was already rippling from her head. She had successfully transcended the tribulation. Although she was seriously injured, she had still passed the most important step. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate to take out a piece of heaven-nourishing crystal. He used his dragon power to stimulate the life force in the crystal, and then used his power of the dragon gods to extract and refine it. He injected the purest life force into Bai Xiao's body to make up for her body. Only then did the tears on his face gradually stop. The dark demon dragon rider Luo Yayuan had also arrived at the rising dragon arena at this time. Looking at Bai Xiao lying in Lan Xuanyu's arms, the shock in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a complex emotion. This pair was really not ordinary. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to say anything. The scene that shocked the entire dragon race that day was still vivid in his mind, but he didn't expect that this Xiao could also attract the 9-colored heavenly thunder. This was a true cosmic catastrophe. She actually didn't die. This was simply a miraculous situation. When he learned that Lan Xuanyu and the head of Tenryu had agreed to become a true dragon rider within 10 years, he was originally a little dissatisfied and subconsciously thought that she was too impetuous. Was it so easy to become a dragon rider? However, after this short period of time, his judgment and his heart had already been shaken. First, Lan Xuanyu was actually able to break free from his grasp and displayed an incomparably powerful bloodline level. Then, Xiao didn't die under the 9-colored heavenly thunder. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a pair could create any kind of miracle in the future. Luo Yayuan didn't leave. Instead, he stood there silently, vaguely intending to protect them. After all, this pair could really become the hope of the dragon race. Lan Xuanyu felt Bai Xiao's vital signs gradually stabilizing, and his heart gradually calmed down. However, at the same time, he felt a deep desire for power. This was the third time in his life that he felt that way. The first time was when he was young, when he and his mother, Nanqing, were suddenly attacked by the heavenly star. He watched as his mother was about to be killed, but there was nothing he could do. The second time was when his biological mother, teacher Nana, was pushed into a star by the head of Tenryu. And the third time was just now. This feeling of not being able to control life and death, the feeling of watching one's loved ones about to die was simply too painful. Power, no matter what, he had to have more power. Only by becoming the master of this world, only by going to a higher dimension, could he avoid such a situation from happening. His eyes flashing with unprecedented determination, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. Faint fluctuations of dragon power circulated on Bai Xiao's body, and a strange halo fluctuated within her dragon scales. Faintly discernible divine sense spread out. After a full hour, Bai Xiao's state completely stabilized. Lan Xuanyu stood up with her in his arms, respectfully bowed to Luo Yayuan, and returned to Tenryu's abode. Having just undergone a tribulation, one needs time to recover and comprehend. This time is very important for God-rank powerhouses who have just undergone a tribulation. It is the process of completely integrating the accumulation of the tribulation, as well as the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth into one's body. Lan Xuanyu silently guarded Bai Xiuxiu by her side, using his dragon god's bloodline power to nourish her body. He had to temporarily put aside the matter of returning to Fenglong City to gather information. However, in his opinion, there shouldn't be too big of a problem for the time being. After all, the next great enemy that the Dragon Horse Galaxy will face is the Crimson Mother. The universe is vast. In a dark red world. This world was full of coldness and loneliness, but there seemed to be countless auras of greed. A huge dark red divine palace stood in this space. The temple was extremely majestic. If one were to look carefully, they would feel as if they could not see the end of it. In the innermost part of the temple, there was a person sitting on a high throne. It was the Crimson Mother. She was wearing a dark red dress that complemented her fair skin. On her head, she wore a dark red crown that seemed to be carved from gemstones. On both sides of her body, there were 6 dark red lights that were faintly discernible, each showing the shape of a different artifact. These were the 12 divine artifacts of the Crimson Mother. When these 12 divine artifacts were fused together, they could become 2 super divine artifact level existences. This was the accumulation of hundreds of millions of years, and also the real foundation for her to become a god king in the future. End of chapter. At this moment, a deep purple halo suddenly flickered in the center of the Crimson Temple. The Crimson Mother waved her right hand, and a crimson scepter appeared in her grasp. There was a head-sized crimson gem at the top of the scepter, and a faint halo of light flowed within the gem. The crimson scepter pointed at the purple aura, and the surface of the scepter immediately emitted a faint red halo, enveloping the illusory purple figure in the distance. Only then did the purple figure stabilize, and vaguely, it took the form of a human. The Crimson Mother slowly stood up from her seat, and her eyes instantly became sharp. "It's you. It's actually you." Her voice was filled with complex emotions. There was anger, joy, shock. The purple figure's voice was very weak. He respectfully bowed to the Crimson Mother. "Mother. Mother? You still remember me as your mother? I placed so much hope in you, and allowed you to take away more than 40% of the Crimson Plane's power to search for the final opportunity. What have you done? We, who are known for our ability to devour, were devoured, and even provoked a god king. Do you know that it was because of your influence that I had no choice but to flee to several galaxies to hide in fear of being discovered by that god king? We, who were originally only one step away, had to spend nearly 10,000 years to gradually recover. You actually didn't die. From what I can sense, you should have already disappeared." The purple figure fell silent, and did not speak for a long time. His body gradually glowed with a faint blue light, and his figure showed signs of collapsing. "Where is this remnant of your soul? Can you recover?" The Crimson Mother's emotions became cold. "I can't recover for now, but there is a chance. It was because I sensed your appearance that I barely managed to transmit my consciousness under special circumstances. Mother, allow me to report to you in detail what happened back then. It's not what you think it is. I did encounter a god king, but that god king would not harm us. I was only tricked by him back then. Please give me another chance. This time, we will definitely reach the god realm." The Crimson Mother said coldly, "Tell me the details of what happened back then. Without you, I can still reach the god realm." Yes, when Bai Xiuxiu woke up from her deep sleep, she felt as if the whole world had changed. He could clearly hear many subtle sounds in his ears. There were whispers, the chirping of insects and birds, the rippling of water, and the rustling of leaves. When she opened her beautiful eyes, the entire world seemed to have become bright and colorful. Everything about her seemed to have become completely different. A gentle voice sounded beside her ear. "You're awake?" When Bai Xiuxiu turned around, she saw Lan Xuanyu's smiling face. I did it?" Bai Xiuxiu looked at her hands subconsciously. Lan Xuanyu forced a smile. And said, "Yeah. You finally succeeded in breaking through, but you almost scared me to death. How did you trigger the 9-colored world-destroying universe tribulation? This shouldn't be. At that time I really thought you were going to die." Bai Xiuxiu was also puzzled. She shook her head and said, I don't know what happened either. At that time, I thought I was about to complete the tribulation. But at that moment, I suddenly felt more energy surging out of my bloodline. Even my divine sense became a little blurry at that moment. I don't know what happened after that. Lan Xuanyu was a little annoyed and said, it's all my fault. I've thought about it carefully these few days. Maybe it's because I left too much energy of the dragon gods in your body, which led to this situation. I really can't be lucky. Fortunately, you succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Otherwise, It's okay. Didn't I succeed in transcending the tribulation? You did it for my own good. Bai Shosho chuckled. Transcending the tribulation and becoming a god, she stepped into a realm that her tribe could never enter. At this moment, she was in a great mood. Lan Xuanyu pulled her into his arms and gradually tightened his arms. I'm really afraid of losing you. Don't worry, something like this will never happen again. I will protect you at all costs. You used the heaven-nourishing crystal on me, right? I feel that I'm in a very good state now. However, I still have to slowly feel the changes in myself and see what I can comprehend. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Have you gone back? Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, I'm worried about you. How can I leave you at this time? However, I have to go back and inquire about the news. Bai Shosho said, then don't worry and go. I'll just cultivate in the abode. There's no safer place than here. However, if you go back now, will the Dragon Knights have any objections? Lan Xuanyu said, they won't. Today is different from the past. We've all broken through and become gods. And we've also reached a 10-year agreement with the chief. On Tenryu Star, we're basically safe. Moreover, even if someone wants to plot against me now, even if they're facing a transcendent expert, I should still have a good chance of escaping. Bai Shosho said, then you should hurry back. You've changed too much recently. Your companions haven't seen you for a long time. They must be very anxious without a backbone. Lan Xuanyu nodded and took out 2 pieces of heaven-nourishing crystal. He handed them to her and said, then use the heaven-nourishing crystal to nourish your body and stabilize your cultivation. I'll be back soon. Okay. Bai Shosho agreed. In the next instant, her red lips were kissed. Their lips parted. Lan Xuanyu's figure also became illusory and silently disappeared into the air. There were no spatial fluctuations at all. Bai Shosho secretly praised him in her heart. It hadn't been long since he broke through, but his control of space had already reached a whole new level. This was no longer as simple as traveling through space. It was more like merging with space. His divine sense was activated and merged with space. In the next instant, Lan Xuanyu had already returned to his residence in Fenglong City. He didn't immediately return to his companion's residence for the sake of safety. Although he was sure that no transcendent dragon knights had locked onto him, safety was still the priority. After returning to his residence in Fenglong City, the treasure-hunting beast released its illusion ability and completely concealed his aura. With his breakthrough, the treasure-hunting beast's cultivation also increased greatly. It was nourished by the bloodline of the dragon gods, and now its recovery speed was many times faster than before. Light flashed again, and Lan Xuanyu arrived at his companion's residence in Fenglong City. He didn't alarm anyone. The place where he appeared was Lu Feng and Qianlei's residence. The 2 of them didn't sense his appearance at all and were meditating. Lan Xuanyu only slightly sensed and could feel their current realm. After not seeing them for more than 100 days, the 2 of them had improved quite a lot. Their cultivation had stabilized and improved a lot. Cough, cough. His divine sense vibrated slightly, and the 2 of them were pulled out of their meditative state. Lu Feng and Qianlei opened their eyes one after another. When they saw the stunning woman in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. It took them a moment to recognize her. Boss, you're finally back. Let me hug you. Qianlei was overjoyed and immediately pounced on Lan Xuanyu. There was a perverted look on his face. Lan Xuanyu sent him flying with a slap. You're still so frivolous. This casual slap gave Qianlei a fright. As Qianlei's cultivation increased, his compatibility with the golden behemoth became higher and higher. He was almost half a golden behemoth, and his strength was increasing rapidly almost every day. But under Lan Xuanyu's casual slap, he couldn't resist at all. End of chapter. Boss, you've become stronger. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lu Feng and said, due to some special circumstances and my closed-door cultivation, it's not convenient for me to come back. Has the news I brought back reached home? Lu Feng said, I sent it back as soon as I could. Auntie has a way. Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good. How's the situation at home? Did you send any news back after you received the news? Hearing his question, Qian Lei and Lu Feng's expressions became serious. The situation isn't good. After knowing that the Ryuma Federation was established, our federation was very shocked. The Dragon Horse Galaxy's alliance will undoubtedly cause us a lot of trouble. We are most worried that they will consolidate their resources in a short period of time and become stronger. Therefore, the Federation has decided to take action against the Ryuma Federation's establishment. Take action? Lan Xuanyu frowned. What kind of action? What's the situation like? Lu Feng said, the Federation's order is to hold back and continue to cultivate. We must not be exposed. The news we sent back this time is very important, and the Federation has given us many rewards. About a month ago, Auntie sent us news and told us about the Federation's operation. In order not to alert the enemy, especially not to reveal that it was our Douluo Federation who did it, we sent a ghost fleet made up of elites and more than 100 warships made with the latest stealth technology. The team members disguised themselves as pirates and launched an attack on the Ryuma Federation's newly established military base. Their goal was to destroy it, especially the enemy's elites. A self-destructive attack? Lan Xuanyu immediately deduced the situation. If they attacked the Ryuma Federation's base in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, this fleet would not be able to leave alive. This was simply a suicide mission. No matter how good the stealth warships were, they would not be able to hide after the attack. Furthermore, the stealth warships were useless in front of a transcendent. Yes, the warships were all destroyed. Moreover, we didn't do anything. Lu Feng's voice was a little low. Lan Xuanyu's expression was solemn. More than 100 warships. How many elite soldiers were sacrificed? Qian Lei continued, we didn't suffer any casualties. This batch of warships is indeed the Federation's most advanced technology, and they were remotely controlled. For this purpose, the Federation mobilized 3 motherships and used their most powerful radars to control them. Although the battleships suffered heavy losses, at least there were no casualties. This allowed us to witness the true might of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Hearing that there were no casualties, Lan Xuanyu sighed in relief. If a battleship was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, but if a person died, it would be a real death. It's fortunate that there were no casualties. Were casualties, were they? Did you encounter a Dragon Knight or a Pegasus Knight? Dragon Lan Xuanyu asked. We didn't see what happened, but I heard that it took only 3 Dragon Knights to completely destroy our entire invisible fleet. When Little Ant talked about this, her eyes were filled with fear. She must have seen something. Dragon Knights were really too strong. There were more than 100 warships, including 12 battleships. All of them carried heavy firepower, but they couldn't even get close to the enemy's base. They were lost for nothing. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and thought to himself, is this considered a dimensionality reduction attack? Dragoons were equivalent to 4-dimensional beings. Unless they were faced with a mothership-class bastion that was no longer affected by the 3rd or 4th dimensions, how could ordinary ships pose a threat to them? After breaking through to the deity rank, he finally understood how powerful a deity rank powerhouse was. Have you contacted my parents? Lan Xuanyu continued to ask. No. The two shook their heads at the same time. Lan Xuanyu said, gather everyone. Let's have a meeting. A moment later, all the members of the 33 Wings of Heaven who stayed at home, as well as Yuan and Guanjuan, who had returned, gathered in the largest room. Seeing Lan Xuanyu return, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. Only Lan Mingqin's face was pale, and she looked at him hesitantly. Lan Xuanyu's lips moved slightly, and he transmitted a few words to Lan Mingqin. Lan Mingqin was stunned for a moment, then she was overjoyed, and the expression on her face changed. Her mood swings were obviously affected by the Emerald Swan, by Xiaoxiao. Lan Xuanyu repeated the words he had said to Bai Xiaoxiao back then to her, and she naturally calmed down. When Yuan and Guangjuan saw Lan Xuanyu, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, she had been suffering. After the Douluo Federation sent so many battleships to destroy the Ryuma Federation's newly established base, but all of them were destroyed, she was even more anxious. Lu Feng and Qianlei's explanation was simple. In fact, for that attack, the Douluo Federation had mobilized a lot of resources and used several destructive weapons. But before they could even touch it, their battleships were destroyed. This blow was not small to the Douluo Federation. Most importantly, with this experience, the Douluo Federation was now afraid of taking action and did not dare to act rashly. Although the Ryuma Federation did not have any evidence to prove that the Douluo Federation did this, could an ordinary pirate fleet organize so many battleships to suddenly launch an attack? Would a pirate fleet be stupid enough to run to Tenryu Star and launch an attack? The Ryuma Federation had already given the Douluo Federation a stern warning. If a similar attack appeared again, Dragon Knights would definitely appear on the Douluo Federation's administrative planets. Compared to a fleet, transcendent god-rank powerhouses were truly impossible to guard against, but could they just watch as the Ryuma Federation developed? Then the Douluo Federation would also be destroyed. Previously, they only knew that Dragon Knights were very powerful through the news that Lan Xuanyu had sent back. Only when they faced Dragon Knights in space did they understand how terrifying the destructive power of a transcendent god-rank powerhouse was. 3 Dragon Knights and 3 Mount Dragons were equivalent to 6 transcendent god-rank powerhouses. If they really went all out, even a mothership might not be able to destroy them. At most, they would only be able to chase them away. It was simply too difficult to defeat a powerhouse of this level. Recently, the Douluo Federation was very nervous. There were constant discussions, but there were no results. It was impossible to use force. From the current situation, it was clear that the Dragon Horse Galaxy really had the ability to destroy the various administrative planets of the Douluo Federation. However, if the Ryuma Federation was allowed to develop, it was only a matter of time before the Douluo Federation was destroyed. Yuan and Guangjuan knew that the Douluo Federation was facing a difficult situation, so she especially wanted to find Lan Xuanyu to understand more about the situation. Then, she would pass it back to the Douluo Federation so that the Douluo Federation could discuss more information and come up with a solution. But after Lan Xuanyu brought back the news, there was no movement. One had to know that a day here was 36 hours, and he had been gone for more than 100 days. Yuan and Guangjuan was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "You're finally back." The moment she saw Lan Xuanyu, she almost pounced on him. Her eyes were full of resentment, like a resentful wife. Lan Xuanyu said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. Recently, I've been too closely watched by the Dragon Knights. It wasn't easy for me to find a chance to come back." Yuan and Guangjuan looked at him with a complicated expression. "It's okay. Safety first. Your safety is the most important thing now." She was speaking from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu, where would she have gotten first-hand information about the establishment of the Ryuma Federation? Lan Xuanyu's contribution this time was great. His position in the Heaven Fighting Division was constantly rising. The orders from the higher-ups were that no matter what happened, Lan Xuanyu's safety was the #1 priority. He was the highest-ranking spy in the Douluo Federation in the Ryuma Federation. He was extremely important, the 24th volume of the Ultimate Douluo book. Everyone can check out the entire book on the public account. Lan Xuanyu said, "The situation is very complicated now. Auntie, tell me about the Federation. What's the next step for the establishment of the Ryuma Federation?" Yuan and Guangjuan smiled bitterly. "The operation has already been carried out once. It was a huge failure, and we suffered heavy losses." At that moment, she told him about the military operation that Qianlei and Lu Feng had talked about before. She explained it in more detail than the two of them. Only then did Lan Xuanyu know that this operation was not only launched by the Federation, but also by the Tangmen and the Spirit Pagoda. The Tangmen were also very supportive and even took out some taboo weapons. However, things did not go as planned. In the end, all of them were destroyed. In order to prevent the enemy from capturing their warships, knowing that they were no match for the enemy and unable to escape, all their warships chose to self-destruct. The Dragon Knights are more powerful than we imagined. However, I can't bring back the relevant images. I can only wait for you to go back and take a look. They can transform into 1,000-meter dragons, and the cannons of the battleships have no effect on them at all. They can't even hit them. Every time they attack, they can easily tear our warships apart. The War God-class battleships are completely useless against them. Even if the Dragon King-class frigate goes, I don't think it will be effective. At most, it can barely protect itself. The mothership can't be used easily. The Federation has been discussing it internally, but there's no effective way. The Federation also hopes that we can send back more information. Also, they want to hear our suggestions and see if we have any ideas. Yuan and Guangjuan's expression became more and more serious. Yuan and Hui couldn't help but say, "Auntie, what can we do? Those are transcendent powerhouses. Even the fleet can't do it. Can we destroy them from the inside?" Yuan and Guangjuan smiled bitterly. Only the higher-ups know of our existence. No one has suggested that we infiltrate from the inside. Because the gains won't make up for the losses. Not to mention that we can't fight against transcendent powerhouses. Even if the destruction is successful, the enemy base can still be rebuilt. However, once we are exposed, no one will be able to infiltrate. The Federation knows what's more important. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the wings of 33 Heavens members became much better. Lan Xuanyu muttered to himself, "I came back this time with another important piece of news. Auntie, please send the news back as soon as possible." "What important information?" "Don't scare me. My little heart can't take it." Yuan and Guangjuan patted her full breasts. "By the way, the military said that if it's possible, they hope that you can make a trip back and have a discussion with you. After all, you are the one who is most familiar with the situation." Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "The current situation is special. I can't go back for the time being." Moreover, he had to return to Tenryu City as soon as possible. "Let me tell you the news first. The important information this time is relatively beneficial to us for the time being. The Ryuma Federation was about to face a powerful opponent. War is likely to break out. It's better for us to watch from the sidelines for the time being." "War? Who did the Dragon Horse Galaxy start a war with?" Yuan and Guangjuan asked in astonishment. Lan Xuanyu said, "The Crimson Plane. It's a plane that we don't know about at all, but it's an extremely high-level plane." Then, he gave a simple explanation of the Crimson Mother's situation. After listening to his explanation, no one felt relieved at all. Instead, their expressions became even more unsightly. The Ryuma Federation was already not something that the Douluo Federation could deal with. Now, there was the Crimson Mother. The name Mother of Crimson sounded like an extremely powerful existence. What would they do if they turned to deal with the Douluo Federation? Would the Douluo Federation be able to withstand it? Even the Ryuma Federation was close to being unable to withstand it. Lan Xuanyu said, "Send this news back as soon as possible. If a war breaks out, there should be more information very soon. If possible, I will personally participate in this war to obtain first-hand information. Regardless of whether the Ryuma Federation or the Crimson Plane has the upper hand, I will do my best to send news back." Yuan and Guangjuan nodded vigorously. She knew how important this matter was. "I hope they can keep fighting, and we can reduce our presence." Lan Xuanyu said, "I suggest that the fleets that we have stationed near the Ryuma Federation retreat further after the war starts. Like you said, we should try to reduce our presence as much as possible. From the looks of it, it's unlikely that the Crimson Plane will turn to us. That's because they won't be able to reach the godly realm even if they devour the administrative planets that we own. However, it's still better to be careful. The fleets outside should retreat and be prepared to react at any time." Yuan and Guangjuan nodded and said, "I'll send your suggestion back as well." "Oh, yes, there's something important that I'm not sure if you're aware of. Not long ago, there was a huge change in the Rising Dragon City. There were intense rainbow-colored lights surging. At first, there were rumors of a dragon race tribulation. The momentum was so great that the entire rising dragon city almost collapsed. Because we were too far away, we couldn't see it. However, the strange thing was that there was no broadcast. Then, the news was quickly sealed off. Any race that dares to mention this matter will be captured. The news is very tightly sealed. Something big must have happened in the dragon race. If it's possible, can you ask around about it? If some super powerhouse appears in the dragon race, it will be too difficult for us. There's no need to ask around. Lan Xuanyu naturally knew what she was talking about. Why? Yuan and Guanjuan subconsciously felt that Lan Xuanyu was patronizing her. She couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu said, because the one undergoing tribulation is me. It's me, it's me, it's me, you. It wasn't just Yuan and Guanjuan. Everyone present at the wings of the 33 skies couldn't help but stare at Lan Xuanyu in shock. Feeling everyone's strange gazes, Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Otherwise, why do you think I've been in seclusion for so long? And why can I come back? It's all because of this tribulation. After the tribulation, my authority in the Tenryu society increased by a lot. I've also become more flexible. I'm no longer afraid of being discovered by the Dragon Knights. The commotion caused by the tribulation is indeed quite big. But relatively speaking, I'm deeper into the core of the dragon race. Auntie, if you want to transmit this matter to the family, you must keep it strictly confidential. It's very important to us. You've become a god? Yuan and Guanjuan didn't seem to hear his words. She couldn't help but ask again. How many days has it been? How long has it been? He's already become a god? And the scene of the tribulation had shocked the entire Tenryu star. What kind of tribulation was that? In other words, the guy standing in front of her, who was much younger than her, was already a god powerhouse. An existence that could stand on equal footing with the 18 gods of war. He's really worthy of being a student of the Shrek Academy. He's simply a monster among monsters. No wonder he could become the leader of the new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. Lan Xuanyu looked at her expression and asked doubtfully, what's so strange about that? If we continue to cultivate on the Tenryu star, it won't be long before everyone can transcend the tribulation. Alright, that's all for the important matters. I'm pressed for time. Everyone, start meditating. I'll help you temper your bodies and strengthen your physiques. However, no matter how much you accumulate, even if you reach the peak of the 9th ring, you must suppress your cultivation. Without my permission, no one can transcend the tribulation, especially not on the Tenryu star. The wings of the 33 skies immediately agreed. Unlike Yuan and Guanjuan's shock, their eyes were full of excitement. The class monitor had transcended the tribulation. A god powerhouse had actually been born among them. Now, who in the inner court would still think that they'd entered through the back door? Transcending the tribulation. A god. No wonder, no wonder. Qianlei muttered to himself. Alright, let's start meditating. I'll do it one by one. After hearing Lan Xuanyu's words, everyone except Yuan and Guanjuan sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Yuan and Guanjuan's eyes lit up as she looked at Lan Xuanyu. When her family and the war god temple had suggested that she get closer to this young man, she'd been resentful and repulsed. But now, she suddenly felt that it was a good idea. This guy was so handsome, and his strength had increased so quickly. He was already a god-rank powerhouse, and no one knew how far he could go in the future. Her heart was in a mess. Auntie, what are you waiting for? Meditate. Lan Xuanyu's urging voice came out. Yuan and Guanjuan pointed at her nose. Do I have a share too? Lan Xuanyu looked at her in amusement. You didn't have one before, but you do now. Sit. He had decided to assist Yuan and Guanjuan in his cultivation mainly due to the exceptional performance that Yuan and Guanjuan had displayed thus far. She'd never interfered with any of the wings of the 33 heavens' actions, and she'd never complained about them cultivating here. She'd also never criticized Lan Xuanyu's actions. Furthermore, he could sense Yuan and Guanjuan's pure heart with his divine sense. She really didn't have any selfish motives. Moreover, the Yuan family and Shrek Academy had a close relationship. The current situation was complicated, and everyone needed to increase their strength as much as possible. At the same time, they needed to be as united as possible. Only then could they better deal with the possibility of defeat. Lan Xuanyu sat down in place. At this moment, he was in the center, and a faint seven-colored halo rose. He released his divine sense and monitored everything around him. As the seven-colored halo rippled, what everyone saw was a strange scene. Seven-colored soul rings revolved around Lan Xuanyu's body. These 7 colors were like the colors of the 7-colored tribulation of heaven and earth. At this moment, their vision of Lan Xuanyu was magnified infinitely. In the blink of an eye, Lan Xuanyu's body became abnormally majestic, and all of them were insignificant. Everyone's bloodline aura seemed to connect with his at this moment, and under the guidance of his aura, they began to move rhythmically. Actually, the heaven-nourishing crystal's effects were the best when it came to assisting cultivation. The life energy it contained was too pure. However, the heaven-nourishing crystal's aura was too strong. If everyone used it rashly, it might be discovered by the powerhouses of Fenglong City. Furthermore, using only the heaven-nourishing crystal without anyone's help wouldn't be the best. Releasing his divine sense, Lan Xuanyu could clearly sense the cultivation realm of his teammates. Nearly half of them had already broken through to the 9-ring title Douluo realm. This speed wasn't slow. After all, not everyone was talented. The Tenryu star was simply too suitable for cultivation. The body tempering technique had also brought great benefits to everyone. In addition, the Long Tianyang had been silently increasing the density of the life energy here, supporting everyone's cultivation. This was very helpful to everyone's cultivation. Not only did everyone's cultivation increase by a lot, but their foundations were also very stable. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but nod inwardly. A faint smile appeared on his face. The 7-colored halo around Lan Xuanyu's body began to spread. His powerful bloodline aura instantly enveloped everyone. In that instant, everyone felt as if their bloodlines had been ignited. Needle-like pain appeared all over their bodies. Guard your spiritual altar tightly. Focus on your inner vision. Lan Xuanyu's voice rang out. He, who was now a god, had been reborn. He weakened his dragon power, and converted it into the lightning energy of the tribulation according to the endurance of each of his companions, stimulating their bodies. This wasn't even 1,000th of the tribulation's strength, but it was just enough for their bodies to endure. Directly using the tribulation to temper their bodies was something that even Lan Xuanyu couldn't do back then. After all, the tribulation was too domineering, and he didn't have enough control over the elements of darkness back then. Even the divine lightning of light and darkness had made him tremble in fear, and was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. But now, with the support of his powerful divine sense, he directly used the weakened tribulation to temper his companions' bodies. The results were undoubtedly very good. In terms of cultivation, Tang Yuga was the highest among everyone present. She was already around rank 97, and was slightly stronger than Yuan and Guangjuan. The tribulation's power that Lan Xuanyu had injected into her body had already increased to 100th of its original strength. This had a lot to do with her martial soul. The tribulation had 7 attributes, and Tang Yuga had 5 attributes. Coupled with the transformation of the heavenly stems and the sharing of yin and yang, she had a very strong control over the elements that reinforced and restrained each other. All along, she had been tempering her body with her bloodline, and her progress was very fast. However, although her cultivation was the highest, her ability to withstand the tribulation's power was not the strongest. The one who withstood the most power of the tribulation was Qianlei. The golden light of his bloodline lingered, and once stimulated, it immediately burst out with a dazzling brilliance, and his entire body was abnormally tough. Lan Xuanyu had already increased the power of the tribulation to 2%, but he still didn't show any signs of being unable to withstand it. This was already quite an astonishing degree. It could be seen how strong his body was after being improved by the Huang Jinming bloodline. Then there was Lan Mingqin. Lan Mingqin's endurance was far inferior to the first two, but her recovery ability was outstanding. Her body was constantly producing a huge amount of life energy, thereby attracting the life energy from the outside world to enter her body. She quickly resisted the stimulation brought by the tribulation's power and recovered. Lan Xuanyu also found that Lan Mingqin's cultivation had surpassed Yuan and Huihui's, and was already at rank 95. Lan Mingqin became the second person after Tang Yuga to break through to the Super Douluo level. Lan Xuanyu thought for a while and understood why such a situation occurred. Firstly, it was because Lan Mingqin had twin martial souls, and after becoming a titled Douluo, she had accumulated a lot of strength. Secondly, it was because the emerald swan that had integrated into her body was also of the life attribute, and was most suitable for cultivating in the Tenryu star, a place full of high-level life energy, which significantly accelerated the speed of Lan Mingqin's cultivation. The fourth in endurance was Yuan and Guanjuan. This ant's foundation was extremely solid, and her martial soul was the Titan dragon. She looked slender, but in fact, there was a powerful force hidden in her body. Just by looking at her appearance, how could one tell that she was a pure strength-type soul master? Her explosive power in battle must be very terrifying. According to his partner's respective characteristics and endurance, Lan Xuanyu began to increase the strength of the tribulation. After he transformed into a god, he directly controlled the rainbow divine lightning. The 7 elements complemented each other and operated freely. His divine sense, which had become extremely powerful after the breakthrough, allowed him to control the power of lightning extremely exquisitely. Under his enlightenment, he already had his own unique ability. Although he was multitasking at this moment, helping all his partners cultivate at the same time, Lan Xuanyu was still calm and composed. Everyone's body had a limit to its endurance, but everyone in the wings of the 33 heavens knew that this was an excellent opportunity for them. Their willpower had been tested for a long time, and today, they learned that Lan Xuanyu had broken through to become a god. Under the stimulation, their willpower became even stronger. In the past, everyone in the wings of the 33 heavens would think that they were still very young, and that there was still a long way to go before they could become gods. However, Lan Xuanyu had used himself to prove to everyone that age had nothing to do with becoming a god. The cultivation didn't last for too long. After about an hour, Lan Xuanyu slowly retracted the power of the tribulation lightning. Everyone was already in a state of deep meditation, and a faint white halo began to ripple from his body. This was the life energy contained in the heaven-nourishing crystals that he had refined. With his divine sense protecting them, he wasn't afraid that the life energy would leak out. This pure and enormous life energy that contained the aura of creation was naturally the best way to help his companions recover after tempering their bodies. They had just finished tempering their bodies with the rainbow tribulation, so the effects weren't obvious yet. However, the benefits would become apparent soon. This was especially true for those with the highest cultivations. It would help them break through their bottlenecks and continue to improve. After about 2 hours, Lan Xuanyu gradually dispersed the energy that he had released. He silently sensed the condition of his companions, and at the same time, fell into deep thought. The Federation's failure this time would definitely be a huge blow to the Federation. It would also make the Federation feel an even greater sense of crisis. Although Yuan and Guanjuan had always said that their priority was to protect themselves, the underlying meaning was clear. If possible, they hoped that Lan Xuanyu could think of a way. Afterwards, he didn't mention it again because he said that the Crimson Realm might start a war with the Ryuma Federation. He still had to observe from now on. In reality, he wasn't most worried about the Ryuma Federation's development. Instead, he was most worried about the powerful threat from the Crimson Realm. No matter how strong the Ryuma Federation was, it would take a long time for them to improve their technology and other things if they wanted to destroy the Douluo Federation. Furthermore, the dragon race and Tianma's ambitions were to break through to the God King level and create the divine realm. They weren't very interested in invading other planets. After all, the Dragon Horse Galaxy's evolution didn't rely on devouring other planets. If they didn't rely on devouring other planets, they didn't need to invade more distant planets. Furthermore, with the Dragon Horse Galaxy's abundant resources, they might not even be interested in the few administrative planets in the Douluo Galaxy. However, if the Crimson Realm defeated the Ryuma Federation, or even devoured the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, it would be a huge problem. Long Tianyang was clearly very wary of the Crimson Mother. That half-step divine king who had an entire plane as her support was the truly terrifying one. Even if her devouring divine realm was unstable, it would be easy for her to destroy the Douluo Federation before it was destroyed. Therefore, in a sense, the most important thing for the Ryuma Federation right now was to defeat the Crimson Mother. This was the same for the Douluo Federation. A divine world formed by devouring was truly terrifying. There was no telling how many planets with intelligent life forms would become its targets. On the other hand, the Ryuma Federation had become a god after he broke through to the god rank and truly obtained the bloodline of the dragon gods. What used to be an illusory idea was now becoming more and more like a dream come true. 10 years. In 10 years, as long as he became a supreme god and made the dragon knights feel that he really had a chance to enter that realm, then he would naturally receive the support of the entire dragon race. Speaking of which, the most important thing was his breakthrough this time. Now that the breakthrough was complete, everything became clear to him. Becoming a true dragon god was definitely extremely difficult, and he had to overcome many bottlenecks. However, he had now discovered the secret of the rising dragon platform, and his mother still had the core of the dragon gods. These were the most important existences to become a dragon god, which meant that he really had a chance to become a dragon god. Once he became a God King level powerhouse and could rebuild the divine world, then all the problems would no longer be problems. Therefore, there were two things that were most important to him right now. First, the Ryuma Federation could not be devoured by the Crimson Plane. He had to protect the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star. Second, he had to continue to work hard to improve his cultivation and make himself stronger. This was for self-protection, and also for the sake of a true future. As he thought of this, Lan Xuanyu's mind was clear. The Douluo Federation would not be threatened for the time being. Now, it all depended on the intensity of the war after the Crimson Plane started. Once the war really started, it would be possible to determine which side had a better chance of winning. Therefore, he really had to participate in this war. With the injection of life energy from the heaven-nourishing crystal, everyone's deep meditation ended very quickly. It was most important for their bodies to be effectively replenished after being tempered. Lan Xuanyu waited until Yuan and Guanjuan woke up before inviting her to a private room. Auntie, Auntie. Lan Xuanyu called out twice before Yuan and Guanjuan reacted. Ah? Yuan and Guanjuan looked at this lady who was prettier than her, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She was already a transcendent Douluo. Ever since she came to the Tenryu Star, her cultivation had been improving very quickly. However, what had she just experienced? She could not imagine it at all. During that period of time, it had been very painful at the beginning, but she quickly felt the benefits that this pain had brought her. That was a transformation. It was a true transformation. Her bloodline had become even more resilient under the tempering of that strange rainbow energy. After accumulating for a while, her entire body felt as if it had been forged from rare metal. That feeling was simply too magical. Although it did not immediately help her increase her soul power cultivation, she could clearly feel that her foundation had become stronger after the tempering. She had originally been very confident in her talent and martial soul. In the Yuan family, she was certain to be the leader of the new generation. She was the leader of the family in the Federation. However, this guy in front of her was much younger than her, and she did not have any confidence in him at all. She could not imagine what kind of cultivation he had to be able to help so many people cultivate. Furthermore, it was as if he was changing their muscles and cleansing their marrow. Even she, a transcendent Douluo, had benefited greatly. At least, she had never heard of any god-rank powerhouses in the Federation who could do this. Too strong, he was simply too strong. When Yuan and Guanjuan looked at Lan Xuanyu again, her eyes were full of strange light. She wondered if she should really work harder. What kind of talent did this guy have to be so strong? Auntie, when you report this news to the Federation later, you must mention the Crimson Domain. The Ryuma Federation is already very strong, and the head of Tenryu's cultivation is the strongest I've ever seen. However, they are deeply afraid of the Crimson Mother, which shows how terrifying the Crimson Mother is. We have to be careful in case the Crimson Mother attacks us. Also, there is the possibility that the Ryuma Federation will be defeated. Once the Dragon Horse Federation was defeated, the Crimson Realm would most likely devour the Celestial Dragon Star and the Celestial Horse Star. This was something that absolutely could not happen. Otherwise, with the strength of the Crimson Domain, it is very likely that it will become a god realm. Once a god realm that evolves by devouring appears, it will be a disaster for all life. We will definitely not be able to escape this calamity. If the Ryuma Federation is defeated, then I hope the Federation can reinforce the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Let's resist the Crimson Domain together. Lan Xuanyu did not notice that something was wrong with Yuan and Guanjuan's emotions. Instead, he spoke of his deepest worries. Yuan and Guanjuan heard him, but because of the changes in her body, she was still immersed in the process of cultivation. In addition, she had some thoughts about Lan Xuanyu. In her complicated emotions, she did not hear what Lan Xuanyu said clearly. What did you say? Support the Ryuma Federation? Yuan and Guanjuan heard the last sentence. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Auntie, are you alright? Yuan and Guanjuan blushed. I'm fine. I was just a little distracted. I just finished meditating. Why don't you repeat what you said? Lan Xuanyu was speechless for a moment, but he still repeated what he said earlier. After listening to his analysis, Yuan and Guanjuan frowned. Do you mean that the Dragon Horse Federation might lose? Lan Xuanyu nodded. We can't rule out that possibility. We don't know how strong the Crimson Mother is, but according to the information I gathered from the Dragon race, the Crimson Mother might be a half-step Celestial King. As for the half-step Divine Kings, this is how I judge them. If our God-tier experts are Class 10, True Gods are Class 11 and above, and Transcendent experts like the Dragon Knights are all above level 120, then the chief seat of the Sky Dragon is very likely to be a peak Transcendent expert close to level 129, and the Crimson Mother is at least level 130, perhaps even close to level 140. Huh? That's possible? Isn't level 120 the limit? Then what kind of expert is the Celestial King you mentioned? Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. The Celestial King is at least level 150, or even higher. If we want to create the Celestial Realm, we need a Celestial King as the core. Whether it's the Ryuma Federation or the Crimson Mother, their ultimate goal is to become a Celestial King and create the Celestial Realm. In comparison, the Ryuma Federation isn't that aggressive and destructive. However, if the Crimson Mother were to create the Divine Realm, then we would really be in big trouble. We might even be wiped out. The Celestial Realm covers a huge area, and it's not just a matter of time and space. In any case, we will not be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, if necessary, I hope that our Federation will consider my suggestion. Yuan and Guanjuan was a smart person, and he had already calmed himself down. I understand. I immediately reported this important information to the Federation. Is it convenient for you to contact me? Lan Xuanyu said, if there's any important news, I'll definitely think of a way to send it back. However, I'm afraid it won't work if you guys take the initiative to contact me. I try to come back at least once every 10 days. If there's any news from the Federation, I'll have to trouble you to gather it. We'll discuss it when the time comes. If a war really happens, I will most likely participate in it. Are you going to participate in this war? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Yuan and Guanjuan asked with a concerned expression. Lan Xuanyu said, I want to participate. Only by participating in the war will I be able to obtain first-hand information about the Crimson Domain. At the same time, I will be able to grasp the progress of the war so that our Federation can take appropriate countermeasures. This is essential. Yuan and Guanjuan knew that what he said made sense. If they didn't know the true situation of the war, the Douluo Federation wouldn't be able to take appropriate measures. Lan Xuanyu said, don't worry, I'm now a member of the Tenryu Society. After this breakthrough, the Dragon Knights will pay more attention to me. There shouldn't be too much of an issue in terms of safety. He was quite confident in this. After all, he had the true bloodline of the Dragon Gods, and the Dragon Knights had a whole new level of respect for him. Furthermore, there was still the promise of 10 years. At the very least, the Dragon Knights would do their best to protect him and observe his growth for the next 10 years. Therefore, even if he participated in the war against the Crimson Domain, as long as the Ryuma Federation wasn't defeated, it shouldn't be a problem to protect him. Alright, then. Be careful. I'll go and pass on the message now. Yuan and Guanjuan went to pass on the message, and Lan Xuanyu returned to his companions. Everyone was waiting for him, and at the same time, they were talking about how they felt when they tempered their bodies. This was definitely the best cultivation effect they had ever had. Lan Xuanyu said, "I've stayed for too long. I have to go back as soon as possible, so I'll make a long story short. The cultivation method I helped everyone just now was to use the seven-colored tribulation to temper your bodies. The seven-colored tribulation is the tribulation that the senior sister we saw at the sea god's fated blind date endured. However, I've controlled the strength of the tribulation to a level that you can endure. After this kind of tempering, your bodies will continue to transform. Everyone should feel the strength of their bodies increase in the following cultivation, and because of this, they will need to absorb more life energy to strengthen their bodies. After that, I'll come back every once in a while to help everyone with this kind of cultivation. The tempering of the body through the tribulation is the best cultivation method I know of. After the tempering, your endurance will also become stronger. Once your cultivation breaks through to the limit Douluo level, you have to start suppressing your cultivation and accumulating your foundation. Yuga, especially you. I estimate that you should be able to reach this level in a few months. Because you can't expose your identities and can't break through here, you have to suppress your cultivation as much as possible. The more you accumulate during the suppression process, the greater the room for growth after the tribulation. I hope that each of you can experience the baptism of the seven-colored tribulation at least once when you transcend the tribulation to become a god. The more, the better. Only a body that has been baptized by the seven-colored tribulation will have a chance to reach the transcendent god level. Lan Mengqin suddenly asked, "Why didn't Xiaoxiu come back with you? How is she now?" She had the best relationship with Bai Xiaoxiu and was once known as the ice goddess with Bai Xiaoxiu. Naturally, she was very concerned about her best friend. Xianyu smiled. "Don't worry, she's fine. She has also broken through to the god level and is currently cultivating." Xiaoxiu has also become a god? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and excited. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "She has also completed her breakthrough." "Alright, do you have any other questions? If not, I have to go back quickly." Tang Yuga said, "Xianyu, there is still a problem now. This place is too suitable for our plant-type soul beasts to cultivate. Some of them are about to break through. For some reason, the life energy in Fenglong City has increased significantly recently, especially for us and the plant-type soul beasts. What should we do? Should we bring them back to the mother planet first?" Lan Xuanyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "How about this, ask them to suppress their cultivation as much as possible. The longer they suppress it, the better the effect will be after breaking through. It's the same for them. In about 10 days, I will come back. From now on, I will come back every 10 days. When there are plant-type soul beasts that are about to lose control, we will transport them back again. At that time, everyone will go back together and bring back the life energy accumulated here to the eternal tree." "Okay." Tang Yuga nodded. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to stay any longer. He bid farewell to his teammates and returned to the Tenryu abode through the teleportation array. He was now a true space controller. The bloodline of the dragon gods allowed his control of the seven elements to reach the extreme. Even if a transcendence divine sense wanted to detect his situation, he would be able to detect it immediately. He would be able to avoid the risk. Everything went smoothly. No one detected him. The 24th volume of the Ultimate Douluo. Everyone can follow the public account to see the entire volume. Over the next few days, Lan Xuanyu remained in a meditative state. He tried to sense the changes he had undergone after his metamorphosis, as well as to figure out how to use his abilities. Until his divine sense was disturbed. When he opened his eyes, Lan Xuanyu saw that there was another person in front of him. It was the Ink Dinosaur Knight, Luo Lan. Luo Lan naturally discovered that he had awakened from his meditation, and was surprised. "You can sense my arrival?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Lord Luo Lan. I just finished my cultivation. With my insignificant cultivation, how could I have sensed your arrival? Did you just arrive?" Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't say that his divine sense had been disturbed. After all, he had only just become a god. He had to be more careful in the future to avoid suspicion. Luo Lan didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he said, I'm here to inform you and Xianxia that since you've both become gods, you can go to the dragon realm. This is an opportunity that all gods in the dragon race have after becoming gods. It's up to you how much you can obtain in the dragon realm. The chief wants you to go there as soon as possible to improve and stabilize your strength. Yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly replied. His desire for the dragon realm was no longer as strong as before. After all, he had discovered that the real benefits were in the dragon pillars. With the dragon marrow of the dragon gods in the dragon pillars, nothing else mattered. Over the past few days of cultivation, he had only absorbed a little bit of the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. However, this little bit had made the rainbow color in his bloodline richer. Even his divine sense had made considerable progress under the stimulation. Just as his father had predicted, once he became a true dragon god, his improvement speed would increase by leaps and bounds. 10 years was a short time? However, 10 years was really a long time to break through to the transcendent god rank. Without the dragon realm and the dragon pillars, he would have needed a long time to accumulate. This was because the Douluo continent couldn't provide him with sufficient energy. However, now that he had sufficient resources, such as heaven-nourishing crystals and the dragon marrow of the dragon gods, his cultivation speed would definitely be extremely fast. After becoming a god, he had undergone the baptism of the 9-colored calamity of destruction 9 times. The greatest benefit that brought him was the complete fusion of his bloodline. All the impurities had been expelled, and all his problems had been solved. He had become a true dragon god's bloodline. In reality, he only had a very weak trace of the dragon god's bloodline. LN within the 3 9-colored dragon cores. The rainbow bloodline couldn't be called the dragon god bloodline at all, or rather, the dragon god bloodline in its infancy. However, after his bloodline stabilized, his absorption of the energy of heaven and earth began to increase tremendously. Even when he was in the process of space, they would naturally absorb the spatial energy to replenish themselves. Almost every single breath, his cultivation was cultivation. Such a speed of improvement was something he could never have imagined before. Although he had no plans to go to the dragon realm, since the head of Tenryu had said so, he had no choice. He could only go. Lord Luo Lan, can you tell us about it? What's the situation in the dragon realm? Wait for Xianxia to wake up, we'll go, Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Luo Lan's attitude towards him was obviously more amiable than before. The arrival of the dragon realm caused the dragon transformation period to appear. You know this. In fact, the dragon realm contains a very large amount of dragon power. The source of this dragon power, it's the bones of our dragon race ancestors. Or rather, they are the true dragon race, and we were only affected by their bloodline and became the dragon race. Why does the dragon realm rely on our Tenryu star? According to our analysis, it should be because our Tenryu star has enough foundation. The dragon realm is actually a small independent plane. After coming to the Tenryu star, it's equivalent to parasitizing our Tenryu star. By absorbing the Tenryu star's life energy to maintain its own aura, but it also feeds its own aura to the surface of the planet, resulting in the dragon transformation period evolution, it gave birth to us. You're going to the dragon realm? There are 2 main aspects to pay attention to. One is the absorption of dragon power. Although the dragon power there is enormous, it's also mixed. You must find the most suitable dragon power for your own attribute to absorb and devour. Only then can you get the greatest benefits. And what about, look for opportunities in the dragon realm. Many of our dragon knight's abilities were awakened in the dragon realm. After you go to the dragon realm, this is the most important thing. After becoming a god, each of us will choose our own path of growth in the future. It's easier to do this in the dragon realm. I see. Thank you, Lord Luo Lan. Lan Xuanyu had some understanding of the dragon realm. He also heard Tang Wulin talk about some of the dragon realm's situations. When the dragon realm was still in the Douluo continent and relied on Douluo star to exist, it was Tang Wulin who buried thousands of dragons. Later, the dragon realm separated and disappeared. After that, it actually appeared on the Tenryu star. Lan Xuanyu thought that Luo Lan was right about the dependence. The dragon realm should have a certain level of consciousness. This dragon race graveyard was constantly looking for places with enough life energy to parasitize and survive. Its biggest purpose should be to pass down the dragon race. The Tenryu Star's dragon transformation period came from this. Looking at it now, the dragon realm was relatively successful. At least the dragon race was reborn here. It's just that it was different from the dragon race of the past. Going to the dragon realm was really a little nervous. However, he still had to make a trip. After this trip to the dragon realm, he still had to find a way to find his parents. He hadn't seen them for a long time. He also had to tell them about the situation here and listen to their opinions. After all, his father used to be the leader of all humans. Moreover, he was the most familiar with the dragon race. Okay, I've already informed them. After Xianxia finishes cultivating, you guys go to the Rising Dragon platform. Let the people of the Tenryu Society inform me. I'll open the passage to the dragon realm for you. Luo Lan instructed and disappeared in a flash of light. Lan Xuanyu used his divine sense to silently sense for a while. After not finding any divine sense, he glanced at Bai Xiaoxiao who was still meditating and quickly teleported away. After a while, he had already returned. He silently waited for the appointed time to arrive. He had just returned to Fenglong City and asked Tang Yuga to tell the plant-type soul beasts to prepare to return. Because he was about to go to the dragon realm, he didn't know how long he would be gone. It was better to deal with the important matters first to avoid any unexpected changes. Therefore, he sent the plant-type soul beasts out first. They agreed to meet in the outskirts of Fenglong City 6 hours later and send them back to the Xianxia Wings battleship. Taking advantage of this time, Lan Xuanyu wrote a letter to his parents. The appointed time arrived quickly, and Lan Xuanyu teleported back to Fenglong City again. Most of the people of the Xianxia Wings remained here to cultivate. This time, Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Yuga to bring Ding Zhuohan back. He left a heaven-nourishing crystal for the two of them, which was enough for them to cultivate during this period without delaying their cultivation progress. At the same time, he also gave Tang Yuga 5 heaven-nourishing crystals to bring to the eternal tree. The heaven-nourishing crystals contained the law of creation, which would be of great use to the eternal tree. The treasure-hunting beast's transmogrification ability had greatly increased as its cultivation increased. Lan Xuanyu brought the two of them, as well as the plant-type soul beast stored in the Ring of Destiny, and quickly returned to space to meet up with the 2 members of the Xianxia Wings who were in charge of guarding the battleship. Ding Zhuohan and Tang Yuga replaced the 2 of them, and he brought them back to the Tenryu Star. The Xianxia Wings battleship quickly left in an invisible state to find the silver-armored rock battleship, which would then bring them back to the mother planet. Lan Xuanyu didn't pass the Federation's approval for this operation, so he naturally didn't need to return to the 7th Fleet. Lan Xuanyu actually wanted to see his parents, but time was of the essence, and Bai Xiaoxiao could wake up at any time. He temporarily suppressed his longing for his parents and returned to the Tenryu Star. After helping his 2 companions temper their bodies, he quickly returned to the Tenryu abode. Everything was normal in the Tenryu abode, and no one disturbed him. Master, you don't have to be so nervous next time. I've recovered a lot of my abilities now. You can place your illusion here and leave a trace of your divine sense in the illusion. With your divine sense, the illusion can communicate with your main body at any time. You only need to be a little distracted, and you can control the illusion. I can guarantee that unless the other party attacks, even the Dragon Knights won't be able to tell that it's an illusion. Also, you can monitor the situation here at any time, the treasure-seeking beast said. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, "Why did you say that? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The treasure-seeking beast chuckled and said, "I only just remembered. It's a pity that I don't have any immortal spiritual energy. Otherwise, my cultivation level would be higher. Those transcendent powerhouses are close to a first-level god. However, they don't have a god position, nor do they have immortal spiritual energy. In fact, they're much weaker than the true first-level gods of the divine realm. Especially in terms of divine sense, without a god position, it's equivalent to having no coordinates. Therefore, it's very difficult for them to see through the illusion I created. The god position is equivalent to coordinates?" Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. Coordinates in the 4-dimensional space or the 5-dimensional space, the treasure-seeking beast said, "That's right. The number of god positions is a very important factor in evaluating the strength of the divine realm. Why was it so difficult to become a god in the lower realm when the divine realm existed, but it's so easy to break through to the divine realm now? It's because the divine realm didn't have enough god positions to accept the divine realm powerhouses back then, so they deliberately suppressed the various planes, making it difficult to become a god. These so-called god-level experts were, in fact, all wild gods. Without a true god-level position, their strength was much weaker. If you can rebuild the divine realm in the future, you'll understand. Oh, by the way, we saw some immortal spirit energy fragments in the Spirit Ascension platform of the Spirit Pagoda. If you have the chance, you have to get some of them. They'll be very useful for your future reconstruction of the divine realm. Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. He had completely forgotten about the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension plane. However, he didn't have the time to go back now. He had to wait until the situation stabilized. According to the treasure-hunting beast, the position of a god was equivalent to coordinates. It seemed that it was not as simple as the coordinates in the four-dimensional space. It should be the coordinates in the five-dimensional space. The god realm itself could be said to be a four-dimensional space, but it controlled some of the abilities of the five-dimensional space. The extent to which one could control the fifth dimension would determine the extent to which the heavenly realm could reach. The god seat should be the coordinates that the god realm established in the fifth dimensional space through the fourth dimensional space. God realm experts were stationed there to connect these dimensions. In the deity world of the fourth and fifth dimensions, it was obviously impossible to traverse parallel universes. They used this method to control more distant planets and absorb enough energy to strengthen the god realm. It seemed that creating the divine realm was really not that easy. He didn't meditate again. Instead, he tried to communicate with the Long Tianyang. Since he had decided to participate in the upcoming war with the Deep Red Realm, he had to make some preparations. That was a real war, and he couldn't rule out the possibility of the Deep Red Realm discovering his special bloodline and giving him special attention. He had to make as many preparations as he could. When Bai Xiuxiu woke up from her meditation, it was already 3 days later. She opened her beautiful eyes. The deep blue halo in the depths of her eyes became gentler, but it was also incomparably deep. It was as if there were two vortexes that could even suck in one's soul. "How is it?" Lan Xuanyu asked with a smile. Bai Xiuxiu turned to look at him, her beautiful face full of joy. "It's as if a brand new door has been opened. Everything has changed. I can now concretely manifest my consciousness. Head, release your divine sense and feel some of the things you described to me before. My bloodline has also undergone an earth-shattering change. It should be due to the influence of your bloodline. Now that you are by my side, I can feel that my bloodline has imperceptibly become stronger. I have a very strong sense of dependence on you." Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, "It's good that you have a sense of dependence on me." Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at him. "You must be doing this on purpose." "Humph." Lan Xuanyu looked at her slightly coquettish appearance and couldn't help but pull her into his arms. "That's right. I'm doing this on purpose so that you can't leave me." Bai Xiuxiu lay in his arms and said softly, "I really didn't think that there would be a day when I could cultivate to become a god, and this day came so quickly. After becoming a god, I really feel that everything in the past can't be compared to now. It's all worth it no matter how much effort I put in. With divine sense, we can naturally absorb all kinds of energy in the air, filter it, and turn it into our own strength. Gradually, we can improve our cultivation, and at the same time, consolidate our body, have a longer lifespan, and have more powerful abilities. God-rank powerhouses basically don't need to rely on battle armors, mechas, or fighter jets to survive in the universe for a short period of time. They only need auxiliary tools for long-distance travel. At a higher level, they can even travel freely in the universe without needing anything. This feeling is really good." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "That's right. When everything stabilizes in the future, we can walk around the universe and search for more planets with intelligent life. Every trip will definitely be different." Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "Okay, I just don't know when it will happen." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "It won't be too long. By the way, I also felt that you became different when you broke through. Your original ice and darkness attributes seem to have undergone a special fusion, thus completing a metamorphosis in the process of becoming a god. Even the color of your scales changed. What innate ability did you awaken? Bai Xiuxiu said, I haven't thought about what it's called. Take a look. As she spoke, she left Lan Xuanyu's embrace and slowly stretched out her right hand in front of her. In her palm, a cluster of blue flames lit up silently. The wisps of flames gradually condensed and took shape in her hand, finally turning into a sky blue crystal. It was very beautiful. Light refracted in the crystal, illuminating the surroundings into a sky blue color. Lan Xuanyu could now control the 7 elements and was extremely sensitive to the elements. He condensed his divine sense and probed into the crystal. The next moment, a look of shock appeared on his face. This was because he was surprised to find that there was a suction force in the crystal. Not only was it rapidly absorbing all kinds of energy in the air, but it also seemed to be pulling in his divine sense, making him feel as if his divine sense was being frozen. In terms of the strength of his divine sense, he was definitely much stronger than Bai Xiuxiu, but at this moment, his divine sense was still affected. One had to know that Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline was very dependent on his bloodline. Cold, devour, freeze, corrode, assimilate. These were the characteristics that Lan Xuanyu discerned from this extremely beautiful sky blue crystal. This crystal was extremely special and had such an effect on almost all kinds of energy. It could be said that it was a perfect combination and sublimation of the original Abyssal Demon Dragon Queen's ability with Bai Xiuxiu's ability. It was even beyond the control of the 7 elements. Now, even if Lan Xuanyu used the 7 elements to perform elemental stripping, he couldn't break the sky blue crystal that was condensed. Ultimate Douluo Volume 24. Everyone can follow the public account to read the entire volume. Didn't it change a lot? I can feel the changes, especially the engulfment ability. It's like the heavenly demon engulfment ability was added to my bloodline. It's very strange. What do you think is going on? Is it because I used the heavenly demon engulfment to pass the tribulation, and then the heavenly demon engulfment took effect in my body? Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu shook his head, and said, it's not that simple. Whether it's the abyssal engulfment or the heavenly demon dance, your original ability belongs to the demon queen. But now, this bloodline power has been combined with your original ice attribute, and the ice attribute greatly enhances the control of the engulfment ability. Then help me give this ability a name, Bai Xiuxiu said excitedly. Lan Xuanyu said, let's call it Ice Engulfment Bloodline. Bai Xiuxiu pursed her lips, and said, but I can't call it Ice Engulfment Dragon. It doesn't sound good. Lan Xuanyu smiled, and said, then let's call it Sky Blue Ice Engulfment Dragon. This is definitely one of a kind. I'm afraid it hasn't appeared in the entire history of the dragon race. Sky Blue Ice Engulfment Dragon? Alright, it sounds better than the Abyssal Ice Demonic Dragon. The most important ability that I awaken should come from this change in my bloodline. What about you? What innate ability did you awaken after you became a god? Is it the dragon god's bloodline? Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu nodded, and said, yes, it's the dragon god's bloodline. And some of the abilities in the dragon god's bloodline have also awakened. For example, look, as he spoke, Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes, and a layer of rainbow light burst forth from his body, and rainbow scales appeared on his body. Not only that, but a thick layer of rainbow light also appeared on the surface of his scales. An incomparably powerful pressure suddenly burst forth from his body. Bai Xiuxiu's blood instantly boiled, and his aura surged. This was because Lan Xuanyu had injected bloodline energy into her bloodline, and Lan Xuanyu naturally didn't have any enmity towards her. I heard from my father that when a strong person cultivates to a certain level, they will be able to cultivate Dragon's Repulse. This should be Dragon's Repulse, but it's different from what he said. I vaguely felt it from my bloodline. This should be called the indestructible body of the dragon gods, which combines both offense and defense. Bai Xiuxiu said, I'll try. As she spoke, she used the sky blue crystal in her hand to poke Lan Xuanyu's rainbow-colored light. As soon as the crystals came into contact with Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's immortal body, a devouring effect immediately appeared, and a sky blue halo spread across the surface of the dragon god's immortal body. However, this halo only expanded for less than a foot before stopping. Immediately after, the indestructible body of the dragon god's immortal body shone brightly, and Bai Xiaoxiu's surging aura instantly changed. The sky blue crystal in her hand shattered, and she felt an overwhelming pressure in her heart. She subconsciously took a step back, her face pale. The rainbow-colored light faded, and Lan Xuanyu hurriedly went forward to support her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Your bloodline is too much of a bully. I feel that if a dragon race person were to fight with you, their strength would be reduced by a level. The pressure from your bloodline is too strong," Bai Xiaoxiu said with a shocked expression. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "The bloodline of the dragon gods isn't just for show. It's normal for it to be suppressed. Although I've just broken through to the god tier, just as you said, if I were to face a dragon race powerhouse of the same level, probably none of the dragon race powerhouses would be my match. They would have to reach the level of a true god to be able to fight against me. Little Bao told me that the current god tier, true god tier, and transcendent tier powerhouses, compared to the real gods, are actually much weaker than the gods of the same level because they don't have a god seat. However, my dragon god's bloodline shouldn't be in that category. If I can really become a dragon god, then I can directly establish a coordinate similar to a god seat, and recover most of the power of the dragon gods." Bai Xiaoxiu nodded and said, "If that's the case, that's great. How long do you think you'll need to reach that level?" Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, "That I don't know. The energy required to reach the level of a god king is not something we can calculate with numbers. We can only take it one step at a time. Every time we increase our cultivation level, our chi will increase by 1. Chia's senses will be strengthened a bit, and he'll be able to sense more things. Luo Lan came to find me before and told me that head of Tenryu wanted us to go to the dragon world to look for opportunities and stabilize our cultivation at the same time. Now that you're awake, we have to prepare for the trip." Bai Xiaoxiu frowned and said, "Won't you be exposed in the dragon world?" "Can you hide your bloodline there?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I can control the aura of my bloodline. When necessary, I'll spread it out, and when not necessary, I'll restrain it. It shouldn't be a problem. We really have to go to the dragon world. Mom and Dad said that there might be the bones of the dragon gods in the dragon world. If we can find those bones, it should be of great help to me when I become a dragon god in the future. Most importantly, the power of the dragon gods came from the dragon marrow, and the dragon marrow was in the dragon pillar. From the looks of it, the possibility of the bones of the dragon gods in the dragon world was very high. Lan Xuanyu didn't feel the power of the dragon gods from the dragon knights. In other words, even if the bones of the dragon gods really existed, it wasn't something that these dragon knights could use. But it was different for him. He already had the true bloodline of the dragon gods, which was like his bones. The bones of the dragon gods, even if it was only a small piece, were at least at the level of a divine tool. Wasn't the yellow Jinlong spear a part of the bones of the dragon gods? Although Lan Xuanyu hadn't used the Jinlong spear, he could feel that with his breakthrough, the aura of the Jinlong spear had become a little different. He could take advantage of this trip to the dragon world to rationalize the Jinlong spear so that he could have a divine tool to use. In addition, with the protection of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, with his current cultivation, he should be able to barely protect himself in the future war. For the past few days, he had been feeling his dragon god's bloodline, thinking about how to cultivate in the future to better improve. He found that after becoming a god, his cultivation method was completely different from before. The tempering of his body had been completed before he became a god. His body had been baptized by the 9-colored destruction of the universe and had been reconstructed. There was no place for him to improve. After this period of cultivation, his dragon power had filled his entire body, and his cultivation could be considered stable. After his cultivation stabilized, his body would automatically absorb the energy in the air to strengthen himself and gradually improve his cultivation. In the past, he had heard from Master Shu and other god-level powerhouses that after one's cultivation reached the god level, the speed of improvement would be much slower. The reason why so many god-level powerhouses were unable to break through after a long time was firstly because they lacked enough energy, especially the supportive life energy. Another important reason was that they were limited by their own potential. At the god level, the most important way to improve was to develop one's potential. The better one's potential was developed, the faster one's improvement would be. This was also the reason why the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the higher the ceiling one could reach. There was no doubt that the heaven and earth tribulation that Lan Xuanyu was facing was unprecedented. It was a miracle that he was able to survive. It was the dragon god immortal body of the dragon god bloodline that displayed its undying and indestructible characteristics at the last moment and completed the reconstruction of his body. Therefore, in theory, his potential was almost limitless. But having powerful potential didn't mean that he could develop it now. Development also required a process. Otherwise, he could only slowly improve step by step. The 24th volume of the Ultimate Douluo book, everyone can follow the public account to see the entire book. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely sense that if he wanted to continue improving, the most important method was not to meditate here, but to stimulate his bloodline even more intensely, thereby stimulating more of his potential. In addition, if he absorbed enough energy, he would be able to improve his strength even faster. Now that he had the bloodline of the dragon gods, he could improve himself without any worries, and at the same time, he could comprehend the true essence of the dragon god's bloodline. How could he stimulate it? Without a doubt, fighting was the best way to stimulate him. This was also another reason why he wanted to participate in the war against the Crimson Realm. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked out of the Tenryu abode. The weather today was very good. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds in the blue sky. The air was fresh, and coupled with the fact that this place was full of life energy, they suddenly felt relaxed and happy, as if they had been reborn. The two of them smiled at each other. Lan Xuanyu released his divine sense and quickly found a staff member of the Tenryu Society. The staff member hurried over and immediately bowed when he saw Lan Xuanyu. "Lord Lan, please give me your orders." Lan Xuanyu was a member of the Tenryu Society, and now he had broken through to the god level. Although the news and process of Lan Xuanyu becoming a god had been suppressed as much as possible, how could the people of the Tenryu Society not know? Almost all the members of the Tenryu Society knew that in the future, Lan Xuanyu would definitely become a dragon knight, and it was very likely that he would be one of the top dragon knights. Princess Jinlong was so young and beautiful. She was definitely the idol of the younger generation of the entire dragon race. Lan Xuanyu said, "Please help me contact Lord Luo Lan and tell him that we will be waiting for him at the Rising Dragon Arena." "Yes." The staff member of the Tenryu Society replied and immediately left without asking anything. Lan Xuanyu took Bai Xiuxiu's hand, and with a flash of silver light, the two of them silently disappeared into space. While traveling through space, Bai Xiuxiu also felt the difference. Originally, she didn't have any understanding of the space attribute, but this time, she clearly felt the change in the space element. Lan Xuanyu didn't explain to Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was extremely talented and had a high level of comprehension. She could only have a deeper understanding if she tried to comprehend it herself. Moreover, every god-level expert had a different comprehension and control of space. They all had their own characteristics. When the light flickered again, they were already on the Rising Dragon platform. As soon as he stepped onto the Rising Dragon arena, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt like he had returned home. He was absolutely certain that if he were to fight on the Rising Dragon platform, he would definitely die. Yes, he could perform beyond his usual standards. This was his absolute home ground. He did not absorb any more of the dragon god's dragon marrow. Firstly, Luo Lan was about to arrive. Secondly, he had not completely digested what he had absorbed last time. Only when he truly felt the mysteries of the dragon god's dragon marrow did he understand how powerful the dragon gods were. Just a little bit of dragon marrow contained an enormous amount of energy. It filled his 3 9-colored dragon cores with the energy of the dragon gods. His cultivation only reached its peak after he started to absorb the dragon marrow of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu didn't have any evaluation methods, so he didn't know where he stood among the deities. If he had time to return to Douluo planet, he could test it out. Within rank 120, the Federation had evaluation methods to determine the corresponding level. However, divine sense couldn't be evaluated. It could only be divided into deities and true gods. The two didn't have to wait for too long. In a flash of light, Luo Lan arrived on the Rising Dragon platform. Seeing Lan and Xiuxiu standing side by side, Luo Lan, who was usually serious, couldn't help but smile. Not bad, Xiaoxiao is also very good. I heard from Luo Yayuan that Xiaoxiao's tribulation this time is also extraordinary. The two of you will definitely become the hope of our dragon race's future. Lan, this is for you. As he spoke, he casually threw something to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu reached out and caught it. It was a jade tablet emitting a faint halo. A flying dragon was engraved on it. This records the fusion battle method of a dragon knight and his mount dragon. It's the most basic method of a dragon knight. Now that you've both become deities, you can start to try cultivating. The fusion between a dragon knight and his mount dragon is also an important factor in determining the strength of a dragon knight. Don't overlook it. The two of you have a close relationship, so you should do your best in this aspect. Don't be like me, who suffers in this aspect. Otherwise, the Ink Dragon Knight stopped speaking. There was even a hint of resentment on his face. This reminded Lan Xuanyu of the first time he saw Luo Lan's portrait. At that time, this Ink Dragon Knight and his mount dragon didn't seem to be so harmonious. The fusion method was rather cruel. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression was the same as usual. She just nodded gently. Alright, I'll open the dragon realm for you. You can enter directly. You'll stay in the dragon realm for a total of 7 days. When the time is up, you'll receive a notification. Seize the time to find your own opportunities. Whether you can truly become a powerhouse or not, the degree of recognition from the dragon realm is also very important. I'm not worried about this. After all, your bloodlines are very good, especially Lan. As he spoke, a dark green halo rippled on Luo Lan's body. The next moment, a huge dragon aura turned into a dark green dragon and rushed into the sky. A monstrous pressure suddenly erupted, and the entire sky instantly turned dark green. Although Lan Xuanyu's bloodline was powerful, he still felt as if he was in a solidified energy at this moment. He was like a mosquito that had bumped into a spider's web, unable to move. So powerful, this is the power of a transcendent. After reaching the god level, Lan Xuanyu was more respectful of the power of a transcendent. It was precisely because of this level that he could understand more about how powerful a transcendent was. If breaking through to the god level was breaking free from the three-dimensional space and entering the four-dimensional space, then at the transcendent level, one would be able to control the four-dimensional space. However, without the god position as a coordinate, transcendent experts could not control the four-dimensional space for long. Of course, they could not touch the five-dimensional space like godly kings. In the sky, the dark green light began to turn into a vortex that spun violently. In the middle of the vortex, a spot of light flickered silently. The call that had once appeared in Lan Xuanyu's heart appeared again. That call caused him to have a strong desire. The bloodline in his body involuntarily fluctuated violently, and a 7-colored halo circulated. The bracelet on Lan Xuanyu's wrist that was hidden in his sleeve emitted a warm aura, quietly nourishing his body. Tang Wulin had told Lan Xuanyu that the teardrop-shaped rainbow-colored crystal on the bracelet was naturally formed after he buried the dragon for 1,000 days in the dragon world. It was the reward given to him by the dragon race. Now, its performance had improved. This step confirmed that the dragon world that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao were heading to was the dragon world that Tang Wulin had gone to. A halo flashed, and Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao disappeared into the entrance. Standing on the rising dragon platform, the ink dinosaur knight Luo Lan suddenly had a look of doubt on his face. He muttered to himself, "It went so smoothly? There was no obstruction at all?" In the end, the bloodline level is different. The 24th volume of the Ultimate Douluo book, everyone can follow the public account to see the entire volume. The reason why Luo Lan looked puzzled was that the process of entering the dragon realm was a very important test for the dragon race who had just become gods. Indeed, every dragon race member had a chance to enter the dragon realm after becoming a god. However, not all dragon race members could successfully enter the dragon realm. During the process of entering the dragon realm, if one's bloodline was too weak, such as the lower dragon race member who had barely become a god, one would not be able to break through the barrier of the dragon realm and enter at all. Of course, the test of entering the dragon realm would be of great help to the dragon race and could be considered an improvement. For example, when Huang Daoqi, the city lord of Fenglong City, entered the dragon realm, He had spent a lot of effort and relied on his upper dragon race bloodline to barely enter. However, in reality, he had used 5 days to recover his energy. The time he had spent in the dragon realm was pitifully short. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu entered the dragon realm for the first time. However, they did not encounter any obstacles at all and entered directly. This made Luo Lan, who was supposed to maintain the entrance for them, feel strange. Was it because their bloodline was too strong? Or did the dragon realm itself approve of them? Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu did not know about this. At this moment, the two of them had appeared in a completely different world. With a flash of light and shadow, they appeared out of thin air. Their dragon power naturally controlled their bodies and they were suspended in midair. The Tenryu star was full of rich life energy. The vegetation was extremely vast. Even in the city, there was no lack of towering trees. When they came to the world in front of them, the first thing they felt was a vast desolation. As far as the eye could see, there was no greenery in the whole world. As far as the eye could see, there was a yellowish-brown ground, stones, soil, and a colorful sky. On the ground, most of the area was hilly and uneven. Small hills rose and fell continuously. Compared to the bleakness of the ground, the sky was very strange. The sky was colorful because there were clouds of different colors floating in the sky. He didn't need to use his divine sense to investigate. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that these clouds contained the surging dragon power. Long Yun. Dragon clouds condensed from dragon power. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu entered, they had already begun to restrain their auras. They even helped Bai Xiuxiu conceal her aura. Therefore, when they entered this world, they did not cause any energy fluctuations. The two of them quietly landed on the ground. The moment Lan Xuanyu's feet touched the ground, a strong sense of sorrow suddenly rushed out from the depths of his heart. 2 lines of tears flowed down from his eyes almost instantly. Bai Xiuxiu only felt that his body suddenly stiffened beside her. She couldn't help but be startled. She quickly turned her head to look at him. "What's wrong with you?" Looking at Lan Xuanyu's face full of tears, she was suddenly shocked. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand to her, but his tears continued to flow uncontrollably. He squatted down and slowly pressed his right hand on the ground. When his palm came into contact with the ground, the strong sense of sorrow became even stronger. Bai Xiuxiu was a little anxious at first, but soon she calmed down and silently accompanied Lan Xuanyu, because she had already felt it. In this side of the world, there seemed to be a weak divine sense that covered the whole world. In this divine sense, it was full of sadness. It was not a simple divine sense, but seemed to be composed of countless weak divine senses. When Lan Xuanyu cried, she could clearly feel that everything around her was slightly fluctuating, and it was all fluctuating with Lan Xuanyu's body as the center. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. His eyes flashed, and his hands were clasped in front of his chest. Tears flowed, but his eyes began to become firm. Of course, he knew where this sadness came from. Just a moment ago, the scenes of the fall of the dragon race had appeared in his mind. The huge bodies of the dragon race were destroyed one by one, and finally turned to dust. A huge figure of 10,000 meters was finally divided into 2, turning into 2 rays of gold and silver light and disappeared without a trace. The huge body fell and merged into one, breaking through space and condensing the world. That was how the dragon race graveyard came to be. There was no need to investigate at all. Just the feeling at this moment clearly told him that this was the graveyard of the dragon race. This was the place where the dragon gods had fallen, and also the place where the dragon race had fallen. The 9-colored dragon core in his body fluctuated violently. Affected by the strong emotions, he really wanted to shout out loud to vent the emotions in his heart. But he could not do that. At this moment, there must be a dragon knight overseeing the dragon world. Once he released his aura of the bloodline of the dragon gods, then he could not control what kind of drastic changes would occur in the dragon world. He was still too weak. He could not take the risk. Forcibly suppressing his aura, Lan Xuanyu stood up again. The sadness in his heart gradually subsided. His eyes were firm, and his lips were trembling as he said silently. "I, Lan Xuanyu, have inherited the bloodline of the dragon gods. I will also inherit the will of the dragon race. I am willing to lead the dragon race to glory again. I will let the dragon race return to its former glory. This was a silent vow. But as soon as this vow left his mouth, the agitated nine-colored dragon core in his body suddenly calmed down. And it was also at this moment that the entire dragon world calmed down. Lan Xuanyu stood rooted to the ground. His entire body stiffened. Bai Xiuxiu felt it the most. She was right next to Lan Xuanyu. At that moment, she felt that Lan Xuanyu's consciousness had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Although he was right next to her, at this moment, it was as if he had become one with the entire dragon world. Xianyu, what's wrong? She called out tentatively. Lan Xuanyu stood rooted to the ground. He did not react at all. Bai Xiuxiu frowned, but she did not dare to disturb him again. She could only stay by his side and protect him. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness seemed to extend infinitely. It rapidly expanded. In an instant, he saw a lot. He also felt a lot. His vision gradually covered the entire dragon world. Countless huge dragon bones were scattered throughout the dragon world. A portion of the dragon bones that had been buried by Tang Wulin had been re-excavated and their corpses exposed in the wilderness. He could clearly feel that every dragon bone contained a remnant that belonged to it. And they also felt Lan Xuanyu's presence. Their weak remnant immediately sent endless cries of grief and excitement to his consciousness. Their king, their god, had finally returned. The tear of the dragon race on Lan Xuanyu's wrist was withdrawn. Lan Xuanyu felt as if his consciousness had suddenly been nourished, becoming stronger and stronger. Thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind. Such a large number of wills should have caused him a lot of trouble, but at this moment, they were extremely orderly. They only used the most gentle method to maintain communication and connection with Lan Xuanyu's consciousness. Lan Xuanyu just stood there. He did not release any aura, but at this moment, he had invisibly become the core of the entire dragon world. He just stood there without moving, but the entire dragon world was communicating with him. Those skeletons could no longer turn back into the dragon race, but they still longed for their god. They longed for his return. Lan Xuanyu pursed his lips tightly. The more the wills from these dragon bones respected and admired him, the more pain he felt in his heart. The destruction of the dragon race in the past had a great deal to do with the dragon gods themselves. If it were not for the dragon gods' own emotional problems, the entire dragon race would not have been destroyed. 10,000 dragons united, this was what Lan Xuanyu felt at this moment. Every creature of the dragon race was transmitting their thoughts to him. His thoughts extended, and he finally saw the huge body standing in the middle of the dragon realm. When he saw the huge skeleton, his body couldn't help but tremble. It was a skeleton without a soul. Among all the dragon bones, only this one didn't have any remnant of will. But it just stood there benevolently, and it was the center of the whole dragon realm. Lan Xuanyu used his divine sense to perceive it and found that the heads of all the dragon bones were facing in that direction. Seeing it, Lan Xuanyu seemed to see the power of the dragon race in the past. The huge dragon bone was only a piece. Half of it was on the ground, but it was already so huge, like a continuous mountain range, but it was so desolate that it didn't have the slightest breath. Yes, this was the skeleton of the dragon gods he was looking for, the skeleton of the dragon gods who had lost their souls, origin, and life. It was such a skeleton, standing there calmly and benevolently, that made Lan Xuanyu have the urge to rush over. He really wanted to ask the dragon gods, what did you do to your own race in the past? Why did you lead your race to extinction? How could you face your own race, and the former divine realm? Surprisingly, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel any dissatisfaction or resentment from any of the dragon bones. They only felt sadness, but no resentment. And after their wills merged with Lan Xuanyu's divine sense, that sadness gradually disappeared and was replaced by excitement and joy. They were full of hope, and even the sad atmosphere in the dragon realm was quietly fading away. Perhaps, this was because they felt hope, the real hope of the dragon race. Bai Xiuxiu, who was standing next to Lan Xuanyu, suddenly trembled and subconsciously turned to the other side. She was taken aback and immediately stood in front of Lan Xuanyu to block him. At some point, a woman had appeared next to Bai Xiuxiu. The woman looked to be in her early 20s and was very beautiful. She had long dark red wavy hair and strange pink eyes. She was looking curiously at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. The woman's every movement seemed to overlap with this world, as if she was originally a part of the dragon realm. What a familiar feeling. Why does he give me such a familiar feeling? The red-haired woman asked in confusion. Bai Xiuxiu's hair stood on end. She didn't even know when the other party had come to her side. This meant that the other party's cultivation was far above hers. Who are you? Bai Xiuxiu asked tentatively. The red-haired lady tilted her head and her gaze remained on Lan Xuanyu. They all call me head. Oh, that's right, Chief Seat Heavenly Dragon. Head of Tenryu? Upon hearing the red-haired woman's words, Bai Xiuxiu was stunned and immediately retorted, how can you be the chief? You. At this point, she suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that you're the chief's dragon? The red-haired woman blinked. Dragon? What's that? I don't know. The chief you're talking about is Jiang Weiqiang, right? They seem to call him head seat too. He and I have formed a contract, so he's my contract partner. But he's not here, I'm the only one here. I'm so familiar with his aura. Why do I feel so familiar with him? As she spoke, she slowly walked towards Lan Xuanyu and Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu's heart tightened, but she still stood in front of Lan Xuanyu. But the next step, she suddenly felt the air around her become sticky. Her body was moved to the side uncontrollably, and she couldn't move. A layer of faint red light enveloped her body. Bai Xiuxiu immediately panicked. Sky-blue scales appeared on her body, and the ice-devouring bloodline was activated. Sky-blue light spread outward, trying to break through the red light's restraint. The ice-devouring bloodline's effect immediately appeared, and the red light flickered. However, she couldn't break through the red light's restraint. The red-haired woman who called herself head of Tenryu turned to look at her in surprise, then her gaze returned to Lan Xuanyu. The red-haired woman sized him up, then leaned in front of him. Her nose twitched slightly, as if she was smelling his scent. So strange, so strange. What a familiar scent. Why do I feel like crying? The red-haired woman suddenly took a few steps back subconsciously. Her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Lan Xuanyu. Bai Xiuxiu saw that the red-haired woman didn't harm Lan Xuanyu, so her struggle weakened a little. She didn't expect that seemingly thin red barrier to be so strong. With her cultivation, even with the ice-devouring bloodline, she couldn't break free. So strange, so strange. It's so familiar. Why is it so familiar? But, it's not right, it's not right. The red-haired woman muttered, then turned and walked away. She walked into the distance, still muttering. Bai Xiuxiu could tell that this woman seemed to be a little mentally unstable, but she wasn't aggressive. Was this the head of Tenryu's dragon mount? The head of Tenryu's original name was Jiang Weiqiang. What level of cultivation was this dragon mount at? It was really powerful. But, why would the head of Tenryu form a contract with a mentally unstable dragon mount? Although Bai Xiuxiu was suspicious, she was relieved. After all, the other party didn't do anything to Lan Xuanyu. In the dragon realm, everyone was an absolute powerhouse of the dragon race. Apart from those powerhouses who had just reached the divine tier and were qualified to enter the dragon realm, only dragon knights were qualified to enter. They were definitely not existences that they could fight against. Although she didn't know what Lan Xuanyu was doing now, she could guess what Lan Xuanyu was doing now. It must be very important. The dragon clouds in the sky were still fluctuating a little, but they had already returned to normal. They just stood there. Lan Xuanyu was like an ordinary person. There weren't many changes. Bai Xiuxiu waited for 3 whole days. Lan Xuanyu stood there like a statue. This state lasted for 3 whole days. Although Bai Xiuxiu was a little anxious, she was used to him having epiphanies during cultivation. She just silently guarded him, waiting for him to wake up. 3 days later, Bai Xiuxiu, who was sitting cross-legged beside Lan Xuanyu, suddenly felt her divine sense stir. She subconsciously raised her head to look at Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's eyes regained their vigor. The look in his eyes was very complicated. He sighed softly, and his stiff body relaxed. Are you okay? Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly stood up and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. In fact, he had already sensed the arrival of that person before. That person exuded an extremely powerful aura. That aura was a little strange, and the other party's divine sense seemed to be a little scattered. The only thing that surprised him was that the aura on that person's body was different from the aura of the Dragon Knights and other powerhouses of the dragon race. It vaguely made him feel a sense of closeness. The 24th volume of the Ultimate Douluo book. Everyone can follow the public account to see the entire book. The other party didn't attack them either. They just glanced at them, said they were familiar with the place, and left. It was hard to say what was going on. However, this wasn't a level that he could get involved in, and it wasn't his purpose in coming to the Dragon Realm. Let's go. Follow me. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took Bai Xiuxiu's hand, rose up, and flew in a certain direction. The dragon clouds in the sky didn't seem to be attracted by them. They were still floating quietly in the air. The entire dragon realm was still desolate, but it seemed to be less dead. Bai Xiuxiu didn't know where Lan Xuanyu was taking her, but she soon realized that Lan Xuanyu seemed to be very familiar with the environment here. He didn't hesitate to change directions occasionally, as if he had been here before and remembered all the routes. She could tell that Lan Xuanyu's mood was a little gloomy at this time, so she didn't ask any more questions and just let him take her. After flying for a few hours, Bai Xiuxiu suddenly felt something, and her eyes instantly focused in the distance. Lan Xuanyu's speed also decreased. It was a huge skeleton. Even if they were looking at it from the sky, they could still feel how small they were. When Bai Xiuxiu saw the huge skeleton for the first time, her whole body trembled involuntarily, and tears even faintly appeared in her eyes. What was that? Although she couldn't tell at first glance, she could feel that the thing contained in this dragon skeleton was extremely different. What made her even more fearful was that at that moment, she felt as if she had seen Lan Xuanyu fusing with it. It was as if it was Lan Xuanyu's skeleton. She instantly tightened her grip on Lan Xuanyu's hand and turned to look at him, afraid that he would suddenly disappear at this moment. Lan Xuanyu patted her hand comfortingly and continued to fly her toward the huge dragon skeleton. The closer they got, the more they could feel the majesty of the dragon bones. Even though it was just a skeleton, the aura it contained was something they had never experienced before. The dragon gods. Yes, these are the skeletons of the dragon gods. Once upon a time, he was the strongest person in the divine world, the ruler of the divine beast world. Although Lan Xuanyu had already felt its existence in his divine sense before, when he was in front of the bones of the dragon gods, the feeling was different. Facing the skeletons of the dragon gods, at this very moment, his entire body was trembling slightly, and even his consciousness was fluctuating violently. The treasure-seeking beast in his body was already somewhat out of control and was about to leave his body. It was only because Lan Xuanyu forcefully suppressed it that it was unable to leave his body. His divine sense was also fluctuating unsteadily. The skeletons of the dragon gods in his eyes were different from those in Bai Xiuxiu's eyes. What he saw was not just a skeleton, but more like the glory of the dragon race. The 10,000-meter-long 9-colored giant dragon stood above the heavens and 10,000 worlds, ruling the entire world. Thousands of dragons danced and tens of thousands of dragons worshipped. What a grand occasion that was. At that time, humans were still so insignificant. Even the other divine beasts could only crawl in front of the dragon race, trembling with fear. Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a trace of understanding. At that time, the divine world was already divided into classes. Just like today's Tenryu star, the dragon race was high above, and the other races could only crawl below. Under the rule of the dragon gods, there was a clear distinction between classes. The dragon race was the supreme existence, and the other races could only be vassals. In the divine world, only the dragon race could become a first-class god, second only to the divine king. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of the reason why the dragon race was destroyed. Perhaps, class was the biggest reason. It was as if he was unwilling to submit to the gods of the various races that he ruled. Thus, he developed in secret and finally obtained a great opportunity. Under the leadership of the humans, the supreme masters who had become divine kings joined forces with the other races to challenge the ruling dragon race. The unstable dragon gods finally lost, and in that battle, who knows how many gods fell, and the dragon race became the loser. Even the divine beasts were implicated because of this. From then on, they could no longer become gods. There seemed to be no right or wrong in war, and the winner was king. And all of this happened in the distant past. As the loser, the dragon god had already become a skeleton in front of him. However, his indignation and grief still reverberated in the air. It was no longer important who was wrong, the dragon race had completely fallen. With the help of the Tenryu star, and with the help of the dragon transformation period, they quietly recovered. Thinking about the conflict between the Tenryu star and humans, was this secretly guided by the aura of the dragon race? Destiny made fools of people, but it was he who achieved the bloodline of the dragon gods. How could he, who achieved the bloodline of the dragon gods, lead the dragon race to destroy humans? He was still a human after all. No matter what the bloodline was, he always thought of himself as a human. Moreover, he did not agree with the existence of the dragon race's bloodline, and did not agree with the existence of class. Even if he became the dragon gods, it was impossible to restore the dragon race to its former state. That was not what he wanted. At this moment, looking at the skeleton of the dragon gods in front of him, Lan Xuanyu understood that if he agreed with the former dragon gods, the process of becoming the new generation of dragon gods would be much smoother. Even now, all the dragon race and the Tenryu star would be easier to become his subordinates and helpers. It was not impossible to re-establish the divine realm. After all, the original divine realm had already disappeared. However, that was not what he wanted. He did not want to achieve such a divine realm. Did he want to repeat the mistakes of the past, and let the dragon race fall into the current situation again, or even be completely destroyed? Needless to say, if the dragon race was to regain its glory, it must be stained with the blood of countless humans. Lan Xuanyu's eyes gradually became firm. No matter how difficult it was, he would not allow such a situation to happen. He wanted to become the dragon gods, but not the former dragon gods. He would not make the same mistake as the former dragon gods. The new divine realm could no longer have classes. Just as he thought of this, his consciousness began to fluctuate violently. The huge skeleton of the dragon gods in the distance seemed to feel something, and also burst out a will. Lan Xuanyu's body trembled, but the light in his eyes did not change in the slightest. He could feel the anger emanating from the skeleton of the dragon gods, just like the skeleton of the dragon gods could feel his thoughts at this time. Lan Xuanyu looked at the skeleton with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You are wrong. Let me change your past mistakes." The will emanating from the skeleton of the dragon gods suddenly stagnated for a moment, but in the next moment, an even stronger anger burst out. Lan Xuanyu's voice was released through his consciousness, and even Bai Xiaoxiao, who was close by, could not hear it. However, in the entire dragon world, there was an indescribable will fluctuating, so much so that figures rose from around the skeleton of the dragon gods. Among these figures, there were giant dragons, and there were also humanoid figures. They were originally cultivating next to the skeleton of the dragon gods, but suddenly felt the strong will emanating from the skeleton of the dragon gods, and they were all shocked to check it out. The dragon gods had already died long ago, and there was no dragon crystal or dragon marrow, only the aura of the former dragon gods. This was the first time they felt that there was willpower emanating from the skeleton. It was not consciousness, but an instinctive aura left behind by the dragon gods, but even so, it was still amazing. They soon saw Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao suspended in midair, and also felt the dragon race aura on them. In fact, if it was not for the dragon race, they would not have appeared here at all. Have a good weekend. Today is Saturday, remember to watch the Douluo anime. The plot of Xiao Wu's sacrifice is getting closer and closer, and I am looking forward to it but also reluctant. You were wrong in the past. Look at the skeletons of our clansmen in this tomb. If you were right, why did they end up in such a state? You were wrong in the past. Being obstinate and opinionated won't solve any problems. If we want the dragon race to be truly reborn, not only do we need to continue our bloodline, but more importantly, let our clansmen live under the sun. We shouldn't become the enemy of all races, but the true powerhouses that they admire. Your philosophy has already been proven wrong. Then, let me start all over again. Although I can't be sure that what I'm doing is right, if we don't try something new, our final result will only be to stay here forever. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness surged. Facing the powerful will of the dragon gods, he didn't compromise in the slightest. At this time, he absolutely couldn't compromise. If he compromised, it would be impossible for him to become a true dragon god. He could only live in the shadow of the original dragon gods. In the past 3 days, he felt a lot. It came from the remnant consciousness of the dragon race, as well as their pain. In those 3 days, his understanding of the entire dragon race had changed a lot. The words in front of him were precisely because of his understanding at that time. Without a doubt, the former dragon gods were extremely powerful. It was also him who led the entire dragon race to rise and become the king of all races. He even established the divine realm, ruled the divine realm, and brought the dragon race to the pinnacle of the entire world. However, it was also because of him that the dragon race began to decline. Were the dragon gods really wrong? Yes, he was wrong. It was just that at that time, the dragon gods were completely following their own will to create the divine realm and set the rules. At that time, who could say that he was wrong? He didn't have any experience, and could only do things the way he wanted to. Later on, all the changes that happened in the divine realm proved that what he did was wrong. That was why there was a great calamity of the dragon race, and even a great calamity of the entire divine realm. No one knew how many years had passed, but now, the facts had proven that everything that had happened was unavoidable. Even if the dragon race was destroyed, no one would blame the dragon gods, because without the dragon gods, there would be no dragon race's glory, and there wouldn't be so many years of rule. However, they also knew that there was a problem. What Lan Xuanyu saw were some changes after the appearance of the problem. He clearly knew that his previous decision was wrong and that there was a problem. In that case, if I wanted to start the dragon race all over again, I would first have to solve the problem of the past. This was what Lan Xuanyu wanted to tell the dragon gods. If he could become the dragon gods, what he would do for the dragon race would not be to replicate the past glory, but to rebuild the glory of the dragon race. On the Tenryu star, the dragon race was strong, and 18 dragon knights ruled here, and even the entire dragon horse galaxy. However, on the Tenryu star now, the direction of development was the direction of the dragon race. Not to mention whether they could become the divine realm. Just by developing in this way, the dragon horse galaxy might repeat the mistakes of the divine realm. There were many races in the dragon horse galaxy. Would the high and mighty dragon race really be loved and respected by all the other races? It was really hard to say. Therefore, the dragon race that Lan Xuanyu wanted, the dragon race that he wanted to rebuild, must be different from the past. He wouldn't feign civility with the will of the dragon gods just because he wanted to become the dragon gods. The sooner he made things clear, the better. This was a collision of wills, a collision of the future development of the dragon race. He couldn't back down. If the dragon gods of the past were still alive, or even left a remnant of their consciousness, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu would have been torn to shreds. However, the dragon gods of the past were completely dead, and their essence was divided into the Jinlong King and the Silver Dragon King, and only the skeleton in front of him, the core of the dragon gods in Gu Yuna's hands, and the dragon marrow in the dragon pillar. All of this proved that they existed. However, it also proved that they were already in the past. The blood in Lan Xuanyu's body was boiling, but his willpower remained firm. He was a human, not a dragon race. He was willing to help the dragon race recover and rebuild its glory, but not in this way. The collision of wills continued, but it was only between Lan Xuanyu and the will that only had some instincts. After an unknown amount of time, the aura on the skeleton of the dragon gods gradually calmed down, as if it had become weak. Lan Xuanyu could feel that the skeleton of the dragon gods didn't compromise with him, but it didn't seem to be particularly insistent either. It was a feeling of no recognition, but it didn't reject him either. This didn't make Lan Xuanyu happy. Instead, it made him feel the sadness of a hero past his prime. The dragon gods of the past, the immortal and indestructible dragon gods, had ended up like this. In a sense, he could really be considered as his descendant. Even if his father was a human and only inherited the essence of King Jinlong, his mother was the real Silver Dragon King, a part of the dragon gods. However, it was also because he was his descendant that he should change his past. Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to the skeleton of the dragon gods. His body also slowly landed on the ground, knelt down on both knees, and kowtowed to the skeleton of the dragon gods. The will fluctuations on the skeleton of the dragon gods didn't appear again, but Lan Xuanyu felt that the bloodline of the dragon gods in his body seemed to have become smoother. Everything around him returned to normal. I definitely won't let you down. Let me make up for everything you've done wrong and continue the glory you've created. Lan Xuanyu silently muttered in his heart with his divine sense. At this moment, figures descended out of thin air. There were a total of 3 humanoid figures and 4 giant dragons. These 3 naturally recognized Lan Xuanyu's identity. They were all one of the 18 dragon knights. Seeing Lan Xuanyu kowtowing to the dragon gods, one of the dragon knights waved his hand, and the 3 dragon knights and the 4 dragon knights quietly dispersed, not going forward to disturb him. At this time, they had already guessed that Lan Xuanyu came here because of the reward after breaking through to god rank, and came here to find his own opportunity. From the fluctuations of the skeleton of the dragon gods just now, she should have found something. The fluctuations of dragon power next to the skeleton of the dragon gods were the purest and most vast. The dragon knights would generally cultivate nearby, and so would the dragons. The appearance of the will of the dragon gods just now made them tremble with fear. Obviously, this will came because of Lan Xuanyu. After Lan Xuanyu completed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, he stood up, and then walked step by step in the direction of the skeleton of the dragon gods. Bai Xiaoxiu followed beside him. The skeleton of the dragon gods was really too huge. In front of this huge skeleton, the 2 of them seemed so small. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying pressure from the skeleton of the dragon gods. It was an aura that could no longer be described with words. The invisible pressure made them feel breathless. The blood in their bodies boiled violently, and the surface of their bodies flickered with the light of their respective attributes. Bai Xiaoxiu's body flickered with a sky blue light, and the sky blue halo on her body constantly turned into a whirlpool, trying to absorb the powerful pressure. Lan Xuanyu's body rippled with a 7-colored light. Compared to Bai Xiaoxiu, the 7-colored light on his body was much more stable, and it resonated with the aura emitted by the skeleton of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu suddenly stopped and looked at Bai Xiaoxiu beside him, because he found that Bai Xiaoxiu's footsteps began to slow down. I might not be able to get any closer. I feel that if I continue to get closer, my blood will burn out. The aura of the dragon gods is too strong. You go by yourself. Bai Xiaoxiu let go of his hand. At this time, they were about 100 meters away from the nearest skeleton of the dragon gods. Lan Xuanyu nodded to her and continued to walk forward, while Bai Xiaoxiu sat down on the spot. At this moment, the previous dragon knights and their dragon mounts were watching from a distance. Seeing that they had actually walked so close to the skeleton of the dragon gods, all of them were shocked. One must know that when they first came here, their cultivation should have been about the same level as Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiu. But at that time, they couldn't even get within 500 meters of the skeleton of the dragon gods. There was once a dragon race who tried to force their way close, but the end result was their own blood being burned to death. Since then, no one dared to show off in front of the skeleton of the dragon gods. The only ones who could really come into contact with the skeleton of the dragon gods were the 18 dragon knights, but even they didn't dare to easily offend the skeleton of the dragon gods. It was their first time here, and they were able to walk within 100 meters of the skeleton of the dragon gods. This was a completely inconceivable situation to them. What's more, only one was left at this time. The other was still moving forward, one step closer to the skeleton of the dragon gods. The reason why Bai Xiaoxiu could get so close was naturally because she had been cultivating with the help of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power. She gained the most from Lan Xuanyu. When she broke through to become a god, her body even integrated a certain amount of the bloodline of the dragon gods. With such an increase, she finally transcended the tribulation and ushered in the 9-colored world-destroying universe tribulation. She completed her transformation. The meaning of this transformation was incomparably significant to her. At this time, another reason why she could get within 100 meters was that Lan Xuanyu was by her side. Lan Xuanyu's aura was on her, so she was naturally protected. Stimulated by the aura of the real dragon gods, the dragon power in Bai Xiaoxiu's body boiled violently. This was definitely the best opportunity. It stimulated the purification and improvement of her bloodline. The huge amount of dragon power in the air rushed into her body crazily and was injected into her boiling blood. The dragon power turned into the purest energy to replenish her body. A colorful halo had appeared around Bai Xiuxiu's body, and it was constantly being absorbed by her ice-devouring bloodline. Lan Xuanyu didn't walk very fast. He first felt that Bai Xiuxiu's condition had stabilized before he continued to move in the direction of the skeleton of the dragon gods. His bloodline was also boiling, but it was not as intense as Bai Xiuxiu's. At this moment, he could only feel the greatness of the dragon gods. Yes, greatness. The closer he got to the skeleton of the dragon gods, the more he could feel the will of the dragon gods. At this time, he deeply understood that the reason why the dragon race could have this last pure land, this dragon realm, and protect the skeleton of the dragon gods was all because of the power brought by the skeleton of the dragon gods. Without the existence of these dragon bones, this small world would have long ceased to exist. Now, he even thought that the reason why the dragon race on the Tenryu star could use some of the dragon bones here to create the dragon armor and dragon spear was probably because the will of the dragon gods tacitly allowed it. Otherwise, the skeleton of the dragon gods would not be as dead as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, why was it that even with the strength of the head of Tenryu, he couldn't take away any of the dragon gods' bones for his own use? Every piece of the skeleton of the dragon gods was equivalent to an existence at the level of a divine artifact. The dragon gods used the last of their strength to protect the last glimmer of hope of the dragon race, and they had always been struggling to survive in the face of death. There was no doubt that his parents should be the existences that the previous generation of dragon gods placed their hopes on. But in the end, because of the love between them, his mother was unable to ruthlessly devour his father, and in the end, she was unable to become the dragon gods again. But they gave birth to him, and made him the hope of the new generation. Dragon gods, don't worry, I will definitely be able to do it. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was already within 50 meters of the skeleton of the dragon gods, and the seven-colored halo on his body began to become stronger and stronger. From a distance, he looked like a seven-colored ball of light, blooming with dazzling brilliance. 50 meters? The dragon knights looked at each other. It must be known that with their cultivation, it was extremely difficult to get within 50 meters of the skeleton of the dragon gods. They would also be forced to walk on the ground, and they would have to constantly be careful of problems with the bloodline in their bodies. Usually, when they cultivated, they would usually stay 100 meters away, so that it would be safer. This was the first time this child had come to the dragon world, and in front of the skeleton of the dragon gods, he was already within 50 meters of the skeleton of the dragon gods. This had to be recorded. The dragon knights naturally already knew about the 10-year agreement between Lan Xuanyu and head of Tenryu. It was because they knew that they paid more attention to this Princess Jinlong. They no longer completely treated her as a junior. Becoming a god was nothing in the dragon race, and as long as the dragon race had a normal talent, they would have a chance. But becoming a god was a big deal, and this person was definitely second to none. In the entire history of the dragon race, no one could surpass her. She was showing the dragon race that she was different from the rest, and was becoming stronger step by step. In the future Rookie Challenge, she showed strength that surpassed the young powerhouses of other races, and killed many powerhouses of the 8-armed Divine Demon clan. This kind of talent had already been recognized by the Dragon Knights, and she would definitely become a part of the Dragon Knights in the future. But the 10-year agreement raised her even more, and it was no longer as simple as being a part of the dragon race. She even had the possibility of becoming the leader of the dragon race. Seeing her step by step approach the skeleton of the dragon gods, the dragon knights' emotions were somewhat complicated. Of course, they hoped that the dragon race could become a god, so that they would no longer have to worry about their own lives. But they also understood that if such a person rose up, there would be a certain degree of chaos within the dragon race. Moreover, the current situation could be said to be the most unstable period in the past few thousand years. The Crimson Domain could be an external threat at any time, and this was the most troublesome thing for the dragon race. 40 meters, 30 meters, Lan Xuanyu was still approaching, but he slowed down. The rainbow-colored light emitted from his body became brighter and brighter, like a small rainbow-colored sun. At this time, there was already a change. With the skeleton of the dragon gods as the center, the surrounding dragon clouds were flying in this direction. At first, they were only as thin as silk, but soon, they turned into balls of rapid flying, like rivers flowing into the sea, and converging below. They didn't merge into Lan Xuanyu's body. Yes, they didn't fly towards Lan Xuanyu, and a very small part of them flew towards Bai Xiuxiu's direction. And most of them rushed towards the skeleton of the dragon gods. What was this situation? The scene in front of them also subverted the dragon knight's understanding. They had been cultivating here for so many years, but they had never encountered such a situation, and under the infusion of the dragon clouds, the skeleton of the dragon gods seemed to become less pale, and it began to have some luster, and even a little luster. 10 meters. At this time, Lan Xuanyu was only 10 meters away from the skeleton of the dragon gods. At this time, he was also shocked because he could clearly feel that the huge skeleton in front of him seemed to be waking up. The energy and willpower contained in its body were increasing at an astonishing speed. Could it be that the dragon gods weren't dead? Or, to a certain extent, were they still alive? Lan Xuanyu couldn't believe his eyes. More and more dragon clouds gathered, and the luster on the pale skeleton of the dragon gods became more and more intense. The dragon knights had already landed on the ground, nervously watching the scene in front of him. Although the dragon knights did not know about the existence of the dragon gods, they all understood that this huge skeleton must be the former king of the dragon race, an existence that ruled the entire dragon race. It could also be said that after the dragon transformation period, it had been protecting them and assisting them to move forward. At this time, such a huge change had occurred. How could they not be frightened? Could it be that this blue was really the heir chosen by the king of the dragon race? However, at this moment, suddenly, there seemed to be a ball of light shining on the skeleton of the dragon gods. Then, there seemed to be a burst of anger. This time, all the dragon knights seemed to be able to feel the existence of that anger. Then, a ball of 7-colored light shot out like a cannonball. It flew for nearly 10,000 meters before it hit the ground hard. A dragon knight could not help but say, "Was I seeing things just now?" The dragon claws of that dragon skeleton seemed to have flicked. It seemed like it? I'm not too sure. The aura was too strong. Another dragon knight said. Blue was sent flying. Let's go take a look. The last dragon knight's words made the first two suddenly understand. They quickly flew up and rushed in the direction of the colorful light. The fluctuation of the dragon clouds in the sky stopped. The layer of luster on the skeleton of the dragon gods disappeared along with the angry will. Lan Xuanyu was indeed sent flying. He was so close, how could he not feel it? The dragon skeleton really moved. At that moment, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. With just a flick of the finger, he was sent flying. The huge force made his whole body shake as if it was falling apart. Moreover, at that moment, an angry voice seemed to sound in his mind. Bastard, come again when you're stronger. The silver-armored rock battleship flew at high speed. Tang Wulin personally controlled the battleship. With his powerful strength, the silver-armored rock battleship's flying speed had reached the extreme. This was definitely the fastest battleship in human history. From Master Shu, they had already learned that Lan Xuanyu had broken through and become a god, and that everything was fine. This made him and Guyuna feel very relieved. At the same time, the two of them were rejoicing in their hearts. They had originally planned to stay by Lan Xuanyu's side and protect him when he broke through to godhood. This was because they all knew that the process of Lan Xuanyu breaking through to godhood was the most difficult. The fusion of the bloodlines of King Jinlong and a Silver Dragon King could very well cause fatal damage to him. However, what they didn't expect was that Lan Xuanyu actually completed it all by himself. Once he crossed this threshold, even the transcendent bottleneck would not be able to stop him from advancing. As parents, while they were excited, they also heaved a huge sigh of relief. Moreover, they all understood that the more Lan Xuanyu resembled the dragon race, the safer they would be on Tenryu Star. Wulin. A cry of alarm suddenly sounded in his spiritual sense, causing Tang Wulin to jump in fright. His figure flickered, and in the next moment, he was in front of the owner of the voice. Guyuna's expression was grave as she stared at the scene before her. The entire room was now completely illuminated by the 9-colored light. As soon as Tang Wulin entered, he immediately felt the King Jinlong bloodline in his body fluctuate violently, and the power behind the 18th seal was restless. This ball of 9-colored light was undoubtedly the core of the dragon gods. Back then, Douluo had taken it away from the dragon world with the intention of using it to devour Tang Wulin and become the dragon gods. What's wrong? Tang Wulin hurriedly asked, why did you take out the core of the dragon gods? Douluo shook her head and said, I didn't take it out, it came out by itself. When I just came out, I clearly felt the energy of the core of the dragon gods fluctuate violently. Then, it gradually calmed down. Could something have happened to our son? Tang Wulin frowned slightly and shook his head. No, with our current spiritual sense, if something happened to our son, we would subconsciously sense it. It shouldn't be him. Could something have happened in the dragon world? Or is it related to the dragon gods? Douluo suddenly said, I was also confused by my concern. Yes, it shouldn't be Xianxia. As long as it's not Xianxia, it's fine. Tang Wulin said, do you still remember the process of becoming the dragon gods? Douluo glanced at him. I don't know the specifics. We should only know when we break through, right? Tang Wulin's eyes flickered, and said, as long as there's nothing wrong. If the core of the dragon gods fluctuates again, quickly tell me. I'm also worried about Xianxia. Let's hurry back. If I had known, I would have let the Treastrumsa wings go back directly, saving us a trip. Next time, I won't leave the Tenryu Stars range. Douluo was still a little worried. Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. To be honest, he was a little jealous. He opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. It's fine, you won't. Hey, why did you push me? Douluo looked at him angrily. You want to take advantage of me again. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened that day. Hurry up and pilot your battleship. As she said that, she stomped on his foot and pushed him out of the room. Tang Wulin's face was filled with grief and indignation. This treatment was a little too different. Lying on the ground, Lan Xuanyu felt pain all over his body. It was as if he was about to fall apart. That hit just now was really heavy. Even with his dragon god's indestructible body, he was unable to withstand it. The 3 dragon knights had already come to his side and helped her up. Her right forearm is broken, and 4 of her ribs are broken. Her internal organs are fine, so she shouldn't be injured. It seems that she has been rejected by the bones of the king of the dragon race? Another dragon knight smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's a good thing that she's not recognized. Anyway, let's just report everything that happened here to the Tenryu Society. Yes. What about Blue? With the physique of our dragon race, this injury is nothing. It seems that she has fainted. Let she heal herself here. That's all we can do. It seems that she hasn't gained as much as Shosho this time. Speaking of which, it's a pity for the other side. Lan Xuanyu could actually hear all these voices outside. His heart was just twitching. Too ruthless, dragon gods, you're too ruthless. I'm your descendant after all. Didn't I say that you were wrong before? Do you have to treat me like this? Although he was complaining in his heart, he also felt his strange state at the same time. In the eyes of the 3 dragon knights, he was injured and had fainted because of the injury. But Lan Xuanyu himself understood that this wasn't the case. Just now, he couldn't rule out the fact that the dragon gods were retaliating against him, but at the same time, something else had been injected into his body. The first thing that changed in Lan Xuanyu was his right arm. His entire right arm bones had become 9-colored at this time. Even the surrounding muscles, meridians, and blood vessels had begun to change toward 9-colored. Yes, it was the broken right arm. Then there were the 4 broken ribs. These 4 ribs also became 9-colored. They weren't connected immediately, but this 9-colored arm was not the same as the right arm. He could feel that there was a will in each of these 4 ribs, which belonged to the will of the dragon gods. The will of the dragon gods in each rib also compressed and stored a special energy. As long as he used his divine sense, it seemed that he could mobilize it. Was this a benefit given to him by the dragon gods? What kind of power was stored in these 4 ribs? Just now, the dragon gods didn't explain it to him clearly. Furthermore, he was clearly only left with a skeleton. He didn't even have a brain or a dragon crystal, so where did that voice come from? Could it be a voice transmitted to him by the entire plane? But that couldn't be right. All the dragon bones in this plane only had some instincts and didn't have a real consciousness. Then, where did this voice come from? What was stored in these 4 ribs? He couldn't explain the Jinlong spear. Forget it, he could just go back and say that he picked it up in the dragon world. Why was he so lucky? His luck was good to begin with. If his luck wasn't good, could his bloodline evolve on the Rising Dragon platform? End of chapter. Bai Xiaoxiao had already entered a state of oblivion as she absorbed the dragon power that surged into her body. After the Dragon Knights confirmed that Lan Xuanyu's life was not in danger, they stopped surrounding him. However, their expressions were a little strange, a little disappointed, but also a little relieved. They were disappointed because they felt that the dragon race might have lost a little hope of establishing the divine realm. The dragon race had always believed that the skeleton in the center of the dragon world was an important medium for them to enter the divine realm in the future. Now it seemed that Blue was rejected by the skeleton, and it was such a strong rejection. In other words, Blue might not be able to borrow the power of the skeleton. If Blue became the divine king, the possibility of establishing the divine realm would be greatly reduced. What made them relieved was that if this was the case, then Blue would at most become a dragon knight like them. It would not change the current situation of the Tenryu star. This was a good thing, especially when the war was about to start. The chief should be able to rest assured. Lan Xuanyu did not get up. He could not leave now even if he got up. He had to wait for Xiaoxiao to finish her cultivation. He simply lay there and silently felt the 9-colored energy that surged into his body. Although they were both 9-colored energy, the 9-colored energy on his ribs and the 9-colored energy on his right arm were obviously different. The 9-colored energy on his ribs felt like it was external and was only temporarily stored there. It could be released as soon as it was mobilized, but it could not be digested or absorbed. He could not tell how strong it was exactly. However, the 9-colored dragon force that had surged to his right arm directly fused with it. It rapidly fused with his arm, gradually changing his entire right arm. This was a real upgrade. The transformation began from the internal bone marrow. The bone marrow gradually became 9-colored, and then from the inside out, from the bones, meridians, muscles, all the way to the outermost skin and nails. This right arm seemed to have become completely different as it continued to evolve. It was very strange. Did the dragon gods approve of him? Of course. They were still a little angry at him. After all, he was a descendant of the dragon gods. Being criticized by their own descendant, the dragon gods probably felt a little embarrassed. Lan Xinyu carefully tried to use his divine sense to probe again, but found that the skeleton of the dragon gods had already returned to its original state. It did not release any will, nor did it have any emotional fluctuations or divine sense fluctuations. It returned to its previous pale state. Lan Xuanyu was surprised. He vaguely understood some things. The 9-colored dragon power that just poured into his body seemed to be the skeleton of the dragon gods absorbed a large amount of dragon power in the dragon cloud, and then transferred it to him. It seemed to send him flying, but in reality, the skeleton of the dragon gods' power. Using this power on him. One had to understand that this was just a set of remains, yet it was actually this sensitive, not even the Dragon Knight too present able to see any clues. How powerful were the dragon gods at their peak, Lan Xuanyu sighed. At the same time, he silently sensed the changes in himself, quietly improving himself. Bai Xiaoxiao was forcefully pulled out from her meditation. A Dragon Knight Earth Knight stood in front of her, using his divine sense to wake her up from her meditation. At this moment, there was still a lot of dragon power in her body that had not been completely absorbed. "It's time, you should leave," the Dragon Knight calmly said. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly stood up and saluted. Then, she looked around. Soon, she saw Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was already awake. His face was a bit pale, and for some reason, he seemed to be in low spirits. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly walked over to Lan Xuanyu's side. "What's wrong, sister? Are you okay?" Lan Xuanyu silently shook his head, not saying anything. The other Dragon Knight beside him cast a sympathetic look at him. Lan Xuanyu already knew that the Dragon Knights had misunderstood his situation. Since they had misunderstood, he would let them misunderstand. That way, the head of Tenryu would be less vigilant against him. In any case, there was a bet. As long as he could reach the transcendent grade within 10 years, the process did not matter. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu was confident that if he could become a transcendent grade expert, even if he had just entered the transcendent grade, with the advantage of the dragon god's bloodline, he would not need to be afraid of anyone in the dragon race. Send you away. The two dragon knights brought them far away. A powerful dragon power rose into the air and tore open a barrier in the air, pushing the two of them inside. Lan Xuanyu silently sensed the entire process. This was actually equivalent to tearing open space, but one had to use pure dragon power to tear open space. In other words, as long as one was a god-level expert of the dragon race, they could do it, including them. Of course, not everyone could come to the dragon world. There were always dragon knights guarding this place. If they came rashly, they would die. On the way back, Lan Xuanyu did not say anything, and Bai Xiuxiu did not ask either. She only held his hand tightly. The two of them descended from the sky and landed on the rising dragon platform. However, this time, there were no dragon knights waiting for them. Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he squatted down and silently pressed his right hand on the ground of the rising dragon platform. He immediately felt his entire right arm become boiling hot, and the rising dragon platform beneath him, or rather, the rising dragon pillar, also became hot in an instant. The power of the dragon gods inside seemed to be about to rush towards him. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly picked up his hand. In this short period of time, he only brought out a little bit of the dragon god's energy and stored it in his body. He gestured to Bai Xiuxiu, and spatial fluctuations appeared, teleporting the two of them away. The moment he left, everything returned to normal. The heat inside the rising dragon platform also disappeared. However, there was a flash of excitement at the top of the rising dragon platform. The reason why Lan Xuanyu touched the rising dragon platform with his right hand was to confirm something. As it turned out, his guess was correct. At this time, the broken bones in his right arm had been reconnected. From the outside, his right arm looked no different from before. Only Lan Xuanyu himself knew that it had undergone an earth-shattering change. After returning to the Tenryu abode, Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiuxiu. How was it? How was your harvest? Bai Xiuxiu said, I've gained a lot. I feel that my bloodline has improved again. That's the most important thing. My cultivation should have improved a lot as well. The dragon power in the dragon world is very pure and vast. It should have a great nourishing effect on our bloodline. What about you? Why do you look so pale? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. It's nothing. I seem to have been rejected by the remains. But it's okay, it won't affect my cultivation. Although Lan Xuanyu had reached the god rank, and it was unlikely that Long Tianyang would know what he was thinking, the only thing he wasn't sure about was Long Tianyang's divine sense. He couldn't be sure that when he communicated with Bai Xiuxiu through voice transmission, Long Tianyang's divine sense wasn't here. The matter of the remains of the dragon gods was too important. He had to be careful. It's the last few chapters. Please remember to pay attention to our public account, Ancient Poetry, reading the 24th volume of the Ultimate Douluo book. You can pay attention to the public account to read the entire volume. Lan Xuanyu's gains this time were much greater than he had imagined. It also gave him a comprehensive understanding of the dragon world. Only he himself knew how much he had gained this time. However, he couldn't reveal these gains so easily. Xiuxiu, hurry up and continue cultivating. Digest all the dragon power you've absorbed as soon as possible. Judging from the emotions of the dragon knights, the war with the Crimson Domain is probably going to start soon. Okay, Bai Xiuxiu replied. She hugged him, then sat down and began to meditate. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to meditate. Instead, he raised his right hand and looked at his palm. The skin on his palm was white and rosy, and emitted a faint luster. His entire arm seemed to be independent from his senses. He could control it, but it didn't seem to be a part of his body anymore. This could be considered his trump card. It was just that he couldn't test it out just how powerful it was yet. A figure separated from Lan Xuanyu's body and sat down across from Bai Xiuxiu. Faint rainbow light circulated around it, and it assumed a meditative posture. This was the transmogrification ability of the treasure-hunting beast. Lan Xuanyu separated a strand of his divine sense and injected it into this figure. His own body, on the other hand, melted into the space without a sound. He disappeared without a trace, leaving behind not even a single ripple. When he reappeared, he was already back at the wings of the 33 Skies base in Fenglong City. He helped his companions cultivate again, and at the same time, received the relevant news. Yuan and Guangjuan had immediately sent news back to the Federation last time, and attracted the attention of the Federation. This was especially true for the Crimson Mother's situation, as well as the war between the Crimson Domain and the Dragon Horse Gang. They were keeping a close eye on it. Furthermore, according to Lan Xuanyu's suggestion, the 7 fleets slowly retreated and set up camp closer to the Douluo Federation's administrative planet. At the same time, he also sent a message to Lan Xuanyu through Yuan and Guangjuan, telling him to prioritize his own safety and focus on delivering the message. There was no need for him to think of ways to destroy the Ryuma Federation's research facilities and bases. However, he hoped that he would be able to send news of the war back to the Douluo Federation in time after the war began so that the Federation could make a judgment on the situation. Needless to say, Lan Xuanyu understood the Douluo Federation's intentions. The direction of the war would affect the decision of the Douluo Federation. If the Ryuma Federation had the upper hand, that would be one way to deal with the situation. If the Crimson Realm had the upper hand, that would be another. Relatively speaking, the best outcome for the Douluo Federation would be for these two domains to be evenly matched, and for the war to continue and wear each other down. Of course, the possibility of this happening was also the lowest. However, no matter which side gained the upper hand, the Douluo Federation would be able to come up with a countermeasure as long as they were able to find out immediately. That was the most important thing. Apart from that, there was also the collection of information on the Crimson Realm. In this aspect, the Federation could be said to be completely blank. There was no information at all. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu proposed to participate in the war, the Douluo Federation only reminded him to be careful, but didn't stop him. Only by participating could one truly understand the situation of the Crimson Realm. One could only imagine how precious this information was. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu was now the most important person in the Federation's Heaven Fighting Division. Any piece of information he brought back could affect the Federation's decisions. Among the 7 fleets, the only one that hadn't retreated back to the Douluo Federation was the 7th Fleet. It was left behind so that it could receive him at any time. All the plant-type soul beasts had already returned to the Douluo star. The plant-type soul beasts that had reached a bottleneck stayed behind to break through, while the other plant-type soul beasts returned to the Tenryu star after transporting their life energy. They hadn't returned yet, but it should be about time. They had to bring back information about the Tangman and the Shrek Academy. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu hadn't been notified yet. After helping his companions complete a round of body tempering, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly returned to the Tenryu Spirit House. The effects of body tempering that he gave his companions were much better than when they tempered their bodies on their own. Every body tempering was equivalent to being reborn. Furthermore, there was sufficient life energy to replenish their bodies, so everyone's cultivation speed was greatly increased. It could be said that they were progressing at a tremendous pace. Tang Yuga was getting closer and closer to the standard of an ultimate Douluo, and she was only the first. Everyone else's cultivation speed was increasing at an astonishing speed. Lan Xuanyu told Tang Yuga that when the plant-type big shots returned, he would pick them up the next time he came back. He asked Tang Yuga and the others to prepare the rare metals that they had recently collected and bring them back together. It wasn't for the Academy or the Federation, but for his father, Jinlong Yueyu Tangwulin. What they needed now was not just 3-word battle armor, but 4-word battle armor. Although his forging skills were close to being able to forge divine rank metals, he really didn't have that much time to help his companions complete their forging. Thus, he could only ask his father for help. If the Douluo Federation had to choose the number 1 blacksmith master or divine blacksmith, then there was absolutely no one who could compare to Jinlong Yueyu Tangwulin. Thinking back, he was already the #1 blacksmith in the world 10,000 years ago, not to mention now that he was a transcendent. The problems that ordinary divine blacksmiths would encounter would not appear on him at all. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't make use of such excellent resources? Of course, Lan Xuanyu still had to forge his own battle armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anything to do with his battle armor. As for the forging, when he was done, he could ask his parents to help him. On the Tenryu star, he couldn't use his battle armor casually. For some reason, the Tenryu Society didn't have any intention of giving him the Divine Dragon Armor and Divine Dragon Armor even though they knew that his Dragon Spear and Divine Dragon Armor were damaged. The next period of time was going to be very important and tense. Lan Xuanyu really hoped that his companions could grow faster. At the very least, they could reach the divine rank and above so that they could have some ability to protect themselves. However, it wasn't easy to reach the divine rank in one go. Most importantly, they couldn't break through on the Tenryu star. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to be noticed. They couldn't be too impatient and could only progress step by step. Another reason why Lan Xuanyu hurried back to the Tenryu abode in the Tenryu city was that someone had come to visit. Of course, it wasn't a dragon knight. Otherwise, he would be more nervous. A staff member of the Tenryu Society was waiting outside. They all knew very well that dragon knights didn't want to be disturbed when they were cultivating, so they just waited outside. With the strength of a dragon knight's divine sense, they could naturally sense that they were here. As long as they appeared outside, they would have already triggered their divine sense. Of course, Lan Xuanyu wasn't a dragon knight yet, but in a sense, his treatment in the Tenryu Society was not much different from that of a dragon knight. His main body returned and merged with the illusion. Bai Xiuxiu was still cultivating. Lan Xuanyu walked out of the door and looked at the staff member of the Tenryu Society. He knew this person. His name was Zhang Zilong. He was about 30 years old and was in the dragon race. He was very close to the divine rank. Of course, in terms of talent, he was still a little inferior to Qi Tenryu and Su Yanma. Lord Lan. Zhang Zilong respectfully saluted Lan Xuanyu. What's the matter? Lan Xuanyu asked. Zhang Zilong respectfully said, I'm here to deliver a notice. The head and the second head invite you to attend the meeting. The meeting will be held in 3 days. Okay, I understand. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Zhang Zilong bowed again and was about to leave when Lan Xuanyu stopped him. I have something to ask you. Zhang Zilong said respectfully, please tell me. Lan Xuanyu said, my divine dragon armor and dragon spear were damaged earlier. Where can I repair them? Mine can't be repaired. Zhang Zilong was stunned. He didn't expect Sir Lan to not know about such a simple matter. Sir Lan, the divine dragon armor and dragon spear are the most precious resources of the dragon race. Usually, the dragon race has to spend their own resources to purchase them. Buy them yourself? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Did he have to buy them himself? Zhang Zilong said, yes. Usually, the dragon knights are supported by the major cities. The major cities will provide whatever resources they need. I don't know which city is supporting you, but they should be providing you with resources, right? Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. He really didn't know. However, Huang Daoqi and Huang Yuanlang should know. That his divine dragon armor and dragon spear were damaged. Why was there no news from them? Yes, it was time to go back and ask them for money. Where can I buy them? Lan Xuanyu asked. Zhang Zilong said, naturally, it's in the Tenryu Society. Only the Tenryu Society has the truly powerful divine dragon armor and dragon spear. As a member of the Tenryu Society, you only have to pay 50% of the price for all the items produced by the Tenryu Society. Lan Xuanyu said, even members of the Tenryu Society can't get them for free? Zhang Zilong said with a bitter smile, that won't do. This is the rule set by the first-generation president. No one can't reap what they sow. However, our 50% discount is basically lower than the cost price. There are very few dragon race members outside who are qualified to come to the Tenryu Society to purchase items. For example, dragon race members usually only have the opportunity to come to the Tenryu Society to participate in a purchase after breaking through and becoming a god. Oh, right, the prices of resources have been increasing recently. The price of the precious weapons and equipment produced by our Tenryu society has also increased by 30%. Hearing him say this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He said, "All right. When I need to buy something, can I just ask the staff here to take me there?" Zhang Zilong nodded and said, "Yes, please give me your orders at any time. As a member of the Tenryu Society, you have access to a special passage. Other than our Lanma auction, our Tenryu Society has the most good things." Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "What's the situation with the Dragon Horse auction?" Zhang Zilong said, "That's the largest auction in our federation. Generally speaking, it's only held once every 10 years. However, for some reason, it had increased recently. It's already being organized. It will be held in Tenryu City in about half a month. When the time comes, you can pay attention to it." At the Dragon Horse auction, many rare treasures from various clans would appear. Every auction would set a record for sky-high prices. If you want to participate, you might as well prepare some in advance. "Okay, I got it. Thank you." After sending Zhang Zilong away, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little moved. The Divine Dragon Armor and Dragon Spear were still useful to him, especially the Divine Dragon Armor, which was equivalent to a second set of battle armor. The high-level Divine Dragon Armor was definitely not inferior to the power of a forward battle armor, and could even reach the level of a divine weapon. A divine weapon level Divine Dragon Armor should be comparable to the 6-word battle armor of the Douluo Federation. In terms of battle armor, it could only be forged to the level of a forward battle armor, and then it needed to be nurtured by oneself. I wonder if I can get a god-level Divine Dragon Armor here. Although I've already broken through to the god level, it's still very important to have some life-saving means. After all, if I participate in the war with the Crimson Domain, it will be a battlefield with a transcendent god-level intensity. Once I'm noticed, it will be very dangerous. Since I'm going to participate in the war, I have to make more preparations. I'm not afraid of having too many trump cards, but I'm afraid I won't have enough. With that thought, Lan Xuanyu made up his mind. He didn't stay to meditate, and this time he didn't even leave behind an illusion. He directly tore open space and teleported away. This time, he was going to return to Fenglong City openly. "It's time for the royal father and son to do something for me." With a flash of light, Lan Xuanyu returned to his residence in Fenglong City. After leaving last time, he hadn't returned. The Hall of Dragon Power should have been closed for a long time. Now that he had the dragon marrow of the dragon gods to aid his cultivation, the Hall of Dragon Power's effect was very small. "Servants," Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Soon, servants ran in from outside. When they saw her, they hurriedly knelt on the ground. The current Princess Jinlong's influence on the Tenryu Star was extraordinary. Even Fenglong City was proud of her, and no one thought that Fenglong City was still ranked last. Everyone could see that as long as Princess Jinlong grew up normally, she would definitely become a Dragon Knight in the future. Fenglong City already had the support of the Ink Dragon Knights. If they had another Dragon Knight, their resources would probably be reshuffled. "Help me invite Huang Yuanlang's brother here," Lan Xuanyu said calmly. "Yes." He didn't directly contact Huang Yuanlang through the communication device because he wanted to give him some time to prepare. This way, the possibility of Huang Yuanlang directly inviting Huang Daoqi over was much higher. He couldn't directly ask Huang Daoqi to come over. After all, in terms of status, Huang Daoqi was his talent scout, and he was also the city lord. There was a need to respect him. However, if he only went to invite Huang Yuanlang, and Huang Yuanlang told Huang Daoqi, it wouldn't be considered rude if the father and son came by themselves. As expected, not long after, Huang Daoqi and Huang Yuanlang came together. As soon as they saw Lan Xuanyu, they were naturally overjoyed and quickly stepped forward. In their eyes, Lan Xuanyu had changed tremendously, mainly in terms of his aura. Although she still looked the same, the invisible bloodline pressure made even Huang Daoqi feel like he couldn't straighten his back. Of course, they all knew about Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough on the Rising Dragon platform. That scene was too shocking for the dragon race. Moreover, from the Ink Dragon Knight Luo Lan, they learned something even more profound. They all understood that Lan had already soared into the sky. Not to mention her performance in the Future Rookie Challenge. Just the talent that she displayed now was no longer as simple as a dragon knight. How could the royal father and son not be overjoyed? What's more, their status had risen because of Azure's promotion. Even the patriarchs of the major clans were polite when they saw Huang Daoqi. Greetings, clan leader. Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to Huang Daoqi. You're too kind. You're now a member of the Tenryu Society. In terms of status, you're definitely not below me. In the future, we'll talk as equals. I've already proposed to the clan to make an exception and invite you to be an elder of the clan. Huang Daoqi laughed loudly and helped Lan Xuanyu up. After Lan Xuanyu thanked him, he turned to Huang Yuanlang and nodded. Huang Yuanlang looked at her with a complicated gaze. Not too long ago, his heart was rather fervent towards this person, but now, he had long since lost such thoughts. He was very clear that the distance between him and this person was truly too far, and it was already completely unreachable. He would not ask for a rebuff and think too much about it. She will be the clan's backer in the future. When he inherited the position of clan leader, he might have to rely on her even more. Now, the thing that Huang Daoqi and Huang Yuanlang were most grateful for was the 1,000-year contract. With this contract, at least the leaders of the major clans would not be able to snatch this great talent. I didn't think that such a long time had passed since we parted that day. Lan, you've shocked the entire Federation recently. Huang Yuanlang exclaimed. Lan Xuanyu said, I didn't think that such a long time had passed since we parted that day. At that time, I stayed in Tenryu's abode to cultivate. After that, I participated in the establishment of the Federation and the Future Rookie Challenge. After I returned, I went into seclusion and broke through. That's why I've been delayed until now. Huang Daoqi smiled. It's good that you're back. I heard from Yuan Lang that you're back, so I hurried over to see you. I've already asked someone to prepare some food. They'll send it over to you later. Let's have a good chat. Thank you for your concern, clan leader. Lan Xuanyu's respect for him was the same as before. It had not changed at all. This made Huang Daoqi feel very comfortable. How would he know that the most important reason for this respect was to make him bleed? Lan Xuanyu invited the father and son to the living room. The three of them chatted casually. Lan Xuanyu briefly described what he had seen and heard during the Future Rookie Challenge. He also roughly described the situation when he broke through. As for the 10-year promise between him and the head of Tenryu, that was not something that Huang Daoqi and his son could know. Only the Dragon Knight level would know this secret. Lan Xuanyu naturally would not say it out loud. The more they listened to him, the more shocked Huang Daoqi and his son were. Although they thought highly of Lan, this Lan's rise was just too fast. It was so fast that it was hard to imagine. In a short time, not only had she become a god, even Huang Yuanlang could vaguely feel that his father might not be Lan's match now. More importantly, with her talent and foundation, it would not take much time for her to become a dragon knight. Soon, all kinds of food were sent over. They were all top-notch delicacies. The three of them sat down as the host and guest. Under Lan Xuanyu's insistence, Huang Daoqi was invited to sit at the main seat. This made the Fenglong City's city lord feel a little high-spirited. The person in front of him had the potential to become a dragon knight. Although the Ink Dinosaur Knights supported Fenglong City, that was because they had taken the initiative to curry favor with the other party. Blue, on the other hand, was different. She had a 1,000-year contract with her family. She could be considered a dragon knight trained by her family. This intimacy level was different. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lan Xuanyu toasted a cup of wine and said, "Clan head, I came back this time because there's one more thing I want to ask you. You should know about the situation with the Crimson Domain, right?" Hearing her mention the Crimson Domain, Huang Daoqi's gaze instantly became more serious, and even his drunkenness decreased a little. He nodded slightly and said, "Of course I know." Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, "From what I've heard from the first seat and second seat, I'm afraid this war is unavoidable. I have to be a part of it. After all, I am a member of the Tenryu Society. On our side, you should also make some preparations." Huang Daoqi was shocked. "You want to participate as well? You've just become a god." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "I'm also a part of our dragon race." Facing the provocation of the Crimson Domain, how can I not participate? For our dragon race, even if I die on the battlefield, it'll be a worthy death. Although she had a smile on her face, her eyes were filled with determination. Huang Daoqi frowned and said, "But you're so talented. For the development of our dragon race, you should be given more time to improve yourself and truly become a dragon knight in the future. Only when you become a dragon knight can you really make a greater contribution to our dragon race." Lan Xuanyu said, "The process of growth requires pressure. Pressure is also a motivation. During the war with the Crimson Domain, it'll also be a process of training me. Don't worry, although I don't have the divine dragon armor and dragon spear now, my cultivation base has improved a lot, and I can also use thunder techniques to fight. I'll be careful. As for our side, I wonder if there are any requests from the clan." Huang Daoqi said, "At the moment, it's only about the allocation of resources. We're still preparing for the war, and we don't know exactly when the war will happen. The Crimson Domain is unpredictable, and we don't know when it'll appear, and we don't know where it'll appear. However, I don't think it'll appear first on our Tenryu star or Tianma star. Oh right, I've been wanting to tell you about your divine dragon armor being broken, but the Tenryu Society said that you were in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't have time to inform you. You're now a member of the Tenryu Society, and the Tenryu Society has a great discount for you. You can buy the divine dragon armor and dragon spear from the Tenryu Society at half price. What the Tenryu Society produces is the best. You're an elder of our clan, so naturally, these resources will be provided by the clan." Lan Xuanyu pretended to be confused and said, "I have to buy them myself? I thought the clan would distribute them directly when the war starts." Huang Daoqi waved his hand and said, "No, the divine dragon armor and dragon spear are the most important resources of our dragon race. We got Lord Luo Lainan to help you buy the original set you were wearing. That's because he can get a discount. However, there's a limit to what each dragon knight can buy, and they can't buy too many. Now that you're a member of the Tenryu Society, you can buy them yourself. You can go to the Tenryu Society later and choose the divine dragon armor and dragon spear that suit you best." Lan Xuanyu was stunned and said, "There's no need for that. Actually, I can still fight without the divine dragon armor and dragon spear." What did it mean to loosen the reins only to grasp them better, and what did it mean to influence them imperceptibly? Huang Yuanlang said from the side, "How can you do that? The divine dragon armor is the most important protection for your life. Your divine dragon armor was broken before, and without it, you'll probably suffer more serious injuries. Your fighting style is already strong, and you need to be protected. Lan, don't worry, although Fenglong City isn't the richest city, it's still one of the 12 main cities. We'll do our best to support you." Huang Daoqi nodded and said seriously, "That's right. Nothing is more important than your safety. You're not only the future of our dragon race, but also the future of Fenglong City. As you can see, Yuan Lang and the others don't have much talent. Xiao is your dragon, and she's also my goddaughter. I'll treat you like my own daughter. Luo Lan is the same. We can have more resources, but you and Xiao are unique. Not only you, but also Xiao. If you need anything, don't hesitate. Fenglong City will provide everything." Lan Xuanyu was touched and said, "Thank you, Patriarch. Xiao and I have been alone since we were young, and we only have a home after coming to Fenglong City. I'm not good with words, but no matter what, I'll always be a part of Fenglong City. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Huang Daoqi said, "You can buy resources in the Tenryu Society with Tenryu coins. It's the highest grade of currency in Tenryu Star. It has a strong purchasing power and can be used in the entire galaxy. For example, the Dragon Horse auction that's going to be held soon will be settled in Tenryu coins. Oh right, if you have time, you should go to the auction. Maybe there'll be something good for you. Don't be stingy with your money, especially when it comes to defense. How about this, you stay for one more day, and I'll ask Yuan Lang to send some to you tomorrow. Then, I'll raise some more in the clan. If Fenglong City supports you, it'll be equivalent to supporting the war. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand, Patriarch. I'll definitely prioritize my safety." Asking for it directly and having the other party take the initiative to give it to him was naturally different. Lan Xuanyu knew that even if he asked for it directly, the imperial father and son would definitely give it to him. But in that case, they wouldn't support him wholeheartedly. Just as Huang Daoqi had said, no matter what, Fenglong City was still one of the 12 main cities. Even if it was ranked last, it was still a main city. It was rich in resources and mainly focused on mining. If Fenglong City wanted to become strong, they did not need more resources, but they needed the support of truly powerful people. Other main cities might have more resources, but they wouldn't be able to support him as wholeheartedly as Fenglong City. They also had dragon knights to support. On the other hand, even Luo Lanshan was leaning towards him. Lan Xuanyu knew about the Tenryu coin. The Tenryu coin itself was very precious. It was made of a special rare metal. This rare metal could be used to create high-level equipment, and even the core of a battleship. It could also be engraved with arrays, which had some special functions. Of course, most of the Tenryu coins were not engraved. Therefore, no matter where it was, the Tenryu coin was very valuable. It was not just a currency, but a resource. It was one of the most common currencies in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Now that the Ryuma Federation had been established, the currency had not been unified. However, the Tenryu coin's purchasing power was still the #1 currency in the Federation. However, it was difficult for the Tenryu coin to be used in the entire Federation. After all, there was a limit to the amount. It could not satisfy the needs of many races. Therefore, if the Ryuma Federation were to unify the currency, they would create another resource-based currency. It was much cheaper than the Tenryu coin, but it was easier to use. As long as they maintained a certain exchange rate with the Tenryu coin, they could combine the two and unify the currency market of the Federation. The next morning, Huang Yuanlang came over. The Tenryu coin could not be stored in any way. It was all physical. He gave Lan Xuanyu a storage ring. Lan Xuanyu used his divine sense to take a look. There were hundreds of thousands of shiny orange coins inside. He was well aware of the purchasing power of Tenryu. Let's put it this way, 1 Tenryu coin was the monthly income of an ordinary lower dragon race. The dragon race was directly given to him. That was about it. The monthly salary of the upper dragon race was only 5 Tenryu coins. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly dragon coins, this was definitely an astronomical figure. It was easy to imagine how strong its purchasing power was. Fenglong City had spared no effort in supporting him. Huang Yuanlang said, "Lan, you use it first. Don't be afraid of spending money. Especially in the Tenryu Society, it was the most worthwhile purchase. With the discount of being a member of the Tenryu Society, even if the price of the item was very high, it would still be at cost price. Father means that no matter what, he will support you in purchasing a set of divine dragon armor to protect yourself. You can focus on this aspect of your search. Here are 400,000 Tenryu coins. Father has been preparing recently to try to get you another 600,000 Tenryu coins to make a total of 1 million Tenryu coins. You and Shosho should be enough. If it's still not enough, just tell us. We will do our best. Luo Lan shouldn't be lacking anything, so we will support you too with all our strength." Lan Xuanyu looked at him with a bit of confusion and excitement in his eyes. Then, he nodded his head forcefully and didn't say anything. If Bai Shosho saw this scene, she would definitely give him the title of Best Actress. As for when to buy the divine dragon armor, there was no hurry. Wasn't the Tenryu Society about to hold a meeting? It should be related to the war. During the war, would the Tenryu Society members be discounted even lower? With the 400,000 Tenryu coins in hand, Lan Xuanyu returned to the Tenryu abode in a happy mood. It felt good to have someone to support you. It would be even better if this support could continue. That was why it was said that powerhouses were supported by a lot of resources. It was like this when they were in the academy, and it was the same when they were hiding in the academy now. When Lan Xuanyu returned to the Tenryu abode, Bai Shosho had already finished her cultivation. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lan Xuanyu return. "Where did you go? I didn't dare to go out and look for you. You didn't even leave me a message," Bai Shosho said angrily. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, "Of course I went to get something good. We have a 1,000-year contract with the royal family. It's not too much for the royal family to give us some support, right? The war could start at any time. We have to equip ourselves well. He then told her about the Tenryu coins. When he mentioned the dragon horse auction, both of them could not help but feel a little strange. Back then, when they were in Shrek City, they would go to the auction on the only day they had off every week. They would eat some good food with their friends and go to the auction to see if there was anything good. They did not expect to participate in the auction here again. You should equip yourself. Have you thought about what kind of dragon armor you want to buy? Bai Xiaoxiao asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see. I think that among all the dragon armors in the dragon race now, there shouldn't be any that suits me. After all, they can't use the bones of the dragon gods to make them. They can only find something that is relatively suitable. It would be best if it's at the level of a divine artifact. The purchasing power of the Tenryu coins should be quite shocking. Otherwise, Huang Daoqi would not have given you these. As for the purchasing power of this top-tier currency, we'll know when we go to the Tenryu Society and the auction house. Alright, I don't need it. I can still use my dragon armor and ice magic dragon spear, Bai Xiaoxiao said. Lan Xuanyu said, if there's something suitable, I'll give it to you. Try to get a divine artifact or something like that. It's always good for us to equip ourselves more. Besides, don't we have the taboo weapons we brought from home? Lan Xuanyu had never participated in the Tenryu Society's meeting before, especially the Dragon Knights. It was a top-tier meeting. Early the next morning, a staff member of the Tenryu Society came to invite him to the meeting. The Tenryu Society's meeting was still held in the Tenryu Mansion. It was a spacious meeting room surrounded by wooden pillars that propped up the ceiling. There were no walls around. Sitting on the rattan floor, one could see the surrounding scenery that was full of vitality. It was elegant and comfortable. The staff member served drinks that were similar to tea and retreated. He took a sip, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. The rich life energy cleansed his body and mind. It was indescribably binding. When Lan Xuanyu arrived, he realized that he was the first to arrive. His seat was at the side of the outer circle. There were a total of 18 futons in the inner circle. Those were obviously the seats of the 18 Dragon Knights. However, there was only one futon in the outer circle. In other words, he was the only one attending the meeting. From this, it could be seen that the dragon race valued him very much. This was obviously a meeting of the highest level. He did not have to wait for long. The Dragon Knights arrived one after another. Lan Xuanyu naturally could not sit where he was. He stood up and bowed to them one by one. The Dragon Knights all had serious expressions on their faces, but they were still polite to him. Most of them were curious about him. The commotion caused by his breakthrough that day was so great that it shocked the entire dragon race. Moreover, the Dragon Knights already knew about the agreement between her and the chief, so they naturally thought highly of her. After a while, the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng, the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, and the Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan arrived together. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly got up and bowed. Zhong Zicheng smiled and nodded to him. Luo Lan looked at him, but there was a flash of worry in his eyes. What was he worried about? Lan Xuanyu did not ask. He immediately thought of it. It should be that they knew about his situation in the dragon world. Luo Lan knew that he was sent flying by the bone bomb of the dragon gods. This was also good. It made the Dragon Knights who were wary of him relax a little. It also allowed him to focus more on his growth. He naturally wouldn't tell these Dragon Knights that he had actually benefited from the skeletons of the dragon gods. He had been too high profile in the past. Now that he had become a god, it was time to keep a low profile. There was no harm in keeping a low profile. Who knew, there might even be benefits. Not all the Dragon Knights were present. At this time, there were only 10 Dragon Knights present. Light and shadow gradually condensed at the head of the table. All the Dragon Knights stood up at the same time. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up as well. Head of Tenryu's figure became clear. He gestured with his hands. Sit down, everyone. As he spoke, he glanced at Lan Xuanyu beside him. Lan Xuanyu also bowed. He could clearly feel a divine sense passing over his body. However, it was only a fleeting glance. Everyone sat down again. Head of Tenryu said in a low voice, "Everyone should be able to guess the content of today's meeting. War with the Crimson Domain is unavoidable. The Crimson Mother's appetite is too big. Moreover, we can't allow the Crimson Domain to develop in the galaxy. Once the greedy Crimson Mother becomes a god, it will be the end of all our races." All the Dragon Knights nodded. None of them were against this war. "Old Zhong, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to take action. In terms of divine sense, you're undoubtedly the strongest in our galaxy. I'll have to trouble you to search for the Crimson Domain's location and find out where they'll act. They probably won't directly target the Longma double star. It's important to find their first point of attack." Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng nodded. "It's my duty. Now, we just have to make a rough judgment. Or we can wait for them to make the first move." Head of Tenryu said in a low voice, "The Crimson Mother has been planning for so many years. Once they act, it'll definitely be earth-shattering. If anyone has any suggestions, please let us hear them. I've already discussed this with the patriarchs of the various clans. We'll work together against a common enemy." Zhong Zicheng said, "From the looks of it, for the Crimson Mother to appear at the Ryuma Federation meeting, there must be a traitor within the Federation who led them here. The Crimson Mother must have promised them something. So, if the Crimson Mother started a war, then it is also important to know how many supporters there are within our Federation. What if the Crimson Mother launched a large-scale attack at the beginning? Furthermore, gaining the support of multiple races would be very disadvantageous for us." It was hard to say how many races supported the Crimson Mother. "We have to be on guard against this. Why don't we invite all the patriarchs to the Tenryu Star, as a hostage? At the very least, the centrist will not dare to act rashly." Head of Tenryu nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Wasn't the Dragon Horse auction going to be held soon? We can invite the patriarchs of the various clans, and at the same time, take out some really good things. Lure them here, since they are here, don't leave first. Let's fight against the enemies together. Kill those who oppose us, and rope in the centrist." All the Dragon Knights nodded. Lan Xuanyu, who was listening at the side, was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a little too crude? Was this a battle plan? And it was the highest standard, as if sensing his emotions, Head of Tenryu turned to look at her. "Lan, do you have any ideas? You can tell us." Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled, and he respectfully bowed and said, "In front of all the lords, I don't have the right to speak." He wanted to keep a low profile now. He wanted to keep a low profile so as to avoid attracting more attention from Head of Tenryu. Head of Tenryu smiled slightly. "Why did I ask you to come here today? It's to let you participate in the implementation of our Tenryu Society's major events and lay a good foundation for the future. Are you all on the same side? Just say it boldly." Lan Xuanyu hesitated. But seeing Zhong Zicheng's encouraging gaze, he then said, "Chief, Lord Dragon Knights. This is what I think. Currently, our biggest disadvantage is that the Crimson Domain is erratic, and we don't know where they are. The Crimson Domain's final target should be our Tenryu Star or Tianma Star. Only the enormous life force of our Longma double star can promote the Crimson Domain to the level of the Heavenly Realm. Just as Chief said before, the Crimson Domain won't attack our Longma double star right away, because that would make them the target of everyone in the galaxy. Therefore, the best way for the Crimson Domain to do this is to gradually nibble away. With the help of the races that have already received support, they can start to devour the planets with life force in our galaxy. Therefore, I think that our first step is to filter out the planets that are worthy of being devoured by the Crimson Domain. We can use the process of elimination to see which ones are most likely to be attacked by the Crimson Domain. Secondly, I think that we can't just wait. We should take the initiative. Perhaps the Crimson Domain hasn't decided where it's best to start attacking from. In that case, why don't we guide it to a certain extent and let it start attacking where we want it to appear? This way, our losses will be minimized. At the same time, we'll place the battlefield where we want it to appear." The head of Tenryu looked at her with some surprise and said, "Then how can we lure it to where we want it to appear?" Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, "We'll use whatever it wants to obtain to lure it." All the Dragon Knights looked at Lan Xuanyu with some surprise. Without a doubt, Lan Xuanyu's suggestion was much more reliable than Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's suggestion. Lan Xuanyu continued, moreover, we can use the method of building one path under the guise of another to lure them in. Like what I just said, we can continue to carry out this plan and spread it out without restraint. We'll let the Crimson Domain think that we're only trying to restrict the various races of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Then, we can secretly make some arrangements and accidentally let them know. This way, they'll be more likely to believe that our secret arrangements are real. Hidden within these secret arrangements are the things that they desire the most. As long as our plan is thorough enough, we won't be afraid that they won't make a move. Once they make a move, we'll directly confront them with the momentum of a thunderbolt. We'll place the battlefield where we want it to appear the most. We'll take the initiative. Hearing Lan Xuanyu's words, the Dragon Knights couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This was a bit of a plan. It seemed, it might even be a bit reliable. The head of Tenryu also had a pondering look on his face, a strange expression on his face. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng looked at Lan Xuanyu with an extraordinary splendor in his eyes and said, if we can really take the initiative, then it'll be very advantageous for us. I think we can give it a try. At this crucial moment, he naturally supported Hui Yuhao. Lan Xuanyu's idea was really sincere. In his heart, the threat of the Crimson Domain was even greater than the threat of the Ryuma Federation. The Ryuma Federation truly existed there. Furthermore, they relied more on their own improvement in hopes of breaking through to the God realm. They were indeed a threat to the Douluo Federation, but in reality, the threat wasn't that great. At least, it wasn't a threat in the short term. However, the Crimson Domain was different. It had a demigod king, and was a terrifying movable plane that could devour almost all life forms. If this thing appeared in the Douluo Federation, would the Douluo Federation be able to defend against it? Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to take the risk, hence, it was best to nip this danger in the bud as soon as possible. This was the best choice. He actually hoped that the Ryuma Federation would destroy the Crimson Domain. It would be best if it was completely destroyed. At the same time, it would cause greater losses to the Ryuma Federation. This was in the best interest of the Douluo Federation. The head of Tenryu looked at Lan Xuanyu and said in a deep voice, go back and write a detailed plan for me. Yes. Lan Xuanyu replied respectfully. For the past 2 days, he had been thinking about how the Dragon Horse Federation should face the Crimson Realm. That would be the best choice. To him, the Crimson Domain's combat ability was unknown. However, from the fact that the head of Tenryu dared to face this war, the difference in strength between the two sides should not be too great. If the Ryuma Federation was much stronger, they would not need to be nervous. If the Ryuma Federation was much weaker, they would not resist. Therefore, the possibility of the two sides being evenly matched was very high. The head of Tenryu continued, let's analyze what methods the Crimson Mother has. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu lowered his head subconsciously. He suddenly felt that the dragon race's train of thought really couldn't be evaluated using a human's method. You don't even know what methods and abilities the other side has? You're preparing to start a war? Isn't this a bit reckless? The Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei said, the Crimson Domain is known for its ability to devour. The fact that it has existed for so many years and advanced to its current level has a lot to do with the stability of the Crimson Domain itself. The Crimson Mother should be clear that the path she has taken is a path of no return. Even if she becomes a god, her eventual decline is inevitable. The only difference is that it will exist for a long time. However, if she devours us, no one knows what she will become in the end. In my opinion, the Crimson Domain's main ability is to devour. It might even be able to devour an entire planet. The head of Tenryu said, for the Crimson Domain to be able to develop to its current level, it must have undergone many changes. Therefore, we cannot use common sense to judge it. The Crimson Mother is the most powerful existence we have seen so far. Purely from the aura she is emitting, I, Brother Zhong, and at most the head of Tianma. We should be able to contend against her. Therefore, the key is what the Crimson Domain's ability is. Not only does she need life energy, but she also needs destruction energy. In a sense, the Crimson Domain is a special domain created by the energy changes between life and death. The Crimson Domain gave me the feeling that it was immortal, but at the same time, it was also immortal. It can be said that the Crimson Domain itself is the Crimson Mother, and it can also be said that the Crimson Mother is the consciousness of the entire plane. However, because we have not truly fought with her, it is difficult to judge of her fighting style. We can only take one step at a time. The dragon race Crimson Dragon Knight Luan Destruction is the core of the universe. That is, the Crimson Plane must have grasped some of these mysteries. That is the Crimson Domain. We Blue. Blue Lawn. However, I agree with Blue's opinion. At the very least, we should place the battlefield where we want it to be. That way, we can deal with it more easily. Lan Xuanyu looked at the 5th-ranked Dragon Knight with some surprise. He did not expect Luan Yayuan to support him. He was on the head of Tenryu's side. Of the main forces that we can mobilize, the highest level is ourselves and the 36 Pegasus Knights on the side of the Pegasus Knights. As for the army, our Dragon Race army cannot be easily mobilized. We can gather 1,500 clansmen of all levels. As for Tianma, we can mobilize 30,000 main forces from Tianma. These are our core forces. The 8-armed Godfiend army is also ready to go. The 8-armed Godfiend King said that he can mobilize 50,000 8-armed Godfiends. However, the prerequisite is that he needs our support. As for the Mantis race, the Golden Mantis King can mobilize enough troops. They can be considered our most basic army. The other groups also have their own armies. They are already in the process of being deployed. Therefore, the location of the battlefield is very important. Blue, give me your plan as soon as possible. The head of Tenryu said in a deep voice. The Dragon Knights did some calculations. The Alliance army could organize millions of troops. Almost all of them were powerful races. These were all things that could be used for direct combat in space. With the establishment of the Ryuma Federation, some of the race's warships had been mobilized to the vicinity of the Tenryu star. They were ready to be modified, but it was too late. Of course, there were still some races' warships that had not been mobilized. It was obvious that the traitors were among those races that had not yet arrived. The meeting did not last long. The Dragon Knights did not have much to say. The next battle plan was mainly about how to mobilize the troops and how to take the initiative to fight once the war began. Relatively speaking, there were only the most basic tactics. At least in the eyes of Lan Xuanyu, a top student from the Shrek Academy, it was a little reckless and crude. However, he could also understand. The Ryuma Federation had just been established, and there was no time to unify it. Almost all of the races were still fighting for themselves. This war was not only related to whether the Ryuma Federation could defeat the Crimson Mother, but it was also related to whether the Ryuma Federation could succeed as a whole. It could be considered as a battle of the Federation's destiny. What surprised Lan Xuanyu was that the head of Tenryu really assigned him a race for him to mobilize. It was the Blue Ocean race that he was born in. The Blue Ocean race was a relatively weak vassal race on the Tenryu star. However, this was the Tenryu star after all, so there were still some powerhouses in the Blue Ocean race. There were more than 20 powerhouses above the god level. Among them, there were 2 true gods. There were no transcendent gods. Of course, the Blue Ocean race did not have a warship. They were assigned a warship. It was probably a battleship, at least in terms of size. There were a total of 30,000 Blue Ocean race soldiers, and they were equipped with mecha-like weapons. They could fight in space for a short period of time. In addition, there were more than 20 true gods. If they were to be evaluated by the Douluo Federation standards, it would be considered quite good. Lan Xuanyu was the commander of this Blue Ocean race army. Of course, in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, this was definitely an insignificant force. At least no one would give them too much to look forward to. When he left the Tenryu abode, Lan Xuanyu's emotions were a little complicated. There was no doubt that a battleship was in existence that could truly lead a war. Of course, it was only a small-scale war. He never thought that he would become the captain of a battleship of this level, not in the Douluo Federation, but in the Ryuma Federation. This was really, with her prestige, even though the Blue Ocean race had true gods, there should be no problem commanding them. However, perfecting the plan was the most important thing. Lan Xuanyu asked the staff of the Tenryu Society to prepare a large amount of information for him. There was information about the various races, as well as information about the Crimson Domain. Of course, he would make a copy of this information and send it back to the Douluo Federation. He was so busy coming up with a battle plan that he didn't even have time to go to the Tenryu Society to get his own weapons and equipment. After 3 days, a complete battle plan was finally completed, and it was directly submitted to the head of Tenryu. Lan Xuanyu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This is really more tiring than cultivation. Stretching his body, Lan Xuanyu looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He felt much more relaxed as he felt the aura of life. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Are you considered the chief of staff for the dragon race?" Lan Xuanyu laughed, "It's not just the dragon race. I should be the chief of staff for the Ryuma Federation. If it was on our side, I should be at least a general, right?" "It's not impossible to be a general." Bai Xiaoxiao said, "You wish. Do you think your plan will be accepted by the head?" Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, "After the meeting that day, the only thing I felt was that the dragon race's brain is made of muscles. Do you think they will accept it? Head of Tenryu isn't stupid. My plan has a total of 12 possibilities, as well as a contingency plan for each possibility. It basically takes into account the various ways to deal with the Crimson Domain. From what we know, the Crimson Domain won't use the domain itself as a weapon of war. Instead, they must have an army similar to their own. It's just that it's hard to say what their army will be like. My plan has a total of 6 parts, all of which are interconnected. Even if the Crimson Mother knows that there's a problem, she should still accept it. Now it's up to the head of Tenryu to decide whether or not to take out the bait that will attract the Crimson Mother." Lan Xuanyu had a rough idea of what the bait was. Only bait like that could possibly tempt the Crimson Mother and force her to accept it. Let's go to the Tenryu Society and buy some good stuff." Lan Xuanyu had received the second sum of money from Fenglong City yesterday, and now he had collected 1 million Tenryu coins. Tenryu coins were the highest level of currency, also known as Tenryu crystal coins. Ordinary people didn't even have the chance to come into contact with them. The specific purchasing power of Tenryu coins would only be known after seeing the price of equipment in the Tenryu Society. They didn't just want to buy equipment from the Tenryu Society. Lan Xuanyu was also looking forward to the upcoming Dragon Horse auction. This was the highest standard auction in the entire Dragon Horse galaxy, and it was also the first Federation-level auction since the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. The possibility of good stuff appearing was naturally huge. Of course, they had to have enough resources to obtain the good stuff from the auction. Therefore, they had to save enough Tenryu coins. They found the staff of the Tenryu Society and led them to the Tenryu Chamber of Commerce. The Tenryu Chamber of Commerce was divided into 2 levels. One was the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Tenryu Star and was directly controlled by the Tenryu Society. The other was the higher-level Tenryu Chamber of Commerce, which only dealt with the dragon race. Only the dragon race could purchase goods from it. Weapons such as the divine dragon armor and the dragon spear were purchased from the VIP Tenryu Chamber of Commerce. The VIP Tenryu Chamber of Commerce only existed in Tenryu City. It was located in an inconspicuous building beside the Tenryu Mansion. This building had a long history and was completely built with huge stones. It looked a bit like a castle and was surrounded by all kinds of plants. It could only be seen clearly from a bird's-eye view. Within the Tenryu City, only the dragon race was qualified to fly in the sky. Other flying species were not allowed to fly. The staff of the Tenryu Society led Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao to the entrance of the VIP Tenryu Chamber of Commerce. There was already a staff member waiting at the entrance. It was a woman with an outstanding appearance. Lan Xuanyu could tell at a glance that she was a dragon race woman. There were very few women in the dragon race, and this dragon race woman was even more so. The fact that the Tenryu Chamber of Commerce had such a staff member showed how deep its foundation was and how important it was in the dragon race. Lord Lan. The female dragon race woman saluted Lan Xuanyu respectfully. Lan Xuanyu said, "You're welcome. Sorry to trouble you. My name is Yuyan. It's my honor to be your and Lord Xiaoxiao's shopping guide. Please come with me." As she spoke, she made a pleased gesture. The huge castle-like door behind her slowly opened. The sapphire blue carpet extended inwards, giving off a simple and grand feeling. The staff member of the Tenryu Society who led Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu here saluted them respectfully and waited at the door. He did not follow them in. After walking through the door, the first thing that came into view was a spacious hall. The ceiling was 100 meters high and was pieced together with gems to form a pattern of 18 dragons. The entire hall was filled with colorful lights, which were completely illuminated by these gems. The floor was decorated with magnificent patterns, pieced together with rare ores. It was the first time that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had seen such a luxurious place. There were no items on display in this hall. There was no one else in the hall except for the three of them. In order to receive Lord Lan today, our president has instructed that no other guests will be received, Yuyan said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in surprise and said, "Won't this affect your business?" Yuyan smiled and said, "We don't have much business to begin with. Ordinary dragon race members don't have much chance to come here. Our guests are basically all low-level dragon race members. The ordinary Tenryu Chamber of Commerce can satisfy the needs of low-level dragon race and low-level dragon race members. We only receive honorable guests from the dragon race. Only honorable guests can afford to buy the items here. Our VIP-level Tenryu Chamber of Commerce is also known as the Tenryu Chamber of Commerce. The president has instructed that as an important member of the Tenryu Society, you will be given a 40% discount on all your purchases. This was specially approved by the Tenryu Society. 40% discount? This is a good thing. Lan Xuanyu smiled and nodded. Thank you. Take us to see the items. I mainly want to see the divine dragon armor. Alright, please follow me. As Yuyan spoke, she gestured for them to follow her and led them into the room. The three of them passed through the hall and entered a long corridor. The corridor was equally wide. There were paintings on both sides of the corridor. The paintings were of dragon knights riding on giant dragons. There were many familiar figures among them. Yuyan introduced as they walked, our Chamber of Commerce is mainly divided into a few large areas. The largest area is the miscellaneous area. There are some precious treasures from various races. There is also the dragon race's exclusive area. There are items that can only be used by the dragon race. It is further divided into the weapon area and the armor area. Apart from that, there is also the treasure area. It mainly has all kinds of gems, including heaven-nourished crystals. The last area is called the living area. All kinds of natural treasures are there. Sometimes, there are also some intelligent life forms trading there. Intelligent life forms trading? Slaves? Lan Xuanyu thought to himself. However, he didn't ask too much. I will bring you to the armor area to choose first. The divine dragon armor is there. The armor mainly consists of the divine dragon armor. Yuyan said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu asked, other than our dragon race, are the other races qualified to come to the main Chamber of Commerce to spend? Yuyan said, under normal circumstances, they are not. However, if they are specially approved by the Tenryu Society, other races can come here to spend or sell their items. Usually, only important people from different races are qualified to come here after being specially approved by the Tenryu Society. So that's how it is, Lan Xuanyu was enlightened. It seemed that only the dragon race was allowed to enter. After passing through a few corridors, a spacious hall appeared in their vision. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt deep dragon roars echoing in his ears. Strong waves of dragon power rushed toward him. The first thing that entered his eyes was a set of divine dragon armor placed in a huge display cabinet in front of him. This set of divine dragon armor was dark golden color. The light it emitted wasn't strong, but it was as deep as an endless abyss. It had a dense dark aura. Looking at this set of divine dragon armor, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He could clearly feel that the aura of this set of divine dragon armor was very similar to the aura of the beast god Ditian. The beast god Ditian had offered himself to Lan Xuanyu, and even gave his remains to Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, seeing the divine dragon armor with an aura similar to the beast god Ditian, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh. Almost all of the raw materials for the divine dragon armor came from the dragon world, the graveyard of the dragon race. Obviously, the bones material used in this set of divine dragon armor was most likely from the beast god Tion's ancestor. This set of divine dragon armor was made from the bones of the largest dark elemental dragon that we found in the dragon world. There were only 2 sets made, and the other one was Lord Luo Yayuan's. The dark demon dragon knight, Luo Yayuan. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Without a doubt, this was a set of divine dragon armor. What's the price? Lan Xuanyu asked. Yu Yan said, 12 million Tenryu coins. So expensive. This was Lan Xuanyu's first reaction. The purchasing power of Tenryu coins should be very strong. However, if they were to buy it at the original price, the money that Huang Dao and his son gave them wouldn't be enough to buy this set of divine dragon armor. However, this was a divine weapon after all. If they were to buy it at a 40% discount, they would be able to afford it. However, this wasn't what Lan Xuanyu needed. Judging from the position of this set of divine dragon armor, it should be one of the top divine dragon armor in Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce. Let's take a look, Lan Xuanyu said. Yu Yan nodded and continued to lead the way in front, bringing them into the hall. As soon as they entered, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but feel shocked. There were a total of 3 rows of counters on both sides and in the center of the hall. Each counter was 20 meters tall, just like the counter outside where the Dark Dragon King's divine dragon armor was placed. The 3 rows of counters extended for hundreds of meters, and there were more than 200 sets of divine dragon armor inside. Good heavens, there's really a lot of good stuff here. Lan Xuanyu released his divine sense, and he immediately sensed the aura released by the divine dragon armor here. How is the divine dragon armor made? Lan Xuanyu asked. Yu Yan said, the divine dragon armor is made from the dragon bones in the dragon world. The divine dragon armors below the divine artifact level are all made by our dragon clan's master blacksmiths. The divine dragon armors above the divine artifact level are made by the dragon knights. Do you have any preferences in terms of attributes? I can introduce you to them. Lan Xuanyu looked at her and said, do you have any divine dragon armor with the 7 attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space? God tier. Yu Yan was stunned by what he said. I'm sorry, Lord Lan, we really don't have any. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded from inside. No, we can have this. Xianyu has finally broken through and become a god. We used a whole 24 books to write this plot. I plan to write 30 books for our, and I'm currently following this plan. The plot will become more and more compact, and it's also time for the major plot to continue exploding. After becoming a god, Xianyu can finally stand on the highest battlefield in this world. Let's wait and see. Lan Xuanyu looked in the direction of the voice, and he was secretly shocked because he had not sensed the owner of this old voice before. In other words, his divine sense was far inferior to this person's. A tall and burly figure appeared inside. It was an old man who was more than 2.5 meters tall. His shoulders were very broad, and his long bluish-white hair was draped behind his head. His beard was a little messy, but his long bluish-white robe was spotless. His face was simple, and his eyes were bluish-green. His body did not exude a strong aura, but Lan Xuanyu felt a strong pressure coming from him at first glance. When Yu Yan saw this person, she hurriedly bowed respectfully. President. The old man whom she addressed as president had already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu in a few steps. His gaze swept across the two of them without any scruples, and the pupils in his bluish-green eyes became vertical. His gaze fell on Lan Xuanyu. Suddenly, he slapped out a palm and landed on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. Lan Xuanyu reacted completely out of fear. His body tilted slightly, and the dragon power in his body surged. A 7-colored light burst out from his body almost instantly, not only covering his entire body, but also covering Bai Xiuxiu who was beside him. Suddenly, Bai Xiuxiu's body was affected by the bloodline of the dragon gods, and a dazzling sky-blue light burst out. Blue light burst out from her eyes. It was the deep blue gaze released from her main body. However, the speed of the old man's hand was simply too fast. The moment he made his move, everything around him seemed to have been sealed. It was impossible to perform spatial teleportation at all. The illusory palm shadow still reached Lan Xuanyu's shoulder when he dodged. At this time, Lan Xuanyu could no longer dodge the other party's attack. Almost immediately, his right hand had already reached out to grab the other party. His palm was in midair, and a nine-colored light burst out from his internal bones. At the same time, his divine sense burst out from his eyes, turning into two purple electric lights that pierced into the other party's eyes. Bang! The old man's right hand pressed against his shoulder first. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's right hand, which had already reached out, suddenly felt as if the air had solidified and sealed his body. His right hand trembled for a moment but eventually remained frozen and motionless. Meanwhile, the light that shot out from his and Bai Xiuxiu's eyes instantly disintegrated in the air and turned into specks of starlight that dissipated. Layers of dragon power came from the palm that landed on his shoulder, sometimes like sharp needles, sometimes like raging waves. Lan Xuanyu's seven-colored dragon power fluctuated violently under the impact. The bones in his body had already begun to creak, but the three nine-colored dragon cores in his body continued to release extremely powerful dragon power, which surged toward his shoulders in waves. The rainbow-colored light became even thicker, and rainbow-colored scales covered his entire body. The old man retracted his palm and stood there. The air was still sealed, but his old face could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. Not bad. Zhong Zicheng told me that he thinks it's possible for you. It seems like it really is possible. The seal was lifted. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu regained the ability to move. At this moment, they could naturally tell that the other party did not have any ill intentions. It was just a test. However, even if it was just a test, this terrifying strength was enough to shock the two of them. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline suppression did not seem to have much effect on the other party, at least on the surface. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed for a moment, then he said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." At this moment, Yu Yan, who was beside him, bowed respectfully to the old man and said, "President." "The president of Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce?" Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Without a doubt, this person's position in the dragon race was definitely not low. Otherwise, he would not have directly addressed the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, by his name. Lan Xuanyu bowed again. At this moment, the shock in his heart was not only because of this person's appearance, but also because of his own body's reaction. When he grabbed out with his right hand just now, when the seal appeared and restricted him, he clearly felt that there was an extremely terrifying power in his right arm that was about to burst out. A nine-colored light was about to bloom from his arm. At that time, he had already guessed that the person in front of him was just testing them. He suppressed it forcefully and did not let his right hand explode. Otherwise, the seal just now would not have been able to stop his counterattack. Of course, it was hard to say whether his counterattack would succeed. The person in front of him was really too powerful. The old man looked at him deeply and said, "Come with me." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked inside. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. As they walked further in, sets of divine dragon armors flew past them one after another. These sets of divine dragon armors all exuded powerful auras. There were relatively few divine artifacts, but about 10% of them were. There were about a dozen sets of them. These were all divine artifacts. How many divine artifacts were there in the entire human world? Even on the Tenryu star, there were so many divine dragon armors. Generally speaking, even if they were both divine artifacts, divine dragon armors were definitely more valuable than dragon spears. Even if all of these divine artifacts benefited from the dragon race skeletons in the dragon realm, it was still a testament to the Tenryu race's powerful refinement abilities. These were all items that could rival six-word battle armor. If a human wanted to create a six-word battle armor, they would first have to refine a four-word battle armor, then nurture it through their own body. A six-word battle armor of that caliber would require at least 100 years of nurturing by a god-grade powerhouse. The old man led them all the way to the innermost part of the building, where there was a double door. When he arrived, the double door had already been slowly opened. Yu Yan, who had been following them this entire time, also stopped here. She bowed respectfully to the two of them and did not continue to follow them. Meanwhile, the president of the Tenryu Chamber of Commerce strode in. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu continued to follow him. The surrounding vision also became dim. They looked down the stairs, and the stone walls on both sides were illuminated by dim yellow lights. The stairs spiraled downward. The old man was not moving very quickly, but the further down they went, the clearer Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu could sense the dense dragon power fluctuations. What is this place? Is it a place where more important treasures are stored? Could it be that there is a divine dragon armor in the dragon race that surpasses the god grade? Their hearts were filled with doubt and curiosity at the same time. After descending for about 50 meters, the path ahead suddenly opened up, and they stepped onto flat ground. A spacious hall was presented before them. When they stepped into the hall, they immediately understood what they had sensed before. There were all kinds of huge bones in the hall, and each of them exuded a different color. They were all piled up together according to their type. When he saw these bones, Lan Xuanyu's pupils immediately contracted. These were clearly dragon bones. There was no doubt that they were dragon bones from the dragon realm, and not from the current dragon race. The dragon race that was born during the dragon transformation period would more or less have some of the original race's aura. However, the dragon bones in front of them were exuding the purest dragon race aura, just like those in the dragon realm. In other words, the dragon bones here should all be from the dragon realm. The most eye-catching ones were a few especially huge dragon race skulls. Their empty eye sockets revealed an inexplicable sadness. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously frowned and pursed his lips. At this time, the old man had already turned around. "You just asked if there was a divine dragon armor with all 7 elements?" he asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled, but he had already recovered from his shock. He bowed and nodded. "Yes." The old man said, "There wasn't originally, but there can be one. Here, there are dragon bones of all 7 elements. I can gather the dragon bones of all 7 elements and create a set of divine dragon armor that is exclusive to you. However, do you know how high the price is?" Chapter 1453, Divine Dragon Armor. The test will be updated at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The editor will release it for the readers as soon as possible. The physical book will be released between the 8th and 11th of December. Please wait patiently. Ultimate Douluo Volume 25 Summary. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu obtained their own divine dragon armor from Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce. Lan Xuanyu used the effect of the bloodline of the dragon gods to increase the lifespan of a few old dragon race powerhouses. The Dragon Horse Auction has officially begun. In this largest auction in the history of the Ryuma Federation, how many rare divine dragon items will there be? Lan Xuanyu shook his head. The old man said, "If you want to fuse the attributes and let a set of divine dragon armor have multiple attributes, the first thing you need to do is balance them. In other words, to create this set of divine dragon armor, you need to have the same level of dragon power contained in the dragon bones. Only then can they balance each other and finally achieve harmony and unity. At the same time, as the user, you must be able to withstand and guide the 7 attributes to complete the final fusion when they fuse into your body. Therefore, to create this set of divine dragon armor, you need to use the best parts of the top-grade dragon bones. At the same time, you need to assist in completing it." Lan Xuanyu said, "I have no problem assisting you. What kind of price do you need?" The old man glanced at him. "The price of 7 sets of divine dragon armor. That doesn't require so many materials, does it?" Lan Xuanyu said with a bitter smile. Although he had 1 million Tenryu crystal coins with him, there was no doubt that he couldn't afford 7 sets of divine dragon armor no matter how discounted they were. Moreover, he still wanted to get a set of divine dragon armor for Xiuxiu. The old man said indifferently, "This can include creating a set of divine dragon armor for your dragon mount that is suitable for her. Her attribute is very rare, and it's a type of ice-devouring ability. This is not something that any known dragon bone possesses. It also needs to be custom-made after combining many dragon bones. Although it's not as difficult as your divine dragon armor, it still requires a considerable amount of skill. At least 2 types of dragon crystals will be used to complete the creation. In the entire dragon race, other than me, no other race member can complete the creation of these 2 sets of divine dragon armor. Even Jiang Weiqiang can't do it." This was the second time Lan Xuanyu heard someone call Jiang Weiqiang by his name. The last time was in the dragon world, when he heard it from the woman who also called him head of Tenryu. This was the name of the head of Tenryu. Previously, when this old man called Zhong Zicheng by his name, he was already very shocked. At this moment, this shock was obviously on another level. If even the head of Tenryu could call him by his name, then how terrifying would his level be? Don't overthink it. I'm Zhong Zicheng's teacher. A retired dragon knight, the old man said indifferently. As soon as he said this, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but reveal astonishment in their eyes. The teacher of Tenryu's second seat, what kind of super expert was he? In addition, he had called head of Tenryu by his name. In other words, this person's cultivation was probably not inferior to head of Tenryu's. The foundation of the dragon race was actually this strong, the old man said indifferently. You don't have to be afraid. In terms of cultivation, I'm already inferior to Jiang Weiqiong. After all, I'm already old. He was just an old dragon with one foot in the grave. If it wasn't for Zhong Zicheng looking for me and asking me to leave the mountain, you wouldn't have been able to see me. My lifespan is already measured in years. He told me that he saw hope in you, and that's why you're able to see me here today. After I personally tested it, he was right. There is indeed hope in you to realize our dreams. This also gave me more hope for survival. We've lived for a long time. Although we're also attached to living, we're not that attached. After all, the pain of loneliness has long surpassed the joy of living. However, we still hope to be able to witness the arrival of a miracle. We also hope that a brand new world can bring us a brand new life. The price of the 7 sets of divine dragon armor cannot be changed. This is the rule. Take out all of your Tenryu crystal coins. The rest can be considered as credit to our Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce. You can slowly pay it back in the future. Consider it an interest-free loan. After hearing this, how could Lan Xuanyu not understand that this person was invited by Zhong Zicheng to help them? It turned out that this Tenryu's second seed had already made preparations. Without saying anything else, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly took out all of his Tenryu crystal coins, leaving not a single one behind. Then, he once again bowed to the old man in front of him. The old man said, "The refining process is also a process for me to re-examine your situation. During this process, if I find that you can't withstand this kind of divine dragon armor, I'll stop. You can treat this as a test for you. If you can't pass this test, then your future path will be much more difficult. If you pass this test, us old fellows can reluctantly support you. At least until you complete the agreement with Jiang Weiqiong." After hearing the old man's words, Lan Xuanyu immediately understood everything. The president of the Chamber of Commerce said we, not me. What did this mean? It meant that there wasn't just one top-notch expert like him. Or rather, top-notch old dragons. Lan Xuanyu vaguely knew before that in the dragon race, there were some top-notch existences that had already retired due to their age. But these people were almost all existences at the level of dragon knights. Or to put it more directly, they were all former dragon knights. That day, Zhong Zicheng had told him that Zhong Zicheng and Luo Lan weren't too old, and they could still afford to wait. Comparatively speaking, the chief couldn't afford to wait. Then, compared to the head of Tenryu, it should be these old dragons who couldn't afford to wait even more. So, if they really wanted to survive, they had to build the realm of the gods. Then, it would be simple. They would support whoever could build the realm of the gods faster. This was the most simple principle. If it was Lan Xuanyu, he would also think and do the same. Zhong Zicheng didn't know how he managed to convince the old man in front of him, and the old man in front of him was equivalent to the representative of these old dragons. He had specially come to inspect him, and after the inspection, he would indirectly gain more support. Perhaps this was also related to the proposal he had made at the Tenryu Society's meeting regarding the war in the Crimson Domain. That proposal had strengthened Zhong Zicheng and Luo Lan's support for him. Previously, this Dawn Dragon Knight had come together with the head of Tenryu and made a promise of 10 years with him. It seemed that he hadn't really given up, nor had he completely compromised with the head of Tenryu. He had done this not only to make himself safer, but also to further inspect him. If he passed the inspection, he would definitely spare no effort to support him, and if he failed, there was no need to talk about it. These Dragon Knights really weren't easy to deal with. Of course, this was also related to his somewhat poor performance in the dragon world. Zhong Zicheng probably wanted to reconfirm whether he was qualified to receive their support. After thinking through all this, Lan Xuanyu's heart was calm at this moment, and at the same time, he also understood what he should do. There was no doubt that the support in front of him was indispensable. The war was about to begin, and the head of Tenryu was the highest commander of the Ryuma Federation. If he really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be a difficult matter. Of course, the only thing that Lan Xuanyu couldn't see through now was the head of Tenryu's attitude towards him. He also didn't understand whether the head of Tenryu was targeting him or intentionally supporting him. However, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. If the head of Tenryu had the possibility of becoming a divine king, then he would definitely suppress him. On the contrary, it was possible that he would support him. He felt that the further he was from becoming a divine king, the greater the possibility of him being supported. Now, he had to show that he was worthy enough to be supported by them. Lan Xuanyu had already thought through everything in a flash. He respectfully said to the old man in front of him, "I haven't asked for senior's name. My name is Ho Dingzhong. You can call me Elder Ho," the old man said indifferently. "Yes, Elder Ho. Then I'll have to trouble you." "I believe that I can do it," Lan Xuanyu said with a resolute gaze. The old man smiled slightly and said, "It seems that our dragon race is really going to have a Valkyrie. Then let's begin now. Little dragon, retreat a little further and be careful. There will be more of you later." Bai Xiuxiu glanced at Lan Xuanyu, then bowed and retreated to the side. "Humph, Lord Dragon, you only know how to call me Lord Dragon." Lan Xuanyu was also helpless. There was nothing he could do, this was his character setting. At most, he would let her ride him later. No, he couldn't think about this, his heart was a little messy. Cough cough, Ho Dingzhong didn't know what Lan Xuanyu was thinking. He was actually very curious about this young man. The previous test was only preliminary, but in the process of testing, he clearly felt the high level of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline. It was definitely an existence that no one in the current dragon race could surpass. Even the head of Tenryu couldn't do it. However, how strong could his bloodline be, and whether it could continue to be strong in the future, would have to be tested further. Only by fully activating his bloodline could he see the potential in it on a deeper level. He was extremely cautious about this. He couldn't not be cautious, because old dragons like them no longer had the chance to make the wrong choice. Bai Xiuxiu retreated to a corner and sat down next to an ice attribute dragon bone. She looked at Lan Xuanyu and Ho Dingzhong with shining eyes. The old dragon Ho Dingzhong's eyes flashed, and the long hair behind his head moved without wind. An invisible dragon's power suddenly burst out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have become much younger, like an awakened dragon, releasing an extremely powerful aura. All the dragon bones in the entire warehouse seemed to have felt the fluctuation of his aura and began to tremble slightly. A low dragon's roar sounded in the entire warehouse. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. He could hear all kinds of different emotions in these dragons' roars. These were not real emotions, but the energy contained in the dragon bones, which was the dragon power. The existence of these dragon power, because of the strength of their own level, more or less carried a little bit of the willpower of the dragon race. Every dragon faced a different situation when they died, more or less, so, the willpower fluctuations they left behind were naturally different. Some of the dragon's willpower fluctuations were filled with grief and anger, while others were filled with despair, but without exception, almost all of them were negative emotions. They were already dead. Only when they died, was it left behind by an outburst of willpower, only then could it be engraved into one's bones. He vaguely understood what Ho Dingzhong was doing now. He was using his own dragon might to suppress the negative will in these dragon bones, so that it would be easier for him to work on these dragon bones in the future. If that's the case, Lan Xuanyu's narrowed eyes opened again. 7-colored light flashed in his eyes. She raised her head slightly, and a head of ocean blue hair fluttered behind her head. A clear dragon's roar sounded from her mouth. All of a sudden, a 7-colored radiance appeared, and the dense multicolored halo fused with his divine sense. In an instant, it covered the entire warehouse. In terms of aura, was he far inferior to Ho Dingzhong? However, something strange happened at this moment. Amidst those echoing dragon roars, all the sadness, despair, pain, and other negative emotions were disappearing silently like snow melting away. It was as though someone had soothed the pain in their hearts. As for all the dragon skeletons present, at this moment, all of them were emitting light that was at least several times stronger than before. They were filled with a strong desire. Ho Dingzhong's eyes widened instantly, and his pupils became vertical. The aura emitted from his body suddenly became stronger. Of course, he could feel that the dragon might emitted from Lan Xuanyu was far less powerful than his. However, in this short period of time, Lan Xuanyu's aura was able to calm all the dragon skeletons present. What was going on, he was not exaggerating. In the refining of the divine dragon armor, he was definitely the #1 master in the current dragon race. No one could reach his level. This was also the reason why he was so confident and dared to call head of Tenryu by his name. However, in the process of refining various divine dragon armors, he had never encountered such a situation. In the past, when he was refining the divine dragon armor, the most important process was to suppress these remnant wills in the dragon skeletons and remove them during the refining process. This allowed the user to combine his own will with the divine dragon armor and release an even stronger power. With Ho Dingzhong's cultivation, ordinary dragon skeletons would naturally be suppressed by him. His move just now was also to show his own cultivation, and at the same time, to try to suppress Lan Xuanyu. However, he never expected that the weak dragon might released from Lan Xuanyu's body would actually cause all the dragon skeletons present to fall silent in an instant. It was as if the souls of the dead had been purified. There was no longer any negative aura, and the purest dragon power was released. The dragon skeletons that had been stimulated like this would undoubtedly be more outstanding in the refining process of the divine dragon armor. Moreover, listening to Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar, his own bloodline also began to tremble slightly. Although his cultivation had long been incomparably thick, at this moment, he still could not help but feel that his bloodline was being suppressed. However, this feeling quickly changed. Lan Xuanyu felt that all the dragon skeleton's negative emotions had disappeared, and he knew that his goal had been achieved. If it had been before he went to the dragon realm, he might not have been able to do this. However, he did not spend the first 3 days meditating in the dragon realm in vain. During those 3 days, he actually did a lot of things. The dragon skeletons here all came from the dragon realm, and some things led to the same destination. After completing the purification of these dragon skeletons, his dragon roar also changed slightly. Ho Dingzhong only felt that his suppressed bloodline suddenly changed, and a circle of 7-colored halo rippled from under Lan Xuanyu's feet, enveloping himself and Ho Dingzhong. This transcendent old dragon immediately felt that his bloodline power was as if boiling oil had been poured on it, and it instantly became violently fluctuating. His cultivation, which had been stable for who knew how many years, actually improved slightly at this moment. The improvement was not obvious, but it was real. More importantly, how terrifying was his total dragon power. It could actually still improve. This was a change brought about by his bloodline. Such a change also changed the way he looked at Lan Xuanyu. It became much more dignified and serious. "Let's begin," Ho Dingzhong said in a deep voice. In the next instant, he waved his right hand, and suddenly, from among the many dragon skeletons, pieces of dragon skeletons that were shining with various lights flew out and flew towards them. These dragon skeletons that flew over began to emit positive energy and joyful auras. Of course, these auras were not targeted at Ho Dingzhong, but Lan Xuanyu beside him. There was no doubt that they were willing. They were instinctively willing to be together with Lan Xuanyu's aura. Among these dragon skeletons, there were all kinds of dragon skeletons, but there were only 7 colors, which corresponded to Lan Xuanyu's 7 major attributes. Ho Dingzhong said to Lan Xuanyu in a deep voice, "I will be responsible for helping you choose the most suitable dragon skeletons. You will have to maintain the balance between these 7 dragon skeletons." "Okay," Lan Xuanyu agreed and nodded to him, indicating that they could begin. Ho Dingzhong's body suddenly lit up with a golden light, and in an instant, his entire body became a brilliant gold. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared in the warehouse, enveloping all the dragon skeletons that were being pulled over. These dragon skeletons suddenly solidified in the dazzling golden light, but their own light became more and more dazzling. In front of Ho Dingzhong, a golden light shone, and the dragon skeletons in front of him began to be cut open. Some dim places were removed, leaving only the most dazzling places. These were undoubtedly the essence of the dragon skeletons. Today, we will be holding an offline event for the 3rd anniversary of Douluo's animation in Chengdu. Those who can't participate in the event can search for the Tang family's 3rd Young Master through Tencent Video or Kuaishou. There will be a live broadcast of the event, and there will be a surprise announcement on the spot. The live broadcast will be at 18 o'clock this afternoon. Remember to watch. The 7 types of dragon bones of different attributes were constantly undergoing changes under the incision of the golden light, and the elemental aura that they were releasing was also doing the same. Right at this moment, a layer of faint rainbow light rippled forth from Lan Xuanyu's body, enshrouding all of the dragon bones. Within, the dragon bones of different attributes were releasing conflicting elemental fluctuations, but as soon as the rainbow light enveloped them, the elemental fluctuations immediately subsided. This was none other than the suppression of elemental stripping. Lan Xuanyu didn't strip the elemental fluctuations from them. Instead, he suppressed the elemental fluctuations within a certain range of the dragon bones so that they wouldn't come into contact with one another, thereby maintaining the current balance. Ho Dingzhong nodded with a pleased expression, and the golden light before him flashed even faster. Gradually, one piece of armor after another was sliced apart. Each piece of armor was slightly large, but they gradually began to shrink under the scintillating golden light. This was undoubtedly a refinement process, similar to the refinement process used to forge suits of battle armor. As expected of a transcendent stage mighty figure. During this entire refinement process, he was completely relying on his spiritual sense to control them. In Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sense, if his own spiritual sense could be compared to a fist-sized ball of light, then Ho Dingzhong's spiritual sense could illuminate the entire warehouse. That's right, the disparity was just that massive. Even now, Lan Xuanyu was unable to determine whether Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng's spiritual sense was more powerful than Ho Dingzhong's. It was no wonder that he was able to nurture such a powerful spiritual sense expert like Zhong Zicheng. Even though Tang Wulin's bloodline rank was clearly superior to Ho Dingzhong's, he was still unable to suppress Ho Dingzhong's spiritual sense as Ho Dingzhong's spiritual sense was simply far too powerful. It was precisely under Ho Dingzhong's control that all of the dragon bones began to undergo all types of transformations, but none of these transformations damaged their radiance in the slightest. During this process, many of the impurities had been refined, and even more of the dragon bones were constantly shrinking, but their radiance was constantly increasing. At this point, Lan Xuanyu had already realized that even though Ho Dingzhong had demanded a very high price, he wasn't completely lying. Dragon bones were the key to refining the divine dragon armor, and they contained an enormous amount of energy, as well as extremely sturdy. Even the divine dragon armor, which was directly pieced together from dragon bones, had extraordinary defensive power. The divine dragon armor, on the other hand, required a certain degree of refinement of the dragon bones. During the refinement process, the impurities in the dragon bones would be reduced and they would naturally become stronger. The energy within the dragon bones would also be condensed. This would require a large amount of dragon bones to be refined into a divine artifact-grade material. Under normal circumstances, even if the bones of an adult dragon were to be refined into the divine dragon armor, it might not be able to reach the level of a divine artifact. It would still depend on luck. As for refining the 7 elemental divine dragon armor for him, he couldn't use the bones of ordinary dragons. Instead, he had to use the bones of dragon kings. These dragon bones had been refined at all costs. Not only did they contain an enormous amount of energy, but they were also very stable. Only then would they be able to fuse the elements together. However, such a divine dragon armor would undoubtedly waste a large amount of precious materials. Normally, the divine dragon armor refined from the bones of a dragon king would definitely become a divine artifact. As such, this wasn't an exaggeration. On top of that, the amount of dragon power required to be expended during the refinement process was definitely an astronomical figure. Use your spiritual sense to infect them and gain their approval, Ho Dingzhong's voice sounded again, but his expression soon stiffened slightly. Generally speaking, the refinement process of the highest grade divine dragon armor required the presence of the user. During the refinement process, one's spiritual sense had to be infused into the armor. Only then would the divine dragon armor be most compatible with it. The process of infusing one's spiritual sense into the armor was also the most difficult, as almost all dragon bones would reject one another, even if they were of the same attribute. One's spiritual sense had to constantly influence and suppress the dragon bones before they could be infused into the armor. But did this man have to infuse his spiritual sense into the armor so quickly, not to mention resisting? These dragon skeletons were like an open door to his house, and he couldn't even wait to welcome them. Almost all of the dragon bones that were being refined were dyed with rainbow light in the next instant, and they were all in an elated state. Even Lan Xuanyu hadn't encountered such a situation when he was refining his battle armor. This was also obvious. How could the approval of the dragon bones be comparable to that of metal? Among the tests that Ho Dingzhong mentioned today, the most important part was actually the integration of the spiritual sense into the dragon bones of these 7 attributes. But could this be called a test? He completed it in an instant. What kind of test was this? And after Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sense fused into the armor, these dragon bones each emitted an even more intense flame, as if they couldn't wait to be refined properly and perform better. Was this considered flattery? Ho Dingzhong was convinced by Zhong Zichang. He had planned to personally refine the divine dragon armor for Lan Xuanyu today, which would consume a lot of resources. For this, Zhong Zichang had even prepared 10 heaven-nourishing crystals for him. But now, it seemed that the consumption wasn't as great as he had imagined. He had never seen such an obedient dragon bone. Furthermore, under the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's rainbow halo, he could clearly feel that his dragon power was being purified during the process of consumption. His bloodline was affected, and it was subtly transforming. Of course, it was only a little. But to him, his bloodline, which had long been solidified and declining, actually had a process of transforming for the better. What did this mean? The simplest point was that his lifespan had been extended. He had come here today prepared to reduce his lifespan by a few years, but now it seemed that not only did it not reduce, but it even had the possibility of increasing his lifespan by a few years in that domain. There was no need to say anything, just pass the test. How could this feeling be achieved if it wasn't for the bloodline of the dragon clan? As for being sent flying by the skeleton of the king of the dragon race in the dragon realm? Thinking about this phenomenon, could it be that Lan's bloodline had the feeling of competing with the king of the dragon race for the throne, so it had angered him? With this thought in mind, Ho Dingzhong's gaze towards Lan Xuanyu became much gentler, and he no longer rejected helping her refine the divine dragon armor. Furthermore, he realized that the more his dragon power was consumed, the more obvious the feeling of transformation was under the influence of the domain halo under Lan Xuanyu's feet. It was as if his bloodline was being cleansed by the aura of the other party's bloodline. The huge bones continued to be purified and gradually turned into bone pieces. A rainbow halo spread and began to slowly combine together. Ho Dingzhong was indeed worthy of being the #1 weapon refinement master of the dragon race. Under his control, a set of divine dragon armor that was suitable for Lan Xuanyu gradually took shape. However, Lan Xuanyu's gaze began to become somewhat helpless, and even a little pained. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was watching from afar, almost laughed out loud when she saw this scene. Of course, she also felt that Lan Xuanyu played an important role in the refining process, so she wasn't worried about the test that Ho Dingzhong mentioned. At this moment, as the set of dazzling rainbow divine dragon armor gradually took shape, her mood was a little high, and even the dissatisfaction of being called a dragon had disappeared completely. This set of divine dragon armor was definitely at the level of a divine weapon, and it was definitely at a rather high level among the divine weapons. As it gradually took shape, its appearance was gradually revealed. It had to be said that Master Ho Dingzhong's taste was quite good, and he definitely spared no effort during the refining process. The slender pauldrons extended from both sides, and the magnificent patterns shone with rainbow brilliance. There were a total of 7 layers, and each layer was very thin. When stacked together, they revealed 7 layers of colorful light. The divine dragon armor on the neck had magnificent dragon patterns that extended upwards, and the helmet completely covered Lan Xuanyu's head. Today, we will be holding a Douluo Animation's 3rd anniversary offline event in Chengdu. Those who can't participate in the event can search for the Tang family's 3rd young master through Tencent Video or Kuaishou. There will be a live broadcast of the event, and there will be a surprise announcement on the spot. The live broadcast will be at 18 o'clock this afternoon, remember to watch it. It was a helmet that looked like a crown. Only the eyes, nose, and a small part of the face were exposed. The crown was surrounded by a colorful halo, making it look noble and gorgeous. Extending downwards, it was a perfectly round breastplate. Yes, it perfectly protected the characteristics of a woman. The arc was so beautiful that it was definitely worthy of being called a divine weapon. Further down, the slender waist was covered by layers of magnificent patterned armor plates. Then, it was a long, battle skirt. It was not the kind of battle skirt that only covered the crotch. Instead, it was a battle skirt that extended all the way down to the calves. It covered the slender leg armor and even half of the battle boots. The battle skirt shone brightly, and the dragon patterns of the 7 colors shone brightly. This was definitely the most dazzling armor that Xianxia had ever seen in all of history. The colorful armor was simply too dazzling. However, this set of armor was tailor-made for Blue, and it made her beautiful figure appear incomparably noble. The female version of the divine dragon armor was simply impeccable. It even made Xianxia a little jealous. Yes, jealous. After the successful refinement of the divine dragon armor, it completely covered Lan Xuanyu's body. The dragon power of the 7 attributes naturally gathered in his body, and he could clearly feel that his dragon power had increased tremendously. The aura of the divine dragon armor was more than just subservient to him. It could not be more cooperative. It could not wait to become one with him and be nourished by the bloodline of the dragon gods in him. Lan Xuanyu only had one thought in his mind. Could this divine dragon armor change its shape? Could it change into the appearance of a male armor? If he were to wear this armor in front of his companions in the future, it would be too embarrassing. However, this was a divine weapon, and a very powerful one at that. He could clearly feel that the defensive power of this divine dragon armor, coupled with his indestructible body of the dragon gods, would definitely be extremely powerful. He really wanted to change the armor, but his identity was there. He could only say that now. The light in Ho Dingzhong's eyes became brighter and brighter. It was as if he was admiring an incredible treasure. This was definitely the most dazzling and powerful divine dragon armor he had ever refined in the history of refining the divine dragon armor. More importantly, with Lan Xuanyu's help, the process of refining this set of divine dragon armor was much easier than expected. When the divine dragon armor was put on Lan Xuanyu's body, the feeling of complete compatibility made her bloodline aura even stronger. The range of the rainbow-colored halo had increased significantly, allowing Ho Dingzhong to clearly feel how helpful it was to him. Get ready. We need to go out and accept the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Only then will it be considered complete, Ho Dingzhong shouted. Lan Xuanyu sighed in his heart. It's over, it's about to take shape. How could a divine artifact that had been baptized by the heavenly tribulation change shape so easily? It seemed that in the future, Bao could only help him transform the armor when he was wearing it. At this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly rushed over from all directions. That feeling of not being able to breathe caused Lan Xuanyu's heart to tighten. It's coming! Ho Dingzhong shouted in a deep voice. He flashed to Lan Xuanyu's side and grabbed her shoulder armor with one hand. Silver light flickered, and in the next moment they disappeared into thin air. They appeared in the sky above Tenryu City. The sky had turned colorful in an instant. The rainbow-colored light lingered in the sky, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The entire Tenryu City seemed to be enveloped by the rainbow-colored light, filled with a magnificent and mysterious aura. Only the monstrous pressure that descended from the sky was truly frightening. Sensing the great tribulation in the sky, Lan Xuanyu was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He was now looking forward to the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. He, who had already become a god, had even experienced the 9-colored destruction of heaven and earth universe tribulation. A 7-colored destruction of heaven and earth universe tribulation was nothing. He could not wait to experience a few more 9-colored destruction of heaven and earth universe tribulation to replenish his 3 dragon cores. With a shake of his body, he had already soared into the sky. He flew straight in the direction of the tribulation clouds in the sky. Ho Dingzhong did not follow him. He did not want to attract a heavenly tribulation that was targeted at him. he was already at the age of his lifespan. If he was struck by the heavenly tribulation, he might really die of old age. His body descended from the sky and landed on the ground. When he looked up again, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed into the rainbow-colored thunderclouds. Yes, he had directly entered the thunderclouds. He did not wait for the heavenly tribulation to strike. Rumble. A violent roar sounded. The rainbow-colored light lingered in the sky, but there was no huge pressure on the city like there was in the rising dragon city. Only the rainbow-colored light surged and expanded. Streaks of lightning flashed, but they were all in the thunderclouds. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was bathing in the heavenly tribulation and releasing the aura of his bloodline to his heart's content. This heavenly tribulation that came from nature was naturally more powerful than the one that he had condensed himself. However, it was nothing compared to the strength of his body. As he bathed in the righteous energy of heaven and earth at this heavenly tribulation, his 3 9-colored dragon cores were stimulated and absorbed a large amount of these terrifyingly concentrated elements. He discovered that his dragon power was being stimulated, and the rate at which it was improving became much faster. This heavenly tribulation was completely different from the one that he had transcended when he had become a god. The heavenly tribulation this time was even more terrifying, and it was imbued with boundless righteous energy. It was undoubtedly the case that this heavenly tribulation was not targeting his divine dragon armor. Instead, it was targeting his own cultivation. Originally, the divine dragon armor could withstand the heavenly tribulation on its own. The divine dragon armor was like a suit of forward battle armor, it had to withstand the heavenly tribulation before it could be completed. However, Lan Xuanyu was wearing the divine dragon armor to transcend the tribulation, so the effect was undoubtedly better. It was easier for it to be compatible with his body. The difference between creating a battle armor and the divine dragon armor was not small. During the process of creating a battle armor, the forging was actually the most important step. It was to determine the material. When a divine rank metal was forged, one had to undergo a tribulation, but the metal could not be worn. However, soul masters had to participate in a certain aspect of the creation of their battle armor in order to better understand how their battle armor could fuse with their battle armor. On the other hand, the divine dragon armor was simple and direct. It was first created, then worn to transcend the tribulation, and the fusion would be completed during the tribulation. Of course, this was the exclusive way to create the divine dragon armor. Once this kind of divine dragon armor was created, no one else could wear it. It was considered the most wasteful of resources. Only dragon knights had the right to wear it. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's current treatment was comparable to that of a dragon knight. The divine rank heaven and earth tribulation was constantly bombarding and stimulating, causing Lan Xuanyu to clearly feel his divine dragon armor tightening. It was not tightening towards him, but the divine dragon armor itself. The 7 elemental attributes that were originally only at the initial stage of fusing were being integrated more perfectly. During this process, the stimulation of lightning and the fusion of his bloodline were indispensable. This made Lan Xuanyu gradually feel that the divine dragon armor was gradually fusing with his body. The 2-word battle armor in his body was constantly emitting a faint buzzing sound. He was simply too busy and didn't even have time to forge his 3-word battle armor. As if sensing the competition for position with the divine dragon armor, the 2-word battle armor began to let out sorrowful cries. However, with the quality of his current 2-word battle armor, it was indeed incomparable to this rainbow divine dragon armor. It only let out a sorrowful cry for a while before giving up. If he had time, he really had to reforge his own battle armor and upgrade it to a higher level. However, he didn't have time to think about this now. He was actually a little worried because he didn't know if the divine dragon armor he was forging would also attract the 9-colored destruction universe tribulation. If that thing came, it would be a big joke. A 9-colored destruction universe tribulation that was completely upgraded to a higher level was not something Lan Xuanyu could resist at the moment. At least, he didn't have any confidence in himself. However, reality proved that the 9-colored destructive universe tribulation was not something that would appear easily. As the 7-colored tribulation of heaven and earth blasted and merged, the dragon armor started to form. The divine dragon armor gradually took shape. The extension of his senses and the expansion of his dragon power made Lan Xuanyu feel his strength. This was almost the feeling of stepping into the next level. It was far from being comparable to the dragon armor that he had used before. The seven-colored halo gradually disappeared. As the last thunderbolt flashed, the seven-colored thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Lan Xuanyu's long hair fluttered behind his head. He slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. His entire body emitted a faint seven-colored fog. He floated like an immortal. On the surface of his skin, the seven-colored dragon scales gradually disappeared. Ho Dingzhong nodded repeatedly as he watched. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to Ho Dingzhong. Ho Dingzhong looked at her with deep meaning in his eyes and said, "You have to have enough ability first. This is not something that anyone can bear." Silver light rolled up and isolated the pairs of eyes that were not far away. The two of them disappeared into thin air. Apart from Ho Dingzhong, no one saw what kind of dragon armor Lan Xuanyu had obtained. When they returned to the underground warehouse of Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce, Bai Xiuxiu was already standing there waiting. Seeing that they had returned, she heaved a sigh of relief and gave Lan Xuanyu an inquiring look. Lan Xuanyu nodded affirmatively at her. "Senior, it's my turn, right?" Bai Xiuxiu came forward with a smile. Ho Dingzhong coughed. "Sure. However, I need some help from Lan." "Yes, I'll still use the halo from before. Don't be stingy with the power of the halo. The stronger the better. This way, I'll be more stable in the process of creating the dragon armor." "Okay." Lan Xuanyu naturally understood why he needed his halo. That was the upgraded version of Jinlong's Berserk domain. Lan Xuanyu had given it a name, and it was called the Divine Dragon Illuminating Halo. The power of the dragon gods had a suppressive effect on other races, but when the Divine Dragon Shine Halo enveloped the body of the dragon race, it would produce the most fundamental amplification effect. The direct increase was the level of the bloodline. However, he actually didn't know that targeting the old dragon in front of him would even have the effect of prolonging its lifespan due to the enhancement of its bloodline. This was also the important reason why Ho Dingzhong was looking at her with an increasingly gentle gaze. The rainbow-colored halo suddenly expanded, and it was clearly larger than before. Within the rainbow-colored halo, there were 7 faint dragon patterns dancing. The rich bloodline aura of the dragon gods was also released, causing the 7 elements in the warehouse to instantly become active. With the enhancement of the divine dragon armor, the effect of the divine dragon illuminating domain was enhanced by more than one level. Both Ho Dingzhong and Bai Xiuxiu could clearly feel the agitation in their blood as they bathed in the domain. "Great!" Ho Dingzhong praised. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of dragon bones flew over. He began to pick and choose among these dragon bones, and he was especially serious in his selection. He was even more serious than when he was making the divine dragon armor for Lan Xuanyu previously. Although they didn't know why it was like this, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were naturally happy to do so. This meant that the divine dragon armor made for Bai Xiuxiu was also extraordinary. No matter how smart Lan Xuanyu was, he wouldn't have thought that Ho Dingzhong was actually bathing in the halo of his domain for a period of time. Previously, when he was helping Lan Xuanyu forge the divine dragon armor, he had already bathed for a while. At that time, he felt that his bloodline had undergone some transformations and upgrades. Although the degree was not high, the benefits were real. He was originally prepared to sacrifice some of himself, but now it became a gain. Of course, he was embarrassed to say, "Little guy, use the domain to assist me in my cultivation for a period of time, and let my bloodline complete this transformation." After all, he was equivalent to being 2 generations older than Lan Xuanyu. He was also an important almighty in the dragon race. He couldn't bring himself to do this. However, when Lan Xuanyu used the divine dragon illuminating domain again, the effect was actually better than before. Even an existence like Ho Dingzhong couldn't resist. He had to obtain this benefit. What should he do? He just had to buy some time. If he was a little slower in making the divine dragon armor, his bloodline would naturally be able to boil for a while under the effect of the domain. The transformation would also be completed more, and he could even complete this evolution. Although the overall evolution wouldn't be too big, the time it would extend his lifespan would definitely be longer. Therefore, this time, he had truly benefited from it, and it was not a small benefit. The following manufacturing process also slowed down. However, Hodingzhong was Hodingzhong, after all. The slow manufacturing process had its benefits. This allowed Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu to clearly see and feel the entire process of him making the divine dragon armor. During this process, the craftsmanship was indeed very meticulous. Every small detail was perfected. This was not the same as making the divine dragon armor for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's divine dragon armor required the fusion of 7 attributes, and part of it required his own efforts. As for Bai Xiuxiu's divine dragon armor, it had been personally designed by the old dragon and created for her after careful consideration. In the end, there were a total of 3 types of dragon bones that were chosen. One was of the ice attribute, one was of the dark attribute, and the last type was a special dragon bone that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had seen for the first time. This kind of dragon bone itself was gray, and the gray dragon bone revealed a kind of desperate aura. It was not willpower, but the dragon bone itself. Because they were worried that they would disturb Hodingzhong's manufacturing process, the two couldn't ask and just watched curiously. The 3 types of dragon bones were not separated into various bone pieces. This time, they were completely refined by Hodingzhong. The 3 types of dragon bones were fused together and reshaped. However, at this step, Lan Xuanyu was amazed. Those were dragon bones. Moreover, one could tell at a glance that the dragon bones were of an extremely high level, perhaps even at the level of a dragon king. To be able to melt dragon bones of this level and fuse them perfectly was already quite terrifying in itself. Moreover, during the process of fusion, Hodingzhong was constantly outlining some of the changes. Lan Xuanyu couldn't understand these things. He could vaguely feel that it was a huge divine sense that was mediating in it. This person's strength was really like an abyss, unfathomable. The manufacturing process took more than twice as long as Lan Xuanyu's rainbow divine dragon armor before it was finally completed. A set of dazzling sky blue divine dragon armor appeared in front of Bai Xiuxiu. At the last moment of the completion of the divine dragon armor, the pressure that had appeared before instantly appeared again, which meant that the divine weapon was born. Hodingzhong waved his hand, and the sky blue divine dragon armor instantly fell on Bai Xiuxiu's body and fused with her body. Immediately, Bai Xiuxiu felt a suction force coming from the divine dragon armor. It was as though it wanted to suck her soul into it. However, in the next moment, she felt that the divine dragon armor had become a part of her body. The perfect fit made her feel as though she had ascended to a higher level. Let's go and transcend the tribulation. The silver light rolled up the two of them, and in a flash, they once again arrived above Tenryu City. The old dragon didn't seem to have any psychological burden for shocking the people of Tenryu City. He pointed to the 7-colored thunderclouds that were condensing in the sky. He signaled Bai Xiuxiu to go up and transcend the tribulation. It was basically the same as the thunderclouds that Lan Xuanyu faced before, but the color was weaker and the size was smaller. However, it was indeed 7-colored, and there was no 4-colored process at all. Bai Xiuxiu soared up, and the sky blue light on her body surged. In the next moment, she was bathed in the 7-colored thunderbolts. After evolving into the sky blue devouring ice dragon, her cultivation and bloodline level had a qualitative leap, and she would no longer suffer as much as when she transcended the tribulation. Lan Xuanyu used his divine perception to carefully sense Bai Xiuxiu's physical condition. He couldn't help but ask the old dragon beside him, "Senior, you used 3 types of dragon bones to create the divine dragon armor for Xiuxiu. Among the 3 types of dragon bones, the black ones should be dark elemental, while the blue ones should be ice elemental. What about the gray ones? Why haven't I seen them before?" Hodingzhong smiled slightly and said, "When Xiuxiu became a god, her bloodline underwent a transformation. It should have been due to an external force that caused her to evolve and sublimate. This is extremely rare in our dragon race, but it's not unheard of. This sublimation is also a mutation, which made her bloodline talent unique. If I'm not wrong, this transformation is due to your help. Am I right?" Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly and said, "Yes, she has been cultivating with me. My bloodline is helpful to her cultivation." A subtle look of envy flashed across Hodingzhong's eyes. He continued, "So, among her bloodline talents, there's not only the ice elemental and dark elemental attributes. After the sublimation of these two attributes, she also has a particularly powerful devouring attribute. Through devouring and transformation, she can do many things. So, when I created the divine dragon armor for her, I added a special attribute, which caused the divine dragon armor to evolve similar to her own. I call the gray dragon bones the ghost dragon, or undead dragon. This dragon race is extremely rare. I don't know if it's a traitor of the dragon race, or if it voluntarily turned into an undead to protect the dragon race. In the entire dragon world, there's only one such broken set of gray dragon bones. It contains the aura of death. It's very special. The fusion of death and dark elemental attributes, together with the harmonization of ice elemental attributes. Naturally, Xiaoxiao's divine dragon armor was born. Lan Xuanyu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. You mean, when Xiaoxiao evolved into a god, it was because of the additional aura of death in her attributes that led to such an evolution? Ho Dingzhong said, bloodline mutations are very rare, and almost all bloodline mutations are different, so it's normal to have different attributes. This is what I felt when I first sensed it. Now it seems that my feelings were completely correct. Her divine dragon armor was very compatible with her body. Not bad. It's qualified to be your dragon mount. After all, your attributes are unique. Thank you for your help, Senior, Lan Xuanyu said sincerely. Ho Dingzhong waved his hand and said, you don't have to thank me. I can make the decision to forego the rest of your debt. However, the Tenryu General Chamber of Commerce was the common property of the Tenryu clan. It's not something I can decide on my own. That domain of yours is very good. It has a very good effect on stimulating the bloodline of the dragon race. I will find some of my people later. You can use your bloodline to help them cultivate for a period of time, and this debt will be settled. What do you think? Lan Xuanyu's heart moved. She smiled and said, I'll listen to Senior. Speaking until here, she sighed and said, I didn't expect the divine dragon armor to cost so much. The Tenryu crystal coins that I brought today were all given to me by the Imperial City Lord of Fenglong City. He said that he had already done his best. If I really owe you so much money, I really don't know how to repay it. Originally, I thought that there would be some leftovers, and I would bring them to our dragon horse auction. Now, I don't think I need to go. We sisters are all alone. Thank you very much, Senior. As she said that, Lan Xuanyu bowed to Ho Dingzhong again. You want to participate in the auction? Do you have any goals? Ho Dingzhong looked at this polite and beautiful lady, and his expression changed slightly. The reason why he wanted to forego all of Lan Xuanyu's debt was naturally because he felt that he had taken advantage of her. There were quite a few old dragons in the same situation as him. If everyone could prolong their lives, they might really be able to wait until the day the realm of the gods was built. Most importantly, he was now very convinced that it was more reliable to achieve this on Lan than on head of Tenryu. If the realm of the gods could be built in the future, as long as he and the other old dragons could obtain a god seat, they would be able to live forever. They would no longer have to worry about their lifespans. And at that time, this person in front of him would be the king of the realm of the gods. If he didn't befriend her now that she was growing up, when would he be able to befriend her? Even if the realm of the gods couldn't be built, they wouldn't suffer any additional losses. On the contrary, their lifespans would increase a little. It was always good to live a few more years. Befriending her would also be beneficial to his descendants. It could be said that he couldn't be more satisfied with Lan Xuanyu's test. Seeing was believing. He had personally experienced the mysteries of Lan Xuanyu's domain, and Lan Xuanyu's performance during the entire process of making the divine dragon armor. This was already enough to fully display her talent. This definitely wasn't something that an ordinary dragon race could possess. He had saved Lan Xuanyu more than 200 Tenryu crystal coins in one go. This was definitely a huge sum, and only an existence of his status could do this. In addition, he had thousands of years of savings, so it was definitely an astronomical figure. I don't have any goals, but isn't the war between us and the dark red domain going to start at any time? I also want to make some preparations. If there are suitable items, I'll prepare some. This will also increase my chances of survival, Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. I still have to attend the auction. If there are truly good items, then they are worth purchasing. How about this, when the time comes, I'll accompany you. If there really are suitable items, then we'll decide based on the situation, the old dragon said ambiguously. Alright, thank you, senior. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything else, and turned his attention to Bai Xiuxiu, who was undergoing her tribulation in the sky. But at this moment, he was overjoyed. From Ho Dingzhong's performance before, he had already understood this old dragon's goal and changes. Previously, when he was making Bai Xiuxiu's battle armor, he had some doubts. How could the process be so slow? This was completely different from before. Logically speaking, the difficulty of making his own battle armor should be higher. And through the conversation just now, when Ho Dingzhong took the initiative to say that he would waive his debt, but asked him to assist the other domain masters in their cultivation, Lan Xuanyu's heart was suddenly enlightened. It must be because his divine dragon illumination domain was of great help to this old dragon, which was why he was so generous. Another reason was that he thought highly of him, even more so than the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zichang. Even if this person's status couldn't be compared to the head of Tenryu, he definitely wouldn't be inferior to the second head of Tenryu. Moreover, he was Zhong Zichang's teacher. The old dragons who asked him to assist in his cultivation, even if their cultivation wasn't as good as his, were definitely retired dragon knights. If he could win the support of these old dragons, it would definitely be a huge gain. Moreover, old dragons had old money. Their wealth would definitely exceed his imagination. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to get some benefits, when would he get any benefits? However, of course, he wouldn't say this directly. He only expressed his respect and cooperation, vaguely mentioning that he wanted to participate in the auction and get something to protect himself when he participated in the war. If the old dragon wanted to befriend him, he naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. But this old dragon was obviously also observing. The older the ginger, the spicier it was, so Ho Dingzhong didn't directly agree to his request. But it was enough for him to stop there. As for the other old dragons, it wouldn't be too late to befriend them when he assisted them in their cultivation. The most important thing was to work hard to get the support of these old dragon race. End of chapter. Lan Xuanyu had a very deep analysis of his conversation with Zhong Zichang and Luo Lan. From Luo Lan's description back then, he understood. In the dragon race, the younger dragon knights were more inclined to support him. They still had a lot of time to wait. As long as he continued to show enough talent, their support would not change. There were also some whose ages were more awkward, such as those who still had a few hundred years to live. After all, head of Tenryu was already a transcendent and had been working hard in that direction. After all, he had just become a god. Of course, he would only be qualified to attract the attention of the Dragon Knights after becoming a god. Therefore, some of them were wavering, and some of them supported head of Tenryu. Within 10 years, as long as he could become a transcendent and become a Dragon Knight, many of them would choose to support him. However, he did not know what head of Tenryu's attitude was now. He was the only one Lan Xuanyu could not see through. An old dragon like Ho Dingzhong was definitely a top expert in the dragon race, but their lifespans would definitely be shorter. 100 years? It was even possible for them to live for decades. They were the ones who could not afford to wait the most. In fact, they did not care who they supported. They would support whoever had a higher chance of success. From Ho Dingzhong's performance just now, it could be seen that he was very satisfied with himself. Moreover, he should have benefited from his divine dragon illumination domain. For old dragons like them, increasing their cultivation level might not even be considered a benefit. What the benefit was became especially obvious. After analyzing it in his heart, Lan Xuanyu was not afraid that these old dragons would not fall for his trap. If they could extend their lifespans with his help, even if he became enemies with head of Tenryu in the future, they would at least remain neutral and even support him. Bai Xiuxiu's tribulation was gradually coming to an end. Although the light on her body had become a little dim, the light in her eyes was still exuberant. As the thunderclouds gradually weakened and dissipated, the last bolt of lightning landed on Bai Xiuxiu, causing her body to tremble, but she finally endured it. The electric radiance around her body gradually turned sky blue before being absorbed by the divine dragon armor on her body. Only then did he slowly descend from the sky. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly leaped into the air and enveloped Bai Xiuxiu in a rainbow-colored halo. He used his dragon god's energy to assist Bai Xiuxiu in recovering her bloodline energy. Bai Xiuxiu nodded at him excitedly. It's done. It's very good. Yes. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile. Today's harvest was really much greater than expected. Although he had paid all his Tenryu crystal coins, it was definitely worth it. These were 2 divine artifacts. Just as Ho Dingzhong had said, there was only 1 set of the undead dragon skeleton. Not many of the gray bones he had taken out were left. It would be difficult to create another set of divine dragon armor. Needless to say, the set on Lan Xuanyu was absolutely unique and could not be replicated. Seeing the 2 of them descending from the sky, Ho Dingzhong waved his hand and a silver light swept across. The 3 figures disappeared again and returned to the warehouse. Thank you for your help, Senior. Returning to the warehouse, Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiuxiu and bowed to Ho Dingzhong again. Alright, at our age, etiquette isn't that important anymore. To be honest, I've suffered a big loss today. Ho Dingzhong couldn't help but laugh. He even looked distressed, but his mood was much more relaxed than when they had just arrived. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, Isn't that so? My heart ached when I saw it. You've given us all the good things. But the process of creating the divine dragon armor today really made us gasp in amazement. As expected of the #1 master of the dragon race. No one would dislike flattery, especially someone with a bloodline like Lan Xuanyu. In the dragon race, the concept of bloodline supremacy had been passed down to this day. His words also made Ho Dingzhong's mood very good. The old dragon rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. Speaking of which, although I've suffered a big loss this time, it's still not bad. But it's not like I didn't gain anything. After you go back, you can go and see Zhong Zicheng. This time, it was he who invited me out to create the divine dragon armor for you. Otherwise, I would still be in seclusion. In order to let me create it for you, he gave me a lot of heaven-nourishing crystals. At my age, I'm already one of the oldest in the dragon race. I don't have many years left to live. This time, I came out to check for him and see if you have the potential to be supported. Also, I wanted to use my remaining energy. He told me about your attributes, and I was also excited to see if I had the ability to create the divine dragon armor with 7 attributes. I didn't expect that not only did I succeed, but the effect was even better than I imagined. Moreover, not only did your talent satisfy me, it even exceeded my expectations. From this point of view, Zhong Zicheng's foresight is quite good. Hearing Ho Dingzhong's undisguised praise, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Wasn't he afraid that he would see that he had obtained a lot of benefits from him and be blackmailed? Ho Dingzhong continued, Moreover, to me, today's experience is really a little magical. If it had happened a few years earlier, it would have actually brought me even greater benefits. I won't hide it from you. Lan's domain has the effect of stimulating the dragon race's bloodline, and it will be a considerable increase. Whether it's during battle or cultivation, it's the same. The one who benefited the most was Xiuxiu. Without Lan, Xiuxiu, you wouldn't have been able to evolve your bloodline to this extent. To be honest, I'm a little envious of you. It's a pity that I didn't meet a partner like Lan back then. But even so, I've gained a lot of benefits. My bloodline has been solidified for who knows how many years. Under the stimulation of your domain, it actually underwent a metamorphosis. Although this metamorphosis can no longer allow me to advance any further, the aging of my body also doesn't allow me to be willful. But it should still be possible for me to live for a few more decades. This is also the reason why I want to waive the remaining debt for you. Hearing this old dragon speak so openly and sincerely, Lan Xuanyu was a little disappointed. Lan Xuanyu had already made it so clear, how was he going to take the benefits later on? This was clearly saying that waiving his debt was equivalent to the reward for these benefits. However, Ho Dingzhong suddenly laughed, Of course I can't keep such benefits to myself. This will be of great help to the entire dragon race. However, if you want to obtain such benefits, it's naturally inappropriate to not pay a price. This is unfair to you. So, Lan, I'll give you an idea. You can use your domain to help our clansmen cultivate, but you can charge an appropriate fee. Ah? Hearing this old dragon's words, although Lan Xuanyu already had a plan in mind, he couldn't help but be shocked. This old dragon was too simple and direct. This isn't good, senior. We're all of the same clan, how can I? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but say. Bai Xiuxiu, who was next to him, only rolled her eyes in her heart. How can you? You can't wait, okay? Life is like a drama again. She was the one who understood Lan Xuanyu the most. At this moment, this guy's heart must be blooming with joy. Ho Dingzhong smiled and said, there's no such thing as can't. You have to pay to reap the rewards. No one should gain benefits from others for free. The effect of your ability to assist in cultivation is very obvious. It's beneficial to any level of the dragon race. However, this also consumes your own bloodline. This kind of consumption isn't a burden to you? Won't it waste your dragon power? So, an appropriate fee is naturally necessary. Lan Xuanyu lowered his head and said, but, I don't know what to do. Since Ho Dingzhong had already started this, he had to listen to the old dragon's opinion in detail. There was no doubt that this old dragon's understanding of the dragon race was much deeper than his. Ho Dingzhong said, there are different levels. Moreover, you need to have supporters in order to continue doing this. I have a general understanding of your situation. As a wild dragon race member, you have signed a 1,000-year contract with the royal family, so you can obtain the support of Fenglong City. 1 million Tenryu crystal coins is indeed a lot. However, the royal family's ability is still too weak. As the lord of a city, they can only take out 1 million Tenryu crystal coins. What a joke. However, they have no choice. Fenglong City does not have a dragon knight that belongs to their own family, so they can only rely on external support. They have to rely on Luo Lan to protect them. For this, they have to pay a lot. Their status is low, so when they pay the Tenryu Society's share, they have to pay a lot. Their family's foundation is not enough, so they do not have much savings. Therefore, if you want to really grow, you still have to rely on your own strength. Your greatest wealth now is the attribute of your bloodline. Use it well, and it will be enough to earn you more resources. I can vouch for you in the name of Tenryu's General Chamber of Commerce. I will also allow you to complete auxiliary training matters here at the General Chamber of Commerce. Then, I will charge you. The standard of the charge is different for different levels. Lower dragon race is not necessary. Don't waste your time on their innate talent. Middle dragon race and above are fine. The higher the level, the higher the charge. Bai Xiuxiu was a little curious after hearing this and could not help but ask, Senior, why is the higher the level, the higher the charge? The old dragon smiled and said, think about it, this bloodline of blue, what level is the best for cultivation? Bai Xiuxiu said, the lower the level, the better the effect. Before my sister's bloodline finished evolving, she helped a lower dragon race to become a middle dragon race. Hearing this, Ho Dingzhong's mouth twitched and said, that's right. Indeed, if the level is low, the bloodline's influence is greater, and the benefits are also the greatest. However, what level of dragon race is the most important? Let me tell you, the higher the level, the more important it is. The reason is very simple. The real top clansmen, such as the Dragon Knights, have already developed their bloodlines to the extreme. Dragon race. It is extremely difficult to advance. In other words, there is a limit to the cultivation of every clansman, and this limit is determined by our bloodline. Once the limit is reached, it can't continue to improve. The bloodline's bloodline can't continue to improve. Dragon race to helps to. Dragon races S's, to helps, the effect S2s, is Is's 2s to use to S2s 2s SS. Helps dragon SSSSSSSS2s to help to improve to dragon races is. To dragon race. Is. To be to. To charge. Do you want to buy more? Lan Xuanyu raised his head again. He suddenly felt that the man in front of him was truly worthy of being the president of Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce. His business acumen was even more thorough than his own. However, he couldn't do it directly. After all, he belonged to the Tenryu Society. If the Dragon Knight asked him to help him cultivate, could he refuse? However, the person in front of him was different. He was the president of Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce. In the dragon race, even the head of Tenryu had to be courteous to him. Then, "I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say," Lan Xuanyu said with a face full of sincerity and confusion, fully showing his weakness, helplessness, and begging for help. Ho Dingzhong saw that she had already taken his words to heart. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, you don't have to worry about this. I'll help you with the operation. Let's start from the top. I'll make sure you have enough resources when you participate in the auction." He. "Those old guys, I'll make them bleed a little. Every one of them is stingy. Let's see how stingy they can be this time." "Alright, you can go back first. Just wait for my news. This matter is the Chamber of Commerce's business. If the Dragon Knight asks you later or asks you to help them cultivate, just say that I won't allow it and that they need to go through me. They won't dare to do anything to you." "Alright, I'll listen to you," Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. As for how the profits would be divided, he didn't even ask. He believed very much that the president of the Chamber of Commerce in front of him definitely had a black heart. How could a black-hearted businessman earn less? Moreover, he was obviously showing goodwill to him. He definitely wouldn't treat him badly. After all, he would only be able to build the realm of the gods if he gave him enough benefits to cultivate faster. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked out of Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't help but mutter, "Perfect, the process of this trip was really perfect. Scheming and astute. That old dragon isn't a good person either." Bai Xiuxiu also muttered. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nudged her and motioned for her to stop talking. He wasn't sure if he could really sense that old dragon's divine sense. He was probably even more powerful than the secondary seat. His words were domineering because he had enough foundation to say so. "What are you going to do at the auction?" Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously. They already had the divine dragon armor. Lan Xuanyu also had the Jinlong spear. Her ice magic dragon spear was also pretty good. It didn't matter if she changed her weapon or not. In addition to the taboo weapon, the Emerald Demon battleship, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were armed to the teeth. Lan Xuanyu said, "Do you still remember? I told you that the Tenryu Society gave me the authority to mobilize the Blue Ocean Clan's army." "Yes. I remember. They're considered a burden to us. After all, the warships here, even if they're battleships, won't be very useful." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "They're a burden, but their overall strength is still okay. After all, there are true god-level powerhouses. I'm going to participate in the auction to equip our army. After all, there's a small team in our own army called the Wings of the 33 Heavens." Bai Xiuxiu stared at him with wide eyes. "You're going to bring all your companions into this army?" "This?" Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Actually, I secretly hinted to Luo Lan that the Blue Ocean Clan gave me the army. It's naturally not a big deal for them. It's mainly because the Blue Ocean Clan is most similar to us humans. It's best for our companions to hide. With Auntie's makeup skills and my treasure hunting beast's transformation ability, the possibility of being discovered is extremely small. Furthermore, although there are true god-level powerhouses in the Blue Ocean Clan, with my bloodline ability, divine artifacts, and various weapons, it shouldn't be a problem to face them head-on. Therefore, if we're discovered, we can kill them to silence them. Ever since we came to the Tenryu Star, everyone has been working hard to cultivate, and the extent of our improvement is not small. However, compared to when we were cultivating in school, we're lacking in tempering. A true war is the best time for everyone to train, and it's also the time for everyone to truly complete the transformation process. If we really want the Wings of the 33 Heavens to be promoted to god level, this kind of tempering is essential. We definitely won't face the strongest powerhouses of the Deep Red Domain on the main battlefield. As long as we can ensure our safety, this will be the best opportunity. Auntie has always been very cooperative with us, and letting her participate this time can be considered a form of repayment to her. The safety is still very high, and it can be considered killing many birds with one stone. The plant-type powerhouses should be almost back. When they return, I've instructed them to bring back the god-level plant-type soul beasts. The Ryuma Federation is currently mainly fighting against the deep red domain, and they don't have time to investigate too much. God-level plant-type soul beasts will also benefit from cultivating on the Tenryu star. When we participate in the war, we can also use the Ring of Destiny as a trump card. In terms of overall strength, we definitely can't compare to those powerful legions, but it shouldn't be a problem to take advantage of them from behind. We'll use the auction to properly arm ourselves, and at the same time, give some benefits to the Blue Ocean clan. Naturally, the Blue Ocean tribe will acknowledge my command even more. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him with a strange expression. After a long while, she said, "You win." Yes, Lan Xuanyu had won. 2 days later, he received an invitation from the Tenryu Society. His battle plan had already been adopted. As the chief planner of this battle plan, Lan Xuanyu wasn't involved in the execution. However, the approval of this plan undoubtedly raised his status in the hearts of the Dragon Knights. On the same day, he received a notice from the president of Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce, Elder Long Hodingzhong. He wanted him to go to the Chamber of Commerce in the afternoon, but he didn't say anything. In any case, he just wanted him to go. Lan Xuanyu naturally understood. Just after noon, he asked Bai Xiaoxiao to stay in Tenryu's abode to cultivate, while he went to the Tenryu's Chamber of Commerce alone again. When he arrived, Yu Yan was already waiting outside. She became more respectful towards Lan Xuanyu. The reason was very simple. As soon as he entered, Lan Xuanyu saw the elder Long. This person was actually waiting for his arrival at the door. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt flattered and hurried to greet him. He said respectfully, "How could I trouble you to wait here?" Hodingzhong waved his hand and said, "I have something to say to you. Let's talk as we walk." As he spoke, a layer of faint golden halo spread out silently, enveloping the two of them. Lan Xuanyu looked at it enviously. This was a powerful divine sense that had condensed to a material level. Hodingzhong chuckled and said, "3 old things came. I told them all the big talk. It's up to you later. Their situation is similar to mine. The oldest one is more than 100 years older than me. He's really old. I originally thought that he was waiting for death. In the end, when I said that he had a chance to live a few more years, this old thing was actually more anxious than anyone else. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't wait for me to call you over quickly. I've already negotiated the price for these old dragons. You don't have to say anything later, just be respectful. Spare no effort to bang them. This is also helping yourself, understand?" Lan Xuanyu of course understood. He couldn't understand any more. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I will do my best. If you have heaven-nourishing crystals, can you give me some later? That way, the effect will be better." Hodingzhong was stunned. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Last time?" Lan Xuanyu said somewhat awkwardly, "Heaven-nourishing crystals are so expensive." "I'm embarrassed, what's so expensive about it? If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. Looks like I'll have to train with them again this time and see if the results are better than last time. It won't be a problem to cover more than one area, right?" Hodingzhong asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a problem. Actually, within the domain, the effects were about the same. It's the same as long as it's within my domain." This wasn't a direct aid to their cultivation. He was just using his domain to stimulate their bloodline. For Lan Xuanyu, he was only using his domain's ability. Of course, the strength of his domain was related to the strength of his dragon power. When he helped his companions train, he directly converted his dragon power into energy suitable for their cultivation and helped them temper their bodies. Naturally, the effect would be better. Naturally, he could also help the dragon race. He could even use the pure energy of the dragon god's dragon marrow to help them. However, he obviously wouldn't do that. The dragon marrow of the dragon gods was extremely precious. He didn't even know if it would be enough for him to become a dragon god. Moreover, if the dragon race was too strong, it would be dangerous for him. It was still the same warehouse. When Lan Xuanyu followed Hodingzhong into the warehouse, he suddenly had a strange feeling. In his perception, it was as if something had awakened. Immediately after, 6 cold gazes fell on him. The 3 old men were sitting cross-legged in different positions. At this moment, all of them were looking at him. When a person's age reached a certain level, it was difficult to describe their appearance. At most, they would have wrinkled skin, white hair, and a doddering appearance. The people in front of him were the same. 2 men and 1 woman. This was the only thing Lan Xuanyu could distinguish at this moment. None of them were younger than Ho Dingzhong. However, compared to their old faces, their gazes were so sharp, revealing a powerful aura. However, this cold and domineering gaze only lasted for an instant before it disappeared silently, allowing their eyes to return to their original dim yellow. In terms of spirit, they didn't seem to be as good as Ho Dingzhong. They really looked like they had 1 foot in the grave. Sitting in the middle was an old woman. She was so old that it seemed like she would take her last breath at any time. Her body was trembling, and she muttered in a hoarse voice, "So beautiful. When I was young, was I also this beautiful?" The old man sitting on her right hurriedly said, "Isn't that so? It's just that you didn't like us at that time. You were the goddess in the eyes of all the young men of the dragon race." The old man on the left hurriedly echoed, "That's right, that's right. I still remember how old Ho looked at you from afar and drooled. Now, I reckon he's so old that he can only wet his pants. He drools every day. Old fart, talk about yourself, don't talk about me." Old dragon Ho Dingzhong was a bit angry from embarrassment. The old man on the left wasn't afraid at all. "What about me? I'm stronger than you. At least I know what's called self-awareness. I won't think too much about something that's obviously impossible. I just admire and adore you." Ho Dingzhong's breathing was a bit uneven. The old woman smiled and said, "In front of a child, you guys are more or less enough. Although you guys can still survive by bickering, aren't you afraid of losing face?" Lan Xuanyu only bowed slightly and didn't say anything. Ho Dingzhong said to him, "Let me introduce you first. This old sister in the middle is currently the oldest in our dragon race. She's also the only one in the history of our dragon race to be over 5,000 years old. She was once the #1 beauty of our dragon race, and also one of the strongest dragon knights. She's the wife of the previous head of Tenryu, Xianxia. You can just call her Old Zhang." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said respectfully, "Hello, Old Zhang." Zhang Chujia glanced at Ho Dingzhong, "No need to be so detailed. I'm an old fart anyway. Child, to be honest, at my level, it doesn't matter if I live 1 more day or 1 less day, unless I can really build a god realm. If that's the case, I might be able to recover my past. I don't desire to live longer, but to recover my youth. Perhaps, this is what we women all hope for." Lan Xuanyu said, "You can definitely do it. I'm also looking forward to seeing how beautiful you'll be if you can recover your youth. You'll definitely be the #1 beauty of our dragon race." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Chujiao laughed, "You're a good talker. Then I'll borrow your auspicious words." Ho Dingzhong waited for her to finish before introducing the old man on the right. "This old fart is Chowiba. In the past, we called him Chowiba. He liked to fight with his life on the line, but he didn't have enough stamina. You can just call him Old Chow. Yes, he especially doesn't last long. Just 1 wave." The old man on the left said sarcastically. The old man on the right said in a bad mood, "Hello, you're not just 1 wave. You don't even have 1 wave. You just have a sharp tongue." Ho Dingzhong said, "The shameless one on the left is called Guazihan. He's famous for his thick skin. He was the weakest one among us in the past. I didn't expect him to be so old but still not die. He actually persisted until now. His mouth is the stinkiest. You don't need to pay attention to him." Lan Xuanyu greeted them one by one. He had seen these 3 old dragons before. These 3, together with Ho Dingzhong, should be the 4 oldest in the dragon race. The oldest among them should be Zhang Chujia, followed by Ho Dingzhong. Without a doubt, their vitality had already reached the end of their lives. But even so, they were all former dragon knights. Especially Zhang Chujia. To be able to live for 5,000 years, other than luck, strength was definitely extremely important. Lan Xuanyu could also tell that Zhang Chujia was the leader among the 4. When Ho Dingzhong introduced her, there was a clear sense of respect in his tone. This was something he didn't do when he mentioned the head of Tenryu. And Zhang Chujia was the mother of the previous head of Tenryu, so one could imagine her cultivation level. At least, Lan Xuanyu couldn't see through her at his current level. Befriending these 4 old dragons would be the best foundation for him in the dragon race. Taking a step back, even if he did his best to help them, they wouldn't be able to threaten humanity in the future. After all, they were already at the end of their lifespans. Besides looking forward to the realm of the gods, they didn't have any other demands. Even the Tenryu society probably didn't have the authority to order them around. Lan Xuanyu looked at Ho Dingzhong and said, "Elder Ho, shall we begin now?" Ho Dingzhong nodded and said, "Then let's begin. Heaven-nourishing crystals, right? I'll give you 10 pieces first. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later." As he spoke, he took out 10 heaven-nourishing crystals and stuffed them into Lan Xuanyu's hands. Instantly, the life energy in the warehouse became extremely rich. Zhang Chujia looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile. "Don't be nervous, little girl. We old farts didn't have much hope in the first place. It was only because Elder Ho insisted on dragging us here that we finally came out of seclusion. Otherwise, we might have stayed in seclusion until we died. Just go ahead and do whatever you want. Even if something goes wrong, no one will dare to blame you." This person was only speaking calmly, but there was a natural sense of majesty in his words. "Yes, Elder Zhang." After bowing respectfully again, Lan Xuanyu walked to a spot not far from the 3 old dragons and sat down cross-legged. "Seniors, I'll activate my domain in a moment and gradually increase its strength in an attempt to stimulate your bloodline. Seniors, please make your preparations." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took out the heaven-nourishing crystals in his hand and placed them around him in a circle. These were 10 heaven-nourishing crystals. One could imagine the amount of life energy contained within them. A huge amount of life force instantly rose up, causing the space around Lan Xuanyu to turn green. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and circulated the dragon power in his body. A faint 7-colored halo slowly emerged from his body, and the aura of the dragon gods also bloomed. When he first arrived, the 3 old dragons had already checked his body. Naturally, they could feel the powerful aura in her bloodline. However, when Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to release his bloodline energy, it gave them a different feeling. That pure and powerful bloodline, and most importantly, that high and mighty bloodline level, was something they had never seen before with their cultivation and experience. Chowie Ba and Guoziyun subconsciously looked at Zhang Chujia, who was sitting in the middle. Zhang Chujia nodded her head gently. The 3 old dragons then closed their eyes and silently sensed the aura released by Lan Xuanyu. Ho Dingzhong also sat to the side and closed his eyes to sense it. He naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. The rich life force was the first to bloom, landing on the 4 old dragons. The rich life force was injected into their bodies. This action immediately made the 4 old dragons have a good impression of her. Although they did not care about the heaven-nourishing crystals, how could they not know the value of the crystals? In their opinion, Lan Xuanyu had asked for 10 heaven-nourishing crystals. One was to allow her to maintain her domain, and the other was a part of her reward. However, she was currently activating the life force within the heaven-nourishing crystals without holding back and injecting it into the 4 of them. She was not doing this for her own benefit. However, Lan Xuanyu soon sensed that something was wrong. The powerful life force within the heaven-nourishing crystals seemed to be unable to be retained after being injected into the 4 old dragons' bodies. A large amount of life force left their bodies and dissipated into the air. "Don't waste the life force. It's useless to us." Zhang Chujia's voice rang out. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. Wasn't that right? The amount of heaven-nourishing crystals that the 4 old dragons had used must be astronomical. If it was useful, how could they not use it continuously? He did not waste the life force and hurriedly guided the life force into his body. After becoming a god, his body's capacity had increased greatly. Even if he could not digest it immediately, storing it first would not be a problem. Immediately after, the 7-colored halo suddenly flourished and a 7-colored domain with 7 dragon patterns spread out from his body. It enveloped the 4 old dragons. Immediately, the 4 old dragons trembled and felt a strange movement from their bloodlines at the same time. Lan Xuanyu had only activated his domain at the initial stage. The divine dragon illumination halo that his divine dragon illumination domain carried was completely the aura of the dragon god's bloodline. It could only amplify the dragon race, a strong amplification. The four old dragons each exuded a faint halo fluctuation and a dense light mist rose from them. Ho Dingzhong's body was surrounded by a golden light mist that was filled with the aura of light. Meanwhile, Zhang Chujia, who was facing Lan Xuanyu, had a strange red light mist rise from her body. This red light was crystal clear, as if it contained countless ruby powder, shining with crystal red light spots all over the sky. Chaoiba's body emitted a dark green light. There was a faint purple in the thick dark green, gloomy and deep. On the other side, Guoziyan's body emitted a green light. The four-colored light and the bloodline aura of the four old dragons were released at once. However, their dragon power did not suppress Lan Xuanyu at all. It was limited to their own space and did not affect each other. They were all transcendent god-level powerhouses. Such powerful control was enough to shock anyone. Lan Xuanyu continued to inject dragon power into the divine dragon illuminating domain to strengthen the effect of the domain. The seven-colored halo also became stronger and stronger. It stimulated the bloodline of the four old dragons to be constantly stimulated and continued to boil. At this moment, the expressions on Zhang Chujia, Chaoiba, and Guoziyan's faces had changed. Before coming, they had all listened to Ho Dingzhong's description. Only when they were really in it could they deeply feel the benefits of this change to them. No matter how dense and high-level the life energy was, it couldn't help their old bodies recover. They had already used all the methods they could and should have used in the past thousands of years. For Zhang Chujia to be able to live to this age, who knew how much heartache and how many resources she had consumed. There was a limit to the amount of life energy that any resource could replenish. Once the limit was reached, they would become immune and would no longer have any effect. In the past few hundred years, they had felt their bloodline gradually drying up almost every day without any signs of recovery. Under such circumstances, they all knew that their time was coming. This was also the feeling that all the dragon race could feel when their condition reached this level. Relatively speaking, the higher the bloodline level of the dragon race, the longer they could live, but this was not absolute. For example, if they were seriously injured when they were young, it was very likely that their life force would be affected. There were many situations that would affect their lifespan. The four of them could definitely be described as being blessed by nature to be able to live to this age. However, their lifespan was ultimately limited. Although they did not want to die, they had all begun to accept this reality. At this moment, the most important thing that Lan Xuanyu brought to them was not the boiling bloodline at this moment, but the spark of hope in their hearts. Hope was the most difficult thing to appear, especially after they had fallen into a dead silence due to despair. They had long accepted their fate and no longer cared about anything in the world. When hope suddenly appeared, and it was so real, how could these old dragons remain calm? Their aura surged. Not long ago, they didn't dare to use their dragon power, because once they did, it would accelerate the consumption of their lifespan. But now, under the stimulation of this domain, they found that their dragon power could rise to the extreme again. And there was no feeling of their lifespan decreasing. Their bloodlines were beginning to undergo a subtle transformation under the stimulation of the domain. For cultivators of their level, this transformation was definitely not too intense. However, the fact that it could happen was already the greatest surprise. Just as Ho Dingzhong said to Lan Xuanyu before, his domain might be the strongest for the improvement of the lower dragon race. But it was only the cultivation that increased. For these old dragons, it was the most important. Because it could let them feel the improvement and evolution that they hadn't felt for many years. The evolution of their bloodlines would make everything better for them. It would give them hope again, and they could search for or wait for the light to come. This was the second time Ho Dingzhong had experienced it. Compared to the last time, although Lan Xuanyu's domain was stronger, it wasn't as sensitive as last time. But in his heart, he still felt touched. He was really touched. After Lan Xuanyu left, he meditated for a while, and he could clearly feel that his bloodline had become active again. He couldn't tell how many years this activity would let him live. But he was sure that as long as this activity was still there, he wouldn't die. In other words, he could no longer see the end of his life. This made the old dragon very excited. He immediately went to wake up his old friends who had been in closed-door cultivation. Among the few of them, Zhang Chujia was naturally the oldest. Zhang Chujia was really waiting for death this time. Even her will had been arranged. What to do with her corpse after her death had been decided. So, when Ho Dingzhong woke them up, Zhang Chujia was so angry that she almost attacked him directly. But when they felt the vitality in Ho Dingzhong's body, they finally calmed down. After calming down, they were shocked. However, there was no joy in their hearts at that time. They had lived for thousands of years, and their minds were as calm as they could be. What was useful on Ho Dingzhong might not be useful on them. Therefore, before they could truly feel the changes in their bodies, they didn't know whether this would work or not. At this moment, everything was worth it. The effect of Lan Xuanyu's domain was so great that it even exceeded their imagination. Moreover, the attributes of the four old dragons were completely different, but Lan Xuanyu's domain had a similar effect on them. The activation of their bloodline was subtly taking place. The withered but still powerful dragon power in their bodies was glowing bit by bit. If they were just walking corpses in seclusion just now, then they really felt like they were gradually coming back to life now. It was as if fresh blood had been injected into his shriveled blood vessels. This feeling was simply too wonderful. What Zhang Chujia cared about the most was not her lifespan. What moved her the most at this time was that not only was her vitality recovering, but even her youth seemed to be subtly recovering. It seemed like she had become a little younger. Although it might only be 100 wrinkles turning into 99, it was still a change in her appearance. Ho Dingzhong's previous introduction was not exaggerated. This person was really the #1 beauty of the dragon race, and she was a well-deserved goddess of a generation that no one could reach. In the end, she married the head of Tenryu of that generation, and relied on her own strength to become the second Tenryu of that generation. Not only was she powerful, but her charm was also amazing. There were also countless secrets. For example, the head of Tenryu and the head of Tianma of that generation fought to win her favor, and even the planet was almost damaged and so on. It could be said that this person was a true legend of a generation. Although the older generation of dragon knights had basically withered away, even some of the older members of the dragon race of the new generation knew of this person's reputation. It could be said that in terms of status, the head of Tenryu was #1, but in terms of reputation, if Zhang Chujia walked out, she would be the true #1 of the dragon race. Even the head of Tenryu would have to call her mother when he saw her. Yes, Ho Dingzhong did not mention that the current head of Tenryu was the only child of this person in front of him when she was more than 1,000 years old. This was also why Ho Dingzhong did not have much respect for the head of Tenryu. Not only was he more senior, but he was also good friends with Zhang Chujia. Although Lan Xuanyu did not know this, he could also feel how high Zhang Chujia's status in the dragon race was. Therefore, the strength of the domain he released at this time was really all that he could do. The 3 9-colored dragon cores in his body continued to circulate. While absorbing heaven-nourishing crystals to replenish themselves, they continued to maintain the highest strength of the divine dragon illuminating domain. To Lan Xuanyu, not only was he not overly exhausted, but he was also extremely comfortable. That was 10 heaven-nourishing crystals. Heaven-nourishing crystals contained immense life energy, and there was also the charm of creation within them. Even though he had the bloodline of the dragon gods, he still could not control the 2 ultimate elements of creation and destruction. With the help of creation-level life energy, the effects of this medicine were even better than cultivating in the dragon world. However, heaven-nourishing crystals were extremely precious. Normally, he would be very satisfied with just 1 to help him cultivate. Now, he had 10 of them. Using 10 of them together was more or less a waste, but the charm of creation it brought was definitely the strongest. With the help of such immense life energy, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation speed naturally increased greatly. Releasing his domain was just releasing his soul skills during the process of cultivation. It would more or less reduce his cultivation speed, but the drain on his body was negligible. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the lights on the old dragon's bodies flickered. However, their auras were different from when Lan Xuanyu had first arrived. It became even longer and more stable. It was no longer faintly discernible like before. Vaguely, one could hear a low heartbeat coming from the 4 old dragons. Their bloodline auras were clearly changing. The cultivation base of a transcendent was simply too strong. After their bloodline was stimulated by an external force, the strength of their domain was far inferior to their own cultivation base. Therefore, they could only gradually stimulate every part of their bloodline. Right now, they were most worried that Lan Xuanyu wouldn't be able to hold on and maintain his domain. In such a transformation and evolution process, the first effect was definitely the best. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. It wasn't easy for them to find such a life-saving straw, so how could they give it up? Thus, Zhang Chujia waved her hand, and another 10 heaven-nourishing crystals flew out and landed beside the 10 heaven-nourishing crystals that Lan Xuanyu had set up earlier, causing the life energy in the warehouse to be so dense that it was like liquid. Lan Xuanyu wouldn't be able to absorb such a huge amount of life energy in a short period of time. However, he could feel that this person had made a move. Since she had already made a move and given him so many benefits, they would be too embarrassed to take back the heaven-nourishing crystals, right? He had to perform well. Thus, Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and swallowed a large amount of life energy. Following that, the 7-colored light around his body suddenly became stronger. The dragon god's indestructible body and the dragon god's aura were released. In his closed eyes, there were faint ripples of 9-colored light. This was him raising his dragon god's energy to the extreme. The dragon god's energy and dragon god's indestructible body couldn't strengthen the effects of the divine dragon illumination domain, but it could strengthen the bloodline aura released by Lan Xuanyu. The higher the level of his dragon god's bloodline, the more the aura of his domain would change. At the same time, the stimulation of the 4 old dragons' bloodline auras would become stronger. This change caused the 4 old dragons to sit up straight at the same time. They could faintly feel the pressure coming from Lan Xuanyu's body. Under the effect of this pressure, their bloodline auras became smoother. This was because when the pressure fell on them, it quickly worked together with the domain and became a boost for them. As a result, the light around the 4 old dragons began to have a faint layer of 7-colored light. The corner of Ho Dingzhong's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but say, "Little Lan, don't worry about consumption. Release the strongest power you can reach. In terms of consumption, we will support you." In his opinion, Lan Xuanyu was worried about consuming too many heaven-nourishing crystals, so he didn't use his full strength. And this bloodline stimulation with his full strength was stronger than before. This was the most important thing to them. As he spoke, Ho Dingzhong waved his hand. Another 10 heaven-nourishing crystals flew out. In an instant, the warehouse was completely covered in a bright green color. Vigorous vitality bloomed wildly. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He really didn't think about consumption. Moreover, he still had a big move. Through the connection of the domains, he could sense the condition of the 4 old dragons' bodies. Needless to say, the dragon power of these 4 old dragons was not something he could reach at his level. But the bloodline auras of these 4 old dragons were clearly dried up. Stimulated by the domain, their dried-up bloodlines began to subtly change. They began to quietly transform and become more energetic. Although they couldn't be compared to the young dragon race, at least they were no longer flowing bloodlines. This was definitely a great benefit to them. Lan Xuanyu could sense the transformation process of their bloodlines and when they could completely transform in the domain. So, he wasn't in a hurry. At this time, releasing the dragon's repulse and dragon god's indestructible body was actually just accelerating their transformation. The strength of this transformation could only be the same as before. Unless he could truly awaken as dragon gods and use the 9-colored dragon power to help them transform, then it would be completely different. That would be a true rebirth. At that time, he might even have the ability to bestow godhood. The calm expressions on the faces of the 4 old dragons began to subtly change as their bloodlines transformed and evolved. Faint smiles began to appear on their faces. Their excitement was uncontrollable. Even though this was the second time, Ho Dingzhong could clearly feel that the effect this time was much better than the previous time. This was the effect Lan's bloodline aura domain. Maybe he could live another 100 years. That was an opportunity. More importantly, his current bloodline power was already so strong. If he became a true god, would his domain also become stronger? Under normal circumstances, it would. In other words, it could help their bloodline evolve again and transform again. They could live a little longer. This was really, really perfect. There was really hope to wait until the day the God realm was built. Which of the old dragons present wasn't astute? It was precisely when they thought of this possibility that the excitement in their hearts was at its strongest at this moment. With the support of 30 heaven-nourishing crystals, not to mention constantly releasing the dragon god's indestructible body and dragon's repulse, even if they kept burning their life force, they would be able to last for a long time. And this was under the circumstances of being a god. This kind of cultivation was really too extravagant. The creative life energy in every heaven-nourishing crystal surged into his body and pushed Lan Xuanyu's dragon power to increase slowly. In addition, after experiencing the heavenly lightning striking the body a few days ago, his cultivation had been improving by leaps and bounds recently. This rate of improvement was even faster than before he became a god. The dragon power in his body kept becoming stronger and stronger, nourishing his 3 9-colored dragon cores. Only he was fully aware of the benefits that the dragon world brought him. The dragon god's flick was not a rejection of him, but a true acknowledgement of him. After the transformation of his right arm and 4 of his ribs, the speed at which he absorbed the dragon god's dragon marrow increased by a lot. It could be said that his current cultivation state was unique. At this moment, the process of helping the 4 old dragons was also a process of cultivation for Lan Xuanyu. It was just that he couldn't enter deep meditation. He had to constantly sense the changes in the old dragons. If he made good use of these 4, they would be even more useful than Dawn Dragon Knight Zhongzhichang. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 36 of them had disappeared for a whole day. The 30 heaven-nourishing crystals were still faintly glowing. The life force was really too great. Even Lan Xuanyu couldn't absorb so much life force in such a short time if he wasn't undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The faint life force continued to strengthen. He could sense that the 4 old dragons' transformation was basically complete. These 4 were indeed in their twilight years. Zhang Chujia's situation was especially bad. All of her organs were failing. For the dragon race, their bones, meridians, and dragon scales wouldn't change much because of death. Even the energy in their bone marrow could be preserved. However, the aging of their organs was the biggest problem. After this bloodline nourishment, although her organs had regained the support of blood, they were still in a declining state. It could be said that if she hadn't met Lan Xuanyu, she would have completely fallen in 3 to 5 years at most. After all, she had lived for 5,000 years. This was the longest lifespan in the current dragon race on Tenryu Star. Even with Lan Xuanyu's help, Lan Xuanyu felt that she could only live for a few more years at most. After all, her decline was too great. Unless she was truly reborn, it would be very difficult to reverse her decline. Comparatively speaking, the other 3 old dragons were in a much better situation. The wrinkles on their faces had already bloomed. Their faces were rosy and radiant. Clearly, they couldn't be any better. They didn't have to worry about the loss of life force for a while. It was about time. Now that the time had come, it was time for him to use his ultimate move. Lan Xuanyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Chujia opposite him. At this moment, the former number 1 beauty of the dragon race could also sense that her bloodline's transformation was basically complete. She had more or less regained some vitality. Although it wouldn't last for too long, she wouldn't be in danger of dying at any time. One had to know that at her level, it was said that she could live for a few more years. However, compared to 5,000 years, what was a few years? Moreover, her decline was too great. In fact, she could die at any time. However, after this transformation, she was sure that she wouldn't die suddenly for at least 10 years. This was considered a pretty good result. At least she could live for a few more years. It was better than nothing. At this moment, she felt Lan Xuanyu's gaze. She subconsciously opened her eyes and met Lan Xuanyu's gaze. When she saw Lan Xuanyu's eyes, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She saw a pair of eyes that were shining with 9 colors. In those eyes, there seemed to be a supreme majesty. There was also a kind of charm that was full of compassion. In the next instant, Zhang Chujia saw Lan Xuanyu raise his right hand toward her. Her right hand slowly transformed into a dragon claw with rainbow-colored scales covering it. Then, 2 more colors appeared above the rainbow, turning it into 9 colors. The 9-colored dragon claw instantly slapped in her direction. An illusory 9-colored claw shadow flew toward her. Xianxia only looked surprised, but she did not move. She had seen all kinds of big scenes. She could feel that this claw was friendly and was not meant to attack her. Furthermore, no matter how old she was, with her cultivation, as long as she was still alive, she wasn't someone a god rank like Lan Xuanyu could hurt. After this claw attack, Lan Xuanyu let out a muffled groan. His pretty face instantly turned as pale as paper, and he slowly fell to the ground. The life energy in the surrounding heavenly nourishing crystals frantically poured into his body. The domain was also interrupted. Following the interruption of the domain, the other 3 old dragons woke up one after another. They had completed the transformation of their bloodlines. Since the domain was interrupted, they naturally woke up. They first subconsciously looked toward Lan Xuanyu, who had fallen to the ground. However, at this moment, an unsuppressible loud dragon roar suddenly erupted. That dragon roar was filled with unparalleled excitement, endless majesty, and intense joy. The loud dragon roar instantly became sharp. Even with Ho Dingzhong and the other 2's strength, their expressions could not help but change. They all looked toward the direction of the dragon roar at the same time. In their field of vision, Zhang Chujiao's old body slowly floated up. A layer of 9-colored light surrounded her body and rapidly converged into her body. Her originally shriveled body rapidly expanded as if air was blowing on it. Her flesh gradually filled up, and even her dried-up long hair glowed with luster once again. The bloodline aura in her body was also increasing at an astonishing speed. The originally dim red light of the dragon power suddenly became bright. Every red light became incomparably dazzling. A terrifying dragon's aura bloomed, and behind her, a gigantic red dragon's shadow flickered. The 3 old dragons were dumbstruck. The incomparably old Zhang Chujiao was becoming younger bit by bit. This was a change that was visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the former number 1 beauty of the dragon race, the fire god Dragon Knight, the second seat of the Tenryu, appeared in front of them alive. Her fiery red wavy hair hung down behind her head. She had fair skin, a handsome nose, pink dragon eyes, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure. She had an incomparably beautiful face. It was like a fiery blue flower in full bloom, blooming proudly. In an instant, the eyes of the 3 old dragons were filled with infatuation. Tears even flowed down their cheeks. Chaoiba looked at her in a daze and muttered to himself, "She's back, she's back. He's back. Fire god Dragon Knight, our fire god Dragon Knight has returned. Our number 1 beauty of the dragon race is back." On the other side, Guozihui was already in tears. He opened his mouth and made her sounds, but he couldn't say a word. Ho Dingzhong was slightly better than them, but looking at that charming body, how could he not be dazzled? In their era, Zhang Chujiao was definitely the goddess in the hearts of all dragon race members. In that era, some people might not even remember who the head of Tenryu was, but no one would forget the fire god Dragon Knight. Ho Dingzhong said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, second seat." At this moment, the one who felt it the most was Zhang Chujia herself. When the 9-colored claw shadow landed on her body, she felt as if her body had been splashed with a ladle of boiling oil. The bloodline in her body instantly exploded, erupting with an unparalleled bloodline aura. Then her body began to change uncontrollably. Everything seemed to have returned, to the scene when she was young, to the glory of the past. She stared blankly at her slender white hands and the delicate skin on her wrists. Then she touched her face and pulled her long hair that shone with light. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. "It's back, it's all back. I've regained my youth." The blood in her body was still boiling. Her internal organs, which had only recovered a little vitality and life force, were rapidly recovering and changing in this boiling state. Her life force was increasing at an astonishing speed. The life force contained in the heaven-nourishing crystal in the air was also being rapidly absorbed by her. She was shocked to find that she could actually absorb the life force that she was once so familiar with. How wonderful was this feeling? This was no longer a transformation, but a feeling of rebirth. At this moment, the 9-colored light in her body began to quietly fade. The absorption of life force also began to fade, and she could no longer continue absorbing it. But the changed blood vessels, filled with life force, still maintained their original state. It wasn't stable, but at least there wouldn't be any problems for the time being. She hurriedly touched her face. It was still tender and full of elasticity, still in a youthful state. What could be more exciting than regaining one's youth? For a moment, Zhang Chujia's heart was filled with complex emotions. Her heart, which had been dead for a long time, almost instantly came alive again. Second seat, how do you feel? This is temporary, or? Ho Dingzhong's voice was trembling. Although he didn't see how Lan Xuanyu did it, he understood that this must have something to do with Lan Xuanyu. Although he didn't have a peerless appearance, if he could regain his youth and vitality, why wouldn't he be willing? Zhang Chujia hesitated for a moment, silently feeling the changes in her body. After a moment, she sighed softly, and the joy and excitement in her eyes faded a little. This should be temporary. An extremely high-level dragon power helped me temporarily activate the activity of my blood vessels. It should last for about a year. After a year, it will return to its original state. However, within a year, my life force shouldn't be depleted. I can regain my peak state from before. Little Ho, I can now completely confirm that your guesses were correct. This child really has the chance to reach the level that we once yearned for. She helped me reach this state temporarily. The level of my bloodline is so high that I can even vaguely glimpse the world of that level. Ah. Let me take a look at her condition first. In a flash, Zhang Chujia had already reached Lan Xuanyu's side and carried her in her arms. The current Lan Xuanyu gave her the feeling that he was especially weak. Even breathing seemed to have become difficult. It was as if all the essence in his body had been drained away. Zhang Chujia frowned slightly. Solid dragon power poured into Lan Xuanyu's body, stimulating her body. At the same time, it guided the life force of the surrounding heaven-nourishing crystals into her body. After a moment, Lan Xuanyu slowly woke up. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, feeling the other's warm embrace and imposing chest, she couldn't help but blush. You, who are you? End of chapter, who are you? When Lan Xuanyu asked these three words, Zhang Chujia couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, then her beautiful face unconsciously rippled with a charming smile. I'm Zhang Chujia. Lan Xuanyu was shocked, he was really shocked. The ultimate move he used at the last moment was through his 9-colored right arm to inject a purer power of the dragon gods into Zhang Chujia's body. He had sensed Zhang Chujia's situation for a long time, so he was very clear. Unless he really became a dragon god and used the divine position and immortal spiritual energy to nourish her, no matter how much he improved, he could only temporarily delay her decline. But he didn't expect the effect to be so good. He was even a little doubtful. Could it be that he had really saved this person and given the dragon clan another top-notch powerhouse? Zhang, Elder Zhang? Lan Xuanyu said with some uncertainty. Yes, it's me. Zhang Chujia helped him sit up, then looked down at herself. The crystal red dragon scales were used from her body, melting away her original clothes, and a crystal red divine dragon armor appeared, covering her whole body, setting off her beautiful face and adding to her charm. Your body is very weak. Can you tell me what happened just now? The power you injected into me is very special, it actually restored my youthful appearance. Although it can only last for a year, it's no different from a new life for me. Within 5 years, there's no risk of me dying of old age. Lan Xuanyu said, that's the power of my life origin. It's a power gradually born in my body during the process of cultivation. I wanted to help you seniors a little more, but my power is still too weak. In the end, I could only use it once, and it already consumed a lot of my power. But I didn't expect that it would actually let you. He had to admit that the existence in front of him, who was once called the #1 beauty of the dragon race, was really beautiful. Compared to Su Su, she was a little less graceful, but a little more heroic. At this time, the other 3 old dragons were already stunned. They had all seen Zhang Chujia's beauty before. Now that they saw it again, the shock and emotion in their hearts were indescribable. And now she was with Lan Xuanyu. The weak Lan Xuanyu looked very pitiful. Not only was he not inferior to Zhang Chujia, he was even more beautiful. This was simply two beauties competing in splendor. What a beautiful picture. Zhang Chujia said thoughtfully, go back and rest first. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Yes. Lan Xuanyu answered, stood up, and bowed to the old dragons again, then slowly left. Zhang Chujia watched her back as she left and then looked at her own body. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. I'm back again. Yes, our fire god dragon knight has returned. Ho Dingzhong's voice was trembling. His original intention was to let these old men live for a few more years. But he didn't expect to witness a miracle. Zhang Chujia had seen all kinds of storms and waves. Over the past 5,000 years, she had experienced countless glories and stood at the top of the entire Dragon Horse galaxy. But she still couldn't control her emotions. I didn't expect that we would see true hope in this child. I think she can be nurtured with great effort. She has just become a god, but she's already so helpful to us. Based on what we know, her bloodline evolved greatly before and after she became a god. Then, every time she evolves, her bloodline will also evolve accordingly. Using her bloodline to stimulate our bloodline, the effect will be strengthened. Chowie Ba said in a low voice. Hua Zishuan didn't have time to bicker with him. He nodded and agreed, yes, that's right. If that's the case, we might really have a chance to live. Didn't she have a 10-year promise with Jiang Weiqiang? If she can become a true dragon knight in 10 years, then we really have a chance. Moreover, her potential and talent are definitely the strongest in the history of the dragon race. We have hope. Although I don't know if we can wait, hope is what drives us to live. Zhang Chujia nodded and said, when she released her origin, I felt it the most. It was really like the aura of the skeleton of the dragon race king in the dragon world. The key is that it didn't reject me, and it even helped my bloodline to boil and complete the second transformation. I can be sure that she won't be rejected by the skeleton of the dragon race king. Is the news from before accurate? Ho Dingzhong said, it was spread by a dragon knight, so there shouldn't be a problem. However, there's another possibility. Zhang Chujia's heart skipped a beat. You mean, the king doesn't see the king? The dragon race king felt that her bloodline could reach a level similar to his, so that's why? Ho Dingzhong nodded and said, that's right. Otherwise, why didn't any of us make the skeleton of the dragon race king react after so many years? We can't even dismantle his skeleton? Zhang Chujia said in a low voice, the only thing we can't be sure of now is whether the dragon race king was at the divine king level when he was alive. We've always guessed that it was. If it was, then it's possible that Lan could reach that level. With the divine king level, there's naturally the possibility of establishing a divine realm. The other three elders had already gathered around Zhang Chujia and were looking at her like stars surrounding the moon. She's worth supporting. Old Ho, today's matter must be kept strictly confidential. Your original plan to sell her bloodline stimulation method to the clansmen should be stopped. This way of releasing her domain will definitely consume her bloodline power. If it affects her cultivation, it'll be the opposite of what we're doing. Even if it's us, as long as we're not dying of old age, don't let her release it for the time being. Wait until she reaches the next level. Okay. Ho Dingzhong agreed. Zhang Chujia's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint light flashed in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. A faint smile appeared on her face. She seemed to have an idea. Lan Xuanyu left the Tenryu Chamber of Commerce and returned to the Tenryu abode. Of course, he wasn't as weak as he looked. Previously, when he injected the 9-colored dragon power in his right arm into Zhang Chujia, the effect was better than expected. It actually restored Zhang Chujia's youth. This was something he didn't expect. There was no doubt that Zhang Chujia would support him, at least for a certain period of time. With her support, it was equivalent to having the support of the 4 elders. These 4 elders held important positions in the dragon race. Zhang Chujia was once the Tenryu's second seat, and Ho Dingzhong was the teacher of the current second seat, Zhong Zichang. The other 2 elders were on equal footing with them, so their status wouldn't be any lower. With their support, at least he didn't have to be so cautious. However, he didn't let his guard down. If he wanted to realize his plan, everything else was just borrowing power. The real thing was still to break through the upper limit and reach a level that no one in the dragon race had reached before. After returning to the abode, Bai Xiuxiu woke up from her meditation as soon as she sensed his aura. "You've been gone for so long. How was it?" Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "It should be done." He briefly recounted the process of his trip. "The dragon race's #1 beauty? Is she especially beautiful?" Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Shouldn't we men be more concerned about this kind of topic?" Bai Xiuxiu snorted and said, "Didn't you say that she regained her youth?" "I'm just afraid that you'll be swayed." Lan Xuanyu said unhappily, "What's there to be swayed about? She's an elder dragon who has lived for more than 5,000 years. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "You can't count it that way. If we're really talking about seniority, you're definitely older than her. Don't forget that Uncle Yu and Teacher Nana have both existed for more than 10,000 years. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. Wasn't that right? If he were to count from his parents, his seniority would definitely be frighteningly high. In terms of seniority and age, Zhang Chujiao was probably not up to the standard. Bai Xiuxiu said, "What do we do next?" Lan Xuanyu said, "There's no hurry. I deliberately asked Zhong Zicheng for control of the Blue Ocean clan. In the future, this army will naturally be in our hands. It will also have the effect of training the soldiers. The 4 old dragons will definitely support us at this auction. When the time comes, they will bring back more good things to equip our army. Of course, the greatest benefits will definitely be given to our own people. With the support of these 4, at least there won't be too many problems within the dragon group for the time being. This will give us sufficient time to develop. Next, it will depend on the situation of the battle with the Crimson Domain. We have to seize the opportunity to increase our strength and understand the situation of the Crimson Domain at the same time. I can't go out before the Dragon Horse auction starts. I have to pretend to be weak to recover my strength. After the auction, we should be able to gather the strength of the Blue Ocean clan. Okay. Then I will continue to cultivate," Bai Xiuxiu said. Lan Xuanyu nodded. With him by her side, Bai Xiuxiu's cultivation speed would be faster. After the transformation to become a god, Bai Xiuxiu's Ice Devour attribute was increasing day by day. In addition to the newly obtained sky blue divine dragon armor, it could be said that she was like a tiger that had grown wings. If she was in the Douluo Federation, she would definitely be considered a powerhouse. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Tenryu city was bustling with activity, and there were more people than usual. Elites, powerhouses, and merchants from various races in the Ryuma Federation gathered in the largest city in the Federation, preparing to welcome the arrival of the Dragon Horse auction. One could only imagine the scale of an auction that could attract the attention of the entire Federation. The auction would be held directly in the Tenryu Plaza. The temporary venue was completely controlled and managed by the Tenryu city's military. Tickets to participate in the auction were already hard to come by. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the right to participate in the auction. It could be said that this auction was being held at this time with a lot of help. One reason was that this auction was the largest auction in the entire Ryuma Federation, which was the largest auction in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. At the same time, this was the Ryuma Federation's first large-scale event since its establishment. Moreover, it was carried out in a situation where the Crimson Domain could start a war at any time. The upper echelons of the various races knew that the Crimson Domain could appear at any time, and the Ryuma Federation had already made many preparations. Only the higher-ups knew the specifics. However, there was no doubt that the prices of the various resources would soar with the auction taking place under such circumstances. The war was about to begin. After the war began, the most important thing would be resources. Whether it was war resources or basic living materials, they would all be of the utmost importance. Merchants valued profits, so they naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. To the leaders of the various races, it was extremely important to take advantage of this auction to obtain more resources for their races. Therefore, the importance that this auction received could be said to be unprecedented. There was an endless stream of people of all shapes and sizes. Tenryu City was so large that there weren't any hotels available for people to stay in. It was already overcrowded. As a last resort, Tenryu City had to set up tents in some of the empty spaces in the city and rent them out temporarily to outsiders. Of course, there was a fee for this. The auction hadn't even begun, but the prosperity of Tenryu City had already brought in a considerable amount of wealth. This was also the reason why the auction was held in Tenryu City. Other than the capital, the head of Tenryu could also legitimately earn profits from this auction. Lan Xuanyu had attended many meetings in the Tenryu Society in the past 10 days to perfect his previous proposal. Now, the plan was already on the agenda. It was quietly in motion. Wei Chong. A pleasant voice sounded. The head of Tenryu didn't know how long it had been since he had heard this name. Sitting upright in meditation in his residence, he couldn't help but feel moved. He subconsciously released his divine sense. This voice was so familiar in his mind that he had already identified the origin of the voice in an instant. Mother? You've come out of seclusion? The head of Tenryu instantly stood up. Come to my place for a moment. The familiar voice sounded again. Okay. The head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, responded. Silver light surged on his body, and dragon power rose. He had already silently disappeared from his residence. Recently, he hadn't returned to the dragon realm to cultivate. The war was about to begin. As the head of the dragon race and the leader of the entire federation, he had too many things to do. Only he could truly suppress the various races of the federation. Therefore, he had been staying in Tenryu City to carry out various preparations. Light flickered. This was a deep cave. However, the light in the cave was unusually bright. In the huge cave, there were all kinds of gems and precious ores piled up. For example, the space origin crystals that the Douluo Federation treasured especially, large pieces of them could only be scattered in the outermost area. The spacious cave was illuminated by these sparkling gems. Even with the head of Tenryu's composure, he couldn't help but reveal a look of greed when he arrived. This wealth was simply too shocking. It was a collection of thousands of years. To him, the future inheritor of this wealth would be him. Of course, the prerequisite was that his mother had to leave this world. Before she died, the private wealth of the dragon race couldn't be violated. It was the same for any dragon race. This was the fundamental principle of the dragon race. After passing through a passageway, an even wider cavern came into view. The walls of the entire cavern were inlaid with all kinds of gemstones, mainly gold, red, and white. Therefore, the interior of the cavern was dyed with this kind of incomparably luxurious color. Jiang Weiqiang saw the person sitting in the middle of the cave at a glance. The moment he saw her, his body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly took a few steps forward and knelt on the ground. His voice was a little choked as he said, "Mother." Zhang Chujia sat in the middle of her treasures and said unhappily, "Get up. What are you crying for? Am I not going to die?" Ah? This supreme ruler of the dragon race, the supreme ruler of the entire dragon horse galaxy, head of Tenryu couldn't help but be a little confused. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at his mother again. In his heart, his mother had always been the most beautiful woman in the entire dragon race. She was incomparably beautiful. When he was young, he witnessed his mother's beauty and his father's love. From a certain point of view, although Zhang Chujia was the second seat, in fact, she controlled a lot of the power of the first seat. Jiang Weiqiang himself grew up step by step under his mother's guidance. He knew very well that in the dragon race, those dragon knights, powerhouses, and even ordinary dragon race members worshipped his mother. It was a kind of passion that they didn't even dare to have greed. At least now, he was far from being able to do what his mother did in the dragon race. However, the dragon race would always age. Generally speaking, after 3,000 years, they would enter a period of rapid aging and irreversible development in the direction of death. In the dragon race, if one was a dragon knight and had a powerful cultivation, it would be delayed to a certain extent. But even so, it was rare to be able to surpass 4,000 years old. His mother had consumed countless heavenly treasures to become the first person in the dragon race to surpass 5,000 years old. And now, he was almost 4,000 years old. It was because he had already begun to decline that he understood how difficult it was for his mother to live for so long. When Jiang Weiqiang saw that his mother had regained her youthful appearance and was once again the #1 beauty of the dragon race, the divine fire dragon knight, his first reaction was that this was the final radiance of the setting sun. He had always known that his mother loved beauty the most. In his opinion, this was his mother using the last of her life force to support her return to her youth, and these were her last words. After all, when Zhang Chujia was in seclusion, she had told him that when this seclusion ended, it would be time for her to leave this world. Therefore, when Jiang Weiqiang heard his mother's call today, his heart instantly sank, thinking that his mother's time had come. In addition, Zhang Chujia's return to her youth strengthened his thoughts. But at this moment, listening to Zhang Chujia's tone and words, it seemed that was not the case. "Get up," Zhang Chujia said with a smile. Jiang Weiqiang stood up from the ground, took a few steps forward, and spread out his divine sense. That's right, it was his mother's aura. The former divine fire dragon knight was also in existence who had reached the peak of the dragon race. Even if the Crimson Mother came in person, she would not be able to imitate his mother's aura. Zhang Chujia allowed him to feel her aura, nodded slightly, and said, "You're quite steady." Jiang Weiqiang was surprised to find that his mother's life force had actually recovered from its original decline. Although it was still deathly still, at least there was no problem for the time being. "I won't die in 5 years. Do you know why my body has changed like this?" Zhang Chujia asked in a low voice. Jiang Weiqiang shook his head in confusion. He really could not think of how his mother's situation could be reversed. One must know, he had thought of all kinds of methods, but as the #1 expert of the dragon race, he could not think of a way. If he could not find the resources to help his mother, who could? Zhang Chujia said indifferently, "Lan, you should be familiar with this name." "It's her?" Head of Tenryu's eyes instantly narrowed. "You're saying, she helped you recover some of your life force? It's her bloodline? Her bloodline can be used?" He was naturally familiar with Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura, and immediately thought of the crux of the matter. Zhang Chujia said indifferently, "Yes, it's her. You should know that old Ho helped her forge the divine dragon armor. It was arranged by Zhong Zicheng. When she was forging it, the girl released a domain that stimulated the bloodline of old men like us. Thus, it produced a rather good effect. Old Ho benefited a lot from it, so he thought of us old fellows. Let us give it a try as well." Who would have thought that the effects would be even better than we imagined? Hearing his mother's story, Jiang Weiqiang's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. "In that case, if she can continue to inject that bloodline power into you, you can continue to extend your lifespan? Do you think it's possible for her bloodline to?" At this point, Jiang Weiqiang's eyes flashed with coldness. Zhang Chujia waved her hand and said, "You only know how to fight and kill all day long, just like that damn father of yours. You can't touch this child now. I've investigated her in detail over the past few days. First of all, her bloodline talent is very good, and the most important thing is the evolution that happened on the Rising Dragon platform. You all tried to stimulate it on the Rising Dragon platform, but the effects were not good. This proves that Lan is blessed by nature. Especially after she became a god, her bloodline evolved again, and her tribulation was unprecedented. The 9-colored heavenly tribulation has never appeared even in our era. This means that she really does have great fortune on her, and at the same time, there's a great opportunity." Jiang Weiqiang said in a low voice, "My bloodline has been stimulated to the extreme. I've sensed that if I could absorb that 7-colored dragon power for a long time, it would have stimulated my bloodline to a certain extent. In other words, if I devour her bloodline, I might have a chance to take half a step forward. The reason why I made the 10-year promise with her was to see if her bloodline could still evolve in 10 years. If it could continue to evolve, the effect of devouring should be even better. Mom, I'm not young anymore. I might not be able to wait for her to really grow to that level." Zhang Chujia nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. However, before she becomes a transcendent, you can't touch her. This is the first point. Based on her current growth, every time her cultivation level increases and evolves, her bloodline might evolve correspondingly, which means she will become stronger. She has a better chance. If her bloodline can transform into that 9-colored situation when she becomes a transcendent, the hope of the dragon race might really be on her. But Jiang Weiqiang hesitated. Listen to me. You're still so reckless. Zhang Chujiao reprimanded and interrupted his words. In the dragon race, the only one who could treat the sky dragon chief like this was probably this fiery dragon knight in front of her. Zhang Chujia continued, Zhong Zicheng is already befriending her and even leading a portion of the dragon knights to support her. You should know this very well. If she really shows enough talent, do you think Zhong Zicheng and the other younger dragon knights will let you touch her so easily? Although you're the strongest, you're not the only one. If you anger everyone, you won't be able to control the situation. Jiang Weiqiang's eyes narrowed. I'm confident. Zhang Chujiao waved her hand and said, you have to think in a different way. If you can use it as much as possible and not use the most forceful method. Zhong Zicheng's talent was also very good. When he followed the old marquis to cultivate, he had shown enough talent. To be honest, Ho Dingzhong made a concession in the end because of me and didn't let Zhong Zicheng compete with you for the position of chief. The best resources in the clan still fell on you in the end. Otherwise, with Zhong Zicheng's talent and divine sense, you might not have been able to become the chief in the end. Don't worry, your mother isn't that noble. You're my son. No matter what, I'll only think of my son. I'm just reminding you that Zhong Zicheng will be more difficult to deal with than you think. If you really touch his reverse scale and fight, even if you can win, the entire dragon race will suffer heavy losses. Jiang Weiqiang was silent. He knew that what his mother said was true. The past events were still vivid in his mind. There was no doubt that the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng had always been cautious in front of him. However, he was also very clear that other than himself, there was also Zhong Zicheng in the entire dragon race who truly stood at his level. Although he was confident that he could defeat Zhong Zicheng, it was impossible not to pay a price. Zhong Zicheng clearly saw the hope of their faction rising in Lan. Zhong Zicheng was much younger than him and had time to wait. Moreover, following the recent Tenryu Society meeting, Lan's ability in the aspect of wisdom had already made some neutral dragon knights have a better impression of her. Jiang Weiqiang could feel all of this. 10 years was really nothing in the long lifespan of the dragon race. However, he recently felt that if he really gave Lan 10 years, perhaps some things would really be out of his control. This was something that he absolutely could not allow to happen. Therefore, he had actually been thinking recently whether this promise of 10 years was too long. Zhang Chujiao looked at his expression and said, actually, there's another way. We can make it so that no one can say anything, and all the benefits will go to us. Huh? Jiang Weiqiang looked at her doubtfully and said, what do you mean? Zhang Chujia said, that unreliable wife of yours in the dragon world has already died in name. At 10 o'clock this morning, the 134th episode of the Douluo continent anime will usher in the climax of the original work, Xiao Wu's sacrifice. More than 10 years have passed, and the story of Tang San and Xiao Wu still moves me. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also reluctant to part with it. Let's wait for the 134th episode together. Jiang Weiqiang was taken aback. He frowned and said, but when necessary, she will definitely support me. You know that her situation is very special. Since I chose her back then, and it was with her support that I could reach this step. Zhang Chujia said indifferently, but she can't even give birth to a descendant for you. Jiang Weiqiang frowned and said, then what do you mean? Do you want me to change my dragon throne? Do you want Lan to become my dragon throne? That's impossible. She won't agree. Zhong Zicheng and the rest won't agree either. Moreover, she's still too weak now. Zhang Chujia shook her head and said, of course not. I will take her as my goddaughter first. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Do you understand? Jiang Weiqiang stared at his mother in shock. But, I'm so many years older than her, is she not beautiful or does her bloodline not strong enough? If she gives birth to a descendant for you, won't you have a part of her bloodline inheritance? If she becomes your wife, whether you rule the dragon race or she rules the dragon race in the future, what's the difference? As the head of Tenryu, you have a respected position. The women in the clan have always been at your beck and call. Can't you swallow your pride? Have you thought about what Zhong Zicheng and the rest will think if she becomes your wife? No matter how much bitterness they had, they could only swallow it. And all the benefits she brings will be yours. Jiang Weiqiang was really stunned. He had never thought in this direction, but when he heard his mother's words, he suddenly felt that all the problems would be solved after this situation appeared. Zhang Chujia said indifferently, so, not only can you not suppress her, you can't pressure her. Instead, you have to help her and do even better than Zhong Zicheng and the rest. Treat her like your own sister. You can't make her dislike you. Do you understand what I mean? But, what about the dragon world? Jiang Weiqiang smiled bitterly. Zhang Chujia said indifferently, that's your problem. You can handle it yourself. As a superior, he was now the head of the federation. You should know what to do in order to consolidate your position, for your family, for your power, and for your future. Jiang Weiqiang's eyes flickered with a complicated light. Zhang Chujia waved her hand and said, all right, I'm tired. The dragon horse auction is about to begin. This is also the time for you to perform. Although you're old, use all the methods you used when you were young. Mother will allow you to be shameless. Jiang Weiqiang's mouth twitched. Shameless? Shamelessly chasing after girls? He was the leader of the Ryuma Federation, head of Tenryu. Mom, let me go back and think about it first. You're making me a little confused. Moreover, there's no need to rush it, and we can't make it too obvious. Otherwise, Zhong Zicheng and the others will be suspicious. Zhang Chujia said indifferently, it's up to you how to operate it. I've already told you how to maximize the benefits. But no matter what you do, if you want me to live longer, you can't touch her before she reaches the transcendent level. Every time she evolves, her bloodline will help me extend my lifespan. Maybe I can really wait until that day comes. I understand. Tenryu Square. The sky was just beginning to brighten, but the sky above the huge heavenly dragon square was already filled with the roars of dragons. In the sky, many huge dragons were circling back and forth, displaying their enormous bodies and shocking pressure. The periphery of Tenryu Square had long been blocked by people. A huge platform was built on the north side of Tenryu Square facing south. On both sides of the platform, there were 6 dragons guarding it, exuding a powerful dragon aura. In front of the platform, a total of 108 Tianma people showed their true forms, holding long spears and guarding in front. The front row was full of wide and comfortable sofas, and there were special partitions. The seats were arranged in a ladder-shaped manner, and there were a total of 40,000 seats arranged in different areas. There was no doubt that the further back the seats were, the worse they were. The seats furthest away could not even see the situation on the platform clearly. This was not the high-tech method of the Douluo Federation. The Lanma auction was the most traditional way of auctioning. Everyone had a number plate. The higher the bidder was in the front row, the more qualified they were to bid first. Those who could sit in the partitioned private rooms were either highly respected or clan leaders. It could be said that they were the most prominent people in the Dragon Horse Federation. The sun rose and shone on the huge temporary auction hall, and the dragon roars in the sky were still endless. Most of the people on the periphery were there to witness the grand occasion. The Federation had already deployed a large number of troops, all of which were made up of powerful races, to maintain order outside. The announcement had been made that the military had the right to punish anyone who caused trouble at this auction and kill them without mercy. The Ryuma Federation had just been established, and it was at a critical stage of integration. It was very likely that other races would cause trouble. The Ryuma Federation had already made ample preparations for this. With so many powerful people present, it would be impossible to disrupt this auction unless the Crimson Mother came personally. Below the stage, there was a huge box in the center, bigger than the rest of the boxes combined. There were 2 of these huge boxes. One belonged to the dragon race, and the other belonged to the Tianma race. This was to show the status of the 2 races. The auction would last for 3 days, as there were many items to be auctioned. Many bidders had already arrived early in the morning. There were too many seats in the Tenryu Plaza. According to the rules, once the auction started, no one was allowed to move. They could only sit in their seats. During the auction, they were not even allowed to use the bathroom. If they left their seats, they would be considered to have given up on the auction. For powerful people, this was not a big deal. They could use their energy to remove the impurities in their bodies. However, for weak people, this was naturally impossible. Therefore, this was also a threshold for bidding. As members of the Tenryu Society, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu did not have to go so early. A staff member only came to inform them when the auction was about to start. He handed a silver void crystal to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. His divine sense scanned the void crystal, and the spatial positioning was completed. A silver light flashed. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had already appeared in the Tenryu Plaza. The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. The entire Tenryu Plaza and the surroundings of the Tenryu Plaza were filled with millions of people from various races and bidders who were participating in the auction. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were surprised to find that they had appeared in a private room. The private room was very large, and there were more than 20 seats arranged in a circle in an arc. They were all large and thick sofas. All kinds of precious food and drinks were placed on the table in front of them. Right in front of them was the auction stage. From their position, they could see the situation on the auction stage very clearly. "We're here?" Bai Xiuxiu asked Lan Xuanyu in confusion. Lan Xuanyu pulled her out of the private room and looked around. He immediately confirmed that they were in the best place in the entire auction house. There was no doubt that this was exclusive to the dragon race, and it should be exclusive to the dragon knights. At this time, there was no one else in the private room. They were the first to arrive. "I don't know. Let's wait and see. We're not in a hurry to sit down." Lan Xuanyu made a judgment in his heart, but he was not in a hurry to sit down. At this moment, an upper-level dragon race member walked over and said respectfully, "Lord Lan, Lord Xiuxiu, you two can take your seats. Your seats are here." As he spoke, he led them back into the private room. The two of them were seated on the side. Although they were only at the very edge, they all understood that this was a place where only dragon knights could sit. Being able to sit in this private room was already a full reflection of their status. At this moment, a light flashed, and a figure appeared out of thin air. This was Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. It was the Holy Light Dragon Knight, Huang Liangwei. "Lord Holy Light." Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly bowed. Seeing them, Huang Liangwei couldn't help but laugh and say, "The atmosphere has been very tense every day recently. Finally, there's something to relax about. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be polite." In the dragon race, if one wanted to be respected, they still had to rely on their own strength. In addition to his personal strength, Lan Xuanyu's performance at the Tenryu Society's meetings had received more and more recognition from the dragon knights. The standard of a dragon knight was combat power and strength. Super god-level powerhouses. However, not all of them were good at wisdom and commanding. With someone better to come up with ideas, they would naturally have less to worry about. Moreover, there were many people who were optimistic about Lan Xuanyu. "Lan, have you thought about what the title of a future dragon knight is?" Huang Liangwei asked with a smile. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm still far from it." Huang Liangwei smiled and said, "Can't we see that you're far from it? With your bloodline, it's almost certain that you'll become a dragon knight in the future. You can start thinking about it." "Haha. The title of Princess Jinlong is no longer suitable for you." Lan Xuanyu knew that he was joking with him, so he didn't say anything. He just smiled and didn't say anything. However, he was secretly cursing in his heart. "What dragon knights? I want to be called dragon gods. What do you think?" Figures began to appear in the private room. It was the dragon knights who had teleported over. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had the lowest status, so they didn't sit down. They didn't want to have to stand up again and again. They saluted the dragon knights. Out of the 18 dragon knights, more than a dozen of them had arrived. They were even more than the ones who had come to discuss the Tenryu Society. Lan Xuanyu had heard from Luo Lan that some dragon knights didn't attend the Tenryu Society meeting not because they didn't have time, but because they didn't want to use their brains. They were the kind of people who would carry out whatever the Tenryu Society decided. However, such dragon knights couldn't be underestimated. These dragon knights who weren't willing to use their brains were often the most powerful among dragon knights. He was also the representative of belligerence. At this moment, the arrival of more than 10 dragon knights immediately caused the room to become lively. After Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu bowed to them one by one, they did not put on airs and were very polite to them. However, the dragon knights were actually a little curious. Normally, this private room shouldn't be accessible to anyone other than a dragon knight. This required the head of Tenryu's special approval. This was something that even the second seat Zhong Zicheng couldn't decide. At this moment, a silver light flashed. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng and Ink Dinosaur Knight Luo Lan arrived. Greetings, second seat. Greetings, Lord Luo Lan. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu naturally also hurriedly saluted. Seeing them, Zhong Zicheng and Luo Lan were obviously a little surprised. Luo Lan said straightforwardly, "You're here too? Did the head of Tenryu give you special approval?" Lan Xuanyu said, "We don't know. It was the Tenryu Society's staff who gave us the teleportation location. We came here when we arrived. It seems that we were allowed to sit on the side." Zhong Zicheng's eyes flickered, and he said, "Then let's sit. It's also good to participate in the auction here." "Yes." Lan Xuanyu respectfully replied. Although he was a human spy, he had a good impression of Zhong Zicheng. This Dawn Dragon Knight had always taken good care of them. He even asked Ho Ding Zhong to create a divine dragon armor for them. This could be considered their thigh in the dragon race. The staff hurriedly came over and guided Zhong Zicheng and Luo Lan to their seats. When the two sat down, Luo Lan couldn't help but look surprised, but Zhong Zicheng didn't show any expression. Luo Lanchan was one of them. He was ranked 6th, so he naturally sat at the side. However, Zhong Zicheng did not sit in the center. When he sat down, there were 2 more seats in the center. In other words, Zhong Zicheng, as the second seat of Tenryu, was actually ranked 3rd. The Dragon Knights also noticed this. The Dark Demon Dragon Knight Luo Yayuan said, "Is the head of Tianma coming over to our side?" Luo Lan said doubtfully, "But there are still a few empty seats." On the other side of Zhong Zicheng, there were indeed a few empty seats near the center. At this moment, the low dragon roar suddenly became loud and clear. The noise outside became quiet instead. Silver light flashed, and 5 figures appeared in the box at the same time. The person in the lead was the current head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang. His arrival naturally caused all the dragon knights to stand up. But immediately after, these dragon knights all revealed shocked expressions. They looked in shock at the person Jiang Weiqiang was respectfully supporting. She wore a long red dress, had a beautiful face, and long crystal red hair draped behind her head. The bearing of a superior was undeniable. Especially under the contrast of the head of Tenryu, it increased her power. Naturally, they had seen him before. However, the last time they saw him was over 1,000 years ago. If it weren't for the head of Tenryu, they might not have been able to recognize her at first glance. "Greetings to the chief, greetings to the divine fire dragon knight." The dragon knights hurriedly saluted. The person supported by Jiang Weiqiang was naturally the divine fire dragon knight Zhang Chujia. The ones who came with them were naturally the other 3 of the 4 elders. Seeing Zhang Chujia, the dragon knights were full of shock. Who didn't know that this was once the #1 beauty of the dragon race, and the real leader of the previous generation? It was just that they never expected that Zhang Chujia would reappear in such a graceful manner. This person was already more than 5,000 years old, but looking at her, she didn't look like she had 1 foot in the grave. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were also shocked at this time. Bai Xiuxiu naturally guessed who this person was, and Lan Xuanyu was shocked that Zhang Chujia's status in the dragon race was higher than he had imagined. He didn't know that this was the mother of the head of Tenryu. But from Jiang Weiqiang's appearance, he could see how respected Zhang Chujia's status was. Divine Fire Dragon Knight. Zhong Zicheng, as the second seat, had already gone up to greet her and respectfully supported Zhang Chujia's other hand from the side. Zhang Chujia smiled and said, "Zicheng, long time no see. I always hear your teacher say how outstanding you are. My ears are about to grow calluses. Don't call me Divine Fire Dragon Knight, just call me Auntie. I'm no longer a dragon knight." The dragon knights saluted again. They were in awe of this person from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Chujia was supported by the head of Tenryu and Zhong Zicheng to the central main seat and sat down with Jiang Weiqiang. But her gaze fell on Lan Xuanyu in the next moment, and the smile on her face suddenly became wider. She waved at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed deeply in front of Zhang Chujia. Elder Zhang. Zhang Chujia smiled and said, "How is it? How's your body recovering?" Lan Xuanyu said, "There's no problem. I'm still a little weak." Zhang Chujia stretched out her hand, and Lan Xuanyu had to stretch out his hand for her to hold. Zhang Chujia's gaze turned to Jiang Weiqiang and the other dragon knights next to her, and said, "I'm telling you, Lan will be my goddaughter from now on. None of you can bully her. Otherwise, although my old bones don't have many years left to live, I won't forgive you. Do you hear me? Weiqiang, including you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. When all the dragon knights saw Zhang Chujia waving at Lan Xuanyu, they were all shocked. Now that they heard that she had actually acknowledged her as her goddaughter, they were all extremely shocked. Who was Zhang Chujia? She was the oldest living being in the dragon race. Her status and seniority were all the highest. Most of the dragon knights present were only one generation younger than her, but there were also a few young dragon knights who were 2 generations younger than her. For the dragon race, it was definitely a big deal for her to acknowledge her as her goddaughter. It was obvious how much she valued Lan Xuanyu. Zhong Zicheng almost subconsciously looked at Ho Dingzhong. Ho Dingzhong gave him a look. Lan Xuanyu was also stunned. Goddaughter? Since when did she acknowledge me as her goddaughter? Head of Tenryu opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Mom, your goddaughter is my godsister. How could I bully her?" Lan Xuanyu's pupils suddenly shrank. He instantly understood. This was actually head of Tenryu's mother? What he was hugging was not just a thigh, but a thick thigh. However, would this cause a new problem? If they were mother and son, would this cause head of Tenryu to covet his bloodline? Although it was impossible for him to successfully merge with his bloodline, what should he do if he really wanted to do so? Kill him? No, he had to think of a way to save himself. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts had already appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. He did not know what Zhang Chujia and head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, were thinking, but he would never gamble. This was related to his life and whether or not he could become a dragon god in the future. He could not be careless. He did not think that Zhang Chujia would really help him like she did on the surface if he helped her. After all, the other side was her son. Would she think that if her son swallowed his bloodline and evolved, it would be more beneficial to her and help her son evolve into a divine king? Although Zhang Chujia had said that she wanted to acknowledge him as her goddaughter, it did not make him feel at ease at all. Lan, why aren't you greeting your godmother? Head of Tenryu looked at Lan Xuanyu with deep meaning in his eyes. Lan Xuanyu instantly woke up from his thoughts. In front of so many dragon knights, with Zhang Chujia's status, these words were equivalent to a nail on the board. He had no possibility of resisting. Immediately, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Chujia. Godmother. Good. Zhang Chujia waved her hand gently and a faint red halo lifted Lan Xuanyu up. An extremely tyrannical dragon power fluctuation flashed and disappeared. Sit next to godmother. Weiqiang, move to the side. Yes. Jiang Weiqiang immediately stood up. The other dragon knights naturally did not dare to disobey and moved to the side. Zhang Chujia took Lan Xuanyu's hand and let her sit down beside her. She smiled and patted the back of his hand. Zhang Chujia had recovered her youthful appearance. Her hands were slender and soft. Moreover, she and Lan Xuanyu could be said to be beauties of the dragon race. Sitting together, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Head of Tenryu also had a slightly strange feeling at this time. He had never had any other thoughts about Lan before. After all, he was the high and mighty head of Tenryu. Lan was just a girl who had just joined the dragon race. No matter how beautiful she was, her status did not match. But after his mother's advice, his mentality was different. The feeling he had when he looked at Lan Xuanyu was also different. Lan Xuanyu was now really sitting on pins and needles. Not to mention other things, he was now sitting in the position of head of Tenryu. This box was the core of the dragon horse auction house, and his position was the core of this box. At this moment, he could even feel that Zhong Zicheng's spiritual will on the other side was somewhat obscure. This person must be shocked as well. Before, Zhong Zicheng had always been the most supportive of Lan Xuanyu. He also did not expect the situation in front of him to happen. As soon as Zhang Chujiao recognized Lan Xuanyu as her goddaughter, it seemed that the situation he had created before was completely destroyed. What the hell was going on? Zhong Zicheng could not help but look at his teacher. Ho Dingzhong was expressionless on the surface, but his eyes gently hinted at him to keep calm. This old dragon could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. Compared with this fiery dragon knight, all the dragon knights present were still too inexperienced. With a seemingly ordinary action, he had pulled everything back on the right track. She made the originally unstable situation in Jiang Weiqiang stabilize again. One must know that more than 10 days ago, this person was still on the verge of death, and could fall at any time. The true ruler of the dragon race was not just for show. Compared to her, her son was still far from being as good as she was. Head of Tenryu said, "Let's start the auction." Yes. The staff responded and immediately went to inform. A faint smile appeared on her face, and Zhang Chujia said to Lan Xuanyu next to her, "Daughter, if there's anything you like later, just bid for it. We won't take advantage of others. All the things you bid for today can be regarded as a meeting gift from me, your mother. My wealth, I won't bring it with me when I die. Weiqiang doesn't really need it, so help me spend it." Lan Xuanyu was stunned, and the sense of danger in his heart decreased a little. However, he subconsciously thought, is this to numb me? At this moment, after his mind calmed down a little, he already had a plan. At the same time, he had already thought it through. With Zhang Chujiao's intelligence, she would definitely understand that his bloodline would continue to improve with his cultivation. Even if head of Tenryu wanted to make a move on him, it should be possible only after he reached the transcendent grade. Therefore, he was not in danger for the time being. After he broke through to the transcendent grade, he really might not be afraid of Jiang Weiqiang. Thinking of this, he calmed down. However, there were some things that he still needed to pave the way for himself. With Zhang Chujia around, it was obvious that Zhong Zicheng could not protect him. He now wondered if it was the right choice to help Zhang Chujia recover her youth. If she had not recovered, she might not have left her seclusion to come out again. "Thank you, godmother. But I can't take your things for free. I want to buy a lot." Lan Xuanyu lowered his head in embarrassment. Zhang Chujia said with a faint smile, "It's okay, just buy as much as you want." "Do you think I can't afford it?" Lan Xuanyu's consciousness moved slightly, and he used his consciousness to protect his voice. "Godmother, I have something to say only to you." Speak." As she spoke, Zhang Chujiao's consciousness surged and instantly enveloped her and Lan Xuanyu. With the strength of her consciousness, no one would be able to hear it, not even head of Tenryu. Lan Xuanyu said, "Godmother, I won't accept it if I don't do anything. I can't take your treasures for free. I've been an orphan since I was young. Your willingness to acknowledge me as your daughter just now is really a feeling I've never felt before. I don't know what to say, but I feel that I have to contribute something to you. I didn't know that the chief was your son. I know that the chief has always wanted to evolve his bloodline to a higher level. He has tried it on the Rising Dragon platform before. But the effect wasn't very good. Although I don't know how my bloodline evolved, I'm willing to give the chief a drop of my origin blood essence for him to study and see if it can help his bloodline evolve. If the chief succeeds, with the chief's cultivation talent, he will definitely be able to help you extend your lifespan." As soon as Lan Xuanyu said this, the way Zhang Chujiao looked at her changed. Her smile faded a little, and her eyes revealed some surprise. This girl was very smart. How could she not understand what Lan Xuanyu meant? This was a declaration of allegiance. Her bloodline was now the undisputed number one in the dragon race. Almost all the dragon knights would be interested in her bloodline. Even the heavenly dragon's first seat felt threatened because of her high bloodline. What did it mean to provide a drop of blood essence for head of Tenryu to study? It meant that she was showing that she had no intention of fighting for power with head of Tenryu. At the same time, she was also letting the head of Tenryu test whether her bloodline was useful. If it was, she could help the head of Tenryu evolve. This way, the head of Tenryu would have no reason to attack her. Even if she did not break through to the transcendent god realm, it would not affect her status. What a smart girl. She had some of her own style when she was young. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Chujia had always liked Lan Xuanyu, or else she would not have said those words to Jiang Weiqiang. Hearing her expression, she was very satisfied and could not help but secretly praise her. Even if she could not become a divine king in the future, with her inheriting her bloodline and controlling the dragon race, there would be no problem. She would even do better than Jiang Weiqiang. According to the normal lifespan of the dragon race, Jiang Weiqiang had at most 1,000 years of lifespan. With the help of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline domain, it might be longer. But how old was Lan? She was just a newborn dragon. In other words, if Jiang Weiqiang died of old age, she would have at least 3,000 years of lifespan in the future. She could represent her bloodline to rule the dragon race for more than 3,000 years. Thinking of this, Zhang Chujia patted her hand and said, I understand your intentions, but we'll talk about this later. Don't worry in bed. My savings will be yours in the future, not Weiqiang. Lan Xuanyu said respectfully, then Lan will accept. Thank you, godmother. Good child. Zhang Chujia glanced at Jiang Weiqiang on the other side of Lan Xuanyu. Jiang Weiqiang naturally knew that they were communicating, but he could not hear what they were saying. He was also a little curious. From his mother's expression, it seemed that she was more satisfied with Lan. Why was his mother looking at him as if he was not living up to her expectations? However, he was afraid that he could not divorce his wife. Or he could marry another one and stay on the Tenryu star. Anyway, his first wife would not leave Dragon World. As long as he kept a low profile, there should be no problem. At this time, an auctioneer. She was a graceful woman with long green hair draped behind her head. She looked like she was in her 30s and had a noble and elegant aura about her. There was a diamond-shaped jade green scale between his eyebrows. Clearly, he was a high-ranking dragon. It was Lan Xuanyu's first time seeing her. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Minxian of the Tenryu race. I will be the host of today's auction. Because there are a lot of items in this auction, we will be divided into 3 days. Every day, after the auction starts, you are only allowed to leave and not enter. Once you leave the auction house, you will automatically lose the right to participate in today's auction. Bidders, please take note. Next, we will begin today's first item. Without much fanfare, the auction began immediately. A few Blue Ocean race people pushed up a cart. There was something covered by a red cloth on the cart. As the first item of today's auction, it was naturally very important. Often, the price of the first item would determine the price trend of the following items. In the box, Zhang Chujia asked Lan Xuanyu, Girl, what do you think the price of today's auction will be? Lan Xuanyu said, the transaction price should be higher than usual. It should be much higher. Oh? Why is that? Zhang Chujia asked with a smile. Lan Xuanyu said, there are 2 main reasons. The effect of the auction depends on the items and the purchasing power of the bidders. Our Dragon Horse auction is undoubtedly the best of the best in the entire galaxy. It definitely won't be bad. And today, the people gathered here are the leaders of the various races. The second reason is that the threat of the Crimson Domain will appear at any time. Once war breaks out, everyone will need resources. Taking advantage of this auction to stock up on necessary resources is beneficial to all races. At this time, they will naturally not be stingy. Zhang Chujia nodded and said, yes, that should be the case. As she said that, she picked up the number 1 plate beside her and handed it to Lan Xuanyu, use this to bid later. It won't be expensive. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Weiqiang, who was sitting on the other side of him. The head of Tenryu smiled and nodded at him calmly. Number 1 plate, of course, wouldn't be expensive. Because everyone knew that this was the head of Tenryu's plate. Who would dare to bid against him? This was much more useful than their identities as Shrek students at the Shrek City auction. Thank you, godmother. At this time, all the Dragon Knights naturally understood that Zhang Chujia was supporting Lan Xuanyu. This person's status was really too high. There were more than 20 dragon knights present, both old and new. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they could only watch helplessly. Zhong Zicheng's expression was calm, while the head of Tenryu on the other side had a faint smile on his face. Of course, he could feel the subtle atmosphere in the box. His mother was really amazing. Compared to her, he was far from being able to compare to her. Moreover, no one could say anything if she did it. Lan Xuanyu had completely calmed down by now. He would deal with whatever came his way. In any case, he was now in high demand. The reason why he proposed to Zhang Chujia that he was willing to contribute his essence blood was because he had many considerations. First, he was completely sure that even if he got his essence blood, it would at most stimulate the head of Tenryu's bloodline. It would only be effective for a short period of time. It would be impossible to help his bloodline evolve. Therefore, he was not afraid that the head of Tenryu would get it. Secondly, this was the safest guarantee for his own safety. It would greatly reduce the head of Tenryu's thoughts of attacking him. If Zhang Chujia hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have done this. He would rather have the Dragon Knights be divided into two factions. With Zhong Zicheng and the others' protection, he wouldn't be in danger for the time being. But now, Zhang Chujia had given him this opportunity, so that he could be justified. In the eyes of Zhong Zicheng and the others, he had no choice but to get closer to the head of Tenryu. Naturally, this was the best opportunity. The war with the Crimson Territory could start at any time. In the war, when facing a strong enemy, if the head of Tenryu deliberately targeted him, it was really hard to say what would happen. On the other hand, if the head of Tenryu was more inclined to protect him, then his safety would basically not be a problem. Therefore, giving away this drop of essence blood was to express his attitude, and at the same time, to make himself safer. What he needed most now was time for the bloodline of the dragon gods to truly grow. Even though he had already accumulated many life-saving methods, each additional layer meant an additional layer of safety. Even now, when facing a transcendent powerhouse, the other party might not be able to kill him. The first item of today's auction is the sincerity of our dragon race. The auctioneer, Zhang Minxian, said with a smile. As she spoke, she had already lifted the red cloth. The moment the red cloth was lifted, it immediately caused a commotion in the audience. It was an egg, a huge egg, more than 2 meters long. The egg's body was green, and there were faint flickering dragon patterns on it. This was a dragon egg. One had to know that the reproduction of the dragon race was a very difficult thing. Every member of the race, even if it was a lower dragon race, would be valued very much. It was absolutely unprecedented to take out a dragon egg as an auction item. This must have happened with the permission of the Tenryu Society. Otherwise, with so many dragon knights below, wouldn't it be courting death if they dared to take out a dragon egg to bed? And a dragon egg signified a dragon race. When it hatched, it would at least be a lower dragon race. Whether it was adopting it or keeping it as a pet. Was there anything more extravagant than this? Raising a dragon, in order to be fair, our dragon race will not participate in the auction for this dragon egg. At the same time, we will only start with 1 Tenryu crystal coin. This is the egg of a wind dragon, and its mother is a middle dragon race. Now, let the auction begin. In the dragon race box, Guozixiang couldn't help but look at Jiang Weiqiang and say, "Chief, it's not good to take out our dragon egg to auction." Jiang Weiqiang said, "Old Gua, don't worry, we will naturally take back this dragon egg. The main reason is to make the auction more lively. Thus, it will stimulate consumption. The war may start at any time, and this auction is also an important accumulation of Tianma and us." Guozixiang nodded, and his ugly face eased a little. "Idiot, if we don't bid, can't Tianma bid? Where's your brain?" Chowie Ba, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but ridicule him. Guozixiang snorted and said, "I just think that our dragon race actually took out a dragon egg. This in itself is not a good thing. If you have the ability, take out your descendants and bid." He himself was a wind dragon, or rather, the ancestor of wind dragons, the strongest wind dragon of the current generation. Seeing that it was his descendant with the same attribute, he naturally felt dissatisfied. Chowie Ba was about to say something, but Zhang Chujia glanced at him, and he retracted the sarcastic words that were about to come out of his mouth. 1,000 Tenryu crystal coins. The bidding had already begun. The starting price of 1 Tenryu crystal coin was naturally just a saying. The first bid meant that the price of this dragon egg would start. This also made Lan Xuanyu's heart slightly moved. The purchasing power of Tenryu crystal coins was indeed strong, although a dragon egg could not be compared to a divine artifact, its preciousness was definitely considerable. 1,000 Tenryu crystal coins was enough to start bidding, and the dragon knights didn't seem to be dissatisfied. This meant that the price difference wasn't too outrageous. It was no wonder that a few 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins could buy a divine artifact. 1,100 Tenryu crystal coins. On the stage, Zhang Minxian kept changing her hand gestures as she pointed in the direction of the bid. Soon, the price climbed steadily. Basically, it started at 10 Tenryu crystal coins and gradually approached 1,300 Tenryu crystal coins. This auction was really interesting. Lan Xuanyu discovered a detail. When Zhang Minxian quoted the price, she didn't mention the number of the auction number. In other words, other than her, no one knew which clan had quoted the price. Naturally, it wasn't easy to be affected by the other party's identity. 1630 Tenryu crystal coins. The price continued to rise. It was impossible to determine the price of a normal dragon egg, so they could only wait and see. 3,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Suddenly, a high price raised the price to 3,000 in an instant. Zhang Minxian turned to a box next to the dragon race box, and a smile appeared on her face. That's right, it was from the direction of Tianma's box. Is there a higher price? 3,000 Tenryu crystal coins. She repeated the bid. The whole audience was silent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tianma had made a move. This was only the first auction item. Moreover, everyone could see that this was probably the plot between the dragon race and Tianma. No more bidders appeared. The price of 3,000 Tenryu crystal coins was already very considerable. Even if the dragon egg was bought back, there would be a series of troubles. Not to mention what would happen to the dragon race. Raising a dragon was not an easy task. In the end, the dragon egg fell to Tianma's side. The auction of the first auction item was thus completed. Thank you very much. Let's continue with the second auction item. From now on, today's main auction items are resources. This should be what the patriarchs want to see the most. The first auction item in the resource category is a rare metal that everyone is familiar with. It is also one of our Tenryu star specialties. Energy crystal. As she spoke, Zhang Minxian held a piece of ore in her hand. It emitted a faint red color, and its whole body was cut into a square shape, emitting a faint light. As everyone knows, energy crystals are the most important source of energy in our Dragon Horse galaxy. The modern technology of our Federation's various races is almost all supported by energy crystals. Although energy crystals have been developed everywhere, our Tenryu star's energy crystals are undoubtedly of the highest quality among all energy crystals. This small piece in my hand is enough to support a small warship's cruise for more than 30 days. Listening to Zhang Minxian's introduction, Lan Xuanyu's heart couldn't help but twitch. Energy crystal? Isn't this a standardized shape of a dragon origin crystal? Back then, the head of Tenryu used this thing to plot against the Douluo Federation. It almost killed him and caused his own mother to fall into a star. When he thought of this, a faint hatred surged in his heart. Among the many dragon knights, the others were fine. Only the head of Tenryu was filled with hatred from the bottom of his heart. It was just that he had to hide his thoughts now. As the first auction item in the resource category, our auction item is 10,000 pieces of standard size energy crystals. Yes, that's the size in my hand. It's enough to support a fleet of warships in a high-intensity war. The starting price is 100 Tenryu crystal coins. Each increment must not be less than 10 Tenryu crystal coins. Energy was an eternal demand in the universe. The Ryuma Federation's energy obviously came from such energy crystals. It was completely different from the rare metal positive circulation source core developed by the Douluo Federation. Comparatively speaking, the technology of the Douluo Federation was obviously much more advanced. The positive circulation source core came from the extraction of rare metals. As long as there were rare metals, the corresponding energy could be extracted. Although the consumption of rare metals was greater, the positive circulation source core was more durable. Of course, if there were energy crystals, who would be willing to extract rare metals? How much effort would it take to do that? The energy crystals in front of them obviously wouldn't be like the Dragon Origin crystal, where the head of Tenryu attached his consciousness and even attracted an avatar. This was good stuff. 120 Tenryu crystal coins, the bidding had already begun. War could break out at any time. Although 10,000 energy crystals weren't a lot, it wasn't a small amount either. Zhang Minqian was right. The energy crystals produced by the Tenryu star were of the highest quality in the entire Ryuma Federation. They had always been strategic resources that only belonged to the Tenryu star and weren't sold to outsiders. In the Dragon Horse Galaxy, any planet that produced energy crystals was the most precious resource planet. Most of them were in the hands of the Tenryu star and Tianma star. Lan Xuanyu turned to the head of Tenryu and whispered, "Chief, I was assigned to the Blue Sea Clan's fleet. Does this mean that the fleet also needs energy crystals?" The head of Tenryu smiled and said, "You are already Mother's adopted daughter. You don't have to call me chief in private. Just call me elder brother. All the battleships of our federation naturally need energy crystals. The same goes for the battleships on your side. I checked the information a few days ago. The battleship assigned to you is a little old. I will get someone to replace it with 3 smaller but more advanced battleships for the Blue Sea Clan. As for energy crystals, I will naturally allocate enough for you." "Thank you, elder brother." Lan Xuanyu squeezed out a look of gratitude in his eyes and was secretly surprised in his heart. He could clearly feel that Heavenly Dragon's chief seat's attitude towards her had changed quite a bit. This was an obvious display of goodwill. Although he didn't know why, it was always a good thing, especially before the war began. With head of Tenryu's words, Lan Xuanyu, who had originally intended to bid for the energy crystals, naturally lost his interest. Of course, he wanted these things very much, but it was not a good thing to be too obvious in front of so many Dragon Knights. He would be suspected. Therefore, he could only restrain his thoughts and quietly watch the auction. As expected, the bidding price of this Dragon Horse auction greatly exceeded the value of the items themselves, especially these resource-type items. The auction had obviously been meticulously planned, so the first item to be taken out was an important war reserve resource. Very quickly, the price of these 10,000 energy crystals skyrocketed. In the end, it was won by a medium-sized group of people with a price of more than 550 Tenryu crystal coins. They only needed to go and settle the transaction after the auction ended. One had to know that under normal circumstances, 10,000 of these energy crystals would be worth around 180 Tenryu crystal coins in the Tenryu star. "Let's invite the next auction item," Zhang Minqian said with a smile. The next auction item was still a piece of ore. Its entire body emitted a faint golden light, and its color was a little dark. As a blacksmith master, Lan Xuanyu naturally recognized what this was. This was adamantine. Among the rare metals, its ability to transmit soul power was one of the best. It was the best material to make a single positive circulation source core. He had been in the Ryuma Federation for some time now, so he naturally knew that there were several planets in the Ryuma Federation that specialized in producing this stuff. Adamantine had a sky-high price in the Douluo Federation. Only the core array of a mothership had the right to use a single positive circulation source core made from adamantine. Ordinary warships had no chance at all. Adamantine had always been an important strategic reserve resource for the Douluo Federation. On the Ryuma Federation's side, adamantine had a certain value, but its value was not particularly high. Lan Xuanyu had long heard that adamantine was the most popular rare metal on the Nifas planet. This was because the Dragon Horse Galaxy had a large production of adamantine, while the Douluo Federation had a particularly scarce supply. A large portion of the Soul Federation's essence gold was obtained from the Ryuma Federation through Sin City. Lan Xuanyu vaguely knew that the leader of the previous generation's Shrek 7 monsters was hiding in Nifa's planet, and was an important figure with real power on Nifa's planet. 10 tons of gold essence. The starting price is 50 Tenryu crystal coins. Zhang Minqian clearly didn't attach much importance to the gold essence. Her interest was waning. For the Ryuma Federation, this thing is mainly used to manufacture some important parts of warships, such as the conductive parts of energy crystals, but the price is not high. Lan Xuanyu really couldn't hold back this time. 10 tons of essence gold. And from the piece in Zhang Minchuan's hand, it could be seen that the quality of this gold essence was quite good. However, he naturally wouldn't make a move himself. With the number plate in his hand and his current location, he would be exposed if he made a move for a bit of essence gold. However, this did not affect his participation in the auction. At the back of the auction house, an inconspicuous Blue Ocean clan member raised the number plate in his hand. That person was Liang Pu. His eyes were a little confused, but he raised his number plate again and again to participate in the auction of the gold essence. As a member of the Tenryu Society, it was too easy for Lan Xuanyu to get a spot to participate in the auction. When he obtained the spots, he did it in the name of Fenglong City. On the other hand, all these positions and especially the ones with good positions were given to Huang Daoqi and Huang Yuanlang, yet he'd silently left a position for this subordinate of his that was within his control since a long time ago, and he was entirely capable of guiding it through his divine sense. Liang Pu also had a reasonable reason to participate in the auction. He was a merchant who sold various minerals. With this identity as a cover, it was naturally no problem for him to participate in the auction of the gold essence. The only problem was where Liang Pu's Tenryu crystal coins would come from. Although Liang Pu had made some money selling minerals during this period, it was obviously not enough to participate in the auction. However, when it came to the payment later, Lan Xuanyu would think of a way to get it first. In the end, Liang Pu won this batch of gold essence at a high price of 145 Tenryu crystal coins. Compared to the previous transaction prices, this price was obviously not high, so it naturally did not attract any attention. Zhang Chujia patted Lan Xuanyu's hand and said, "Are you also interested in these little things?" Lan Xuanyu was shocked and looked at Zhang Chujia with some surprise, his heart full of shock. He had been discovered using his divine sense to command Liang Pu. This Zhang Chujia's divine sense was actually so strong. Zhang Chujia smiled slightly. She said, "Although your divine sense fluctuations are very weak, I have lived for 5,000 years. For many years, the weakness of my body allowed my divine sense to improve rapidly, so I can feel a little." Lan Xuanyu's face showed some shame and said in a low voice, "Mother, I have a mineral trading business in Fenglong City, supported by City Lord Huang Daoqi at that time. I signed a 1,000-year contract with the royal family." Zhang Chujia smiled and said, "It's okay, just go and buy what you want. It's good to let the people below do the bidding. You take this." For Lan Xuanyu's ambiguous answer, Zhang Chujia did not delve into it, but handed over a card. Lan Xuanyu used his divine sense to scan it, and his body could not help but tremble. His face showed a look of shock. Too much. In this card with a storage function, there were a total of 5 million Tenryu crystal coins. This card was black, with a pattern carved from Space Source Crystal and the mark of the Tenryu Society. "Mother, this is too much." What was the background? Huang Daoqi, as a city lord, could only take out 1 million Tenryu crystal coins, but Zhang Chujia took out 5 million Tenryu crystal coins. Even for the dragon race, this was an astronomical number. Zhang Chujia smiled slightly and said, "Didn't I say, what's mine will be yours in the future? Since you came to participate in the auction, you have to buy something to make yourself happy. If you think it's useful, you can buy it. It doesn't matter the price." Generous. Lan Xuanyu praised from the bottom of his heart, and then said, "Thank you, mother." "Haha, Sister Lan, I'm a little jealous of you." Head of Tenryu laughed. On the surface, she blushed and lowered her head slightly, looking shy and timid. Head of Tenryu's heart could not help but tremble slightly. Lan was indeed very beautiful. Purely in terms of appearance, she was even more beautiful than his mother, who was once the #1 beauty of the dragon race. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was sitting at the edge, had already turned her head away. Lan Xuanyu, Zhang Chujia, and Jiang Weiqiang did not hide their voices when they were talking just now. If it were not for the special situation, Bai Xiaoxiao would probably have burst out laughing. Sister Lan, they could probably talk about it for a year when they go back, right? If their partners knew that their leader, the leader of the new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, was called Sister Lan. It would be too embarrassing. The auction continued. With Zhang Chujia's 5 million Tenryu crystal coins, Lan Xuanyu calmed down and was not in a hurry to make a move. He only let Liang Pu participate when some particularly important resources appeared. As Zhang Minxian said before, today's auction items were mainly resource-type items. The bidders participated in the auction. Their enthusiasm was particularly high, especially when the last batch of Void Origin crystals was sent to the auction stage, and the auction reached its climax. PS Taobao Super Red Envelopes, you can receive 3 per day, the highest is 1,212 yuan. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. The Double 12 subsidy list is here. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 0 yen Ruam Gelzi XKQI yen return to TL/Bao Double 12 top-notch goods. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 4 yen 00 HICLZYZCF yen return to TB real-time hot sellers list. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 9 0 yen on PCCLZDNWR yen TB brand 30% discount. Copy the following words and open it on Taobao. 5 yen W9 GSCLZB 0 G2 yenda. Today, I must snatch the limited time benefits. First come, first serve. Copy the following words and open it on Taobao. 0 yen 0 GDKCLZYHV 6 yen return T-Bao 100 Void Source Crystals. Let me remind everyone, this is the last batch of Void Source Crystals we have in stock. In the future, Void Source Crystals will not appear in any auction. So, interested bidders should prepare a little more budget. 100 Void Source Crystals? Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled a little when he heard this, but he immediately remembered that the Space Worm had been in the Shrek Academy for some time now, and he didn't know how many Void Source Crystals it had produced. Void Source Crystals were now sky-high prices in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and the Uskai tribe was collecting Void Source Crystals at all costs, but Lan Xuanyu wasn't that desperate for them now. He had a Space Worm at home. As long as there was enough time, there would be an endless supply of Void Source Crystals. When he had the opportunity to return to the Shrek Academy, he really had to give the Space Worm some benefits. As Lan Xuanyu expected, the auction of 100 Void Source Crystals really aroused a strong spark, and the price rose steadily, and soon exceeded 5,000 Tenryu crystal coins. One must know that this was the highest price in today's auction. How much was a divine tool worth? According to Lan Xuanyu's estimate, it should be around 400,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Divine tools were very rare, and for the Uskai tribe, 100 Void Source Crystals was nothing at all, but this thing was the foundation of their tribe, and now they could only participate at all costs. And for many races, Void Source Crystals were also good things. In the end, the price fell to 5,800 Tenryu crystal coins, and the Void Source Crystals were finally taken back by the Uskai tribe. The head of Tenryu nodded slightly, showing a satisfied look. Everyone here was a god-rank powerhouse with a divine sense, so without using their eyes, Lan Xuanyu could feel the change in the head of Tenryu beside him. However, he instantly understood why the head of Tenryu was so satisfied. The Yuankong tribe had gone all out to bid for the Space Source Crystal, which meant that they still relied heavily on the Space Source Crystal. Currently, the most Space Source Crystals were in the hands of the Tenryu tribe and Tianma. While he had promised that he would gradually give those things to the Yukong tribe, it was tantamount to holding the lifeblood of the Yukong tribe in his hands. He had one of the top 10 strongest tribes under his control. However, from Lan Xuanyu's point of view, the Yukong tribe was merely quenching their thirst with poison. After all, even in the Dragon Race and Tianma, the reserves of Void Source Crystals were limited. What if they ran out? Would the Imperial Air Race just sit around and eat? If their race wanted to develop and continue, they would probably need to find alternative resources. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lan Xuanyu. Ahem, the Space Worm could not be returned. After today's auction, Lan Xuanyu truly witnessed the horror of the Dragon Horse auction. The items that participated in the auction could be said to be a sea of resources. The entire Douluo Federation could not produce the items that were being auctioned today. The items that caused the most competition were the resources that were directly useful in the war. The first batch of 10,000 Space Source Crystals was not the only one being auctioned. There were several batches after that, and the prices were rising steadily. Next up is the last item for today's auction. It's also something that everyone is very familiar with. It's known as one of the most precious resources in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It's the heaven-nourishing crystal that only the Tenryu star and Tianma star can produce. That's right, you heard it right. It's the heaven-nourishing crystal. This is also the first time the heaven-nourishing crystal has appeared in an auction. Therefore, everyone must seize this opportunity. A total of 30 heaven-nourishing crystals will be put into the auction. We will auction 5 space source crystals at a time, divided into 6 batches. The starting price for all 6 batches is the same, 10,000 Tenryu crystal coins. When he heard the starting price, Lan Xuanyu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was an astronomical figure. The starting price for all 6 batches added up to 60,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Coupled with the popularity of today's auction, most likely, the price of these 30 heaven-nourishing crystals would not be inferior to a divine artifact, right? Everyone, don't participate in this auction. Let's wait and see. The head of Tenryu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. All the Dragon Knights understood tacitly and remained silent. The Dragon Knights did not participate in the previous auctions. To them, these resource-type items were not worthy of their attention. However, every one of them needed heaven-nourishing crystals. Even as Dragon Knights, the amount of heaven-nourishing crystals they received every year was limited. Therefore, the head of Tenryu reminded them. When he finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded to show that he understood. He did not allow the Dragon Knights to participate in the auction of heaven-nourishing crystals because he wanted to use them to make money. Lan Xuanyu had formulated a plan for the Tenryu society. Only the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, had seen the entire plan. Yes, the first step of the plan was about to begin. As soon as the heaven-nourishing crystals appeared, the entire auction house became noisy. Just as Zhang Minxian had said, heaven-nourishing crystals had never appeared in any auction before. This was because even the Dragon Race and Tianma did not have enough for their own use. Only Dragon Knights and Tianma Knights had the right to use them when they were cultivating. They could be said to be extremely precious. Occasionally, there would be an outflow, but it would be an astronomical figure. Only those powerful races could use some important resources to exchange for some from the Dragon Race and Tianma. But today, so many heaven-nourishing crystals were actually put up for bidding in this big auction. This was truly beyond the expectations of all the bidders. The heaven-nourishing crystals contained an enormous amount of life energy that could no longer be measured by quantity. Most importantly, they also contained some special characteristics that could create life. Simply put, even for an existence like the eternal tree, absorbing a heaven-nourishing crystal would be a great supplement. To an individual, this thing could be used to cultivate, improve oneself, raise one's realm, and increase one's comprehension. It was even a treasure that could touch the 4-dimensional world from the 3-dimensional world. To a planet or a powerful life form, this was even an opportunity to advance. It was very difficult to measure its value. It was definitely a good thing that was priceless and unmarketable. 10,000 Tenryu crystal coins was not cheap. But in reality, it was far from the value of the heaven-nourishing crystals. The auction begins. Each increment must be no less than 100 Tenryu crystal coins. We will begin the auction of the first batch of 5 heaven-nourishing crystals. Please make your bids 20,000. A loud and clear voice directly doubled the starting bid. This was something that had never happened in previous auctions. This was 20,000 Tenryu crystal coins, however, the high bid did not dampen the enthusiasm of the other bidders. 25,000, a second high bid almost immediately followed. It drowned out the first bidder who wanted to scare off his opponent with a high bid. The heaven-nourishing crystals could really be considered a priceless treasure. This thing could not be measured by normal prices. The price kept rising, making Lan Xuanyu secretly speechless. 55,000, the price kept rising. 5 heaven-nourishing crystals emitting rich life energy were already displayed on the tray. The Tenryu star was a world with rich life energy, but when these heaven-nourishing crystals appeared, the life energy in the entire Tenryu square rose. That moving halo already made the eyes of the various race leaders participating in the auction turn red. One had to know, bringing back a single heaven-nourishing crystal had the possibility of nurturing a deity-rank powerhouse. Not to mention anything else, 100,000. At this moment, a bidder from a private room in the front row walked out and raised the number plate in his hand. The originally lively scene seemed to have been choked by the neck in an instant, and all the bidding stopped abruptly. 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. This price was already extremely frightening. After all, it was only 5 heaven-nourishing crystals. 105,000. A number plate in the second row was raised and the price was raised again. The other bidders were not intimidated by the price of 100,000. 150,000. The bidder in the first row of private rooms shouted again, and directly raised the price by another level. Lan Xuanyu's divine sense could not help but look in the direction of the voice. Although he was the one who came up with the overall plan, he did not know how to carry it out. This was the Ryuma Federation's biggest secret, and he did not want to know. This kind of secret belonged to the Ryuma Federation, and it would be safer not to know. With the scan of his divine sense, Lan Xuanyu saw the bidder. He was only about 1.2 meters tall, but his shoulders were very broad. He looked a little like a human, but he was very ugly. He had a flat nose, small eyes, and thin lips. He was wearing a red and white striped dress, but he did not look good at all. His short and stocky figure gave him a strange feeling. Lan Xuanyu recognized this group. They were one of the top 10 groups in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. However, they were different from the 8-armed Divine Demon race and the Mantis race, which were good at fighting. They were a powerful group that excelled in production and were known for their strictness. Their strength was mainly reflected in their resources, which were second only to the Dragon race and Tianma. They had a huge amount of resources and had a very good relationship with many groups. The highest quality energy crystals were produced on the Tenryu star, but the planet with the largest amount of energy crystals was the planet where this group lived. Due to the attraction of resources, many groups were united around them. The biggest opposition to the establishment of the Ryuma Federation came from this group. Even the Tenryu race and Tianma would not dare to touch them. The Pegasus race wouldn't touch them easily. This was one of the foundations of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This group was called the Tianhe race. They had the most warships, more than the Dragon race and Tianma. At this time, the bidder was the prime minister of the Tianhe race. He was the strongest person in the Tianhe race and the ruler of the Tianhe race. He was the Tianhe emperor, but he did not attend this auction. Prime Minister Tianhe was the second most powerful person in the Tianhe race. His status was equally respected. Tianhe Star, where the Tianhe clan was located, was also a planet with abundant resources. However, in terms of the level of life, it was still a far cry from Tenryu Star and Tianma Star. In the process of the Tenryu race's rise, the Tenryu race had provided support from behind, allowing the Tenryu race, who had risen less than 10,000 years ago, to surpass the Tianma race and become the strongest race in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Therefore, the Tianhe race had a close relationship with the Dragon race. However, the Tianhe race strongly opposed the establishment of the Ryuma Federation. Of course, the Ryuma Federation had already been established. However, their attitude was rather passive. Up until now, the Tianhe race's fleet had yet to receive a unified deployment and modification. Even the Tenryu Star didn't force the Tianhe race too much. According to the plan, they would first solve the problems of the small and medium tribes before negotiating with the Tianhe race. Therefore, Prime Minister Tianhe might not look like much, but he was actually an important figure in the Ryuma Federation. Once the price of 150,000 Tenryu crystal coins was announced, the competitors finally gave up. Prime Minister Tianhe's small eyes glowed as he stared greedily at the heaven-nourishing crystals on the auction stage. Before the Dragon Horse auction started, no information about the items was announced. Therefore, no one knew exactly what items would be auctioned. Every race only brought out their own items to participate. He didn't expect such a good item to exist. This was a heaven-nourishing crystal, which contained a higher level of life energy. This thing was brought back to the Tianhe Star and wasn't for any individual to use. After all, the Tianhe Star's individual cultivation didn't have an advantage. However, if it was absorbed by the Tianhe star's life core, it would be greatly beneficial to the life core's continuous evolution. 150,000 going once, 150,000 going twice, 150,000 going thrice. Sold. Zhang Minxuan's gavel fell. This meant that the first batch of 5 heaven-nourishing crystals had fallen into the Tianhe race's hands. In view of the fact that the first batch of heaven-nourishing crystals reached 150,000, the second batch will start at 100,000, Zhang Minxian said. This was a very common situation at auctions. When the same item was auctioned again, the price would be based on the price of the previous auction. The specifics were controlled by the auctioneer. The bidders didn't have any objections to this. After all, it seemed that it was impossible to obtain a batch of heaven-nourishing crystals below 100,000. 150,000. Prime Minister Tianhe didn't hesitate and immediately called out the same high price again, fully displaying his wealth. There was no movement in the Dragon Race and Tianma rooms. This was also one of the unspoken rules: whoever brought out the auction item couldn't raise the price. At this moment, head of Tenryu's voice transmission suddenly rang in Lan Xuanyu's ears. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flickered, and his divine perception transmitted outwards. 151,000, a new bid appeared. The bidder wasn't from the powerful races in the front row but from the back row. The bidder was Liang Pu, who had participated in many previous auctions. When he called out this bid, the surrounding bidders' gazes all fell on him. Anyone with a discerning eye could naturally see that he wasn't representing himself. Could the Blue Ocean clan have such strength? This was clearly a representative of some powerhouse. Prime Minister Tianhe's expression changed, and he turned to look behind him. However, it was Zhang Minxian who called out the bid. She didn't call out the number plate. For a moment, even if he scanned with his divine perception, he couldn't find the bidder. 160,000. Prime Minister Tianhe called out with a sullen expression. 161,000. The bidder raised the price again. Increasing the price by 1,000 each time was quite a lot for other auction items. However, compared to Prime Minister Tianhe's bid, this method of raising the price was a little provocative. 165,000. Prime Minister Tianhe continued to raise the price with a sullen expression. 165,100. The bidder raised the price again. This time, it was only 100. This was the lowest bid allowed by the rules. At this time, Prime Minister Tianhe's divine perception had already swept in the direction of the voice, but he immediately sensed a mysterious divine sense obstructing his divine perception. His divine sense couldn't probe forward. The Tianhe clan wasn't known for their individual strength. For a moment, there was nothing he could do. However, Prime Minister Tianhe was no fool. On the contrary, he was very smart and simply stopped raising the price. Zhang Minxian called out from the stage, 165,100. Are there any higher bids? And so, after asking 3 times in a row, the countdown began. 165,100, going once. This kind of precious auction item naturally had to be held for a longer time. Zhang Minxian dragged out her voice and looked down at Prime Minister Tianhe with shining eyes. Prime Minister Tianhe's expression was calm. He didn't seem to have any intention of raising the price. 165,100, going twice. Zhang Minbo raised the auction hammer in his hand. Sold. Zhang Minxian quickly slammed down the gavel, confirming the second batch of heaven-nourishing crystals. Prime Minister Tianhe's eyes widened. He wasn't going to give up on this batch of heaven-nourishing crystals. Instead, she waited until the last moment to bid again and called out a new price to put pressure on her opponent. However, she didn't expect that when she called out the third bid, Zhang Minxian didn't call out the price as usual. Instead, she directly confirmed the auction result. This meant that this wasn't done by the Dragon Race. In the auction house, the auctioneer had the right to do so. Whether the third bid was called out was up to the auctioneer. The auctioneer would make a decision based on the situation in the auction house. After all, there had already been 2 bids, and no one had made a move. It wasn't a problem for the auctioneer to speed up the confirmation process. PS Taobao Super Red Envelopes. You can receive 3 per day. The highest is 1,212 yuan. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. The Double 12 subsidy list is here. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 0 yen Ruam Gelzi XKQI yen return to TL/Bao Double 12 top-notch goods. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 4 yen 00 HICLZYZCF yen return to TB real-time hot sellers list. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 9 0 yen NPCCLZDNWR yen de XTB brand 30% off. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 5 yen W9 GSCLZB0 G2 yen de XTB/Bao must snatch today. Limited time benefits. First come, first served. Copy the following and open it on Taobao. 0 yen 0 GDKCLZYHV 6 yen return to TLBAO. Prime Minister Xianxia was heartbroken. He had missed out on 5 heaven-nourishing crystals. Although it was a little expensive, this thing couldn't be bought normally. If he wanted to get some heaven-nourishing crystals, he had to use extremely precious resources to exchange for it. Next up is the auction for the third batch of heaven-nourishing crystals. The starting price is still 100,000. Please bid. 150,000, alright. The bidder in the back row who just won the second batch of heaven-nourishing crystals bids 150,000 Tenryu crystal coins. This time, Prime Minister Xianxia didn't hesitate and said coldly, 160,000. 161,000, it was the same old trick as before. Lan Xuanyu sat in the box. He was really participating in the auction calmly. It was head of Tenryu who asked him to raise the price. He didn't want Prime Minister Xianxia to get these heaven-nourishing crystals too easily. As for whether he won it or not, it wasn't important. This was all to pave the way for later auctions. 170,000. Prime Minister Xianxia brazenly shouted a new record price. 171,000. Liang Pu bid again. 180,000. Prime Minister Xianxia didn't hesitate to bid again. 200,000. The bidders in the back finally stopped increasing the price by 1,000, seemingly showing a strong desire to buy. Who was it? Prime Minister Xianxia only had this thought in his mind. In his opinion, the other party really wanted to compete with him and wasn't a prop for the dragon race or Tianma. If it was a prop, they wouldn't have sped up the transaction just now and wouldn't be bidding like this now. 200,000, that was 200,000 Sky Dragon crystal coins. It could buy half a divine artifact. Although heaven-nourishing crystals were valuable, they weren't worth so much money. The price had already increased by a lot. Prime Minister Xianxia said in a low voice, 21,000. This time, it was his turn to raise the price cautiously. There was no sound. Under the control of Lan Xuanyu's divine sense, Liang Pu gave up bidding. 21,000, going once, 21,000, going twice, 21,000, going thrice. Sold. Clap. The mallet fell and the deal was done. The price was high. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. The most common comment was, so rich, yes, so rich. He was too rich. The total value of the heaven-nourishing crystal had exceeded 500,000 Tenryu crystal coins after only 3 rounds of auction. This was equivalent to the price of a divine weapon. Even in a special period, this was definitely an unprecedented high price. After winning the bid for the third batch of heaven-nourishing crystals, Prime Minister Xianxia calmed down. He was in charge of the Xianxia clan's daily affairs, so he was naturally aware of the clan's wealth. Although the price of this auction was very high, it was nothing compared to the importance of the heaven-nourishing crystal to the Harmony Star. The one who needed heaven-nourishing crystals the most was actually their Heaven Harmony planet. The most important reason was the planet's evolution. The Xianxia star they were on was one level lower than the Tenryu star and Tianma star, but its overall life energy foundation was extremely huge. The only thing that was lacking was the cultivation realm. However, the heavenly nourishing crystal contained the power of creation, which was the best way to raise one's life level. They had already tried many times in the past, and the Xianxia star's life core level had always been imperceptibly increasing. As long as they had enough heaven-nourishing crystals, they believed that the Xianxia star would become in existence on the same level as the Tenryu star and Tianma star in the near future. Therefore, to them, nothing was more important than obtaining heaven-nourishing crystals. In recent years, the Tenryu star and Tianma star had deliberately targeted the Tianhe star and guarded against them to the death. It was extremely difficult to obtain heaven-nourishing crystals. This opportunity really couldn't be missed. Therefore, even though he knew that the dragon race and Tianma star were using this opportunity to reap great benefits, he could only gladly accept it. After strengthening his confidence, the Prime Minister no longer hesitated for the next 3 batches of heaven-nourishing crystals. He didn't even need to raise the price. The 3 batches of heaven-nourishing crystals were all sold for more than 200,000 Tenryu crystal coins. In the end, 5 batches of heaven-nourishing crystals fell into their hands. The first day of the dragon horse auction came to an end. There was no doubt that the better the items in the auction would appear later. The second day of the auction would mainly be for weapons and equipment. The third day of the auction would mainly be for the treasures of the various races. The first day of the auction would be for the various races with armies. The second 2 days of the auction would be for the powerful higher-ups of the Ryuma Federation. Silver light flashed as the Dragon Knights teleported away. Zhang Chujia also left with the help of the head of Tenryu. Lan Xuanyu's status was the lowest, so he and Bai Xiuxiu stayed until the end. When the Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng teleported away, he deliberately glanced at him but didn't say anything. However, there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were the last to leave. They teleported directly back to their own abode in Tenryu. The atmosphere today is a little off. Sister Lan. Bai Xiuxiu had already endured for a day. When she returned, she couldn't help but call out. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but pull her into his arms and kiss her fiercely. Stop fooling around. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Bai Xiuxiu pushed him away angrily. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. He was more or less worried. He wasn't worried about anything else, but the divine sense that Zhang Chujia displayed today was too powerful. His own divine sense might not be able to discover her probing. My godmother is really amazing. Her various actions today have completely recovered the slight shakiness in the position of the heavenly dragon's head seat among the dragon knights. Lan Xuanyu praised. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Naturally, she could also see this. Then what should we do? The Dawn Dragon Knights, Lan Xuanyu said, what we can do now is to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. We might as well do nothing. The war between the Ryuma Federation and the Crimson Domain is about to begin. No matter how they fight openly or covertly, it's fine as long as they don't threaten us. Our top priority is to improve our cultivation and make ourselves stronger. That's the most important thing. Won't the minerals we bid for today arouse suspicion? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu said, it's not a big problem. Those things won't catch the Dragon Knight's attention. We still have to make a move tomorrow. We'll bid for some good weapons and equipment. Let's focus on the weapons. Bai Xiuxiu said, come, let's cultivate, Sister Lan. If you call me Sister Lan again, I won't be polite, Lan Xuanyu threatened. Then he saw Bai Xiuxiu's provocative gaze. In the end, he didn't dare to do anything. It was because he was behind the enemy lines. He couldn't be careless. He could only calm down by cultivating. The bidding on the first day of the Dragon Horse Grade auction was climax after climax. The entire Tenryu Star was unprecedentedly lively. Taking advantage of the Dragon Horse Grade auction, some small auctions were held all over Tenryu City in the evening. This was the advantage of the flow of people. The small auctions didn't necessarily have no good items. For example, in some black market auctions, there would occasionally be a top-grade item like the heavenly nourishing crystal that would attract attention. The huge flow of people and the large number of bidders made every auction a lot of money. The consumption of various materials in Tenryu City reached an all-time high. The second day of the Tenryu Grade auction was held as scheduled. Compared to the first day, today's auction was actually more likely to attract the attention of ordinary people. The reason was very simple. The items auctioned today were all weapons and equipment. There was no lack of divine artifacts. For ordinary people, if it weren't for the auction, how could they possibly see divine artifacts? Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu came to the auction room early in the morning as usual. However, she didn't sit in the same seat as yesterday. That was the seat of the head of Tenryu. Instead, she sat with Bai Xiuxiu at the last seat. Sure enough, when the Dragon Knights arrived today, Xianxia and the other two elders did not come to participate in the auction. Lan Xuanyu even felt that Zhang Chujia's arrival yesterday was specifically targeted at him. Sitting in the back seat, he was more comfortable, but all the Dragon Knights were there. Besides greeting them, he could not say much to any of the Dragon Knights. Dawn Dragon Knight Zhong Zicheng looked normal and did not have any emotional changes. He even responded to his greeting with a smile. When head of Tenryu arrived, he even took the initiative to greet him before sitting down in the main seat. As for the other Dragon Knights, they seemed to be even more amiable towards her. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly in his heart. He was afraid that the other Dragon Knights could not figure out who he was now. That godmother of mine is really amazing. This series of actions helped the Heavenly Dragon Chief Monk resolve the internal conflict, at least temporarily. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Today's auction had a new auctioneer. When the auctioneer stepped on the stage, Lan Xuanyu was shocked, because this person walked out of their box. Among the 18 Dragon Knights, only 3 were women, and this was one of them. Li Jingyi, Star and Moon Dragon Knight. Among the 18 Dragon Knights, she was ranked 17th. She was the weakest one. But even if she was weak, she was still a Dragon Knight. Today's auction was actually hosted by a Dragon Knight. The Star and Moon Dragon Knight, Li Jingyi, stepped onto the auction stage. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she had a noble and otherworldly temperament. She looked to be only 27 or 28 years old, and her figure was tall and slender. Naturally, she was quite attractive. The moment she stepped on the auction stage, an invisible divine sense instantly spread out, and the overwhelming divine sense pressure instantly calmed the voices of all the bidders participating in the auction. Suddenly, she became the focus of the audience. Hello everyone, welcome to the second day of the auction. I am Li Jingyi of the Tenryu Society, the auctioneer in charge of today's auction. Although there weren't many people who knew her, the higher-ups of the various races all knew her. When they saw the Star Moon Dragon Knight appear, they naturally quieted down. The reason why I'm hosting today's auction is mainly because we have some items that need to be displayed. If everyone is ready, we will start right away. Staff, please send up the first item. Lan Xuanyu appreciated the auction style of the dragon race very much. He didn't say much nonsense and directly started. The introduction of each auction item was not redundant. Generally speaking, the longer the introduction, the more valuable it was. A cart was pushed up from the backstage. The cart was very long and covered with a red cloth. One could vaguely see that the red cloth covered a rather large volume. As the first item to be auctioned today, it naturally has to be a hit. Therefore, I can reveal to everyone that our first auction item today is a divine artifact. Li Jingyi said with a smile. The words divine weapon instantly caused an uproar among the tens of thousands of people participating in the auction. A divine weapon. That was a divine artifact. What was a divine artifact? It was a powerful weapon that could destroy the heavens and earth. Only god-level experts could truly display its power. It could even be used in space battles. Ordinary warships couldn't withstand the power of a divine artifact. Li Jingyi was more direct than yesterday's auctioneer. After a simple introduction, she pulled off the red cloth on the cart. Under the red cloth was not an item, but a shield. The shield was made of an unknown material and isolated the aura of the item inside the shield. Inside the transparent shield, one could see a long sword. That's right, it was a sword. This was a weapon that the dragon race didn't use. The weapon of all dragon knights was a dragon spear. This long sword was about 4 feet long and emitted a brilliant silver luster. What was even more strange was that there was a chill flickering on it, emitting a faint blue light. Although the sword was long, it wasn't wide. The blade was only about 3 fingers wide. There was a groove on the sword ridge, and there seemed to be a dark blue liquid flowing in the groove. Azure Ice Seal Sword. This divine artifact doesn't belong to our dragon race. It's a spoil of war that our race obtained thousands of years ago. Our race's blacksmith master once considered reforging it into a dragon spear suitable for our dragon race. However, he found that he couldn't reforge it because the chill emitted by this divine sword was too strong. At least, there was nothing known that could directly melt it. Those who were good at ice attribute abilities could use it. It has an Azure Ice Seal domain. When used by a transcendent expert, it can freeze thousands of miles. It has many characteristics, so I won't introduce them one by one here. It's a mid-level divine artifact. As she said that, Li Jingyi waved her right hand, and the layer of barrier disappeared without a sound. The next moment, the Azure Ice Seal sword was already in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, layers of sword shadows bloomed. A terrifyingly low temperature instantly spread out, and the entire sky was covered with a layer of shadowy blue. The bone-piercing chill could be clearly felt by both the bidders and the spectators. At this moment, the temperature of the entire Tenryu city seemed to have dropped. Was the range of its influence so large? Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but look at each other in shock. Not to mention the attack power of this divine artifact, just the fact that it could cover such a large area was already very impressive. I need to remind everyone that if you don't have at least an absolute 0 level, don't consider this divine artifact. Its chill is too strong. If you don't have the corresponding attribute, you won't be able to use it for a long time. Even a transcendent expert won't be able to use it. As she spoke, Li Jingyi raised her hand that was holding the sword. One could clearly see that there was a layer of ice blue frost on her hand. She had made it very clear that this divine artifact's power was extraordinary, but the problem was that it was very domineering and difficult to control. It did not have a corresponding attribute, and it had to have the ultimate ice attribute ability. Otherwise, even if others obtained it, they would not be able to use it. This was also the key to affecting the value of this divine artifact. It could not even be smelted. Now, it was impossible to imagine how it was successfully refined in the first place. Lan Xuanyu knew that among the 18 Dragon Knights, there was one who was good at the ice attribute. He stole a glance at that person. That person did not seem to be interested in this Azure Ice Seal divine sword. As a divine artifact of the dragon race, this Dragon Knight must have seen this divine sword before. He did not make a move. Either he had a better divine artifact, or there was a bigger problem with this divine artifact. Bai Xiaoxiao gently nudged Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look at her and saw that her eyes were sparkling. Yes, it was like when the dragon race saw a treasure. Obviously, she was a little tempted by this divine artifact. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, there were 3 people who were good at the ice attribute. Bai Xiaoxiao and Lan Mengqin were known as the ice goddesses. As long as Lan Mengqin broke through to the god rank, she could also use this divine artifact long sword. Although Bai Xiaoxiao was good at using spears, she should be able to barely use it. And the third was him. The attributes controlled by the dragon gods were naturally at the ultimate level. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu slowly stood up and picked up the number plate beside him. At this moment, head of Tenryu spoke. This divine artifact also has a side effect. It will freeze the divine sense and make it slow down when using it. Therefore, its value is not too high. It will be presented as the first auction item. We have considered that if we want to truly display its function, not only must our divine sense be strong, but we also have to have a corresponding countermeasure. We have to consider this point. This was obviously a reminder to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback for a moment, then bowed deeply to the head of Tenryu. There must be a corresponding countermeasure for divine sense? Did he, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Lan Mengqin have it? It should be possible, right? Lan Mengqin still had powerful healing abilities, and Bai Xiaoxiao was good at ice attribute control skills. As for himself, his dragon god's bloodline had an extremely high level of divine sense, so there shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, Li Jingyi on the stage was already explaining. Not only can the Azure Ice Seal divine sword freeze everything, but it can also freeze divine sense regardless of friend or foe, causing divine sense to become sluggish. You must be careful when using it. Now the auction begins. The starting price is 150,000 Tenryu crystals. The characteristics of this divine weapon were completely clear. It had a powerful domain ability, but there were many restrictions, and its ability was not easy to control. It was a divine weapon that only god-level powerhouses could touch. It was precisely because of the many restrictions that the value of this divine weapon was not high. Although it was rated as a mid-level divine weapon, a low-level divine weapon, if there were no restrictions, would be much more expensive than it. No matter how powerful a divine weapon was, it was meaningless if it couldn't be used. The characteristic of freezing one's divine sense made it somewhat useless. If even one's divine sense would be frozen, it would naturally greatly affect one's reaction speed and one's own ability. In a battle between god-level powerhouses, the outcome would often be decided in an instant. Under such circumstances, one would be half a beat slower. 150,000 Sky Dragon crystal coins, this price was really nothing to a divine artifact. But after the starting price was announced, the entire audience was still silent. First of all, everyone had to weigh the pros and cons. Although the divine weapon was good, could it be used? 150,000. Finally, someone made a bid. Star Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi's face looked a little better. This was the first auction item she presided over. It would be a little embarrassing if it wasn't sold. Although she also felt that the price of 150,000 was a little unfair to this divine artifact. This divine artifact had been in the hands of the dragon race for quite some time. It was a trophy from many years ago. What was strange was that this divine sword had only ever been used by one person before. It was the previous generation's second seat, the mother of head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, Lan Xuanyu's godmother, the fiery dragon knight Zhang Chujia. Zhang Chujia did not have any ice elemental abilities, but she was an extremely powerful fire elemental dragon knight. With her own ability, she could suppress the characteristics of this divine artifact and use it at certain times. But later on, she gave up on the Azure Sword of Ice because she had obtained other types of divine weapons. It was because it would consume too much draconic power, especially when the attributes were the opposite of each other. Lan Xuanyu raised the number plate in his hand and made his move. It was naturally a good thing that the bidders outside were not bidding enthusiastically. Only 150,000. He still had 4 million Tenryu crystal coins, which were given to him by his godmother. If he could exchange it for another divine artifact, then so be it. It would be a waste not to take it. 151,000, Li Jingyi's finger pointed to the private room of the dragon race, and the bidding suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, another price appeared, 155,000, 160,000. Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate to bid again. The money was not his, so he did not feel bad about spending it. There was no sound from outside, and no one continued to bid. Regarding this divine artifact, the big clans actually knew about it. In fact, this was not the first time this divine artifact had appeared in the auction house. It had even been auctioned before, but because the side effects were too great, it returned to the hands of the dragon race. This thing brought quite a lot of benefits to the dragon race. The first time it was auctioned, the price was not cheap, but when it was auctioned, the price was much lower. Therefore, the big clans of the Ryuma Federation actually knew about this divine artifact. It was also because of this that the starting price given this time was really not high. A few 100,000 to buy a divine artifact was still very worth it. However, the continuous bidding from the private room of the dragon race gave people the impression that they were just raising the price. If they continued to raise the price, it would not be worth it. Moreover, there were really too few god-level powerhouses who could use this divine artifact. 160,000, going once. Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi was also a little annoyed, and sped up the auction. This was a divine artifact. You guys are too disrespectful to this divine artifact, then we might as well take it back ourselves. 160,000 going twice, 160,000 going thrice. Bam! The mallet fell. Li Jingyi said, "Our divine artifact auction items will be taken by the bidder personally. If you do not have the ability to take the divine artifact away, then the auction result will be invalid. This has always been the rule of the divine artifact auction. Next, let's invite bidder number 21 to come up and take your item." There was such a rule? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously looked at him, meaning to ask if he wanted her to go. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and walked out by himself. After all, this Azure Sword of Ice had the ability to freeze divine sense. He was worried that Bai Xiuxiu's divine sense would not be able to withstand it, and it would not be good if she showed her fear on the stage. Lan Xuanyu lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and floated up. Today, he wore a white dress, and as his body unfolded, his long blue hair fluttered behind his head. Even if the bidders only saw his back, they could see his charm and grace. A female dragon knight? Question marks appeared in the hearts of the powerhouses of various clans. Those who could be in the private room of the dragon race were naturally dragon knights. Lan Xuanyu stepped onto the auction stage and bowed slightly to the star and moon dragon knight Li Jingyi. Lan, congratulations on winning the divine tool. This price is absolutely worth it. Li Jingyi said as she handed the azure sword of ice in her hand to Lan Xuanyu. At a close distance, Lan Xuanyu could also clearly feel how strong the chill emitted by this divine tool-level long sword was. It was a bone-chilling chill that spread into his body from every pore. A seven-colored halo burst out from his body in an instant, and a low dragon's roar reverberated, and the long blue hair behind his head fluttered without wind. The blue in the seven-colored halo suddenly became dazzling, and Lan Xuanyu's eyes also flashed with a blue halo. The azure sword of ice trembled slightly, and the moment it fell into Lan Xuanyu's hand, the blue sword light suddenly rose a bit, and the chill was pressing, as if it wanted to struggle out of his hand. Lan Xuanyu held the long sword in his left hand, and the middle finger of his right hand flicked the blade. There was a crisp ding sound. The chill that originally filled the entire place suddenly converged towards the azure ice seal divine sword like rivers returning to the sea. The divine sword instantly quieted down, and even the faint blue light on its surface disappeared. P.S. Taba Super Red Envelope. You can receive 3 red envelopes a day, the highest one is 1,212 yuan. Copy the following message and open it on Taba. The Double 12 subsidy list is here. Copy the following words and open it on Taba. 0 yen Ruam Gelzi XKQI Yen Huehua Double 12 Top Goods. Copy the following words and open it on Taba. For yen 0 HICLZYZCF. Copy the words below and open it on Taba. 9 0 yen on PCCLZDNWR Yenda ** TB brand 30% discount. Copy the following words and open it on Taba. 5 yen W9 GSCLZB0 G2 Yenda. Today, I must snatch the limited time benefits. First come, first serve. Copy the following words and open it on Taba. 0 yen 0 GDKCLZYHV 6 yen return T Bao. Lan Xuanyu thanked Li Jingyi again, turned around, and left the stage. The method he used was very simple: bloodline intimidation. The biggest characteristic of divine artifacts was that they had life. All divine artifacts were almost equivalent to living beings. The more powerful a divine artifact was, the stronger its living characteristics. This was the same for the azure sword of ice. The moment he held it, Lan Xuanyu could feel the arrogance in this divine artifact. Previously, when he held it in Li Jingyi's hands, it was forcefully suppressed by Li Jingyi's transcendent strength. When it fell into his hands, it obviously felt that his strength was not that strong, so it wanted to resist and even counterattack. However, it was facing the existence with the strongest bloodline in the world. The aura of the dragon god's bloodline was injected into it through the flick of his right hand. That was Lan Xuanyu's right hand that had turned into 9 colors. It was the pure aura of the dragon gods. The divine king level bloodline level instantly caused this azure ice seal divine sword to behave. It no longer made any rash movements. With life and intelligence, it knew what it meant to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Of course, it also knew to bully the weak and fear the strong. Princess Jinlong, it's Princess Jinlong. It was only now that someone below the stage recognized Lan Xuanyu. When she went on stage earlier, her back was facing the audience. Her long blue hair was very different from her previous golden hair. However, at this time, she was holding a long sword and facing the audience. Coupled with Li Jingyi's address of her, some people who were familiar with her naturally recognized this dragon race rookie who had already shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Was it Princess Jinlong who had won this divine artifact? And looking at her appearance, it seemed that she had changed a lot from when she participated in the Future Rookie Challenge. Could it be that she had broken through to the divine tier? The news of Lan Xuanyu breaking through to the divine tier was deliberately blocked, mainly to prevent the commotion caused by his breakthrough. Therefore, outsiders who were not on the Tenryu star were not very clear about this. At this time, seeing her change, coupled with her own aura. Moreover, Li Jingyi had said before that only deities could wield this divine sword. Without a doubt, this proved that Princess Jinlong was already a god-level master. More importantly, she had previously been in the VIP room of the dragon race. Did this mean that she was now on equal footing with the dragon knights, and that she would definitely become a dragon knight in the future? It was obvious that the dragon race placed a lot of importance on him. The bidder who had participated in the auction of the Azure Ice Seal sword regretted it greatly. If he had known that it was Azure, he would have continued to bid. Based on Princess Jinlong's personality, she was definitely not here to raise the price. Moreover, looking at her appearance, it seemed that she could really use this divine artifact. In other words, this divine artifact shouldn't be that hard to control. Even if Indigo had become a god-tier powerhouse, she should have just broken through. 160,000, only 160,000. That was a divine artifact. Those who had never truly come into contact with this divine sword and had previously been tempted to bid for it, how could they not be distressed at this moment? With the divine artifact in hand, Lan Xuanyu returned to the VIP room, secretly excited. However, he did not give the Azure Ice Seal sword to Bai Xiuxiu. This divine artifact was very dishonest, and he would deal with it when he returned. Putting it into his storage-type soul tool, Lan Xuanyu placed a wisp of his divine sense on it, suppressing this divine artifact. After returning, he would have to use his bloodline to refine it properly before trying to let Xiuxiu use it. This was the safest way. After the first auction item was completed, Li Jingyi was in a good mood because Lan Xuanyu had won it. She immediately said, "Next, please bring the second auction item up." Another cart was pushed up. Compared to the previous one, this cart was even larger. What was covered by the red cloth was still an arched existence. It should be something with a protective cover. Could it be a divine artifact? The bidders temporarily forgot about the cheap divine artifact just now and focused their attention on this auction item. The red cloth was lifted, and it was indeed a protective cover. Inside the protective cover, there were 12 items lying prostrate. From the looks of it, it would be more appropriate to describe them as living creatures. They were actually 12 kitten-like existences. Each cat-like creature was only about a meter long and had metallic fur on their bodies. They lay prostrate inside the protective cover and looked very obedient. However, when they saw this thing, someone among the bidders immediately recognized it. Battle raccoons. These are the battle raccoons of the Star Raccoon race. Yes, battle raccoons of the Star Raccoon race, and it's a litter of 12 battle raccoons. The battle raccoons of the Star Raccoon race were very rare. Not only were they pets, but they were also the best protective companions. Once they recognized a master, no matter what race the master was from, they would remain loyal until death. An adult battle raccoon could reach a length of 4 meters and could walk in the starry sky. They were known as the strongest battle pet below the god rank. The most valuable thing was that battle raccoons of the same mother would be able to sense each other. They had the effect of the starlight chain, shared damage, and many combination battle skills. This was the most fundamental and powerful ability of the Star Raccoon race. This litter of 12 was not only of the same mother, but also of the same litter. Naturally, their compatibility was the highest. Generally speaking, there were only 3 or 4 battle raccoons in a litter. It was rare for 12 battle raccoons to survive at the same time. They were the most loyal companions. The auction starts at 5,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Star Raccoon race? Lan Xuanyu wasn't very familiar with this race, but from the introduction of the Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi, this battle raccoon could reach a considerable level of strength and could even fight in space. However, the introduction was a bit too brief. It was hard to judge what kind of abilities they had. He had just sold a divine artifact, and this battle raccoon wasn't of much use to them. Naturally, he wouldn't sell it. However, this battle raccoon of the Star Raccoon race seemed to be very popular. Many people participated in the bidding, and the price soon broke through the 10,000 Tenryu crystal coins mark. Luo lands. Voice came, "For us dragon knights, it's useless. After all, it's just an ordinary creature." However, the number of battle raccoons of the star raccoon race is still quite troublesome. These 12 battle raccoons of the same litter, if trained well, can be comparable to an ordinary god rank when they reach adulthood. Lan Xuanyu nodded to Luo Lan, indicating that he understood. Different races really had different characteristics. If he had the chance, he would like to see the star raccoon race. This race wasn't in the top 10 races of the Ryuma Federation. In the end, this batch of 12 battle raccoons was auctioned off for 18,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Although there were only 2 auction items, it was obvious that the value of today's auction was far higher than yesterday's. He didn't know how much the final price would be. The next few auction items were almost all high-quality weapons. Although they weren't divine artifacts, they had their own characteristics. They met all kinds of different needs. These auction items were all provided by various races, and the auction prices were even more exaggerated than yesterday's. In particular, some weapons and equipment with special characteristics were the most popular. Relatively speaking, defensive equipment was more popular than weapons. The auction was very fast, especially the weapons and equipment that weren't divine artifacts. During the bidding process, Li Jingyi generally didn't bother. As long as there was a pause in the bidding, she would count down. During this period, the bidding speed was even. If there were no bidders, the deal would be closed. In the morning's auction, a total of 71 auction items were sold. In just one morning, the total value of the auction had far exceeded yesterday's. The next auction item is very special. To be honest, I didn't expect this item to be brought out. It's from Tianma. The auction item was pushed onto the stage. After an entire morning of auctions, the bidders were also somewhat tired. The enthusiasm of the recent auction items had lessened somewhat during the auction. Li Jingyi's introduction pulled the mood of the bidders back to reality. Generally speaking, items that came from large clans would have a relatively high value. Relatively speaking, in today's auction, the lower the value of the item, the higher the premium. Because there were many participants, the higher the value of the item. Among them, the most cost-effective item was naturally the Azure Ice Seal sword that Lan Xuanyu had won. Lan Xuanyu didn't participate in the auction afterward. Many of the items were very strange, but they weren't suitable for him and his companions to use. Naturally, he wouldn't make a move easily. The auction item was pushed onto the auction stage. Surprisingly, this was the smallest card of the day so far. This time, Li Jingyi didn't lift the red cloth on the card immediately. She said, "This auction item is a gem. In our entire federation, this gem is only found in Tianma. In terms of preciousness, it's not as valuable as the heaven-nourishing crystal. However, its uses are not inferior to the heaven-nourishing crystal in many aspects. I think everyone should know what it is, right?" Someone below the stage immediately shouted loudly. "Pegasus Guardian. It's a guardian gem? What was this?" Lan Xuanyu was at a loss. At this time, 3 voices sounded in his divine sense at the same time. "You can make a move." That's right, the 3 voices said the same thing. At this time, Lan Xuanyu didn't look in the direction of the voices, but his heart twitched. "What the hell are you guys trying to do?" The ones who transmitted their voices were impressively inked dinosaur rider Luo Lan, Dawn dragon rider Zhong Zicheng, and his cheap brother, head of Tenryu Jiang Weiqiang. However, the 3 of them said they could make a move. It was clear how precious this auction item was. That's right, everyone guessed correctly. It's the Pegasus Guardian gem. Li Jingyi lifted the red cloth as she spoke. Under a small protective cover, a gem appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a palm-sized gem, carved into the shape of a winged Pegasus. A faint blue halo flickered on its surface. It was very mysterious. Li Jingyi said, "Everyone should be able to see the value of this Pegasus Guardian gem from its size. Moreover, it's very pure. It's a rare Pegasus Guardian gem without any impurities. This gem's characteristic is storage. It can store an enormous amount of energy. More importantly, the stored energy can exist in the form of a certain ability. Simply put, it can store an ability of a powerhouse. The more powerful the ability, the higher the quality of the Pegasus Guardian gem is needed to store it. Generally speaking, in order to make the energy stronger, Tianma stores defensive abilities, If the offensive ability is too violent, it's easy for the guardian gem to be unable to withstand it or under the feet. On the other hand, defensive abilities are much more peaceful. The gem in front of you is the one that our current generation's the head of Tianma personally infused with his defensive ability. In other words, with this gem, as long as it's activated with divine sense, it can release a defensive ability of the same level of the head of Tianma. If this is when facing a strong enemy, it's equivalent to having an extra life. Not only you guys, IS is too, even. Equivalent of the head of the Pegasus's defense. Was that even possible? Comms TSSSSSTS. Why would he put such a good item up for auction? The key was that the head of Tianma had the strength of a top-tier transcendent powerhouse. This thing was very useful even for a transcendent powerhouse. From Li Jingyi's words, it could be heard that this was prepared for powerhouses above the god level because it required divine sense to activate. She wasn't exaggerating. When facing a strong enemy, it wasn't a problem to say that one had an extra life. No wonder the 3 Dragon Knights told him that this was worth buying. Good stuff. The starting price is 50,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Before everyone participates in the auction, just calculate whether your life is worth this price. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 Tenryu crystal coins. The auction began. Almost instantly, dozens of bids appeared on the auction floor. The defense of a top-tier transcendent powerhouse. This thing was too attractive. The only problem was that this was a one-time consumable. But this was enough. 61,000, 67,000, 72,000. The price rose rapidly, and soon, it was close to the 100,000 mark. Before this, although Lan Xuanyu's Azure Ice Sword was only auctioned at a low price, it was still the most valuable item today. And this defense-type Pegasus Guardian Gem actually had the intention of approaching the price of the Azure Ice Seal Sword. Although this thing was good, Lan Xuanyu felt that it wasn't worth it. It was close to the price of a divine artifact. It wasn't worth it. However, there was still an endless stream of powerhouses from various races participating in the auction. Why were they so enthusiastic? It was just a one-time consumable. Lan Xuanyu was puzzled. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Luo Lan. At this time, he definitely wouldn't look at Zhong Zicheng and Jiang Weiqiang, because it wouldn't be good to ask either of them. The Ink Dinosaur Knight was the most suitable. Luo Lan nodded at her again, expressing his approval of the price in front of him. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Lan Xuanyu's mind. He transmitted his voice to Luo Lan. Lord Luo Lan, is the Pegasus Guardian Gem's defense a single target or area of effect defense? Luo Lan smiled slightly, his lips moving. No sound came out, but Lan Xuanyu already knew the answer from the shape of his mouth. He instantly turned around and raised the number plate in his hand without hesitation, 100,000. At this time, the auction price had just passed 85,000, and the speed of the auction had just slowed down. This price of 100,000 almost instantly silenced the entire audience. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little agitated. This auction was much more exciting than the one at Shrek's auction house. Luo Lan's answer was very simple. One word, group. Lan Xuanyu realized where the problem was. No one was a fool. So many people were willing to pay such a high price for a one-time use item. Then, it meant that it must have a corresponding value. The head of Tianma's level of group defense was on a completely different level from a single target defense. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate at all, and immediately called out the price. 100,000, is there anyone else? 100,000 going once. Li Jingyi saw that it was the dragon race box that made a move, and immediately sped up. However, the attraction of the Pegasus Guardian Gem was really too big. She had just called out the first time, and immediately there was another bid. 101,000, 110,000. Lan Xuanyu jumped to another 10,000 without hesitation. He showed that he was determined to get it. There were no more bids. One was because the price was already very high, and the other was because the bid came from the Dragon Race box. This was an auction held on the Tenryu Star. No one was willing to offend the Dragon Race. What's more, this wasn't a godly item after all. 110,000 going once, 110,000 going twice, 110,000 going thrice, PA. Sold. Lan Xuanyu smoothly won this auction item. This was a good thing. The Pegasus Guardian Gem, this thing could not only be used by oneself, but also be used by one's companions. Most importantly, it was a group defense. In a war, if one really encountered a strong enemy or an extremely terrifying attack, this thing would be very useful. However, one still had to be careful when using it. Who knew if the head of Tianma's divine sense was attached to it? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly heard a sound transmission in his ear. Lan, you broke through to the god rank. Hearing this voice, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His divine sense locked in the reverse direction, and immediately found the source of the voice. It came from Tianma's box. Moreover, he recognized the owner of this voice at once. Wasn't it the young master of Tianma, Li Menglong? Brotherly, long time no see. Yes, after I came back last time, I went through a period of closed-door training and broke through. Lan Xuanyu replied. Then I really have to congratulate you. Lan, you were the one who bid for this Pegasus Guardian Gem, right? My father said that this gem is a gift to you. We will explain the costs to the auction house, so you don't have to pay for it, Li Menglong said. There was such a good thing? Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled slightly. The head of Tianma is too polite. How could I accept this? Li Menglong smiled. It's great that you've reached the god rank. Our Tianma has been on good terms with the dragon race for generations. In the future, you'll definitely become a dragon knight. Of course we have to congratulate you. I don't dare decline an elder's gift. Then I'll respectfully accept it. I'll have to trouble Brotherly to thank the head of Tianma on my behalf. Lan Xuanyu didn't decline and directly agreed. Li Menglong smiled. Okay, I'll pass on your message. Yesterday, because I had some social engagements with my father, I didn't have time to greet you. Do you and Miss Xiaoxiao have time tonight? Can I treat you to a meal? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and replied, all right, I should be the one doing the honors as a host. Li Menglong laughed and said, anything is fine. I'll do as you say. After ending the short conversation, Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Li Menglong had given him 110,000 Tenryu crystal coins for free. This gift wasn't cheap. Through this auction, he was very clear about the purchasing power of Tenryu crystal coins. He'd only spent 160,000 to buy a divine artifact. Whether it was Li Menglong or the head of Tianma, it was obvious that they wanted to be on good terms with him. It was obvious that they had their eyes on his future. As his status continued to rise, he was no longer just a rising star in the Ryuma Federation. After attaining the divine level, Fang Xingzhan could be said to have officially stepped into the ranks of experts and truly started to enter the core of power. There was a big difference between becoming a god and not. Although the Tenryu Society controlled the information about the specific situation of his breakthrough, it was not surprising that Tianma had a source of information on the Tenryu star because of the close relationship between Tianma and the dragon race. Presumably, the head of Tianma already knew about his breakthrough. However, this was also a good thing. The higher one's status was, the more information one could obtain, and the more resources one could obtain. It was very beneficial to one's cultivation. Even after entering the divine level, the speed at which his cultivation was increasing did not slow down. This was in line with his understanding of the divine level. There was a big difference. One reason was because of the bloodline of the dragon gods, and the other was because of the abundant resources. That day, when he was helping Zhang Chujia recover her youth, Zhang Chujia had forcibly injected the life energy of dozens of heaven, nourishing crystals into his body, which had been of great help to him. Normally, he wouldn't be willing to cultivate like this. The next war was his most important opportunity. Through the tempering of the war, he could further stimulate his potential and strive to advance as soon as possible. When he reached the transcendent grade, with the power of the bloodline of the dragon gods, he would be able to protect himself even if he faced the head of Tenryu. The auction continued. After the climax of the Pegasus Protection Gem, the bidder's emotions were stirred up again. There was an endless stream of good items at the auction. However, after bidding for the Pegasus Protection Gem, Lan Xuanyu had an idea in his mind. He would also occasionally make a move, participate in the auction, and win some auction items. He did not buy weapons or armor. He specifically bought items like the Pegasus Protection Gem that could provide strong protection. The armor and weapons of each race had their own characteristics. In fact, they were not suitable for humans to use. Or rather, most of them were not suitable for humans to use. Even if they were cost-effective, there was no point in buying them. On the other hand, items like the Pegasus Protection Gem were very useful. Not all of these items needed to be activated with divine sense. Some of them could be activated with spiritual power or energy. It was quite good to buy them as life-saving items for one's companions. The next item is more suitable for group use. It's what our Ryuma Federation is best at. It's made by the Scythi clan. There are a total of 1,000 sets of shaped battle armor. These shaped battle armors have excellent defensive power. At the same time, their biggest feature is that they can shape two worlds and can be used by any race. Let's invite a staff member to demonstrate. Star Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi said on the stage. A member of the Blue Sea clan walked up to the stage, holding something that looked like a metal ball in both hands. It was about the size of a fist, and its entire body flickered with a faint light. Its surface was iron gray and not very eye-catching. One could vaguely see fine patterns on it. It should be a solar ray or something. This member of the Blue Sea clan walked to the center of the auction stage and raised the metal ball high above his head. In the next moment, a light flashed and an iron-gray light swept down. Then, a set of pitch-black battle armor covered his entire body. During the process of covering, the battle armor was like mercury flowing down the ground. It wasn't until the final molding was completed that the battle armor was completely formed. The body of this member of the Blue Sea clan swelled up, and two very hard folded wings spread out on his back. In the next moment, the tail of the folded wings spat out light, and his whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he became a small black dot in the air. In the next moment, the black figure descended from the sky and landed on the auction stage with incomparable agility. Star Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi said, "This shaped battle armor is made by the Scythi clan according to the characteristics of the mecha of the Douluo Federation and the abilities of the clan. It's small in size and high in flexibility. It can be shaped according to different body sizes and is suitable for any race. Its defensive power is very strong, and it can also greatly increase one's energy. It also has the ability to fight in space. It's suitable for fighters of different levels below the god rank. There are 1,000 sets in total. The starting price of each set is 100 Tenryu crystal coins. 1,000 sets are 100,000. They will be auctioned together and not divided. 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins was not a small amount, but there were more than 1,000 sets of this shaped battle armor. Lan Xuanyu swept it with his divine sense and couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what material this shaped battle armor was made of, but the energy in it gave people an unfathomable feeling. Even if he wanted to explore it, he would need to increase his divine sense. The value of this thing was probably comparable to that of a purple mecha, and it was so small that a purple mecha couldn't compare to it. 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins was really not expensive, especially when it was suitable for all races. When the war was about to begin, this kind of auction item would probably be very popular. And I also like it very much. The effect of this battle armor was very good. It even covered the face. In other words, when wearing it, it was impossible to see who was inside from the outside. One could only judge the race by the figure. This was suitable for the wings of the Triastria, and there were more that could be used by the Blue Sea clan. He had to get this. The starting price is 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Now, please bid. On the stage, Li Jingyi said with a smile. As Lan Xuanyu expected, this batch of shaped battle armor was very popular. The rich and overbearing representatives of the various races started a crazy competition as soon as it came up. 110,000, 115,000, 120,000. The price was almost always increased by 5,000. The Scythi race was one of the top 10 races. They were good at making all kinds of equipment and had an unusual sensitivity to all kinds of metals. The Scythi race itself was relatively neutral in the Ryuma Federation. They were the focus of the Dragon race and Tianma to win over. Especially this time, the Ryuma Federation began to unify the production of warships. The Scythi race's production skills were indispensable. According to Lan Xuanyu's knowledge, the Scythi race had basically been won over by the Dragon race. Many of the Scythi race's excellent craftsmen had come to Tenryu Star to cooperate in the warship development. The 26th book of Douluo Continent 4, Ultimate Douluo, will be released in January. Please look forward to it. For more information, please follow our WeChat public account. The competition was so intense that Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to wait a little longer. He wanted to see how high the price would climb after that. When the bidding price exceeded 150,000, the speed at which the price was increasing began to slow down. It jumped up 1,000 at a time, showing no signs of stopping. Lan Xuanyu scanned the surroundings with his divine perception. The one who bid the most frequently was the one who had won the heaven-nourishing crystal yesterday, the Prime Minister of the Tianhe race. This Prime Minister Tianhe was the one who raised the price the most frequently. He looked as though he was determined to win. 171,000, 183,000, the price continued to climb. It had already surpassed the value of Lan Xuanyu's Azure Ice Sealing Sword. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. Normally, it wouldn't have reached this price. It was going to double. In the face of war, these large races were really impulsive. However, these 1,000 sets of armor were indeed extraordinary. If used by a strong team, it could greatly increase their chances of survival. It was very useful to all races. Of course, the Dragon race was an exception. The Dragon race had the divine dragon armor and could directly fight in space. Their powerful physiques didn't need this level of protection at all. 200,000. Lan Xuanyu finally raised the number plate in his hand. Before this, the auction price had just reached 187,000. It was Prime Minister Tianhe's bid. As soon as the price of 200,000 was announced, it directly doubled the starting price. The originally intense bidding outside suddenly quieted down. But it was only a slight pause. Prime Minister Tianhe raised the number plate in his hand. 21,000, Lan Xuanyu raised the number plate again, 255,000. He increased the price even faster, attacking his opponent mentally. He had attended many auctions at the Shrek Academy and had seen all kinds of bidding methods. Naturally, he knew how to get what he wanted at the lowest price. Prime Minister Tianhe was indeed stunned. He subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Dragon race box. He hesitated. The Tianhe clan was not particularly outstanding in terms of strong fighters, but they were one of the top clans in the entire Ryuma Federation. They had many clansmen, their own army, and many battleships. Their overall strength was definitely not inferior to the few powerful clans. This kind of equipment that could greatly increase a soldier's combat strength was their favorite. However, most of the good things of the Scythi race were monopolized by the Dragon race and Tianma. What was the purpose of this Dragon race? Could it be that this batch of armor was not approved by them? However, he was still unwilling to give up and raised his paddle again. 206,000. 210,000. Lan Xuanyu immediately responded. Prime Minister Tianhe furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction. He stood up, walked out of his box, and looked directly at the Dragon race box. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes revealed a questioning look. In the Dragon race box, the Dragon Knights all had powerful divine senses, but they were all calm. No one had any intention of going out to explain. The relationship between the Tianhe clan and the Dragon race had always been subtle. The Tianhe clan had always been one of the more powerful clans in the Ryuma Federation due to their overall strength. In some special occasions, they would even clash with the Dragon race and Tianma. The Tianhe clan controlled some resources that only they had. In addition, they had the most battleships in the entire Ryuma Federation. However, they had fewer top fighters. Lan Xuanyu naturally sensed that Prime Minister Tianhe had walked out. He immediately stood up and walked out of the box. Since he was participating in the auction, he naturally had to go up himself. Prime Minister Tianhe's eyes lit up when he walked out of the box. He immediately saw the beautiful girl from the dragon race who had stepped onto the competition stage during the auction for the Azure Ice Seal Sword. Greed flashed through his eyes. Princess Jinlong, please. Prime Minister Tenhe naturally knew Lan Xuanyu. Of course, Lan Xuanyu didn't know him. Lan Xuanyu's stunning performance in the Future Rookie Challenge had already made him a household name in the Ryuma Federation. He was known as the #1 person among the younger generation. There were even rumors that he would be the next head of Tenryu in the future. This time, Lan Xuanyu appeared directly in the Dragon Clan's private room. This was undoubtedly a considerable increase in her status in the clan. Prime Minister Tenhe saw that it wasn't a Dragon Knight but her, and he hesitated. If it was a Dragon Knight, he could still negotiate or even ridicule the other party. However, in the face of this rising star, he wanted to shrink back. One reason was because this Princess Jinlong's influence among the younger generation was huge. She was almost the absolute idol of the Federation's youths. Another reason was that she had already become a god and had created an unprecedented phenomenon. The Tenryu Society blocked the news from the outside world, but it was impossible to block the news network of these top clans. They more or less knew about Lan Xuanyu's situation. This person's position in the dragon race was bound to be important in the future. Her talent was superb, and she was able to appear in the dragon race box. This meant that the head of Tenryu, or the majority of the Dragon Knights, approved of her. To be able to become the prime minister of a clan, she was naturally not an easy person. Prime Minister Tenhe smiled. Miss Lan, hello. I didn't expect you to be the one bidding. As he spoke, he raised his number plate, indicating that he would add 1,000. The price was raised to 211,000. Lan Xuanyu smiled indifferently. Hello. He did not explain why he was bidding for these armors. Prime Minister Tenhe sighed and said, Miss Lan, you know that our Tianhe clan really needs these armors. Is it possible for Miss Lan to let us have them? If possible, our clan will definitely thank you greatly in the future. After all, he was the clan's representative, the second most powerful person in the Tianhe clan. Lan Xuanyu was not a dragon knight, so he was already giving him a lot of face. My apologies. Lan Xuanyu raised his number plate. 215,000. Prime Minister Tenhe's expression changed slightly. This person was not giving him any face at all. He narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, he smiled and said, in that case, I'll let Miss Lan have them. If there's a chance in the future, how about giving me a chance to treat you? Lan Xuanyu glanced at him, shook his head slightly, and said calmly, thank you. With that, he turned and walked back to the dragon race box. Prime Minister Tenhe's expression froze. This Lan, from the beginning to the end, had only said 6 words. Hello, sorry, thank you. What did that mean? Did she accept his invitation or not? The corner of his mouth twitched. This girl was really cold and arrogant, however, he did not bid again. After all, he was the clan's prime minister. If he said he would not participate, then he naturally would not participate. In the end, Lan Xuanyu bought this batch of shape-shifted battle armor for 215,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Frankly speaking, Lan Xuanyu felt a bit of heartache. That was a price higher than a divine tool. How good would it be if he could buy a divine tool? However, the number of times a divine tool appeared today was still very few. He wanted to make a move, but he didn't know where to start. When he walked back to the dragon race box, he suddenly realized that all the dragon knights were looking at him. The familiar dragon knights were all smiling. Even the head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, and the second-in-command Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng, could not help but laugh. What did that mean? Luo Lan gave him a thumbs up and transmitted his voice, that damned shorty is a rock in a latrine pit. He's smelly and hard, and often doesn't even put us in his eyes. He's relying on the resources we can't give up and the Tianhe clan's own foundation. This time, he's been beaten by you. Haha. Great, let's do it. Lan Xuanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know about the conflict between the dragon race and the Tianhe race. However, when he thought about how the Tenryu Society had immediately unified their opinions after the battle plan was formulated and targeted Prime Minister Tianhe, He could guess that the relationship between the dragon race and the Tianhe race was not so harmonious. Then, can you reimburse me? Lan Xuanyu smiled and sent a voice transmission to Luo Lan. Ah? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Luo Lan suddenly looked confused. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. You're the 7th-ranked Dragon Knight. How can you be like this? However, this Luo Lan was a little fun. As his status in the dragon race rose, most of these Dragon Knights now regarded him as an equal. This was obviously not because of his strength. After all, he had just reached the divine level and was nothing in front of a group of transcendent experts. There were many divine-level experts in the dragon race. This was because of his bloodline. In the dragon race, bloodline was indeed the most important thing. His powerful bloodline was the important reason why he was respected by these Dragon Knights. I'll reimburse you. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu heard Head of Tenryu's voice. He looked over in surprise and saw Head of Tenryu's gentle gaze. For some reason, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt his scalp tingle and almost blurted out, "Don't look at me like that." Head of Tenryu was expressionless most of the time. As the leader of the dragon race and a top transcendent expert, his prestige in the dragon race was naturally the highest. Even the Dragon Knights were very respectful to him. During the Dragon Ascension tournament, Head of Tenryu's Draconic Light Pillar was several times stronger than the Dragon Knight's Draconic Light Pillar. Only Zhong Zicheng's Draconic Light Pillar was barely close to his. Luo Lan's Draconic Light Pillar was not even half of his. From this point alone, one could see how strong he was. But why was he smiling so warmly? Shouldn't he be afraid of me? Could it be that after Zhang Chujiao recognized her as her goddaughter, he really treated her as his younger sister? This acceptance was a little too fast. Let's just take it that this is the case. Thank you, brother. Lan Xuanyu felt that it should be as he had guessed, so he smiled and returned the greeting to the head of Tenryu. Although he still had a lot of Tenryu crystal coins, he would save as much as he could. This was more than 200,000 crystal coins. There should be more auctions for divine artifacts later on. The more money he had, the higher his chances of participating. If every member of the Shrek 7 Freaks had a divine weapon, how wonderful would that be? In the Douluo Federation, there were probably less than 10 divine artifacts in total, right? And there were quite a lot of divine artifacts in the Tenryu Star. Among the divine dragon armor he saw that day, there were at least 5 sets of real divine artifacts, and more than 10 sets of quasi-divine artifacts. This was equivalent to the foundation of the dragon race, and also the foundation of the Ryuma Federation. Using their money to buy their divine artifacts and equip the Douluo Federation, what a wonderful thing, and Li Jingyi's next sentence attracted the attention of the whole audience, instantly pushing the atmosphere of the auction to the climax. Starting from the next auction item, please pay attention, our main event today is about to begin. For this dragon horse auction, the various clans have prepared a lot. Among them, my clan and Tianma have taken out many years of treasures. In today's auction, we will introduce a total of 8 divine artifacts. The first divine artifact has been auctioned, and it is the Azure Ice Seal Sword that was won by our Princess Jinlong. Next, we will auction the other 7 divine artifacts consecutively to end today's auction. There are still 7 divine artifacts. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were stunned. Isn't this too rich? Auctioning divine artifacts in public like this? Back then, at the Shrek auction house, just the silver dragon spear was auctioned, and it caused a sensation in the entire Douluo Federation. They were auctioning 8 divine artifacts at once, and they didn't even blink, nor did they do any prior publicity. What kind of confidence is this? It's really amazing. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were slightly dazed. The divine artifacts were finally here, and he couldn't help but feel a little eager. 7 divine artifacts. With nearly 5 million Tenryu crystal coins in his hands, how many divine artifacts could he buy? Before today, no one knew how many divine artifacts there were. Tomorrow was the auction of heaven and earth treasures, but they weren't divine artifacts, which meant that all the divine artifacts would appear today. Although those who could participate in the auction of divine artifacts were the representatives of the various clans, the other bidders and the crowd outside were also looking forward to seeing these things the most. This was a divine artifact, Previously, the Azure Ice Seal sword seemed to be able to freeze thousands of miles, and it had already left a very deep impression on them. What level could the other divine artifacts reach? Standing on the stage, Li Jingyi could feel the temperature in the Tenryu Square rising. The blood of the bidders and the crowd was boiling. Today's auction of divine artifacts was probably going to set a record high price. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the private room for the dragon race. That Azure Ice Seal divine sword was really a treasure for Blue. At that time, the bidders had yet to fully react. Moreover, that divine artifact had a lot of restrictions. However, the situation now was different. Everyone's emotions were stirred up. It was likely that they would not spend money like it was money. Let's invite the next divine artifact, Li Jingyi said in a clear voice. A golden cart was pushed onto the auction stage. Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the private room, wanted to cry out for injustice for his Azure Ice Seal sword. Why was this? His was also a divine artifact, and he didn't have this kind of treatment before. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the cart was pushed to the center of the auction stage, and all eyes were focused on it. Li Jingyi wasn't in a hurry to lift the red cloth. She was much faster in hosting the auction today than Zhang Minxian was yesterday, so it was only halfway through the afternoon, and it was already the last 7 auction items. At this time, she wasn't in a hurry. She smiled and said, "Our divine artifact is a lesser divine artifact. In terms of power, it's not as good as the Azure Ice Seal sword from before, but the biggest advantage of this divine artifact is that it's versatile. It can be used by any group, and it's also needed by any group. This divine artifact once belonged to a dragon knight, and after that dragon knight too passed away, he left it behind. It has a name, called." Speaking of this, she deliberately kept people in suspense and didn't say it directly. Instead, she turned around and lifted the red cloth on the cart. All eyes instantly focused on the auction item under the red cloth. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Other than the powerhouses at the transcendent level, when everyone else saw this auction item, their bodies instantly stiffened. Under the red cloth was an item the size of a palm. To put it simply, it was something like a vertical eye. The huge pupil was purple and contracting back and forth, as if it had a life of its own. Everyone who saw it felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and in the next moment, their spiritual sea trembled. The ordinary people who were isolated in the distance were fine because they couldn't see it clearly at all. However, the bidders inside felt their minds go blank, and for a moment, their minds froze. Douluo Continent 4, Ultimate Douluo, Volume 26 will be released in January. Please look forward to it. For more information, please follow our WeChat public account. Lan Xuanyu recovered in the next instant, but he was also shocked. What kind of thing was this? It actually had such strong spiritual fluctuations. That's right, he was completely sure that this was spiritual energy and not divine sense. And this was only an item, not a real living thing. All kinds of voices gradually came out from the bidders. Those with high cultivations recovered a bit faster, while those with low cultivations didn't recover for a long time. Lan Xuanyu looked at the dragon knights. These dozen or so dragon knights all had normal expressions, as if nothing had happened. As expected of a dragon knight, Li Jingyi's voice came at this time. "I believe that everyone has already felt its special effects. This divine tool's name is the Eye of the God. It could greatly increase the thickness of one's spiritual power, allowing one's spiritual power to change endlessly and continuously. Any species can use it. As long as you stick it between your eyebrows, you can feel the enormous increase in spiritual energy and divine sense. For species that are proficient in using spiritual energy, it is an excellent item. Not only can it greatly increase spiritual energy, but it can also increase the speed of spiritual energy recovery. It is an extremely rare treasure among divine tools that can quickly increase spiritual energy and divine sense. Relatively speaking, its effect on divine sense is a bit smaller, and it can't increase the level of divine sense. It can only increase its thickness. For species that rely on spiritual energy to display their abilities, it is a divine tool among divine tools." Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Beside him, Bai Xiao nudged him. This was definitely a good item. Who didn't need to increase their spiritual energy? With an increase in spiritual energy, there were many things that could be done. It would be of great help to cultivation and battle. This item was suitable for all powerhouses, not just those that were proficient in spiritual energy. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Bai Xiuxiu, but his brows were slightly furrowed. However, his brows were slightly furrowed and he wasn't too excited. The reason was very simple. When he looked at the Dragon Knights just now, he found that not only were they not affected, they were all too calm. Among the Dragon Knights, the one with the strongest divine sense was Dawn Dragon Knight Earth Xianxia, but he wasn't moved by this divine tool in the slightest. In fact, if he wanted it, this divine tool shouldn't have been auctioned. With such astonishing effects, why wasn't the Dawn Dragon Knight tempted by a divine tool that could increase spiritual energy and divine sense? There must be something wrong with this. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu also noticed that Li Jingyi had said before that this was a lesser divine tool. Judging from how it was able to intimidate everyone despite being isolated by the barrier, its ability to raise one's spiritual energy was definitely terrifying. However, it was a god equipment that was only a lesser god equipment. It probably had some undesirable characteristics. It was the first item was a divine tool of the following divine tools were relatively weak. Therefore, although Lan Xuanyu was a divine tool, he still remained calm. Sure enough, there was a flurry of discussion below the stage. As the various representatives gradually recovered from the mental shock, Li Jingyi continued, the effects of the Eye of God are extraordinary, but it also has some side effects. Of it is of the divine tool of the divine tool of the God is of the God. Once the Eye of the God is used, it will immediately recognize the owner. After that, it can't be taken out unless the owner dies. It will enter the spiritual sea and become one with the user's spiritual world. Was this a drawback? Wasn't this a good thing? Many bidders looked puzzled. Li Jingyi continued, as everyone knows, divine tools have vitality, and the Eye of the God is a powerful divine tool on the spiritual power level. In this aspect, it's almost the strongest among the known divine tools, and it's also the one with the most personality. Its problem is that after it merges with the user, it will come to life irregularly and speak some of the words in the user's heart. Yes, it will be spoken through the user's mouth. This is the side effect. This side effect is a little troublesome. It's easy to expose one's inner secrets. Also, suddenly talking to oneself during cultivation can easily lead to mental disorder. Therefore, if you want to use this divine tool, you need to have a good attitude, be careful with your words and actions at all times, have strong enough control of your spiritual power, and have a firm will. Once this was said, all the bidders were dumbfounded. Could it be like this? Lan Xuanyu's heart twitched. He suddenly understood why the dragon race and Tianma were willing to take out so many divine tools to auction. It was likely that these divine tools were more or less problematic. For example, his rainbow divine dragon armor was a divine tool that had no side effects and was very powerful. The same was true for the yellow Jinlong spear. The only restriction was that it had a requirement for the user's bloodline. But for him, it couldn't be more suitable. And these divine tools that were taken out by the dragon race and Tianma were quite problematic. The side effect of the Eye of the God was too great. It didn't sound like anything, and it didn't directly affect him. But in fact, the Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword's Frost Backlash could be restrained by his own attributes. And this thing, why would it suddenly say what was in his heart? Wouldn't that expose all his thoughts? The key was that it was irregular. If it happened at an important time, who would be able to bear it? For example, if Lan Xuanyu used this divine tool, stood in front of the head of Tenryu, and suddenly said, "I'm a spy." Wouldn't that be a dead end? Bai Xiu couldn't help but cover her face with both hands. This thing couldn't be taken. Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, who was sitting not far from Lan Xuanyu and the others, couldn't help but laugh. This thing, I guess only those with thick skin can use it. Zhong Zicheng said snappily, "Why are you looking at me?" Crack, crack, no, second seat, I didn't mean that. Look, didn't you not use it? As soon as he said this, the Dragon Knights couldn't help but laugh. The reason why Zhong Zicheng didn't choose this divine tool was obviously because the side effects of this thing were too great. The starting price is 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 Tenryu crystal coins. The starting price was expected, but each increment was much higher than the previous Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword. This should be because the Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword was the first item to be auctioned. The auction house hoped to increase participation. The side effects of the Eye of God were obvious. As Huang Liangwei said, only those who were not afraid of exposing their hearts could really use this divine tool. How pure of heart did that need to be, or how shameless did it need to be? As long as it was a normal person, the probability of using this divine tool was quite high. Therefore, although Li Jingyi had announced the start of the auction, there was an awkward silence. Li Jingyi didn't expect it to be like this, but the price of a divine tool was high, so she had to clearly explain the advantages and disadvantages. She added, everyone may be a little timid because of this side effect. But there is one thing I want to remind you. If you integrate the Eye of God into your body when you are on the verge of death in battle, it will increase your spiritual power by several times in an instant. There is a possibility of survival, at least the probability of killing the enemy will be very high. At that time, its side effects are actually nothing. After all, being able to speak is the most important thing. As soon as these words came out, many people were tempted. Yes. If this Eye of God was used as a last resort, it would be a good divine tool. For people who were good at spiritual power, if they could increase their spiritual power by several times, their strength would suddenly increase, and anything could happen. From this point of view, the Eye of God was obviously much more useful than the Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword. After all, it didn't limit the number of people who could use it, and it didn't have any requirements for the user's ability. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo Book 26 will be released in January. Please look forward to it. For more information, please follow our WeChat public account, 105,000. Someone began to bid. 110,000. Another price was called. 115,000. The price rose steadily. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was also pondering in his heart that this divine weapon was somewhat useless to him. He was not worried about the strength of his divine consciousness. He was certain that no one of the same level could be stronger than him. The strength of the Dragon God's bloodline was too high. The fusion of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King made his divine consciousness level very high and very strong. It was not easy for transcendent powerhouses to detect him now. They would be discovered by him. However, just because he was not suitable did not mean that his companions were not. Huang Liangwei's words just now reminded him that he needed to be thick-skinned and good at mind power. Among his good companions, there seemed to be one such person. Thinking back to the sea god's fated blind date, the summoning of the behemoth army, if Qian Lei's mind power could be greatly increased, whether before becoming a god or in the future, it would definitely greatly enhance his summoning ability. In the entire wings of Traistrumsa, he was the one who was most suitable to use his abilities in war. 125,000. 130,000, the price was still rising, but the speed of it began to slow down a little. Obviously, this divine artifact was not very attractive because of its own problems. The biggest problem was that it could easily lead to chi deviation. Another problem was that it would expose the deepest secrets in one's heart. Even as a last resort to save one's life, it was definitely not as good as the Pegasus Guardian Gem. The sudden increase in mind power was only effective for a few people. During the auction, the representative of the Yukos was relatively more active. For the Yukos, the effect of the sudden increase in mind power was obviously greater. 150,000. Lan Xuanyu finally made his move. After carefully considering the possibility of Qian Lei using the Eye of the God, he chose to bid. It directly increased the value by a large margin. This was exactly the same as his previous auction method. The price of 150,000 also made the bidders fall silent for a moment. However, unlike the previous auction items, the price only paused for a moment before it rose again. 160,000. The representative of the Yakong tribe immediately raised the price by 10,000. Immediately after, a private room further away offered a price of 170,000 yuan. From this moment on, the auction for this divine artifact entered a white-hot state. Lan Xuanyu frowned and simply stopped. He wanted to see how high the auction price of this artifact could reach before continuing. At this point, he had already made up his mind to obtain the Eye of the God. Although there were still 6 more divine artifacts, who could be sure that the negative effects of the remaining 6 divine artifacts would be bearable? A bird in the hand is better than 1,000 in the bush. Since he had basically estimated that the side effects of this divine artifact would not be that strong for one of his companions, he decided to take it first. I'll buy it later if I find something suitable. After all, I still have so many Tenryu crystal coins. Soon, the price rose to 200,000. Some of the truly powerful bidders who had been on the sidelines finally made their move. 210,000. 220,000, 250,000. This had already far exceeded the initial price of the Azure Ice Seal Sword. This also made Lan Xuanyu secretly rejoice. If one really wanted to compare the overall effect, the negative effects of the Azure Ice Seal Sword were relatively easier to bear, especially for those who possessed ultimate ice. Even more so. At this point in time, it would not be strange for the price of the divine artifact to double. Lan Xuanyu raised the number plate in his hand again. 300,000. He directly raised the price by 50,000 Tenryu crystal coins. This was done after careful consideration. If the price continued to rise like this, the attractiveness of the divine artifact would very likely lead to an impulsive auction, directly raising the price by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, it might cause the final transaction price to decrease. Indeed, once the price of 300,000 was raised, the entire place instantly quieted down. Everyone's gaze was then directed towards the stage. Li Jingyi also looked at Lan Xuanyu with some surprise. This young man was quite capable. Was this the support of the chief, or the support of the fiery dragon knight? Although she was surprised, she did not show it on the surface. 300,000 yuan had already exceeded the estimated value of this Eye of the God. After all, the side effects of this divine artifact were too great. She had not thoroughly introduced this divine artifact before. The previous owner had suffered a great loss because of this divine artifact. Otherwise, the dragon race would not have disliked this divine artifact so much. When she took it out, she did not even think that it would be sold. It was just to make up the number of 7 divine artifacts to accompany the auction. 300,000, going once. 305,000. Another bid was called out. It was still the representative of the Yuankong tribe, but he was obviously hesitant. Lan Xuanyu raised his number plate without hesitation. 310,000. This sudden increase in price dispelled the idea of the Yuankong tribe to continue the auction. Everyone was smart. In fact, they all knew the approximate value of various items in their hearts. Although the Eye of the God was a divine artifact, it was not a necessity for the Yuankong tribe. As a tribe with strong mental strength, they could still use it as a life-saving measure for a final counterattack. 310,000, going once. 310,000, going twice. 310,000, going thrice. Pa. Sold. Lan Xuanyu took down another divine artifact. This was already the second divine artifact he had auctioned today. In other words, all the divine artifacts that had been auctioned today had fallen into his hands. Bidders, please come to the stage to collect the divine artifact, Li Jingyi said with a smile. This rule had already been stated before. It was not that simple to collect a divine artifact. Without enough strength, even a divine artifact could not be taken away. Take the Azure Icebound Divine Sword for example. If it was below the divine level and was not an expert in ice attribute abilities, it was possible that it would be frozen into an ice sculpture on the stage. Therefore, auctioning a divine artifact was also risky. The side effects of this Eye of the God were even greater. Who could guarantee that there would be no problems when collecting it? Without enough strength as a backing, one would not even dare to participate in the auction. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu and whispered, "Do you want me to go?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "Let me do it." Previously, the Eye of the God had shown how strong its spiritual characteristics were. What's more, this divine artifact's living characteristics were too strong. When collecting it, it must be given enough deterrence. Lan Xuanyu stood up and walked out of the box again. He floated up and once again stepped onto the auction stage. As soon as they saw her again, it immediately caused a burst of discussion. Was it this Princess Jinlong again? The dragon knights in the dragon race box did not move at all. Was this person representing themselves or the dragon race? The other races could not help but have some guesses in their hearts. Today, this Princess Jinlong had already taken down 2 divine artifacts. The Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi's lips trembled, and she reminded Lan Xuanyu, "Be careful." "Thank you." Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and had already arrived in front of the shield. The 7-colored light in his eyes flickered, and the next moment, the shield in front of him rose under the control of his dragon power. His right hand grabbed the eye of the god as fast as lightning and squeezed it into his palm. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual will several times stronger than before burst out from the eye of the god. It was a feeling full of joy, like a trapped bird being released from its cage. The spiritual power followed Lan Xuanyu's palm and drilled into his body. Even the eye of the god itself seemed to want to drill into his palm. This one was not trying to resist Lan Xuanyu taking it away, but was very happy to directly merge with him. This was a bit of a fickle woman. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched, and his right hand suddenly clenched. 9-colored energy rippled in his right arm, and the true bloodline aura of the dragon god suddenly erupted with powerful dragon power fluctuations. As if it was frightened, the eye of the god suddenly quieted down. Only then did Lan Xuanyu put it into his storage soul tool. He bowed slightly to the Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi, then turned around and left the stage. Li Jingyi couldn't help but be a little surprised. This process of collection seemed to be a little too simple. She knew about the eye of the god. Even dragon knights had to be very careful to prevent being attacked by the eye of the god's spiritual power. If they really fused, they wouldn't be able to take it out. Unless it was death. Back then, that dragon knight accidentally fused with this one before he became a transcendent. Although he finally became a dragon knight with the help of the eye of the god. But because the eye of the god would often reveal his inner secrets, he offended almost all the dragon knights and finally died in depression. Returning to the private room, Lan Xuanyu felt at ease. He had spent another 300,000 Tenryu crystal coins. However, with the gift from Tianma and the reimbursement from the head of Tenryu, he really didn't spend too much today. 2 divine artifacts, just over 500,000 Tenryu crystal coins. He still had more than 4 million Tenryu crystal coins to participate in the next divine artifact auction. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little eager. Next, let's invite the next divine artifact. This is also the treasure of our dragon race, an existence exclusively produced by our dragon race. Even our dragon knights, not every one of them can possess a divine artifact. When the cart was pushed onto the stage, Lan Xuanyu already knew what was coming out. Divine dragon armor. However, could the divine dragon armor be worn by people outside the dragon race? The red cloth was lifted, and a set of dark purple divine dragon armor appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When this set of divine dragon armor appeared, the first feeling it gave was that it was ferocious. On the dark purple armor, there were many barbs and spikes. A purple halo rippled on it, and there was a certain amount of destructive aura. However, with just a glance, Lan Xuanyu was certain that this dark purple armor wasn't made of dragon bones. Instead, it was made of special metals and materials mixed with some special materials. Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi continued to introduce. This divine dragon armor was made by our dragon race's master. Originally, the divine artifact level divine dragon armor would not appear in the auction. Because our dragon race, we, divine artifact. However, this set of divine dragon armor is rather special. The materials used to make it were obtained by us by chance. It of the material of the materials of the god. Of the dragon. S's of ofs. Of the dragon of the dragon god. Of the god of the dragon. Because the destructive energy was too strong, it also caused great damage to the master's vitality. Of the god of the dragon race of the dragon race. The armor itself has the ability to shrink and expand. Without a doubt, this was a true divine artifact. However, it could only be used by people of certain attributes. When Li Jingyi's introduction came out, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What was the point of putting it up for auction? It could expand and shrink. It could be used by humanoid creatures of the destruction attribute. Could this have been made by the 8-armed divine demon clan? In fact, he had guessed correctly. This wasn't the divine dragon armor. It was the divine demon armor. The main material was provided by the 8-armed divine demon clan. Some of the supplementary materials and manufacturing were done by the dragon race. After discussing with the 8-armed divine demon clan for this auction, they decided to put it up for auction. Of course, the 8-armed divine demon clan would be the one to win the bid. Regardless of the price, they would only have to pay for the production of this divine artifact. The production fee had been set long ago. The main purpose of this divine artifact was to hype up the price and make the auction even more exciting, so that the next few divine artifacts that were really going to be sold for money could be sold at a higher price. As we all know, defensive divine artifacts are the rarest. Not only can they increase one's strength, but they can also protect one's body. Therefore, the starting price of this divine dragon armor is 400,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 Tenryu crystal coins. The starting price was 400,000 Tenryu crystal coins. This was similar to the starting price of the divine dragon armor that Ho Dingzhong had mentioned earlier. 410,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Someone immediately made a bid. Relatively speaking, the restriction of this divine dragon armor was mainly in terms of attributes. One had to have the destruction attribute or at least the ability to not be eroded by the destruction attribute to use it. Whether it was in terms of enhancement or defense, this armor's power was definitely extraordinary. This could be seen from its appearance. Its destruction attribute was the most powerful attribute in the universe. Although it couldn't be compared to the destruction attribute, it was still a destructive ability. If used well, it wasn't something an ordinary divine artifact could compare to. 500,000 Tenryu crystal coins. A low voice came from the front row of the box. Lan Xuanyu didn't even need to use his divine sense to check and could guess who had offered this price. 510,000 Tenryu crystal coins. The sudden increase to 500,000 Tenryu crystal coins didn't scare the other bidders. Soon, the next bid came out. 530,000 Tenryu crystal coins, 560,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Compared to the previous Eye of God, this auction was obviously much more intense. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that the Prime Minister of the Tianhe race had also made a bid. This armor could be used by the Tianhe race? The height of the Tianhe race. However, it was indeed humanoid. If the 8-armed divine demon race needed to expand, then the contraction attribute would be useful to them. However, how would the Tianhe race deal with the destruction attribute? At this moment, head of Tenryu's voice suddenly sounded. He smiled at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Lan, let me test you. You should have sensed that the Tianhe race has also participated in the auction. Then, what use does the destruction attribute have for the Tianhe race? How are they going to use this divine dragon armor?" Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment and said, "According to what I know about the Tianhe race, the Tianhe planet also has an enormous amount of life energy. The upper echelons of the Tianhe race also use this life energy to increase their cultivation. It's just that their bloodlines are relatively ordinary, so it's very difficult for them to reach a particularly high level. Destruction and creation are the most fundamental powers of the universe. The purity of the destruction energy contained in this divine dragon armor is quite good. As the opposite, if it's used to stimulate life energy, it should be easier to increase the level of life energy during cultivation. If one doesn't work, they can cultivate with many Tianhe race members to resist the destruction aura and stimulate themselves. At the same time, if it's an expert from the Tianhe race, they can rely on the mutual conversion between creation and destruction, as well as the resistance of life energy against destruction energy to barely use this divine dragon armor and unleash a certain amount of its power. Also, I'm guessing that the Tianhe race doesn't have many divine artifacts. It's probably because of these reasons, right?" Hearing her words, head of Tenryu couldn't help but laugh. Sitting beside him, Dawn Dragon Rider Zhong Zicheng had a look of admiration. Meticulous thinking. Good analysis. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred. He looked at head of Tenryu and said, "There should be another reason that's not convenient to say. This reason should be related to our plan." Head of Tenryu finally revealed a look of surprise. He nodded slightly and said, "Let's sit and watch." Lan Xuanyu had also suddenly thought of this. If this divine dragon armor of destruction was specially made for the 8-armed divine demon race, then it was impossible for it to fall into the hands of the Tianhe race. Just as he had analyzed, the divine dragon armor of destruction wasn't useful to the Tianhe race, but to assist in their cultivation. As a divine artifact, it was of great use to the Tianhe race. If they couldn't obtain it during the auction, the Tianhe race's impatience would be obvious. Today, the Tianhe race had suffered at his hands. This would be more advantageous for his future plans. In their impatience, although the overall plan was formulated by him, the dragon race and Tianma had to mobilize the power of the entire federation. Everything was linked, and it seemed to be working well at the moment. 650,000. At this moment, the price of the divine dragon armor of destruction had reached an unprecedented high on the auction stage. It was the most valuable item in today's auction. It fully demonstrated the level of a divine artifact. Even the Azure Ice Seal Sword and the Eye of God that Lan Xuanyu had bid for weren't as expensive as the divine dragon armor of destruction. Moreover, the price continued to rise. 680,000. 700,000. A huge figure walked out from a private room and glared in the direction of the Tianhe race. Tianhe, are you deliberately making things difficult for us? The figure who walked out was the 8-armed divine demon king. This person's prestige and powerful aura burst forth. Instantly, he gave off an incomparably powerful pressure. In the entire Ryuma Federation, this person's cultivation could be ranked in the top 5. Prime Minister Tianhe faced this powerful 8-armed divine demon king, who was many times taller than him, and couldn't help but pause. He muttered, This is an auction. It's a fair competition. 8-armed divine demon king, what do you mean by this? The 8-armed divine demon king was about to speak when a leisurely voice rang out. Calm down, divine demon king. As Prime Minister Tianhe said, this is a fair competition. Don't break the rules. Hearing this voice, the 8-armed god-fiend king's expression flickered a few times before he angrily snorted and returned to his box. Then, he roared out a high price, 1 million. Follow me if you can. Prime Minister Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this person return. He bowed toward the box where the leisurely voice had come from and said, Thank you for upholding justice. Our Tianhe clan will pay 1.05 million. Just as Lan Xuanyu had expected, Prime Minister Tianhe had already made up his mind to obtain the dragon armor of destruction the moment it appeared. He was no fool. Naturally, he could tell that this was most suitable for the 8-armed divine demons. However, the destruction energy of a divine artifact was simply too attractive to him. The reason why it was difficult for the Tianhe race to produce a transcendent wasn't because of a lack of resources, but because of their low life rating. The life energy of Heaven Harmony planet was massive, but the level of life was limited. With this destruction divine artifact, it would be much easier to stimulate creation-level existences from the life energy. The cultivation of the Tianhe race was different from that of the dragon race. The dragon race used life energy to replenish their dragon race bloodline and raise their dragon power to improve themselves. Then, they would constantly temper themselves and raise their level. A powerful bloodline was their foundation. The Tianhe race, on the other hand, relied purely on life energy to cultivate. This was also the reason why their cultivation speed was so slow. Only by developing in the direction of life's origin would they have a chance to become even more powerful existences. But how could this be easy? This was also the reason why they had spent so much money to purchase the heaven-nourishing crystal. Therefore, even though he knew that the 8-armed god-fiend king was determined to obtain the dragon armor of destruction, Prime Minister Tianhe still made a move. He relied on the Tianhe race's deep foundation. He wanted to obtain the dragon armor of destruction. The heaven-nourishing crystal was a consumable item, but this divine artifact could be used continuously. If it was given to someone in the race who was qualified to use it, the chances of breaking through to a higher level in the future would be much higher. The Tianhe race was the Ryuma Federation's largest merchant and was best at calculations. Prime Minister Tianhe knew the significance of the dragon armor of destruction. It couldn't be calculated based on its surface value. 1.5 million. The 8-armed god-fiend king made another sky-high bid. Such a terrifying price had already caused everyone else to fall silent. Prime Minister Xianxia didn't panic. He looked at Star Moon Dragon Rider Li Jingyi and said in a deep voice, "Star Moon Dragon Rider, the price of this divine artifact has already exceeded 1 million Tenryu crystal coins. I feel that there's no problem in continuing the bidding. But auctions have their rules. If you can't pay for the item and just blindly raise the price, it will be detrimental to the entire auction. It will also affect the Federation's reputation. Therefore, I hope that the following auction will be conducted using physical currency. Not just words. To verify if there's real purchasing power. I bid 3 million Tenryu crystal coins. Physical currency." As he spoke, Prime Minister Xianxia waved his right hand. A card flew out from his hand and into the air. Immediately after, a dazzling light shone. Countless Tenryu crystal coins fell from the sky. They rushed out of the card and landed on the ground with a crash. In the blink of an eye, they had already piled up into a small mountain. 3 million? It was double the price of 1.5 million. Moreover, he had directly taken out cash. Just how rich and overbearing was this? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Only now did he realize that it wasn't that Prime Minister Xianxia couldn't compete with him. He just felt that it wasn't worth it. 3 million Tenryu crystal coins was simply too much. They had agreed to put on a show. As for the 8-armed God-fiend race, the 8-armed God-fiend king walked out of his private room once again. When he saw the 3 million Tenryu crystal coins piled up like a mountain, his entire aura turned gloomy. As a powerful warrior race, all the resources that the 8-armed God-fiend race needed in their early years were snatched. They didn't know how to produce, nor did they know how to manage. Apart from their powerful combat power, frankly speaking, they were really poor. It was the support of the dragon race and Tianma's resources that allowed them to no longer rely on snatching to survive. Although he was the leader of the race, he really couldn't take out 3 million Tenryu crystal coins at once. Prime Minister Xianxia was undoubtedly taking drastic measures. In fact, the 8-armed God-fiend king didn't even have 1.5 million Tenryu crystal coins. Just now, it was all empty talk. In any case, he didn't really need to pay. Who knew that Prime Minister Xianxia would do something like this? It really made him anxious. This set of God of Destruction dragon armor wasn't for himself, but for his son. At the level of transcendent grade, his body's strength wasn't inferior to a divine artifact. This divine artifact wouldn't be of much use. However, the war could start at any time. The defense of a divine artifact could ensure the survival and safety of his son as much as possible. At the same time, it could be used during the Ascension Tribulation. After the future rookie challenge, the 8-armed God-fiend Crown Prince was about to break through. If it was taken away by the Xianxia race, wouldn't he have to undergo the tribulation directly? One had to know that because of their heavy killing habits, the lightning tribulation that the 8-armed God-fiend race faced was always rather powerful. However, he really couldn't take out 3 million Tenryu crystal coins. God-fiend king, if you can take out more Tenryu crystal coins than this, then I'll admit defeat. This set of God of Destruction dragon armor is yours, Prime Minister Xianxia said with a smile. The 8-armed God-fiend king's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but in the next instant, his pupils contracted. He said coldly, "Do you really think I don't have it? Do you really think I don't have it?" As he spoke, the 8-armed God-demon king raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a card landed in his hand. Prime Minister Xianxia looked at him in shock. Does the 8-armed God-demon king really have so much cash? In the next instant, a huge amount of Tenryu crystal coins poured down. Instantly, the amount piled up was even more than Prime Minister Xianxia's. There was no need to report the amount. Just the volume alone was enough to tell how much there was. Prime Minister Xianxia was astonished. He didn't expect the 8-armed God-demon king to have so much cash. However, in the next instant, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the dragon race and Tianma boxes. The 8-armed God-demon king couldn't possibly have so much cash, but Tianma and dragon race definitely had it. It wouldn't be difficult for these super powerhouses who controlled the power of space to transfer a portion of the money to the 8-armed God-demon king. They were purposely preventing him from getting the divine dragon armor of destruction. As his thoughts raced, he was certain that this item was being auctioned to raise the price. There was no way he could get it. This was a shady deal. There was definitely a shady deal. However, he couldn't produce any evidence, and couldn't say anything. He could only suffer in silence. Prime Minister Tianhe's blue alternated between green and red. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and nodded at the 8-armed god demon king. You win. It's yours. As he spoke, his storage-type soul tool flashed and collected all the Tenryu crystal coins in front of him. Since there's no competition, this divine dragon armor of destruction belongs to the god demon king. Let's invite the god demon king to come up to collect this divine item. The 8-armed god demon king laughed and stepped forward. He was already on the competition stage. He snorted disdainfully in the direction of the Tianhe clan's box. A purplish-black light burst forth from his chest and turned into a pillar of light that enveloped the divine dragon armor of destruction. In the next instant, the divine dragon armor of destruction, which was worth more than 3 million Tenryu crystal coins, was collected by him. The competition for the second divine artifact had reached the climax. The competition between the leaders of the two clans had really made the spectators excited. However, the price of over 3 million Tenryu crystal coins also caused the auction to become even more shocking. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was impossible for the Tianhe race to obtain it. The divine dragon armor was likely meant for the 8-armed godfiend race. However, there were still many who felt uneasy, especially the Tianhe race's allies. However, he couldn't say anything about the rules. The auction continued. The star and moon dragon knight Li Jingyi smiled. That auction just now really made one's blood boil. But for those who didn't get a divine artifact, don't worry, we still have 5 divine artifacts behind us. Here, on behalf of the Federation, I would like to emphasize that today's auction is based on fairness and impartiality. Alright, let's move on to the next item. Based on fairness and impartiality, it was unknown how many people felt disdain in their hearts. Although the Dragon Race and Tianma didn't have much control over the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star, they had absolute control over what happened on the Tenryu Star and Tianma Star. The third auction item had been brought up to the stage. Under the cover of the red cloth, the item itself couldn't be seen. This is a very unique divine artifact. In the early years, a powerhouse of my race inadvertently obtained it on a planet outside the galaxy. Its attributes are very special. After obtaining it, no one has been able to truly unleash its power. Therefore, this divine artifact has always been displayed in the Dragon Race's warehouse. Today, at the Federation auction, there are many powerhouses from various races. There must be something suitable for it. So, let's take a look at the third divine artifact. The red cloth was slowly lifted, and a simple and unadorned plate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This plate was about a foot square, with a 1.5 meter long handle connected to the bottom. There were many strange patterns engraved on the plate. It looked black and didn't flicker with any light. This was a divine artifact? Compared to the previous divine artifacts, this plate didn't look very likable. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a divine artifact. Everyone, don't underestimate it. Next, let's do an experiment. Everyone will know that this plate is definitely a divine artifact. Let's invite Blue, who previously obtained a divine artifact, to help us. Blue, please come up. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect Li Jingyi to call him up. He stood up, walked forward quickly, and stepped onto the auction stage again. Li Jingyi raised her hand to signal, and Lan Xuanyu took out the plate. Li Jingyi said, I know that you're proficient in many types of abilities. We've experimented with this plate before. You can try to inject fire attribute dragon power into it first. Lan Xuanyu held the plate. This plate was heavier than he imagined, and it was cold to the touch. However, he couldn't feel any powerful energy contained in it. Fire attribute dragon power was injected, and in the next moment, the plate changed. A deep red color quickly spread on the plate, blooming. The entire plate began to burn. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the fire element was rapidly gathering in the plate, changing qualitatively, as if it was constantly being compressed. He subconsciously raised his hand. A red light had already shot into the sky, flashing in the air. Boom! The fire exploded in the air 1,000 meters away, filling the sky with a rain of fire. It was a spectacular sight. Elemental compression. Lan Xuanyu blurted out. After releasing the fire element, the plate returned to its original dark appearance. Try the water element again. Li Jingyi continued. Lan Xuanyu injected the water elements into the token, and sure enough, the water elements in the token were quickly compressed. The terrifying energy suddenly increased, and in the next moment, a blue ray of light soared into the sky. After it exploded in the air, a drizzle fell from the sky. Li Jingyi said, "We'll name this plate the Ice Fire God Plate." After experimenting, we found that when the water element or ice element is injected, as well as the fire element, there will be a strong compression. It will erupt with power several times the original energy injected. Moreover, the biggest characteristic of this divine artifact is its hardness. Even a transcendent expert would find it difficult to damage it. We've experimented before, injecting both ice and fire elements into it at the same time. At that time, the explosive power produced would be very terrifying, but it would be uncontrollable, so we had to give up. That's why I said before that no one can truly control its ability. If it can be made to have the same origin of ice and fire, the attack power will definitely be at the level of a true divine artifact. It can also be used as a weapon to block any level of attack on the battlefield. Ice Fire God Plate? Even in the hands of the stunning Princess Jinlong, in the eyes of the bidders, this was definitely not a good-looking divine artifact. Of course, the appearance of the divine artifact was not that important, but the key issue was that its hardness could be increased by the water element, ice element, and fire element alone. It could erupt with compressed explosive power. But that was it. Wasn't it a bit of a stretch to call such an item a divine artifact? There was a lot of discussion below the stage. Judging from the explosion just now, it could be released 1,000 meters away. It was indeed extraordinary. A pure fire element powerhouse could also use it. But the problem was that there were many weapons that could match its power. It was just that with the addition of hardness, it was not worth it to buy it as a divine artifact, right? This is a lesser divine artifact. Because it hasn't been completely developed yet, our starting price is relatively low. 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Alright, Lan, sorry to trouble you. Lan Xuanyu put the dark plate back into the protective shield, then returned to the private room. On the surface, he looked calm, and there was no change at all, but in fact, there was already a storm in his heart. Because he had just tried it, he could deeply feel the existence contained within the token. The Dragon Knights couldn't recognize it, so why could he? That was because he had encountered a similar existence before. What was contained in that tablet was not the ability to amplify the ice and fire elements at all. It was somewhat similar, but it was definitely not. That was clearly yin and yang. Yin and yang qi, yes, to truly activate the power of that tablet, one didn't need ice and fire elements, but yin and yang qi. This reminded Lan Xuanyu of Tang Yuge's yin-yang chaos bird. That was the only existence he knew that could possess both yin and yang qi at the same time. It was precisely because of the yin-yang chaos bird that Tang Yuge's martial soul evolved from the original 5 elements qilin to the heavenly stem qilin of the 5 elements. Then, if this divine artifact fell into Tang Yuge's hands and was activated by the yin-yang chaos bird's yin and yang qi, it should be able to truly unleash its power. The starting bid was 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. It looked like such a useless divine artifact. Lan Xuanyu's heart became hot again. The previous auction for the dragon armor of the god of destruction could be said to be vigorous, but the bidding for the ice-fire divine tablet in front of him had become sparse. Even though the atmosphere was already very lively, this existence that didn't feel like a divine artifact was really difficult to accept. Although it was cheap, everyone felt that cheap goods were not good goods. The key was that it was indeed useless. Regarding this, even the Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi knew in her heart. This time, in order to make up the numbers, it was said that there were many divine artifacts, but in reality, there weren't many divine artifacts that were truly worth fighting for. No matter how rich the dragon race and Tianma were, they wouldn't take out a truly outstanding divine artifact. There was no such thing as having too many divine artifacts. Their own race didn't even have enough. For a full 3 minutes, no one bid. Awkward. The divine artifact was going to be unsold? Is there anyone who wants to buy this divine artifact to go back and develop it? Please bid. Li Jingyi helplessly urged again. Still, no one bid. The Heavenly Harmony race also ceased all activity. As the wealthiest race, it was true that the Tianhe race had money, but they definitely wouldn't spend it recklessly. After another 2 minutes, Li Jingyi looked towards the dragon race box. Head of Tenryu nodded at her. Li Jingyi said, if that's the case, then, just as she said this, she saw Lan Xuanyu raise the number plate in his hand. Li Jingyi looked at Lan Xuanyu with some surprise, then a smile appeared on her face. Okay, someone has offered a base price of 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? In her opinion, this was to avoid awkwardness. This girl was really not bad. No one bid. That's right, still no one made a bid. It was too weak. 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins was not a small amount. In that case, 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins, going once, going twice, going thrice, deal. The mallet fell. Lan Xuanyu himself didn't expect that there would be a chance to pick up scraps. That shouldn't be the Ice and Fire Spirit Tablet, but the Yin and Yang Spirit Tablet. Although he wasn't completely sure that it would be useful against the Tang Yuga. But it wasn't impossible to give it a try with 100,000 Tenryu crystal coins. What if it was useful? That was a divine artifact. When Lan Xuanyu walked onto the stage again and grabbed the Yin and Yang Spirit Tablet that didn't have a strong aura at all, the audience couldn't help but discuss it. This Princess Jinlong appeared a bit too many times. Prime Minister Tenryu also frowned. Was this to save face for the dragon race, or was this divine artifact actually good? No, it shouldn't be. The former was more likely. The Yin and Yang Spirit Tablet didn't change in the slightest without energy being injected. It was just like a black iron tablet. When it fell into Lan Xuanyu's hands, he didn't stop and directly returned to the box. Lan is indeed intelligent. If you don't want this divine artifact later, you can hand it over to the clan. Head of Tenryu's voice sounded. Hearing his words, Lan Xuanyu knew that this person had misunderstood. This head of Tenryu, and even most of the bidders, would probably think that the dragon race wanted him to buy it back at the base price to save face. But he really wanted to buy it, and it was a bargain. Once the Tang Yuga could be used, who knew what kind of existence it would become? However, he didn't explain and just bowed to the head of Tenryu. Thank you, head of Tenryu. He wouldn't return it back. After the auction was over, it was only right to hurry up and pay the money. 3 out of the 7 divine artifacts had already been auctioned. The Eye of the God, which had great negative effects, the divine dragon armor of destruction, and this somewhat inexplicable Ice and Fire Spirit Tablet that didn't seem to be a divine artifact at all. For a moment, the enthusiasm of the bidding was completely ignited. The divine artifacts that were auctioned at the end would definitely be better than the ones that were auctioned at the beginning. The reason why the divine dragon armor of destruction was placed second was to increase the impulse of the bidding. After all, the Eye of the God was a little unreliable, wasn't it? According to this order, after the equally unreliable Ice and Fire Spirit Tablet, the 4th divine artifact should be very good. The Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi smiled slightly and said, the next divine artifact, even I am very tempted, but I don't think I can afford it. It's also very rare to be able to appear in this auction. Let's invite it up. The cart went on stage again. This time, the cart was very long. After the slender cart went on stage, a faint pressure was born. Li Jingyi restrained the smile on her face and said, as everyone knows, the Dragon Knights of the Dragon race use the Dragon Spear as a weapon in battle. Why is that? Because we have special channels to obtain very powerful items to make the Dragon Spear. And among the Dragon Spears, there are also high and low levels. The Dragon Spears that can reach the divine level are extremely rare. And our next auction item is one of them. Everyone may know that the Dragon Spear of our Dragon race can't be used by outsiders, but this one is different. Because it is wrapped in some particularly precious rare metals, and also borrowed the forging skills of several major races, it can be regarded as a test product, an attempt. And for this attempt, we have all taken out the best materials. In the end, this divine artifact-level dragon spear is not very suitable for our dragon race. Because the dragon power contained in it is not pure enough, but it can be used by any race. During the manufacturing process, our dragon race took out a white dragon bone as the main material of this dragon spear. It can be used by any race. If there are some races with the bloodline of our dragon race, then it will be the best configuration. Simply put, its most suitable user is actually a hybrid of our dragon race. So it's a bit strange. However, its power is undeniable and can be used by any race. As she spoke, she pulled the red cloth of the auction car beside her. Inside the protective cover, a slender dragon spear appeared. It was about 4.5 meters long, and its whole body emitted a faint white halo. On that white halo, dragon patterns were flowing, and a unique halo was contained in it. Lan Xuanyu could tell at a glance what material was used outside of the dragon spear's bones. It was the entire tip of the spear. The tip of the spear was made of metal and was engraved with layers of fine patterns. This could be said to be the equipment that Lan Xuanyu had seen before that had the densest number of runes and arrays engraved on it. A divine artifact made from white dragon bones, a hybrid? Could it be tailor-made for a madman? Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a strange feeling, as if there was a will of heaven in the unseen world. This auction seemed to be for the purpose of equipping him. The protective cover opened, and Li Jingyi grabbed the handle of the dragon spear. Suddenly, a passionate dragon roar sounded. On the auction stage, it was as if a huge dragon was about to soar into the sky, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Li Jingyi raised the dragon spear above her head and immediately, a dazzling spear light burst out. The spear light soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling rainbow that pierced through the sky. In an instant, it seemed to have pierced the sun. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu already understood why Li Jingyi said that this dragon spear was not suitable for the dragon race. When the power of this dragon spear erupted, the spear's shaft made of white dragon bones burst forth with a powerful dragon aura, but the energy emitted from the tip of the spear was filled with the smell of light. The blazing flames merged with the light energy behind them, turning into a special flame that had the aura characteristics of the dragon race, but it was also different. For ordinary god-rank powerhouses, such a divine weapon would definitely be of great help, but for transcendent dragon knights, it was not pure enough and could not be completely compatible with their attributes. Only dragon knights who were good at controlling light and fire could truly control it. In other words, this was definitely a good thing for ordinary god-rank powerhouses. But for transcendent powerhouses, they would be restricted when using it. And ordinary dragon race god-rank powerhouses were naturally not qualified to be given a divine weapon by the clan. Even if transcendent dragon knights liked this divine weapon, they would not be able to use it. That was why this divine artifact was auctioned this time. Its greatest advantage was that it could be used by any species. What Li Jingyi said about the hybrid species was not completely correct because the hybrid species needed the light attribute bloodline of the dragon race and a fire attribute bloodline to have the best effect. Where could one find such an existence? From the looks of it, this divine weapon was not the most suitable for Lu Feng. Lu Feng had the White Dragon King's bloodline and only met half of the conditions. But even so, this was still a divine weapon. Moreover, they were soul masters. Once Lu Feng became a god and had his 10th soul ring, wouldn't he be able to completely meet the needs of this divine weapon by fusing with a powerful fire attribute soul skill? Not only could divine weapons be customized for their users, but soul masters could also customize a soul skill for their divine weapons. This was not too much, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Of course, it also depended on the price. From the applicability of this divine artifact, it could be guessed that the difference in value between this divine artifact and the previous one was like heaven and earth. The starting price is 300,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Each bid must be at least 10,000 crystal coins. Let's begin. Sure enough, the starting price announced by Li Jingyi widened the gap between this divine tool and the Ice Fire Spirit tablet. Lan Xuanyu's premonition was correct. The auction had just begun, but it had already reached its climax. 400,000. The first bidder directly gave a high price of 400,000. A divine artifact that could be used for all purposes was a truly meaningful divine artifact. In the eyes of many people, this divine artifact was the only one that could truly be called a divine artifact among all the divine artifacts that had been brought out today. Even if the user could not display the full power of this divine artifact, at least this divine artifact did not have any side effects. And from the shocking spear light just now, it could be seen that the destructive power of this divine artifact was at the level of a divine artifact. The Star Moon Dragon Knight Li Jing was probably not of the light attribute. She had only used her own energy to activate this divine artifact, and it had already exploded with such shocking destructive power. Therefore, this was not only a divine artifact, but also an attack-type divine artifact. This was even more rare. The price continued to rise. This time, it was not just a few big shots who participated in the auction, but most of the big shots. Even Tianma's private room rang out with a bid. Clearly, Tianma could also use this flame dragon spear. 800,000. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, this divine artifact had been raised to a high price of 800,000. To an expert, having an additional divine artifact meant that their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. And these top experts from various clans were the ones who could truly afford the price. Although the divine dragon armor of destruction had been auctioned at a high price of more than 3 million, that auction had already had a component of battle chi in it. The ones who were truly suitable to use the divine dragon armor of destruction were the 8-armed divine demon clan and the Tianhe clan. But this dragon spear could be used in a wide range of areas. In an instant, all the financial resources were displayed. 1 million. It broke through 1 million. As soon as he heard the price break through 1 million, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but frown. 1 million heavenly dragon crystal coins was something he could afford right now. However, he had already obtained 3 divine artifacts in succession. If he used an extremely high price to purchase this divine artifact, not to mention what the outside world would think, what would Dragon Knight 2 think of him? The dragon riders would more or less doubt his motives, right? Although in terms of attributes, Lan Xuanyu really had both light and fire attributes, if he obtained this divine weapon, it didn't seem reasonable that he didn't use this dragon spear on the battlefield when the war with the Deep Red region broke out. However, he had a way to deal with it. He would wait and see what the final price range was before deciding whether or not to participate. 1,100,000. 1,150,000. 1,300,000. When Lan Xuanyu heard this price, he decided to give up. Although he still had quite a bit of Tenryu crystal coins, for him, the auction tomorrow was the main event. Tomorrow was the auction of heavenly treasures. What was the most powerful thing about the Dragon Horse Galaxy? It was the planet's high level of life. The heavenly treasures nurtured here were more than a single level higher than those of the Douluo Federation. His wish was to let more powerhouses in the wings of the 33 heavens and even the Douluo Federation advance to the god rank. In that case, obtaining more heavenly treasures that could help him increase his cultivation, especially those that could help him break through to the god rank, was even more important than the divine artifact. This was the most important resource for the Douluo Federation. He still had a huge amount of money on him, and tomorrow he would have the opportunity to obtain even more heavenly treasures. For every heavenly treasure, the human world could have one more god-rank powerhouse. This was what humans lacked the most. No matter how good a divine artifact was, it was still just a piece of equipment. 1,500,000 Tenryu crystal coins, with the current purchasing power, it was even possible to buy heavenly treasures that could allow many human powerhouses to advance to the god rank. Therefore, at this price, Lan Xuanyu decided to give up. 1,500,000 Tenryu crystal coins, it was too expensive. Moreover, the auction wasn't over yet. Although he had already made up his mind, he was still very reluctant. After all, this dragon spear was suitable for him to use. But he was helpless at this time, and with the fact that his Tenryu crystal coins were limited, he had no choice but to make a choice. Bai Xiuxiu repeatedly looked at Lan Xuanyu. Whatever Lan Xuanyu thought of, she had most likely thought of as well. She also knew that Lan Xuanyu still had enough Tenryu crystal coins on him. Wouldn't he be able to get it? Lan Xuanyu gently shook his head at her. Douluo Continent, for Ultimate Douluo, Volume 26 will be released in January. Readers, please look forward to it, For more information, please follow our WeChat public account. In the end, the Prime Minister of the Xianxia race raised the price of 1.75 million. Putting aside the success rate of this person's auction, the fact that he had made repeated bids was a clear indication of how wealthy the Xianxia race was. 1.8 million. Another bid rang out from the Tianma box. 1.85 million. Prime Minister Xianxia called out the price almost without hesitation. The Tianma box fell silent. This price was no longer worth it. 1.85 million going once, 1.85 million going twice, 1.85 million going thrice. Bang! The mallet fell, and the deal was sealed. Prime Minister Xianxia had finally won a divine artifact. The instant the mallet fell, Lan Xuanyu still felt a little unreconciled. This divine artifact was really quite suitable. But the price was too high, too high. How much did the 3 divine artifacts he had won before cost? How much was this one? Forget it, he would give up for now. He would think about it later. The 4th divine artifact reached new heights. Although it didn't surpass the value of the divine dragon armor of destruction, there were many people participating in the auction this time. It fully demonstrated how much of a market there was for divine artifacts. Li Jingyi didn't pause and immediately announced the 5th divine artifact. Another card entered the arena. When this card appeared in the arena, a strange smell silently bloomed, as if the protective barrier could not stop it. The Star and Moon Dragon Knight smiled. The next divine artifact is also a very special one. Relatively speaking, its range of application is somewhat narrow, but it has an extremely special characteristic. This divine artifact came from Tianma, and its deeper origins are unknown. Everyone, please take a look. As she spoke, she lifted the red cloth. On the cart was a protective barrier only 1.5 feet in diameter. Inside it was a set of strange divine artifacts. Yes, a set, because there were 2 of them. It was a pair of gloves, entirely dark gold. On the back of the hands, there was a pattern inlaid with fine gemstones. Under the radiance of the gemstones, the triangular pattern gave off a 3-dimensional feeling. But it was full of a sharp aura. Just a glance at it made one feel as if one's consciousness was about to be pierced. The Star Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi said, "This divine artifact is called the Hand of the Sharp God." Its effect was very strange. When the user wore it, any weapon they used would be imbued with a powerful penetrative effect. Its penetrative power was so strong that it could instantly turn ordinary iron into a divine weapon. Therefore, its function was to bestow sharpness. The prerequisite was that the weapon it could bestow was not of the metal type. At the same time, the Sharp God's hand did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. One had to be careful. Once it was damaged, it could not be repaired. It is said that during the refining process of this divine artifact, this characteristic appeared by coincidence. Bestowed by sharpness, powerful penetration. Hearing this feature, the bidders immediately fell into a heated discussion. It was because this divine artifact sounded a little useless. Although it wasn't like the Ice Fire Spirit tablet, which was so useless that it didn't even look like a divine artifact, the effect it gave to other weapons seemed to be a little weak. After all, when one reached the God grade or even the Transcendent grade, everyone's attack power was not weak. Moreover, it was more of an overall battle. The sharpness of the glove meant that it needed to be complemented by other weapons, but they couldn't be of the metal type. If it wasn't metal, then what was it? It wasn't impossible, but it was a little troublesome. Moreover, it only increased the penetration. It also depended on the strength of the weapon itself. As expected, after a powerful divine artifact, it was a useless divine artifact. The enthusiasm of the auctioneers immediately dropped. Li Jingyi didn't say anything more about this divine artifact. She only smiled and said, "Let's start the auction. The starting price is 200,000 Tenryu crystal coins. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000 Tenryu crystal coins." It was lower than the previous Flame Dragon Spear, but it was much higher than the Ice Fire Spirit tablet. 210,000. The bid still appeared immediately. After all, this was also a universal divine artifact. After all, it was a divine artifact. With the sharpness and penetrating effect, the divine artifact level wouldn't be too bad. 220,000. The enthusiasm of the auction couldn't be compared to the previous flame dragon spear. The numbers were jumping up and down. Back then, Ho Dingzhong had told him that the price of a normal divine artifact was around 400,000 to 500,000 Tenryu crystal coins. It was impossible for every divine artifact to be bought cheaply like the Yin Yang Spirit Tablet and the Azure Ice Seal Sword because of their troublesome negative effects. The price of the Sharp God's Hand slowly rose. Gradually, the bidding speed began to accelerate. 300,000. The price began to break the 300,000 mark. Lan Xuanyu's divine sense swept out and silently felt the position of the bids, especially to see if Prime Minister Tian He continued to bid. Prime Minister Tian He remained silent about this divine artifact that gave the sharpness. He had no intention of buying it. Obviously, this divine artifact wasn't to his liking. 350,000. Is there anyone who continues to bid? At present, the price of this divine artifact is only 350,000. Li Jingyi asked on the stage. She had some doubts about this divine artifact. Before the auction began, she had naturally evaluated these divine artifacts. Among them, the Ice Fire Spirit Tablet, which was the Yin Yang Spirit Tablet in Lan Xuanyu's heart, was definitely the most difficult to auction, because it was a stretch to call it a divine artifact. The price wouldn't be high. Then, the Eye of the God was not easy to sell. The negative effects were too annoying. The Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword was actually lower than expected. And the one in front of him was also lower than expected. Bestowed with the sharpness, the effect of this hand of the Sharp God was actually very strong. This pair of gloves was effective for any divine rank expert. However, in the dragon race, the requirements for the sharpness were not high. True god-level experts mostly relied on large-scale attacks and long-range energy attacks to display their strength. There was no need to get close, and weapons were mainly used to increase energy. It made their overall output more powerful. Therefore, it was certain that the Sharp God's hand would not be too enthusiastic, but he didn't expect it to be so low. According to the original estimate, in an occasion like the Dragon Horse auction, the price of the Sharp God's hand should be able to sell for at least 500,000, but the current price was only 350,000. 350,000, going once. Seeing that there were no more bids, Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi began to shout the number. With her status, it was naturally impossible for her to be entangled with an auction item. At this moment, a number plate was raised. 360,000. Li Jingyi looked in the direction of the number plate and immediately revealed a look of surprise. Was this girl going to be a divine artifact professional? The one who raised the number plate was none other than Lan Xuanyu. In fact, he had been waiting for the final price of this divine artifact to come out. Therefore, when he saw that he had started to count down, he made his move to increase the price. On the other side, the bidder who originally thought that he was about to get his hands on this divine artifact was obviously stunned. Was this a new price? 370,000. He was unwilling to give up and added another hand. This time, Lan Xuanyu did not raise the price by leaps and bounds, but only added 10,000 to the original price. 380,000. The other party stopped and did not continue to add. After all, the limitations of the Sharp God's hand were still relatively large. It would not be worth it to go any higher. 380,000, going once, going twice, 380,000, going thrice. Pa. Sold. When Li Jingyi fell the hammer, she had a strange feeling. The divine artifacts auctioned today were the Azure Ice Seal Divine Sword, the Eye of the God of Heaven, the Ice Fire Spirit Tablet, the Destruction God's Dragon Armor, the Flame Dragon Spear, and the Sharp God's hand in front of her. And among these 6 divine artifacts, 4 were actually taken by Lan, which was more than any of the leaders of the large clans. Although this was related to the limitations of the divine artifacts, Lan's frequent actions were also acceptable. One was rich, and in addition, her luck was good. If the valuable Pegasus Guardian gem was included, this time, she had taken quite a lot of good things. Bidders, please come on stage to collect the divine artifacts. Lan Xuanyu didn't go out this time. She went out too often, so Bai Shoushou went up. Although there were still many people who knew him and Bai Xiuxiu at the same time, it would be different if he changed his appearance. Moreover, it could also make the Dragon Knights think that this divine artifact was bought for Bai Xiuxiu to enhance Bai Xiuxiu's combat strength. Bai Xiuxiu came to the stage, opened the shield, and took the pair of dark gold gloves into her hands. The gloves were very soft and delicate, and there was no special aura coming from them. There was only a faint feeling of thickness and obscure energy fluctuations contained in them. After Bai Xiuxiu greeted the Star and Moon Dragon Knights, she returned to the Dragon Race box. Lan Xuanyu gave her a look, and Bai Xiuxiu put the Sharp God's hands into her storage-type soul tool. In this regard, the head of Tenryu and the Dragon Knights didn't have much to say. The Sharp God's hands were more or less useful. The Dragon Knights didn't think much of it, mainly because even if the divine dragon armor wasn't at the divine level, it still included gloves. If this divine artifact was wearing the divine dragon armor, it couldn't be worn. And if one didn't wear the divine dragon armor, the enhancement of these gloves would definitely not be as good as the divine dragon armor. It was because of these reasons that this divine artifact could be sold at the auction. It's just something worth a few $100,000. If you like it, then sell it. A woman's desire to shop is really strong. In their opinion, no matter how talented Lan Xiuxiu was, she was still a little girl. With 4 divine artifacts in hand, Lan Xuanyu's regret of losing the flame dragon spear was immediately made up for by a lot. This Sharp God's hands was not for Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu had the ice-devouring divine dragon armor, so she didn't need this thing at all. How could he be impulsive? Among Shrek's 7 monsters, there was only one person who was most suited to use the Sharp God's hand, and that was Yuan and Hui Hui. Sharpness penetration can be bestowed on any weapon. Naturally, it can be bestowed on bows and arrows. Yuan and Hui Hui's Elven King's Bow itself was a divine artifact. It could produce arrows of various attributes and produce a great enhancement. The higher the cultivation base, the stronger Yuan and Hui Hui's strength would be. Since the hand of the Sharp God could add sharpness to weapons, then it could definitely add sharpness to the Elven King's Bow. In other words, the arrows shot by Yuan and Hui Hui in the future, under the enhancement of this divine artifact, would have super strong penetration. This was the greatest benefit of using a divine artifact. Compared to the flame dragon spear, this divine artifact was even more significant to Lan Xuanyu and the others. Lan Xuanyu had already made up his mind. As long as it was within 1 million Tenryu crystal coins, he must obtain this divine artifact. Luck was still on his side. He only spent 350,000 Tenryu crystal coins to obtain this divine artifact. So far, the 4 divine artifacts he had obtained were not worth as much as the flame dragon spear. Lan Xuanyu secretly rejoiced. On the stage, Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi's voice rose a bit. The next divine artifact is the final item of today's auction. Together with the next main item, they are the 2 most valuable divine artifacts of today's auction. Before we finally decided to take out these 2 divine artifacts, we went through many discussions internally. In the end, we decided to take these 2 extremely precious divine artifacts out for auction in order to celebrate the establishment of the Federation. Therefore, the strong bidders should be prepared. Let's bring out our final item. Soon, a huge trolley was slowly pushed out. From the uniform coverage of the red cloth, it could be seen that there was a protective cover below. As for what was inside the protective cover, it was hard to guess. The size of the protective cover did not determine the size of the items inside. Lan Xuanyu looked at the cart that was pushed out on the stage and had a plan in his heart. After hearing Li Jingyi's words, he had already secretly decided that no matter how good or how useful these 2 divine weapons were, he would not make a move on them. Buying 4 divine artifacts was already showing off his abilities. After all, this was the Ryuma Federation's auction. Although it seemed that the transaction value was very high. But in fact, when the dragon race participated in the auction, the various races still gave face and did not fight over it. But at the end of the auction, if he still made a move on the most valuable item, it would be somewhat insensible. The Dragon Knights would probably have a problem with him. Therefore, no matter what the final 2 items were, he decided to give up and not participate. On the stage, Li Jingyi said, "Our final divine artifact does not have any side effects. At the same time, it is universal. Under this premise, anyone who obtains it will be greatly enhanced. Its greatest function is to transform. Therefore, we also call it a transformation divine artifact. It can filter the baptism of heavenly thunder when breaking through the realm and absorb the power of heavenly thunder, turning it into the purest energy and injecting it into the body of a living being to help it pass the tribulation and become a god. This divine artifact was personally created by the first generation of dragon knights. It is of great significance to the dragon race. Many of our clansmen finally passed the tribulation with the help of this divine artifact. Its value is not something that can be measured with money. We have named it the Heaven and Earth Inverting Cover. It has the miraculous effect of reversing heaven and earth and assisting one to become a god. Hearing Li Jingyi's words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but sit up straight. Although he had already guessed that the value of the last two divine artifacts would definitely not be low, he didn't expect them to be such powerful existences. Assisting one to become a god. This was assisting one to become a god. In other words, with this divine artifact, when one reached the tribulation level, one did not need to worry about not succeeding. They could use it to reach the god rank. Lan Xuanyu felt hot blood rush to his head. If he could get this divine artifact, how many god-rank powerhouses would be born in the Douluo Federation? This, should he get it at all costs, but Li Jingyi's next words poured a bucket of cold water on him. On the stage, the Star and Moon Dragon Knight continued, the Heaven and Earth Inverting Cover can be used once every 3 years. After use, it needs to be replenished with a large amount of life energy. Its maximum tolerance is the peak of the 4-colored lightning tribulation. If it faces a 7-colored lightning tribulation, there is a probability of it being damaged. Because the materials used to create this divine artifact are too precious, even we are unable to repair it now. Therefore, it is recommended that when using it, try to resist the 4-colored lightning tribulation as much as possible. Only 4-colored lightning tribulation? Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood why the dragon race was willing to take out such a powerful divine artifact. In the dragon race, it was not that there were no 4-colored lightning tribulations. If the lower dragon race cultivated to become a god, they would generally face a 4-colored lightning tribulation. The best of the middle dragon race could only face 1 or 2 7-colored lightning tribulations. And for the upper dragon race, there would be at least 1 7-colored lightning tribulation. Therefore, although this divine artifact was useful for the dragon race, it was not that useful. After all, the dragon race had strong physiques, and the probability of failing the tribulation was not high. Moreover, this divine artifact could not be used indefinitely. It could only be used once every 3 years, and a large amount of life energy had to be replenished. It was not difficult to replenish life energy. The key was that even the Dragon Knight on the Tenryu star said that there was a large amount of life energy. How much life energy would there be on the Douluo star? It could be used, but there were many restrictions. It was definitely not a problem to use it once every 3 years on the Tenryu star, but it was hard to say in the Douluo Federation. Of course, this divine artifact was still very useful, and it was not impossible to collect life energy. It was just not as good as imagined. Last week, we learned that one of our book friends, who is also a minor character in the Shrek 7 monsters that everyone is familiar with, is currently receiving treatment in the hospital due to severe depression. I hope that she can be as strong as she is in the book, and be able to walk out quickly to feel the warmth of this world. There will always be a group of caring companions by her side. If everyone can give her some warmth and encouragement after reading this, she will see it. Today is also Christmas Eve, and I wish all the brothers and sisters of the Tangmen a smooth and safe journey. Lan Xuanyu calmed down and understood why the dragon race would auction this divine artifact. For powerful races like the dragon race, Tianma, and even the 8-armed divine demon race, this divine artifact that could be said to be used for metamorphosis wasn't very useful. True powerhouses would definitely disdain using this divine artifact to help them pass through their tribulations. Even if it could filter out the impurities, without the tempering of heavenly lightning, they would only be the weakest god-tier powerhouse after becoming a god. However, for those relatively weak races, especially those with ordinary talent, becoming a god was a whole new world. Not to mention other things, the most obvious benefit was a substantial increase in lifespan. Then there was the matter of increasing one's strength. Therefore, the attraction of this divine artifact would definitely surpass all the previous divine artifacts, even more powerful than the final item. For those who were rich but didn't have the strength of their own race, this was simply a divine artifact among divine artifacts. It had to be said that the dragon race had put a lot of thought into the auction of these 7 divine artifacts. One of them was good, while the other was of little value. According to this order, even the final item was likely to be of little value. But at this time, the final item that was taken out was definitely a good item. How could it not cause a stir? The red cloth was lifted, revealing a metal sphere within the huge shield. This metal sphere had a diameter of about 4 meters. Most races would be able to hide within it. As soon as he saw this size, Lan Xuanyu knew why the dragon race didn't want it. This thing couldn't be entered by the lower dragon race or the middle dragon race. He had already guessed that when this divine artifact was first developed, it was actually aimed at the upper dragon race. However, this divine artifact's resistance wasn't as strong as imagined. It could only resist 4-colored elemental lightning tribulations. It would be very difficult to encounter heavenly tribulations. So in the dragon race, this was of little value. No wonder the dragon race was willing to take out such a good item. There were so many twists and turns in this. On the stage, the star and moon dragon knight Li Jingyi could clearly feel the boiling enthusiasm below the stage. Many of the powerful races sitting in the first row had excited gazes, and the most enthusiastic were those sitting in the second row. They all had a certain level of strength, foundation, and wealth. This divine artifact that could help them become gods was simply an auspicious sign for them. Now, who knew how many people had the words at all costs in their minds? When this divine artifact was taken out, it wasn't targeted at a single race, but at many races, especially the rich ones. Although the auction had not yet begun, Li Jingyi could already imagine that when this item was auctioned, it would definitely be a scene of carnage. Next, let's start the auction cover. The starting price is... At this point, Li Jingyi paused for a moment. Then, an astronomical price appeared in her voice. 2 million Sky Dragon Crystal Coins. Yes, 2 million. It was fully deserving of being the finale divine artifact and the most expensive one. However, the price of 2 million Sky Dragon Crystal Coins did not diminish the enthusiasm of those who desired it. Each bid must not be less than 100,000 Sky Dragon Crystal Coins. Let the auction begin. Li Jingyi did not delay any further and directly announced the start of the auction for this divine artifact. 3 million. The first price raised the enthusiasm of the audience to the extreme. Bai Xiuxiu gently nudged Lan Xuanyu when she heard that this divine artifact was being auctioned. If she could get this divine artifact, it would be a very good choice to assist her companions or give it to the Federation. However, as soon as the starting price was announced, she knew that it was over. There was no chance. Lan Xuanyu glanced at her, his expression unchanged. However, he also felt a little helpless in his heart. Previously, he thought that he was quite rich. Zhang Chujia gave him 5 million Tenryu crystal coins at once, and he used less than 1 million to get 4 divine artifacts. This showed the purchasing power of Tenryu crystal coins. However, at this moment, when the real divine artifact appeared, his little money seemed to be stretched thin. These large clans had finally displayed their immense strength. Lan Xuanyu's greatest selfishness was actually to let his adoptive parents use the heaven and earth inverting shroud if he really got it. With the resources he currently had, it was not impossible to help his adoptive parents cultivate to the god rank. With this heaven and earth inverting shroud, he could help them become the most ordinary god rank. The greatest benefit was that it could greatly increase their lifespan. God rank powerhouses could live for at least 500 years in the Douluo Federation. If they took care of themselves properly, they could even live for 1,000 years. Apart from that, he did not think that it was a good thing to have this divine artifact to help one cultivate to the god rank. God rank powerhouses who had not been polished had no other benefits other than an increase in their lifespan. This divine artifact was naturally a good thing, but he could not get it now. 3,500,000. 4 million. 4,500,000. Bai Xiuxiu's eyes were already starting to see value. In less than a minute, the price of the heaven and earth inverting shroud had already risen from the starting price of 2 million Tenryu crystal coins to 4,500,000 Tenryu crystal coins. It was about to break through 500. Moreover, there were no increments of 100,000 or 100,000. They were all increments of 500,000. Almost everyone participating in the auction had already stood up, afraid that their number plates would not be seen on the stage. It was not that there were no increments of 100,000, but their bids were quickly drowned out by even higher bids. Because there were so many people participating, Li Jingyi on the stage was calling out numbers of 500,000. 5 million Tenryu crystal coins. The barrier of 5 million Tenryu crystal coins was broken. At this moment, Prime Minister Xianxia from the Xianxia race walked out of the private room again and raised the number plate in his hand. 6 million. He directly increased the bid by 1 million. That's right, this divine artifact was definitely a divine artifact among divine artifacts for the Xianxia race, whose planet was filled with boundless life energy. It was extremely suitable. At this moment, Prime Minister Xianxia's eyes were slightly red. This divine artifact was something he had to obtain no matter what. As long as he could obtain this divine artifact, it meant that every 100 years, the Xianxia race would be able to produce at least 33 heavenly realm powerhouses. After a few hundred years, that would be over 100 god-level existences. Moreover, as the upper echelons, everyone had relatives and descendants. With this item, their descendants would be able to become divine generals and have a meteoric rise. With one slot every 3 years, the biggest beneficiaries would definitely be those who stood at the very top. 7 million. Another high bid appeared. An existence with a head full of tentacles walked out of the private room. It was the ruler of the Yukong race, the Yukong monarch. The Yukong monarch had personally come to participate in today's auction. Apart from the void origin crystal that had appeared previously, he had been relatively quiet and had not made many moves. Now, he had actually called out such a high price. When these two bids that directly increased the bid by 1 million appeared, the number of other bidders decreased sharply. After all, there were only a few races that could come up with so many Tenryu crystal coins. Moreover, this was not the end yet. The Xianxia race had the largest commercial alliance and their businesses spread throughout the entire galaxy. They were definitely rich. The Yukong race was not to be outdone. Although they had now lost the production of void origin crystals and the space worms. However, the Yukong race had existed for many years. With the help of the void origin crystals produced by the space worms, they continued to evolve and improve. At the same time, they were accumulating wealth. The expensive void origin crystals had brought them a huge amount of wealth. They had accumulated a lot of wealth and were among the best in the entire Ryuma Federation. The inverse universe shroud also had a special meaning to the Yukong race. Now that the Yukong race had lost the space worms, they could only collect the void origin crystals that they already had. However, no matter what, they were running out of money. Without the void source crystal, it would be much more difficult for them to evolve and ascend to godhood. The inverse universe shroud was undoubtedly a shortcut for them to become gods. Therefore, when the Yukong race saw this divine artifact, they were also determined to obtain it. Now that 2 of the top 10 races were facing off against each other, the atmosphere became tense. Tianma and the dragon race were in a similar situation. They weren't interested in this divine artifact, or they wouldn't have come out. The 8-armed divine demons were in a similar situation. Powerful races like the Mantis race also liked it. They were numerous, but there weren't many true powerhouses among them. But when the price exceeded 5 million, the Golden Mantis King sat down, because they were poor too. At this moment, the Golden Mantis King looked at Prime Minister Xianxia and the Yukong monarch with green eyes. He really wanted to rob them. Prime Minister Xianxia turned to look at the Yukong monarch. Their gazes met in the air, sparks flying. 8 million. Prime Minister Xianxia said coldly. The Yukong monarch's expression didn't change. 9 million. The Star and Moon Dragon Knight, who was hosting the auction, didn't say anything. She was speechless. As a Dragon Knight, she didn't think much of the inverted heaven and earth shroud. Although she expected this divine artifact to fetch a high price, she didn't expect it to be this expensive. This was simply, you have the money, you come. 10 million. Prime Minister Xianxia didn't hesitate to shout out a terrifying price. Normally, one could buy a divine artifact for 4 to 500,000. 10 million was the price of 20 divine artifacts. Of course, divine artifacts were priceless, and it wasn't possible to buy that many. However, 10 million Sky Dragon crystal coins, this price was truly too horrifying. Even with the wealth of the dragon race, 10 million Tenryu was equivalent to a main city's annual income. From this, one could see just how wealthy the Xianxia race was. The two big shots increased the price very quickly. From 5 million to 10 million, it took less than a minute. The Yukong monarch's breathing became heavy as he glared at Prime Minister Xianxia, gnashing his teeth. Prime Minister Xianxia sneered inwardly. The Yukong race was just sitting there eating. Would you dare? 11 million. The Yukong monarch gritted his teeth and finally called out the next price. Prime Minister Xianxia still didn't hesitate. 12 million. You. The Yukong monarch was enraged. His aura was clearly unstable, and his powerful aura soared into the sky, turning into faint silver fragments. The powerhouses in charge of the dragon race and Tianma's bodyguards quickly stood between the two bosses. If the two started fighting, the auction wouldn't continue. If you have the money, then pay. If you don't, then keep quiet. Prime Minister Tian, he said coldly. 12 million Sky Dragon crystal coins was something he felt the pinch for. This was already an astronomical figure, but he felt that it was worth it. To him, obtaining the ability to raise the power of the divine artifact. No matter how many divine artifacts you have, you still need enough manpower to use them. The Xianxia clansmen had poor physiques, and this was their greatest pain. If they could give birth to more deity rank experts, then the descendants of these deity rank experts would have better physiques. In the long run, their race would transform and evolve. This was the foundation of their strength. The Xianxia race was most opposed to the establishment of the Ryuma Federation because of their wealth and the rapid development of their race over the years. With their current rate of development, the Xianxia race was confident that they could become the true rulers of the Dragon Horse Galaxy in a few hundred years or even longer. The technology they were secretly researching was already the most advanced in the Ryuma Federation. In terms of technological research, the Xianxia race was the first to invest, and they also invested the most. The Yukong monarch hesitated. He knew very well how much money he could mobilize. There was still the auction tomorrow. If he spent all his money today. More importantly, he might not even be able to buy it. In terms of wealth, he really couldn't compare to the Xianxia race. A dejected look appeared on the Yukong monarch's face. He looked coldly at Prime Minister Xianxia. His expression and aura returned to normal as he returned to his box. The Yukong monarch clenched his fists tightly. Not much time had passed since they lost the space worm, but the Yukong race as a whole had long been unstable. He suspected that it was a race more powerful than him. That had done it. How could the space worm disappear just like that? Without the space worm, the foundation of the Yukong race had been shaken. Prime Minister Xianxia looked at the Star Moon Dragon Knight on the stage, smiled, and made an inviting gesture. Li Jingyi was also secretly speechless. 12 million. How rich? 12 million Tenryu crystal coins. Is there a higher bid? Li Jingyi asked as a matter of routine. The eyes of many of the bidders behind him had already turned red. Who didn't want this divine artifact? It was just that they were embarrassingly short of money and couldn't afford it. Prime Minister Xianxia couldn't care less about the jealousy of others. Getting this divine artifact was definitely a good thing for the Xianxia race. The only pity was that they didn't get the divine dragon armor of destruction. He would privately discuss it with the 8-armed divine demons later. As long as they were willing to sell it, it didn't matter if the price was a little higher. With the divine dragon armor of destruction aiding in cultivation and the inverse universe shield aiding in tribulation transcendence, there was hope for the race to become stronger. At this thought, Prime Minister Xianxia was smug. Whether it was the divine dragon armor of destruction or the inverse universe shield, this auction was already worth it if he could get one of them. As for the Tenryu crystal coins that he had spent, money was just a worldly possession. He could earn more. 12 million Tenryu crystal coins, going once. Li Jingyi began the countdown. This price was simply too frightening. Furthermore, Prime Minister Xianxia seemed to be holding back. To be able to become a representative of each race, no one would be impulsive. Furthermore, there were very few people who could afford this divine artifact. 12 million Tenryu crystal coins, going twice. 12 million Tenryu crystal coins, going thrice. Pa. The mallet fell and the deal was done. Prime Minister Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the final sound of the mallet. His face was filled with excitement. Without Li Jingyi's urging, he had already stepped onto the stage. His storage-type soul tool was enveloped in light, and he directly stored the inverse universe shield into his own storage-type soul tool. He smiled at the audience. His short stature actually gave off a sense of stalwart. He floated back to the ground and returned to his box. The finale item, the inverse universe shield, had reached an unprecedented price in the entire history of the Ryuma Federation. After this auction, everyone was panting. 12 million. It was too frightening. The price of a divine artifact had been hyped up to such a high price. Not to mention the representatives of the smaller races, even the head of Tenryu was a little moved. The Xianxia clan was actually so rich, it was a pity that the method to create the inverse universe shield had been lost. Otherwise, wouldn't they have struck it rich if they made a few more? The atmosphere in the dragon race box was a little strange. Even if it was the dragon race, it was almost impossible to auction a divine artifact at such a price. It was too expensive. The Xianxia clan was really rich. The head of Tenryu, Jiang Weiqiang, turned to look at the Dawn Dragon Knight, Zhong Zicheng. The two of them exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions. The head of Tenryu's eyes flashed coldly, while Zhong Zicheng's expression was calm. After hearing the price of 4 million, Lan Xuanyu didn't pay much attention to the auction. However, he saw the exchange of glances between the head of Tenryu and the Dawn Dragon Knight. As the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The Xianxia clan's performance in this auction was a little too radical. Of course, they had their reasons for being radical. After all, they hadn't really integrated into the Ryuma Federation yet. They were willing to pay such a high price for this auction, which was actually more obvious than their intention to resist the establishment of the Federation. No one was a fool, and they could all see it. However, the Xianxia clan probably didn't know what the Ryuma Federation was going to do next. The Xianxia Prime Minister was taking one step at a time. Lan Xuanyu didn't know the specific plan, but he could already guess that the Xianxia clan was in trouble this time. Merry Christmas to everyone. On the stage, the Star and Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi let out a long sigh and smiled. I really didn't expect to witness such a miracle. Before the auction began, I didn't expect it to be so high either. Thank you, Prime Minister Tianyu, for your generosity. Now, let us begin with today's final auction item, the grand finale of today's auction. We've already auctioned off 7 divine artifacts. However, these 7 divine artifacts were basically all demigod and god artifacts. Even the Qianquan topsy-turvy shroud we just auctioned off is a god artifact. If it were a high god artifact, it wouldn't have appeared in today's auction. Indeed, if it were a high god artifact, the Qianquan topsy-turvy shroud, then it should be able to help the high god dragon race overcome their tribulation. How could the dragon race possibly sell it off? As the grand finale of today's auction, the next item we're auctioning off will be the highlight of today's auction, as well as the one and only true high god artifact. High god artifact? A high god artifact was being auctioned off, Li Jingyi said. In our god-level world, there's a saying that high god artifacts are true divine artifacts. The power of a high god artifact can only be fully unleashed by a true transcendent. In other words, only a high god artifact can withstand the full power of a transcendent while still being able to unleash the full power of a transcendent. Even in our race, the number of high god artifacts we have can be counted on one hand. For the sake of auctioning off this high god artifact, we had to go through many negotiations before finally coming to a decision. Prime Minister Xianxia, who had already returned to his seat and was rather pleased with himself, couldn't help but perk up his ears. A high god artifact? There was actually a high god artifact being auctioned off? The dragon race really was going all out. Or was it that they needed more money to establish the Ryuma Federation? They were even auctioning off a high god artifact? Even head of Tenryu only had 1 or 2 high god artifacts, right? Li Jingyi was right. A high god artifact was a true divine artifact. This was the difference between the elemental lightning tribulation, the heaven tribulation, or the universe tribulation for deities. If it was 1 grade lower, then the effect would be much worse. For the first time in today's auction, Li Jingyi gave a long introduction. Today, our high god artifact is meant for attacking. Therefore, it was an attack-type divine artifact. Relatively speaking, the value of a defensive divine artifact might be higher than that of an offensive divine artifact. However, that was on the premise that they could defend against the attack. This high god artifact of ours can definitely be described as capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Its power is so strong that even us dragon knights would find it difficult to resist it head-on. Even if there were difficulties, it didn't mean that they couldn't withstand it. Lan Xuanyu muttered to himself. However, a superior divine weapon still attracted his attention. Of course, he also understood that as the main auction item, he definitely could not afford it. But even if he couldn't afford it, he could at least take a look. What was it? Everyone's curiosity was piqued by Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi smiled faintly and said, "All right, let us invite today's finale." The card appeared once again, but this time, both the card itself and the cloth covering it were golden. The cart was not too big, so it could be seen that this divine artifact was not very big either. The entire cart was only 2 meters long. The cart was pushed to the front, and everyone's eyes were fixed on it. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on it. There must be a barrier inside, and nothing could be felt from the outside. Li Jingyi pressed her hand on the golden cloth and said in a deep voice, "This divine artifact is ferocious and awe-inspiring. We have already sealed it. Without the strength of a transcendent, it's impossible to use its power. Therefore, after the auction is successful, the collector must be a transcendent. This is a reminder to everyone to avoid unnecessary trouble." More suspense, more suspense. The curiosity of all the big shots of the various races was completely aroused. What exactly was it? At this moment, Li Jingyi unexpectedly lifted the golden cloth in her hand. Immediately, a dazzling golden red light burst out from under the golden cloth. It was as if a small sun had appeared on the auction stage. An incomparably powerful golden red light burst forth, dazzling everyone. Although they could not sense the existence of the energy within, the light was enough to shock everyone. Star Moon Dragon Knight Li Jingyi waved her right hand, and all the light seemed to be absorbed by her, causing the dazzling light to converge. The barrier was 2 meters in diameter, and the golden red light flowed within it. One could vaguely see a shuttle-shaped short spear in the middle of the golden red light. This short spear emitted a dazzling golden red halo, and this halo flowed within the barrier, forming the shape of a dragon. Although it was called a short spear, it was different from an ordinary spear because it had 2 edges. The spear was only 1.2 meters long, but the edges on both sides accounted for more than half of its length. Lan Xuanyu suddenly heard an excited voice in his mind. "Master, isn't this the Heaven Blaze Divine Pestle? Why is it here?" Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise, "You know this thing? Heaven Blaze Divine Pestle? What is it?" The treasure-seeking beast said, "This is a true divine weapon. The previous ones, including the one you auctioned, were nothing in our god realm. The Yin-Yang Spirit Tablet is a bit better. But the Heaven Blaze Divine Pestle is different. This is a true first-grade divine weapon, and it originally belonged to the Fire God. The Fire God is one of the 7 elemental gods. In the god realm, the 7 elemental gods are all first-grade divine weapons." Lan Xuanyu knew that the first-grade divine weapons the treasure-seeking beast was talking about were on the same level as transcendent gods, but there was a difference of an entire level between those who had a divine weapon and those who did not. The Fire God's weapon? Without a doubt, the power of this divine artifact was definitely very strong. "How powerful is it?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. The treasure-seeking beast said, "Its quality is not inferior to your yellow Jinlong spear. The Heaven Blaze Divine Pestle in the hands of the Fire God could ignite heavenly fire. At that time our dragon race and those human divine weapons fought. The Fire God's destructive power was one of the best among the 7 elemental gods. It was very annoying. Now it seems that the Heaven Blaze Divine Pestle should have fallen into the hands of our dragon race." It should have been discovered by the dragon race in the dragon world. That's why it fell into their hands. Master, if you can get the heaven-blazed divine pestle, you should take it back. Your elemental control, at its peak, is equivalent to the fusion of all the elemental gods. In your hands, the heaven-blazed divine pestle can also unleash great power. It can be used as a throwing weapon. Hearing the treasure-seeking beast's introduction, Lan Xuanyu would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted, but, I can't afford it. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance. Indeed, he couldn't afford it. This was a true high-grade divine weapon, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that its value was extremely high. The few million Tenryu crystal coins in Lan Xuanyu's pocket was really not enough. Lan Xuanyu's only doubt now was why the dragon race was willing to auction such a precious divine weapon. The value of this divine weapon was very likely above his rainbow divine dragon armor. At least it wouldn't be too far off. Could it be that no one in the dragon race could use this thing? Wasn't the head of Tenryu of the fire attribute? Could it be that he had something better than this divine weapon? With doubts in his heart, no matter how good the item was, he could only watch the show. He didn't have any doubts about the quality of this divine weapon, otherwise, the treasure-seeking beast wouldn't have opened its mouth. There were so many divine weapons in the past, but this one had never appeared. Originally, Lan Xuanyu thought that it was only sensitive to natural treasures, but it was also sensitive to divine weapons. It just hadn't encountered a good enough one before. Have a good weekend. Recently, the epidemic has recurred. Everyone remember to wear a mask when you go out and pay attention to your safety. End of chapter 1497. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.